Synopsis. After a life of revolutionary science in a pirate world, a boy finds himself reborn in the Pokémon universe. Armed with advanced knowledge and a sharp wit, he navigates this new, gentler world with his loyal Umbreon. He poses as a humble doctor while secretly conducting groundbreaking research, clashing with criminal syndicates and league officials alike, all while challenging the very foundations of Pokémon training and evolution. Chapter 1, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 1. Under the clear blue sky, a Pidgeotto led a flock of Pidgey as they soared across the horizon. In the grassy field below, wild Pokémon like Rattata and Oddish, known for their gentle temperaments, snoozed peacefully under a large tree. Nearby, under another tree, a boy who appeared to be around 10 years old stared blankly at the sleeping Pokémon, muttering to himself, "I can transmigrate twice." Yes, this was Steven's second transmigration. His first had taken him to the world of One Piece. There, he joined Vegapunk's science team and even surpassed Vegapunk in technological achievement. Unlike Vegapunk, who, despite his groundbreaking innovations, wavered between allegiances, sometimes aligning with the Revolutionary Army and other times working for the world government, Steven's stance was crystal clear. Both the Navy and the pirates are nothing but scum. After mastering Vegapunk's technology, Steven chose to collaborate with Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, with Sabo, not Monkey D. Dragon. Why? Because Steven found Dragon utterly unreliable. The man who always looks at the east, when his subordinates were captured, when his comrades were betrayed, he just stood there, doing nothing. In the end, Steven led an army of Seraphim, teaming up with Sabo and the Revolutionary Army's 4 commanders to launch a full-scale assault against the world government and the Celestial Dragons. The war rivaled the scale of the Marineford War. Finally, when they reached the empty throne and confronted Emu, the enigmatic figure whose gender remained uncertain, Steven fell victim to an ability he hadn't fully understood. Sigh. If only Steven had trained in the Pokémon world first and learned how to protect himself, none of this would have happened. But what shocked Steven the most was this. After dying once in the One Piece world, he was granted a second transmigration. This time, to the world of Pokémon. Growl. As Steven reminisced about his heroic past, his stomach growled like rolling thunder. Now that I think about it, I've been here for 2 days and haven't eaten a thing. Steven patted his stomach. Oddish tilde. Seemingly hearing his complaints, an Oddish used razor leaf to skillfully cut some berries from the tree above him. Several pecha berries fell neatly in front of Steven. For me. Steven's eyes lit up. Oddish tilde. The Oddish nodded with a cheerful smile. Good, what a kind little one. Steven picked up the Oddish, gave it a gentle pat, and asked for directions to the nearest city. Grabbing the pecha berries, he waved goodbye to the group of Oddish and set off. This place feels like a utopia, so much better than that hellhole of a world in my previous life. Munching on the berries, Steven walked toward the city, grumbling to himself. In his past life, he had read countless One Piece fanfictions where the transmigrated protagonists either became pirates or joined the Navy. But in Steven's opinion, both sides were equally rotten. Sure, there were exceptions, but the majority were beyond saving. After nearly an hour of walking, Steven finally arrived at a seaside city. First, I need to find an adult and ask where I am. He scanned the area, thinking. If this was the Kanto region, he planned to seek out Professor Oak, the man who wasn't Ash's father but might as well have been. With the advanced technology he had mastered from the One Piece world, securing a position as the professor's assistant should be easy. Her then, he murmured, noticing an elderly woman standing nearby. Are you really my Eevee? As he approached, he heard the elderly woman's trembling voice. Getting closer, Steven spotted a shiny Umbreon sitting in front of her, a Pokémon that likely belonged to her. But the woman clutched her hands to her chest, trembling as though she might collapse. The Umbreon didn't look much better. Seeing its beloved trainer recoil in fear, it seemed as though its entire world had crumbled. This black fur, and those red eyes, so unlucky, so terrifying. Umbreon's pupils dilated as its small body trembled as if struck by lightning. Seems like this world isn't as perfect as it seemed, Stephen thought. Just as Umbreon tried to step forward to comfort its trainer, the woman instinctively stepped back. Don't come near me." That single step created an unbridgeable rift between them. "Stay away, don't come closer." The elderly woman turned to flee, but Stephen stepped in front of her. "Hey, Granny, have you never seen an Umbreon before? It's just one of Eevee's evolutions. There's no need to be so scared. Black is pretty cool, don't you think?" Stephen recalled how much effort it had taken him to evolve Eevee into Umbreon in the game. What Umbreon? Get out of the way. If you like it so much, you can have it." Without a second glance, the woman ran past Stephen. Seriously, she doesn't even know about Dark-type Pokémon. Stephen turned back to the Umbreon, its head hanging lifelessly. How about this? Little black one, why don't you come with me for now? I'll figure out a way to reverse your evolution back into Eevee, and then you can return to your trainer. Sound good?" Umbreon's face shifted from sorrow to shock. Was this kid insane? It had never heard of an Eevee being able to de-evolve. What Umbreon didn't know was that Stephen had been itching to start scientific research ever since arriving in this world. Pokémon evolution was just one of the subjects on his list. "But in the meantime, you'll have to help me forage for food. I don't work for free," Stephen added. In his first life, Stephen had teamed up with Sabo not out of righteousness, but because the world government had targeted him, suspecting Vegapunk of disloyalty. Though Stephen didn't see himself as a saint, he had no intention of associating with lunatics. So, he struck first, leading to the legendary battle at Mary Goi's. "Umbreon." After a long pause, the Umbreon let out a soft cry of agreement. It had no home to return to. What other choice did it have? Chapter 2, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice too. Gurgle gurgle. Stephen's stomach protested loudly once again. Fruit isn't filling after all. Patting his rumbling belly, Stephen glanced at the Umbreon by his side and said, "Let's fill our stomachs first, then think about the future." Tilde. The Umbreon nodded in agreement. Though it hadn't fully recovered from the pain of being abandoned by its original trainer, the short 10 minutes spent with this young human boy were enough to sense that he bore no malice or prejudice. That alone was reason enough to follow him. After Stephen and the Umbreon departed, a figure clad in a long black cloak stepped out from the shadows of a nearby alley. With his wide-brimmed hat and mysterious air, he resembled a gambler god fallen from grace. Under the brim, his sharp eyes brimmed with disbelief as he muttered to himself. "A dark type, reversing its evolution, that kid, is he joking?" Normally, he would have dismissed such talk as the delusions of an overly dramatic youngster. But after observing Stephen secretly for a brief time, he noticed something unsettling. The boy exuded a maturity that didn't match his age, and his gaze was filled with an almost palpable confidence. Could the boy pull it off? Giovanni remained silent for a long moment. Under different circumstances, he'd have at least sent someone to tail the boy, or even observed him personally, to see if this feat was truly possible. But not now. Recently, Giovanni had been consumed by a different mission, the search for his missing son. Unable to find him in Kanto, he'd extended his search to Johto. He hadn't even mobilized Team Rocket for this task. After all, Giovanni had never told anyone, not even his subordinates, that he had a child. A child was a weakness. As the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni had countless enemies. If word of his son ever got out, he knew all too well what would happen. So, he had kept this secret buried deep. Yet even with all his precautions, his son had still gone missing. Whose could it be? Giovanni clenched his teeth, his focus on Stephen dissolving as he turned and disappeared back into the shadows. At the Pokémon Center. "Big sister, the food here is free, right?" Stephen tilted his head and blinked his adorably wide eyes, sweetly asking Nurse Joy. Along the way, he'd been gathering information through this cute act. He had learned that this was Cyanwood City. However, the timeline didn't match the Pokémon world he knew from the anime and games in his past life. For instance, the current Kanto League champion wasn't Lance, the master of dragon types, but Agatha, the ghost-type master. This meant the events he was familiar with were still several years away. Moreover, Professor Oak hadn't yet invented the Pokédex, and the general populace was barely familiar with the dark type, an attribute still uncommon. The Pokémon transfer system, the healing machines, non-existent. Still, one thing matched. Pokémon centers offered free medical care, meals, and lodging. "Yes, little boy," Nurse Joy replied warmly from behind the counter. Her smile brightened as she looked at the adorable child before her. Stephen, for his part, began to understand why annoying brats like Momonosuke enjoyed this kind of treatment so much. Looking back, his first regret in his previous life was never toppling the world government. His second, not getting rid of that brat Momonosuke. Upon hearing that the food was indeed free, Stephen's face lit up with joy. "I love this world." But Nurse Joy's next words froze him in place. "May I see your trainer ID?" "Hi." "Trainer ID." Oh, wait. There was something like that in the games, right? It had details like the trainer's name, ID number, and badge count. But since it was just cosmetic, he'd never paid attention to it. Noticing his expression shift, Nurse Joy's smile became tinged with confusion. "If you're not registered with the league, you'll need to pay. A day's lodging and meals cost 1,000 Poké dollars." Stephen patted his empty pocket and quickly calculated how to escape without embarrassing himself. "This meal's on me," Nurse Joy suddenly offered. "Why?" Stephen was stunned. Nurse Joy smiled warmly. "It's a small amount, don't worry about it." Half an hour later, in the Pokémon Center dining hall, several trainers were staring at Stephen in bewilderment. No more like horror. It was as if they were watching a starving ghost devour a banquet. Even the Umbreon, crouched beside him with a bowl of Pokémon food, seemed to lose its appetite as it watched. "This is so embarrassing." "Is it good?" Nurse Joy approached with a Chansey by her side. "Thank you, Sister Sayori. I'll repay you someday," Stephen replied, giving her a thumbs up as he swallowed another mouthful of curry rice. From their chat, Stephen learned that Joy was the family name of the Joy clan, and each member had their own given name. Through their conversation, he also gained new insights into the Pokémon world. Only League-registered trainers could enjoy free lodging and medical care. To register, a yearly tax had to be paid from birth. At age 10, the League would gift a new trainer a Pokémon of decent potential, usually a starter. This benefit lasted until age 20. Well, that makes sense, Stephen thought. If anyone could freeload at Pokémon centers for life, why would anyone work? But this new information sparked a nagging question. Where did Ash's mom, Delia, get her money? Out of curiosity, Stephen asked Nurse Joy Sayori about the annual tax. After hearing the answer, he became even more curious. Was Professor Oak sponsoring her? No, stop. If I keep thinking about this story's going to get banned. "Stephen-kun, are you an orphan?" Her sudden question snapped Stephen out of his thoughts. Chapter 3, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 3. Sayori's comment wasn't meant to offend, she was simply puzzled. Why would a child, who wasn't exactly young anymore, be completely ignorant of such basic knowledge? Had no one taught him anything since he was little? Could he be a runaway, or had he escaped from an orphanage? "Sister Sayori, can you keep a secret from me?" Stephen's eyes darted around mischievously before he lowered his voice, his expression suddenly serious. Sayori blinked at the abrupt shift in his demeanor, but nodded solemnly. "Actually, I'm the child of a human and a Pokémon." "Why?" As a medical professional, Sayori was stunned. Humans and Pokémon could have children. This was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing. "My dad, he's a total scumbag." Stephen pounded the table with his tiny fist, gritting his teeth as he continued. "Back then, after getting my mom pregnant, he captured her in a Pokéball. Then, while she was asleep, he abandoned her in the forest with the Pokéball. Later, my mom gave birth to me in that forest, and I grew up alongside Pokémon. That's why I don't know much about the human world." Sayori was utterly dumbfounded. This story completely shattered her worldview. Even the Umbreon standing by the chair looked equally baffled, its expression saying, Symbol A4B0, symbol A4AA, symbol A4AB, symbol A4AA, symbol A4B1. Not familiar with the human world. When we were walking to the Pokémon Center earlier, didn't you interact with humans without a single hitch? This is shocking. I never imagined that humans and Pokémon could. Stephen-kun, you've had it rough all these years. Sayori's heart brimmed with sympathy. Don't worry about it, Sister Sayori. I'm doing pretty well now, aren't I? Inwardly, Stephen muttered an apology to his long-deceased father from his past life. He hadn't thought of a better excuse at the moment, and had just borrowed En's backstory. But on second thought, even En's origins didn't necessarily mean he was the child of a human and a female Pokémon. Couldn't it be the other way around, a male Pokémon and a human woman? For example, a Gardevoir with a thick stem. After all, that Pokémon also has green hair. Under Sayori's sympathetic gaze, Stephen, a person without proper identification, successfully registered his identity. Although she didn't help him pay the 10 years' worth of back taxes required to qualify as a registered trainer eligible to receive a starter Pokémon, having an official identity still made life much easier compared to being undocumented. Afterward, Sayori arranged for Stephen to rest in a guest room, promising to find him a host family the next day. Hearing this, Stephen woke up early the following morning, leaving behind a thank you note before sneaking away. It was one thing to occasionally act like a child to gather information, but living with a family and pretending to be a kid for years. That would be torture. Besides, although Stephen didn't think Sayori was the type to betray him, there was always a lingering fear that if she reported his background, someone might try to capture him for research. Having spent so much time in the treacherous world of One Piece, full of schemes and double agents, Stephen had developed a habit of preparing for the worst-case scenario. While he had often used the Marines and the world government as test subjects in his past life, he had no desire to become a test subject himself. So, I've got a rough understanding of this world now, but the money problem still isn't solved. Stretching lazily, Stephen walked down the street with Umbreon by his side, chatting idly. To help you devolve, I'll need to study your DNA. That means I'll need professional equipment, syringes, blood collection tubes, a blood test analyzer. All of that stuff will cost a lot of money, and I don't even have enough for lunch. Umber tilde. Umbreon responded casually, occasionally glancing sideways at its strange new owner with disbelief. Wait, he's serious about this? Devolution. Umbreon had never heard of such a thing in the history of Pokémon evolution. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't, Stephen said, patting Umbreon's round head. No matter how many times I look, I can't help but admire your beauty. That pitch-black fur, those red eyes, and the blue markings. Ever since Sylveon was introduced in Pokémon XY, its elegant and beautiful appearance, combined with the pixelate ability, arguably the best in the Eevee family, made it immensely popular. But Stephen still thought Umbreon was the coolest. It had a mysterious beauty. Stephen's words of praise left Umbreon momentarily stunned. I look beautiful. Last night, even in its dreams, Umbreon had been haunted by the fearful expression of its previous owner abandoning it. Now, as the two of them continued walking down the street, Umbreon found itself sneaking more and more glances at Stephen. It could sense that his words weren't just comforting lies, he genuinely meant them. Why weren't you my first trainer? Cyndaquil use Ember. Oya retata dodget. The sudden shouts of children interrupted their walk. Stephen and Umbreon looked up to see two boys, roughly the same apparent age as Stephen, engaged in a Pokémon battle. Their Pokémon were a Cyndaquil and a Rattata. Both trainers were equally inexperienced, but judging by the Pokémon alone, the winner was obvious. Let's not pretend with that old phrase, there are no weak Pokémon, only weak trainers. And please don't bring up Giovanni's Beedrill or Red's Pikachu as examples. As a scientist, Stephen would argue, stop using outliers as evidence. It's like comparing Kaido's Azure Dragon Devil fruit to the snake fruit that Hancock's sisters ate. If you had to choose one, which would you pick? Giovanni and Red were exceptions among exceptions. Why doesn't anyone else seem to raise their Beedrill or Pikachu to invincible levels. For any reincarnator without cheats or a system, if your goal is to become a top-tier trainer, please choose Pokémon with higher potential. Didn't you see how even Luffy's Gum fruit had to get a massive upgrade into the Nika form to keep up with the late-game power scaling? Yeah, I won. In the end, Rattata couldn't rely on the god-tier move Dodge It to turn the battle around. The Cyndaquil trainer emerged victorious. According to our bet, this pack of Pikachu chocolate cookies is mine now. The boy took a pack of Pikachu-themed cookies from his opponent. Watching this scene, Steven's smile turned peculiar. How could I have forgot how I made money in my previous life? Chapter 4, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 4. 10 minutes later, Steven held a box of Pikachu cookies in his left hand, fishing out pieces with his right and tossing them into his mouth. Meanwhile, a bag of Psyduck potato chips was tucked under his armpit. He completely ignored the two teary-eyed, snotty-nosed peers trailing behind him and strode off confidently, his Umbreon in tow. Sigh, seriously, how did I forget how to make money while playing games? Munching on a cookie, Steven shook his head and muttered to himself. That's right, in his past life of Pokémon gaming, wasn't battling the main source of income as a trainer. Sometimes, you'd even run into wealthy NPCs who'd hand over tens of thousands. Of course, there was a gap between the game and reality. You couldn't exactly rely on those methods to earn a living in this world. But bullying elementary school kids for their snacks, that was doable. Sure, it's a bit unethical. Wait, what's that? I'm also an elementary school kid. Oh, never mind then. Besides, selling items was another major source of income in games. Unfortunately, over the past few days, Steven hadn't stumbled upon anything like a big nugget while wandering Cyanwood City. He hadn't even found a discarded piquet ball. Games couldn't be fully trusted to mirror reality. Hey, what's your name? Next time we'll beat you. The boy with the Cyndaquil yelled defiantly. My name is Steven, Steven replied without looking back. From that day on, the legend began circulating in Cyanwood City. A few days later, outside the Cyanwood City department store, under the gaze of a crowd of onlookers, a furret staggered weakly before collapsing after 2 unsteady steps, its eyes spinning in defeat. My furret. The young man who owned the furret looked utterly shocked. He stared in disbelief at the boy across from him, less than half his age, accompanied by a Pokémon he'd never seen before. A Pokémon that sent chills down his spine. Furret is unable to battle. The young man's girlfriend, serving as a makeshift referee, hesitated mid-sentence. Come to think of it, what was the name of that pitch-black Pokémon again? Umbreon, Steven said, glancing sideways. She's an Umbreon. Oh. The girlfriend nodded repeatedly, before smiling and announcing. Furret is unable to battle. Umbreon wins, and so the winner of this instant noodle competition is this young boy. Whoa. That's amazing. That kid is really strong. But that Pokémon is kind of terrifying. It's called Umbreon. Is it an Eevee evolution? But aren't there only 3 Eevee evolutions? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Steven walked up to the man and chuckled. Uncle, as per the agreement, hand over the goods. Call me big bro, you brat. The man retrieved his furret and reluctantly handed Steven a plastic bag containing a pack of Typhlosion brand instant noodles and some Pokémon food. Indeed, these were the prizes they had agreed upon. If Steven lost, he'd give the man a pack of Jengar gummy candy. If the man lost, he'd hand over the instant noodles and Pokémon food. As for the Jengar gummy candy, well, Steven had, of course, won it from some elementary school kids. After days of bullying younger kids and seeing their tearful faces, Steven, who had lived through 3 lifetimes, couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Forget it, better to set my sights on adults. And so, this friendly match had come about. Steven's targets were simple: clueless young men who'd bought a ton of snacks and ideally had a girlfriend in tow. Why? Because when their girlfriends were present, guys often wouldn't refuse a challenge out of pride. There was another reason, too: single-minded focus breeds excellence. Look at the strong trainers, Red, Green, Leon, Lance, weren't they all single? This proves one thing. Only single people are fit to be top-tier trainers. Are you men who reek of desperation and are obsessed with women? How can you possibly reach the top? All right, here, take it. The man handed over the goods with a gloomy expression. But your Pokémon is creepy. That black fur, those red eyes, and those moves, what were they called? Snarl and Pursuit. A kid your age using such a scary Pokémon. I suggest you switch to something a bit more normal. Hearing the word creepy repeatedly, Umbreon lowered her head, her eyes dim with sadness. Reaching out for the food, Stephen paused. Sensing his displeasure, Umbreon instinctively raised her head. Her trainer's face was filled with scorn as he declared, "Kings have their strengths, chefs have theirs, and Pokémon have their ways of survival and battle. No Pokémon is inherently superior or inferior." Stephen acknowledged that some Pokémon were stronger than others. Just like Star Platinum and the world were on a completely different level, or how Cricketune had a 99% chance of losing to Palafin. But just as professions have no inherent dignity or disgrace, he didn't believe Pokémon had a fixed hierarchy. Whether it was a Caterpie or a Rayquaza, as long as he liked the Pokémon, he'd train it with care. With that, Stephen abandoned the food and turned to leave. "Why are you hanging your head? Lift it, you're the victor." Umbreon bit her lip, watching Stephen's retreating figure. Suddenly, a surge of determination filled her heart. She raised her head high, like a proud queen. Under the fearful, awestruck, and admiring gazes of the crowd, she followed Stephen, her head held high. 10 minutes later, near Cyanwood City's coast. This stuff doesn't fill you up." Stephen tore open the pack of Jengar gummy candy. One piece for himself, one for Umbreon. In no time, the candy was gone. Umbreon drooped her head gloomily. "If it weren't for her." "I told you, stop hanging your head and sighing. Lift your head, like this." Standing with one hand on his hip, Stephen tilted his head back almost 90 degrees. It appeared. The signature pose of Boa Hancock, the pirate empress. Like this, look down on everyone who underestimates you. Like an empress. That's right, you're the Pokémon empress. Don't let the nonsense around you get to you. To me, you're the most beautiful Pokémon. Umbreon bit down on her lip, so hard her fangs dug into it. 1 second, 2 seconds. All the pent-up frustration burst forth like a broken dam. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Chapter 5, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 5. Clap, clap, clap. The sudden sound of applause made Stephen and Umbreon instinctively turn toward the source. Well said. A man in a black cloak with a white scarf draped over his shoulders, looking like he had just stepped off the set of God of Gamblers, approached with a smile, clapping his hands. Stephen's expression shifted slightly. He recognized the man. Since Nurse Joy Sayori had helped him obtain an ID card, Stephen had been able to access many public areas, including the library. There, he had learned a great deal, among other things, about the current gym leaders across the various Pokémon leagues. And the man standing before him was no ordinary person. The gym leader of Viridian City in the Kanto region, known as Giovanni of the Earth and the undefeated gym leader, Giovanni himself. But what caused Stephen to frown inwardly was Giovanni's secret identity, the leader of Team Rocket. Before long, Giovanni stopped in front of Stephen, still smiling. Kings have their strengths, chefs have their strengths, and Pokémon have no inherent superiority or inferiority. Well said, very well said. It was rare for Giovanni to show such enthusiasm. Back when his Beedrill had been his starter Pokémon, he'd traveled the world with it, enduring plenty of insults from League elites. Later, he defeated them all, proving to the world that even seemingly weak Pokémon could shine brilliantly. And today, for the first time, someone had articulated the very sentiment he had as a youth. Kings have their strengths, chefs have their strengths. Well said, boy, well said. Ah, so it's the strongest gym leader in Kanto, Mr. Giovanni, Stephen said calmly, quickly composing himself. Despite his initial shock, his expression turned neutral, a skill honed over 3 lifetimes. What brings a Kanto gym leader here? Giovanni's smile faltered slightly, replaced by a hint of gloom. Of course, he was here searching for his missing son, but after searching everywhere, there wasn't a single clue. Mentioning it only soured his mood further. Still, Giovanni was no rookie. He swiftly masked his frustration with a polite smile. Even gym leaders need a break from time to time. Occasionally, I like to visit other regions for a little sightseeing. Oh, then did Mr. Giovanni happen to see my battle earlier? Haha, it was nothing impressive, Stephen said, feigning humility. Of course, he didn't believe for a second that Giovanni was in here for tourism. Most likely, he was secretly expanding Team Rocket's influence here. After all, Johto would eventually become Team Rocket's second stronghold. Your words stirred even an old man like me. How about it? Care for a battle? Giovanni asked with a smile. On one hand, he wanted to distract himself from the pain of losing his son. On the other, he wanted to test this boy's potential. I don't like games that are too hardcore, Stephen replied. What? Giovanni looked momentarily confused. I mean, I don't enjoy getting beaten up, Stephen shrugged. He didn't need to think too hard to know he'd lose against Giovanni. Haha, what's the harm? Just a friendly match, win or lose. No matter the outcome, dinner's on me. Giovanni said, adopting the demeanor of a kind mentor. Kahe, then I won't hold back, Stephen replied with a grin. Still, he remained cautious. This man wasn't ordinary, and Stephen didn't yet know why he had traveled all the way to Johto. The downside of being reincarnated too early is not knowing the motives of characters from the original story. Boy, is that new breed of Eevee your starter Pokémon? Giovanni asked, as the two stood facing each other on the beach. Yeah, she's called Umbreon, but the league hasn't officially recognized her yet, so most people don't even know about the dark type. Oh, dark type. That sounds intriguing. Did you come up with the name yourself? Let's just say I did. I'm pretty good at naming things, Stephen replied. Giovanni slid his left hand into his pocket and retrieved a piquet ball with his right. Then, as a sign of respect, I'll use one of my longtime companions for this battle. Hearing the words longtime companion, Stephen froze slightly. Could it be? Giovanni flicked the piquet ball with practiced ease. The ball snapped open, releasing a burst of white light. A massive, imposing Nidoking landed heavily on the sand. This guy has been by my side since I began my journey through Kanto, Giovanni said with a faint smirk. He's strong, you know. Now then, you may make the first move, boy, Giovanni said, spreading his hands in a gesture of invitation. I've never been good at battling personally, but I'm decent at commanding others. Let's see how I measure up against the best, Stephen said with a smile, though his eyes narrowed sharply. Go Umbreon. Umbreon darted forward like a streak of black lightning, charging straight at Nidoking. Giovanni's eyes flickered as he thought. Oh. He's only had that Eevee for less than 10 days, yet it's progressed this much. This boy has a talent for training Pokémon. In a flash, Umbreon reached Nidoking. Going for a close-range move. Giovanni raised an eyebrow and casually flicked a finger. My Nidoking is quite skilled in that area. Despite its massive size, Nidoking moved with surprising agility. Its fist crackled with electricity, and the air seemed to explode as it punched downward. Thunder punch. Boom. The sound of impact was like rolling thunder. The sheer size difference made it look like a tiger punching a ragdoll. Use pursuit. Stephen ordered. Even as Umbreon took the punch squarely to the stomach, she suddenly opened her eyes and bared her fangs in a sinister grin. As if her plan had worked all along. Umbreon's black fur rippled with tension, and her compact body unleashed a powerful counterattack. Like a tiny powerhouse, she struck Nidoking's head hard enough to make it tilt to the side. Nidoking was stunned. Ahem. A trace of surprise appeared in Giovanni's eyes. Though he had signaled Nidoking to hold back with a non-stab move, he hadn't expected Umbreon to withstand the attack and counter so effectively. Did you use a defensive buffing move, boy? Giovanni asked, his sharp eyes immediately catching the detail. At the last moment, Umbreon's running slowed down a bit. I see, you used Curse, didn't you? Curse, when used by non-ghost Pokémon, it sacrifices speed to boost both attack and defense. Normally, setup moves leave Pokémon stationary, but yours managed to keep moving while buffing itself. You've trained it well, Giovanni said, his surprise giving way to admiration. Umbreon hasn't been with me long. It's just a small trick I managed to teach her, Stephen replied with a laugh. This isn't just a small trick. Giovanni's smile deepened. Damn it, I want this kid more and more. Chapter 6, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 6. Well then, what about this move, boy? Giovanni waved his hand lightly, without naming the technique. But Nidoking had already raised its long tail, slamming it fiercely into the ground a moment later. Years of training had fostered a deep understanding between the two. Nidoking instantly interpreted its trainer's intentions from the subtlest gestures. In an instant, the surrounding sand surged like waves, forming two massive hands that pressed toward the Umbreon in the center. Earth Power. Ground-type moves often have a wide attack range, but they also have a glaring weakness. Umbreon. Stephen flicked his index finger upward. Umbreon leaped into the air, jumping high. Once airborne, most ground-type moves could be avoided. This concept was even confirmed by Ash in the anime. True, staying high in the air can deal with 99% of ground-type moves. However, non-flying type Pokémon lack mobility in midair. As someone nicknamed the Man of the Earth, Giovanni certainly understood the weakness of ground-type moves. Almost the moment Umbreon jumped, Nidoking opened its mouth wide. A light orange, high-density energy orb condensed at its mouth, resembling a tailed beast bomb. Focus Blast. In the games, this move boasts a power of 120. But its accuracy is a pitiful 70. Similarly, the electric-type ultimate move Zap Cannon also suffers from this. Many high-power moves often have low accuracy because their destructive force is too overwhelming to control. But a Pokémon without flight capabilities in midair. It's practically a sitting duck. At this moment, unless you were a max squad member, there was no way you'd miss. Fire, Giovanni said with a faint smile. Whoosh! The power of the Focus Blast was undeniable. Even the friction with the air caused a ringing pain in the ears. Though it wasn't a ground-type move, if this hit Umbreon, there was no way she could stay on her feet. Substitute. At Stephen's command, a surge of energy separated from Umbreon's body, rapidly forming a duplicate shield in front of her. Boom! Focus Blast collided with the substitute. The explosion sent waves rippling through the air, blowing Umbreon away like a kite with a broken string. Thunder Punch now. Giovanni gave the next order without hesitation. Nidoking locked onto the falling Umbreon, calculating her landing spot. It rushed forward 2 steps, electricity crackling around its right fist, waiting beneath her. It resembled a badminton player preparing to smash the shuttlecock. Just as the falling Umbreon was less than half a meter from Nidoking's fist, Stephen suddenly gave a command. Use Dark Pulse with full force. Umbreon opened her mouth wide, releasing a swirling dark energy wave. But the move wasn't aimed at Nidoking. Instead, EX. The Dark Pulse acted like a rocket booster, propelling Umbreon in the opposite direction. She narrowly avoided Nidoking's Thunder Punch by a hair's breadth. Wait, that's possible. Giovanni's eyes lit up, filled with surprise, but even more with delight. Unexpected counterattack. Using the recoil from the Dark Pulse, Umbreon landed on Nidoking's shoulder. She channeled power into her right hind leg. Like a rabbit kicking an eagle, she aimed for Nidoking's temple, the vital spot on the side of its head. But Nidoking turned its head just in time. Umbreon's kick landed squarely on its solid forehead instead. Taking the kick head-on, Nidoking grinned menacingly. It raised its hand and grabbed Umbreon, slamming her into the sand with force. Nidoking's getting serious now, Giovanni remarked with a slight raised brow. He glanced at Stephen and said, Your commands are as precise as if calculated by a machine. But it's a pity your partner seems unable to keep up. All right, I've seen enough of your strength. This battle can. Giovanni made a gesture, signaling Nidoking to stop. After all, the purpose of this friendly match wasn't to test Umbreon, but to gauge Stephen's potential. With his goal achieved, there was no reason to continue. Nidoking, noticing the signal, began to withdraw. However, just as it raised its arm, it sensed something amiss. Looking down, it saw the little fox firmly gripping its left hand with its front paws. Her sharp fangs sank into its wrist, her crimson eyes glaring at it with crazed determination. This little brat. At that moment, Nidoking completely dropped its earlier condescension. It now regarded Umbreon as an equal opponent worthy of respect. "Beautiful," Stephen said with genuine admiration. "Those eyes, they're the kind that won't give up without a fight." Giovanni, too, was reminded of his past from Umbreon's eyes. When his Weedle evolved into its final form, Beedrill, it had the same gaze. Translated into human words, it meant, "I will fight for him. Then defeating you with full force is the greatest compliment I can offer." Forgetting the troubles that had recently surrounded him, Giovanni wanted only to enjoy this brief, pure moment. "Take her down with poison jab." Dark purple poison gathered on Nidoking's massive right arm, forming a blade-like weapon aimed at Umbreon. "Dark pulse." Umbreon raised her head and unleashed another swirling, dark energy wave. The two attacks collided. Finally, Umbreon felt her vision blur. Before her sight faded completely into darkness, she felt a familiar figure, a pair of warm hands, embrace her. Umbreon didn't know how long she had been unconscious. She struggled to open her eyes, taking several seconds to adjust to the world around her. Where was this? A strange ceiling, an unfamiliar bed, and a room she didn't recognize. Looking at the bandages tightly wrapped around her body, she remembered the final clash with Nidoking. Did I lose? How much time had passed since then? Ignoring the pain from her wounds, Umbreon glanced out the window. Her trainer and that man were standing on the starlit beach outside. Despite her injuries, Umbreon leaped out of the window, wanting to tell her trainer she was awake. But then she heard the man's voice. "I looked into it. That Eevee of yours has been with that old woman for over 7 years now." Hearing Giovanni touch upon the topic closest to her heart, the joy on Umbreon's face instantly turned into shock, her steps frozen mid-motion. "So what?" Stephen's tone was indifferent. Giovanni's next words pierced Umbreon's heart like a blade. "A Pokémon's prime years are between 0 and 3. After 5, they're done." Chapter 7, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 7. Giovanni's words struck Umbreon like a bolt of lightning, leaving her frozen in place. He continued to speak calmly, sharing with Stephen his insights on raising Pokémon. It reminded Stephen of his previous life, where he had trained athletes. If you wanted to nurture a soccer player capable of competing in the World Cup, you had to start preparing them when they were just learning to walk, long before they could even speak. But now, Umbreon's age was comparable to that of a student about to take their college entrance exams, and yet someone was suggesting training her to play in the World Cup. Was that even realistic? All right, maybe that comparison was a bit extreme. But Giovanni's point was clear. That Umbreon of yours, at best, could reach the level of an Elite Four member. Her ceiling is too low. Many trainers would probably burst into tears hearing Giovanni's assessment. What did he mean by, at best, the Elite Four level? Did he not realize that was a height 99.99% of trainers could only dream of reaching in their lifetimes? But then again, it wasn't surprising. After all, Giovanni was already a champion-level trainer, and in the future, would step even further into the realm above champions, earning titles like Master or Sensei. For someone like him, it was normal to look down on the Elite Four level. In Giovanni's eyes, Stephen shouldn't limit himself to the mere rank of Elite Four either. What a heartless thing to say, old man. Are you suggesting I abandon Umbreon? I don't care about a Pokémon's strength or weakness. Hearing the confidence in Stephen's tone, Umbreon, who had been lowering her head further and further, suddenly perked up, a glimmer of light returning to her eyes. Of course not," Giovanni replied with a faint smile. "I'm just reminding you not to invest too much energy into a Pokémon with such a low ceiling." He continued, "Just like how we gym leaders train some mediocre Pokémon to deal with rookie challengers. When you find stronger Pokémon, that Umbreon of yours can simply be relegated to your second-string team." It was no secret that gym leaders adjusted their lineups based on the strength of their challengers. This had been confirmed in later games and special anime episodes, even if it wasn't explicitly shown in the main series. Giovanni's words weren't without merit. It was like competitive sports teams. The strong made the starting lineup, while the weak became substitutes. That was just reality. Umbreon lowered her head again, burying it even deeper. Then Giovanni added, "As it happens, I have some promising, newly hatched Pokémon on hand. You could try raising one of them, for instance, a Dratini." Dratini. Hearing that name, Umbreon's expression darkened further. Although she had grown up in the human world and didn't know much about other Pokémon, she had heard enough from her previous trainer, idle chatter, and TV programs to understand what kind of Pokémon Dratini was. A powerful dragon type, slow to mature but overwhelmingly strong in its final form, hailed as a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Umbreon bit her lip hard, her sharp teeth digging into it. A Pokémon like that would be a perfect match for her flawless trainer, wouldn't it? What do you think? Want to give it a try? With your talent, I believe you could raise it into a Dragonite that wouldn't lose to the Dragon Clan of Blackthorn City. Giovanni's words were like daggers, each one stabbing deeply into the softest parts of Umbreon's heart. Umbreon imagined what it would be like if such a Pokémon joined their team. Her trainer would shower all his care and attention on it. Every night he would hold it as he fell asleep, smile at it with warmth, and even kiss its face. And she would only be able to curl up in a corner, silently watching it all unfold. She would wallow in self-pity, murmuring, "I was here first." "Mr. Giovanni, it seems you're underestimating my Umbreon. How about we make a bet?" Stephen finally responded, prompting Umbreon to lift her head, which had been drooping so low it nearly touched the ground. "The next time we battle, I'll have her defeat your Pokémon. Yes, this so-called low-ceiling Eevee of yours." Giovanni's expression was full of disbelief, but then he chuckled. "Having a goal is good, but you also have to be realistic, boy. Every Pokémon has its limits." "So surpass those limits," Stephen countered. His response left Giovanni momentarily speechless. He recalled Stephen's devolution theory from 10 days ago and noticed the unwavering seriousness in his eyes now. For a moment, Giovanni couldn't help but think, is this kid for real? Umbreon's expression at that moment was like Chopper's when he was saved by Dr. Hiluluk. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. On the beach, Stephen suddenly stood up. Umbreon quickly rushed back into the house and lay down again, pretending to be asleep. "Not interested in the Dratini?" Stephen asked, glancing to the side. "I'd rather you sponsor me some funds, old man. I want to delve deeper into Pokémon research." Stephen shrugged. "Consider it an investment. I'll repay you in the future." "Ho tilde." Giovanni couldn't help but show a hint of anticipation. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Stephen smiled. "Don't worry, this will be the best investment you've ever made." After all, he had learned so much from Dr. Vegapunk in his previous life. If he couldn't produce results, what kind of protagonist would he be? Certainly not one of those useless main characters who remain stagnant after millions of words. The next morning, when Stephen opened his eyes on the sofa, he found Umbreon lying beside his pillow. Coincidentally, Umbreon opened her blood-red eyes at the same time. "Ha tilde, did you get up to use the bathroom and end up on the wrong bed?" Stephen ruffled her short but surprisingly soft black fur. It wasn't as fluffy as a Flareon's, but it felt smooth and nice in its way. "I'm heading out to buy some supplies. If all goes well, I'll soon find a way to devolve you back into an Eevee. Stay home and behave, all right." Stephen got up, placed Umbreon back on the bed, scratched her chin a little, and went to wash up before heading out. Umbreon watched his departing figure, her expression hesitant as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. She wanted to tell Stephen that she no longer cared about her current form. Stephen had told her many times that she was as beautiful as she was now. Umbreon had come to fully accept and even feel proud of her current form. But, just as she was about to express her feelings, Giovanni's words from last night echoed in her mind. That Eevee's ceiling is too low. If her trainer succeeded in his research and reverted her to her Eevee form, would that give her a second chance to grow and break through the limits imposed by her age? No, she couldn't rush things. For now, she needed to push herself to the limits of her current form. Set a small goal first, reach the Elite Four level. Chapter 8, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 8. Steven had just stepped out the door when Umbreon leaped onto the windowsill, watching her trainer's retreating figure. For a moment, she fell into contemplation. Should I just stay here? While her master was out running around for her sake, was she really okay for it to just nap away at home? At that moment, Umbreon caught sight of a few familiar faces passing by outside. Hey Will, you're finally challenging the Cyanwood Gym today, huh? So jealous, we're the same age, but you're already good enough to take on a gym. If we were as strong as you, we wouldn't have had our favorite Pikachu cookies stolen by that guy. Umbreon recognized two of the kids. They were the same unlucky pair whose snacks had been, well, not stolen, but fairly won by her trainer 2 weeks ago. But this time, their group had a new addition. A human kid who looked about 1 or 2 years younger than her master, with a slightly chubby, baby-like face. Yet what caught Umbreon's attention even more was what these 3 kids were talking about. A gym leader. Back when she had stayed with the old woman, she had heard about such things. It was a title given to humans who commanded exceptionally powerful Pokémon. So now the question is, the Elite Four that cranky old man mentioned last night, and the gym leaders these kids are talking about, who's stronger? After a brief moment of thought, Umbreon noticed the trio of kids walking farther and farther away. She pawed at the window latch, nudged it open, and leaped out. Like a black cat darting along the edges of rooftops, she silently followed the 3 children. Inside the Cyanwood Gym, a middle-aged man with a small mustache, a well-built physique, and abs that gleamed in the sunlight streaming through the windows roared. I am Chuck, the gym leader of Cyanwood Gym. State your name, challenger. The boy smirked confidently and introduced himself. I am Will, a genius specializing in psychic types, currently traveling across Johto. Will, who appeared 1 or 2 years younger than Steven, gave a respectful bow to Chuck, though his tone carried little actual respect. Will, I've heard about you from Suit. You seem to have some potential, Chuck mused, recalling the name. The Suiton he mentioned was the current gym leader of Violet City and the father of Faulkner, the future gym leader of the same city. HMPH, I didn't expect my reputation to spread so quickly. That old man at Violet City wasn't much of a challenge. I hope you won't disappoint me, Mr. Chuck. Will pulled back his collar, revealing 3 badges pinned inside his jacket, one of which was unmistakably the Zephyr badge from Violet Gym. A talented but arrogant brat, huh? Chuck, still sporting his 6-pack abs, smiled faintly. Then bring it on, kiddo. Chuck assumed a karate stance as he tossed out a Pokeball. Out came a Timber, a Pokémon native to the Unova region. Chuck was holding back. After all, the kid in front of him was only 8 or 9 years old. How strong could he be? Even though his friend Suiton had lost to this boy, Chuck wasn't about to rely on over-leveled Pokémon to crush him. That would be too low. HMPH, take care of this Nadu. Will tossed out his own Pokeball. A small, bird-like Pokémon with seemingly unfocused eyes landed on the battlefield. A psychic flying-type Nadu, a perfect counter to Chuck's fighting-type specialty. The gym challenge between gym leader Chuck and challenger Will begins now. Battle start, the referee declared. The moment the match began, Will launched a swift attack. In mere moments, Chuck realized that this arrogant kid's strength wasn't limited to his sharp tongue. The boy's talent was undeniable. With proper guidance from a skilled mentor, he could undoubtedly reach the level of the Elite Four someday. However, neither the 2 combatants in the arena, nor the sparse audience, noticed a shadow lurking in the corner of the stands. Umbreon crouched on the back of a chair, her blood-red eyes fixed intently on the battle unfolding below. Machoke is unable to battle, Jinx wins. Moments later, the referee raised a flag. Since gym leader Chuck's 2 Pokémon are both unable to battle, the winner is challenger Will. Well, looks like Suiton's going to laugh at me now, Chuck muttered as he recalled his Machoke. After his Timber had been defeated, Chuck had gone slightly more serious and sent out his Machoke, a solid mid-tier Pokémon in his lineup. But it still wasn't enough to beat Will. A bit tougher than Violet Gym, but still nothing special, Will shrugged, spreading his hands. Admittedly, his attitude at this moment was highly punchable. But Chuck didn't say much. When you have the strength to back it up, a bit of arrogance is understandable. He wasn't about to make excuses about using non-main team members or anything like that. Even with his choice of Pokémon, as a trainer, he had lost to Will. That was the undeniable truth. Well then, Psychic Kid, this storm badge is yours. Chuck handed over the badge that symbolized victory in the Cyanwood Gym Challenge. He was already looking forward to this year's Indigo League Conference. If no other prodigies appeared, it seemed unlikely that anyone would stop Willie from claiming the championship. But what intrigued him even more was what might come after, the Elite Four Challenge or even the champion battle. Who would be the one to take this kid down a peg? Would it be the bespectacled young woman Lorelei, whose mature physique belied her age? Or would it be the cape-wearing dragon trainer Lance, who always looked like someone owed him money? Given those two personalities, neither of them would go easy on Will. Chuck could hardly wait. The next gym leader I crush, who will it be? Honestly, this is starting to get boring, Will remarked, still as insufferably smug as ever while accepting the storm badge. Thud. Suddenly, a dull noise drew the attention of Chuck, Will, and the scattered mourning spectators. A figure crouched low, its knees bent in a battle-ready stance, slowly advancing toward the center of the battlefield. It was a Pokémon that most of them had never seen before. It's that bad guy's bad Pokémon. Darn it, my Psyduck chips. Among the crowd, only the two unlucky kids recognized the Umbreon. But as they glanced around, they couldn't spot the bad guy anywhere. Could it be Wild? A Pokémon I've never seen before. What do you want? Chuck asked. In this era, before Professor Oak invented the Pokédex, even a gym leader's knowledge wasn't as comprehensive as it would be in later years. Not to mention that types like Dark, Steel, and Fairy hadn't yet been officially recognized by the League. Umbreon slowly raised her right paw, extending one claw and curling it toward Chuck in a beckoning gesture. Its intent was unmistakable. Chapter 9, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 9. Woe tilde a little one I've never seen before, wanting to challenge me. Chuck's eyes lit up with interest. A challenger trainer I've seen plenty, but a lone Pokémon challenging me? That's a first. All right then, I'll play along. It's up to you now, Hitmonchan. Unsure of the strength of this mysterious new Eevee evolution, Chuck decided to send out Hitmonchan, a second-string team member, much like Machoke from earlier. Mach Punch. Hitmonchan launched its attack almost as soon as it landed. The punch was so intense that the gust it generated howled past the spectators. The strike hit Umbreon squarely on the side of her face. However, the blow didn't send Umbreon flying. Instead, the dark-furred Pokémon smirked, returning a malicious grin at Hitmonchan. Umberee. With a twist of her neck, Umbreon unleashed a swirling, dark shockwave at point-blank range. Dark Pulse. Hitmonchan crossed its arms in an X formation, blocking the attack. Though its skin bore minor scratches, the fighting-type Pokémon remained unharmed. Chuck was momentarily taken aback. A new type move, but it doesn't seem very effective against fighting-type Hitmonchan. I should take note and report this to Professor Oak later. Chuck had a good relationship with Professor Oak, having been close to his late son. Oak had even mentioned plans to send his grandson to train with Chuck once the boy grew older. Umbreon stepped back swiftly, thinking, this guy's punch doesn't hit as ridiculously hard as that purple rat from last night, but it's surprisingly painful. So this is what they call type advantage. With that thought, Umbreon's right forepaw lightly dug into the sandy soil. Smack! The next moment, she flung a burst of yellow sand at Hitmonchan's eyes. Sand attack. Used to obscure the enemy's vision and lower its accuracy. Hitmonchan instinctively raised its red-gloved hands to shield its eyes from the sand. Umbreon's gaze sharpened. White light emanated from her body as she propelled herself forward in a flash. Quick attack. Hitmonchan, fire punch upper left. Despite its obstructed vision, Hitmonchan had its trainer to guide it. A skilled trainer paired with a strong Pokémon could achieve synergy far greater than either could alone. Many Pokémon disobeyed their trainers, believing they could fight better without commands. But Hitmonchan didn't hesitate. Its right fist ignited in flames as it swung at a 45-degree angle, aiming for the approaching Umbreon. "You're good," Chuck remarked as the fire-covered fist closed in on Umbreon, just inches from its forehead. But without a trainer, it's hard for you to unlock your full potential. Suddenly, Umbreon tilted its head and unleashed Dark Pulse upward at the ceiling. "What?" Chuck and the spectators gasped. Using the recoil from Dark Pulse, Umbreon forcibly altered her midair trajectory, narrowly evading the fire punch. The attack not only dodged the punch, but also shattered the gym ceiling, sending debris tumbling down toward Hitmonchan. "Protect!" Chuck commanded. Hitmonchan raised its arms, generating a translucent, semicircular shield of faint green energy. The falling rubble was effortlessly deflected by the barrier. Protect, the game-defining move. Although not as overpowered in real life as in games, for a gym leader's Pokémon, blocking falling rocks was child's play. "Hey, it's attacking again," a spectator shouted. Umbreon landed on the ground and clenched her small but sinewy forearm into a claw, charging at Hitmonchan with surprising strength. Surprise attack. Bullet punch. Chuck countered. Hitmonchan retaliated with its priority move. Normally, Bullet Punch would strike first, but having just used Protect, Hitmonchan was a bit slower this time. The two attacks clashed. Umbreon felt as though her claws had collided with an impenetrable steel barrier, unable to advance further. That last move to avoid the fire punch using recoil, did you think of that, or was it your trainer? Chuck asked with a smile, hands on his hips. But it's not enough. Bring your trainer next time. On your own, you can't defeat my Hitmonchan. Umbreon's gaze sharpened. I'm getting stronger, so I can keep up with my trainer. A faint silver light shimmered in Umbreon's black fur once more. Another quick attack. Too predictable, Bullet Punch again. Chuck commanded. Hitmonchan's fists gleamed with a metallic sheen as it stepped forward with agile footwork, aiming a well-timed punch. But Umbreon twisted her head, unleashing Dark Pulse again and using the recoil to shift direction midair. Hitmonchan bottom right. Chuck quickly adjusted. Reacting instantly, Hitmonchan adjusted its angle and delivered an uppercut, landing a solid blow. "This trick won't work twice on a gym leader," Chuck said smugly. "Watching your mouth's angle gives away your movement." But then, Chuck noticed something unusual. Umbreon had 3 limbs crouched on the ground, while its fourth, her rear right leg, was bracing against Hitmonchan's punch. Her muscles had become more defined. When did she power up? In the blink of an eye, Umbreon spun into the air, striking Hitmonchan on the side of its head with a glowing, silver tail. Smack! Hitmonchan was sent flying into the wall, creating a large dent. "Hitmonchan, are you okay?" Chuck called out. "Cha." Hitmonchan emerged from the dust, replying in assurance. Luckily, none of Umbreon's moves had been particularly effective against it. Was that a steel-type move? Did it learn that just by observing Hitmonchan's bullet punch a few times? Chuck marveled. Steel, like Dark, was a newly categorized type in the league's curriculum. Chuck didn't even know what to name Umbreon's move. But Umbreon staggered, her paws buckling under her weight. She had reached her limit. Tilde. With a deep, determined look, Umbreon leaped into the stands, then onto a gym window. She gazed down at the people below before jumping out. "My trainer is probably coming back soon. I can't stay here any longer." Chapter 10, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 10. What's with that Pokémon? What was it here for? Staring out the window where the rare evolve Eevee had just leaped through, Will stood frozen, his expression dazed. If it were me in that battle, could I win? No. I will win. I'm Will, a genius after all. Back in my hometown, not even the adults could defeat me. Not necessarily, kid. Seeing through Will's thoughts, Chuck teased. If that new Eevee has a trainer, and they work together, you wouldn't stand a chance. That's nonsense. I've never lost since I started my journey. Frustrated, Will shouted back before storming out of the Cyanwood gym. Chuck smiled as he watched him leave. Still, that evolved Eevee's combat style is truly unique. I wonder what kind of trainer it has. If they enter this year's Indigo League tournament and face Will, that would be something to see. Plink a plink. Pebbles fell from the ceiling, landing on Chuck's head. He looked up at the hole the evolved Eevee had blasted earlier and sighed. Guess I'll have to apply to the league for repair funds first. Meanwhile, outside, Stephen met up with Giovanni and immediately began a shopping spree using the man's card. By the end, they had bought so much that they had to arrange for delivery. I've got everything I could for now. The rest will be up to you, Uncle Giovanni, Stephen said, glancing at his shopping list. Povidone iodine, test tubes, beakers, microscopes. These basic medical supplies could be bought at specialized stores, but for the more professional-grade equipment, it wasn't so simple. Most of it was monopolized by the Joy family. Incubators, medical centrifuges, clinical analyzers. Obtaining these required not only certifications and licenses, but also explicit approval from the Joy family. Stephen had no intention of wasting time dealing with that bureaucracy, so he left it to Giovanni's connections. Giovanni glanced at the list, noting some items whose purposes he couldn't even guess. The boy was becoming harder to figure out. Heth, the cost of all this, along with the house, is worth more than a Dratini, Giovanni remarked half-jokingly. He had originally planned to gift Stephen a Dratini as a token of goodwill. When Stephen refused, Giovanni had thought he'd save some money. After all, while Team Rocket was notable in Kanto, it was far from the powerhouse it would become in the future. But reality proved otherwise. The items Stephen wanted were worth more than the mythical Pokémon. You have to spend money to make money. Besides, it's just a Dratini. The returns you'll get in the future will far surpass this, Stephen replied casually. Sounds like you're looking down on Dratini a bit. You know it's the dream Pokémon for countless trainers, right? Giovanni raised an eyebrow. Not at all, its situation is a bit awkward, Stephen replied cryptically, leaving Giovanni puzzled. By the time they reached the seaside house, Giovanni's phone rang. After answering, he said, "The items you wanted are being arranged, but will take about a week to arrive." "That's fine. These supplies will keep me busy for a while," Stephen replied as he directed the movers. "Put the desk here and the lab bench by the window. Thanks for your hard work." The workers nodded and directed their Machokes to move the items. Watching the scene, Stephen recalled that in Emerald, Machokes were the ones who helped the protagonist move. Or was it Vigoroth? He couldn't quite remember. Then he noticed the label on the truck, Machoke Moving Company. Yup, Pokémon are fully integrated into human life in this world. Soon, another group arrived. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, tall, lean, with gray hair and an air of sophistication. Stephen noticed the badge on the man's suit, which read, President Ritsuki. "Long time no see, President Ritsuki," Giovanni greeted, shaking hands with him and accepting a housing contract. "Can we put this boy's name as the owner?" Giovanni gestured toward Stephen with his thumb. "If he's a minor, normally the league forbids it, but for you, Mr. Giovanni, I can make an exception." Ritsuki smiled politely, his curiosity piqued as he studied Stephen. "But may I ask, who is this young man?" He's..." Giovanni hesitated. "Damn, I forgot to come up with a story." Stephen smirked and began, a wandering soul in search of a worthy. He's my nephew," Giovanni interrupted hastily, cutting him off. For some reason, Giovanni had a gut feeling that letting Stephen finish would bring him nothing but trouble. Chapter 11, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 11. Nephew, more like an illegitimate child no. Ritsuki muttered to himself. A kid who popped out of nowhere, and Giovanni gifted him a house, along with all this bizarre equipment. Ritsuki seriously suspected that Stephen was the result of one of Giovanni's past indiscretions during some adventurous outing. Perhaps Giovanni had only recently discovered him, and to make amends, was lavishing him with gifts. Rich people's imaginations truly knew no bounds. This is Mr. Ritsuki, president of Sand/Real Estate, Giovanni coughed, steering the conversation. "His daughter is about your age." Ritsuki smiled warmly. Steven-kun, you should visit our home sometime. I'll introduce you to her. Internally, Ritsuki was now 99% convinced that Steven was Giovanni's illegitimate child. Even though Ritsuki was a renowned tycoon in the Johto region, he couldn't compare to Giovanni, the most powerful gym leader in the Kanto League. If his daughter could connect with Giovanni's son, wouldn't that be a straight shot to the top? Is she pretty? Steven asked reflexively. It was a primal response, ingrained in male DNA. Steven was no celibate protagonist dragged through endless chapters without romance. Both Giovanni and Ritsuki froze for a moment. Well, that was realistic. Haha, don't worry, my daughter has perfectly inherited the best genes from me and her late mother, Ritsuki said with a hearty laugh, breaking the silence. What he feared most was Steven showing no interest. Giovanni chuckled too. Hey, isn't it a bit early for a 10-year-old to think about these things? Steven shrugged. He wanted to retort, do you even know how many girls Ash Ketchum has wooed by the age of 10? If his heart wasn't solely devoted to Pikachu, Delia might have been a grandmother by 35. But considering that Ash was likely still in diapers, or possibly not even talking, during this time period, Steven let it slide. After a few more pleasantries, Ritsuki left with his staff, promising to arrange a meal with Giovanni later. Meanwhile, the Machoke Moving Company workers helped set up the basic facilities. Steven could hardly wait to begin his research journey in the Pokémon world. Don't worry, Umbreon, this won't hurt, huh? As Steven prepared to draw some blood from Umbreon to examine her condition, he noticed multiple bruises and signs of impact trauma on her body. When he had carried her to bed yesterday, these injuries weren't there. What happened? Did something occur while I was out? Steven's expression darkened. Could there have been an intruder? Umbreon avoided his gaze, lowering her head and shaking it gently. It's fine, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to. After a moment of silence, Steven decided not to press her further. But even if she wanted to explain, the language barrier would have made it nearly impossible. This highlighted the importance of a Pokémon like Meowth. Just being able to communicate equally with humans and Pokémon could have made Team Rocket's trio wealthy beyond belief. Why they remained broke was a mystery Steven couldn't fathom. Steven began examining Umbreon's condition thoroughly. Once he confirmed she was not seriously hurt, he finally relaxed. Uncle, why don't you bring out your Pokémon too? Steven suggested. For what? Giovanni asked, instinctively wary. Just Umbreon isn't enough for my research, right? You've got plenty of Pokémon, don't you? Steven replied with a mischievous grin. Giovanni rolled his eyes but eventually relented. Since Steven only wanted to draw some blood, there wasn't much reason to object. He released his signature Pokémon, including Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and even his ace, Beedrill. The already familiar Nidoking was cooperative, but as Steven approached Beedrill with a syringe, the champion-level Pokémon instinctively radiated killing intent toward him. Umbreon immediately leaped off the examination table, baring her teeth and growling at the much stronger Pokémon, a real case of the fearless young challenging the mighty. Easy, Beedrill, he's on our side, Giovanni reassured his Pokémon, calming the tension. Watching Steven draw blood from Beedrill, Giovanni couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Not many people can stay this calm under Beedrill's killing intent, he remarked. You get used to it, Steven replied nonchalantly. Compared to the sheer intimidation of the Conqueror's Haki in One Piece, your little killing intent isn't worth much. Steven smeared the blood samples onto slides and placed them under a microscope. Now this is fascinating, he murmured, a grin of excitement spreading across his face. It was the same kind of grin you'd see on someone discovering treasure. What's so interesting? Giovanni asked out of curiosity, though this wasn't his area of expertise. Eevee's DNA reminds me of a species I once studied. Steven explained how Eevee's genetic structure was incredibly unstable, allowing it to adapt to environmental changes and integrate with its surroundings. This was likely why Eevee had so many evolutionary paths. It reminded him of the Lunarian race he had studied previously, the same race as King from the Beast Pirates in One Piece. Lunarians were called a godly race, with unmatched adaptability that allowed them to survive in extreme environments and integrate with various genetic materials. Stephen thought of Vegapunk's experiments, which led to the creation of Seraphim, cloned Lunarians with genetic material from the warlords of the sea. The adaptability of Eevee's DNA bore striking similarities. Moreover, it made Stephen think of Pokémon capable of changing forms and attributes, such as Deoxys, Silvally, and even Arceus. Could Eevee have untapped potential in this area? Excited by the possibilities, Stephen stopped talking and focused on manipulating his equipment, occasionally jotting down notes. Where did this kid even learn all this? Giovanni wondered as he watched in amazement. From Stephen's proficiency, he looked no less skilled than the scientists Giovanni kept in Rocket Team's secret labs. And what did he mean by studying before? At what age? Was he conducting research in the womb? Years later in the future, when Giovanni recounted his experiences with Stephen, he often began with this line. This was my first meeting with the one known as the A-brain with 500 years ahead of his time, the greatest mind of our era. Chapter 12, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 12. A few days later. Don't move, little kitty, just a bit more. In a seaside house, Stephen was drawing blood from Giovanni's pet cat, the Persian. The pampered feline, usually spoiled by Giovanni, nearly wanted to strike this pesky human down with a single blow. As the cherished pet of Team Rocket's leader, it usually roamed around the team without care, cradled and protected. However, in just these few days, Persian felt like it was being drained dry by this kid. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Today should be the last time unless something unexpected happens, Stephen tried to reassure it. Have you made any progress, Stephen Kun? Giovanni asked, taking a sip of coffee and glancing over. It still requires some time, but we've run into a bottleneck in the research, Stephen replied as he carefully put Perseant's blood into a test tube, diluted it, and prepared for the next round of experiments. What can be studied with blood is, after all, just research. The ultimate goal of research is application, but... At this point, Stephen glanced out the window at the beach tourists and their various Pokémon companions. Hearing the word application, Giovanni immediately grasped Stephen's hesitation. Aren't there plenty in the suburbs? Do you want me to call someone to help you catch some? Or you could just go to a Pokémon store and buy one. Although it costs more, they're less aggressive. Using living subjects for experiments, Giovanni wasn't a stranger to this field. He had countless scientists at his base who did exactly that. Among them, two stood out, Dr. Zager and Dr. Namba. He briefly wondered how Stephen compared to those two. Or, you could go to a specific place to buy them, Giovanni added. The place he was referring to was the black market. There, many items unavailable in regular markets were sold, like the delectable meat of leek ducks, the fashionable skull artifacts cherished by the wealthy, and slowpoke tails. Naturally, Pokémon were also on offer. However, compared to Pokémon stores, quality was hard to find on the black market. Most Pokémon sold there had been abused and were half dead, but they were cheap, making them ideal for experiments. Pie tilde. Just then, a messenger Pidgey landed on the windowsill of the cottage, tapping the glass. Stephen walked over, opened the window, and let the bird in. The Pidgey rummaged through its small backpack, retrieved a package, and handed it over along with a pen. Then it presented a receipt, pointing to the signature line. The meaning was clear, please sign here. Yes, this was something Stephen had ordered online. Seeing Stephen momentarily silent, Giovanni couldn't help but smirk. Still just a 10-year-old child, are you feeling soft-hearted? After signing, Stephen patted the Pidgey's fluffy head and scratched its chin. The bird chirped happily, eyes squinting in delight. I'm not a good person, but at least I'm human, Stephen said calmly, returning to the laboratory and opening the package. Inside were 3 evolution stones recognized by Pokémon researchers: the Fire Stone, Water Stone, and Thunder Stone. That's surprising. You told me you've been involved in technological research for a long time. Have you never experimented with something like a Rattata before this? In Giovanni's worldview, Rattata was akin to guinea pigs. I usually use scum for experiments, Stephen replied. Thinking of this, Stephen recalled the joyful days of his past life. In the pirate world, guinea pigs were practically endless. Those pirates with prices on their heads exceeding 100 million were like toys to him. And his favorite targets? The celestial dragons. Watching those arrogant pigs, who normally looked down on everyone, lying on a lab table as he dissected them. I alone am the honored one. But looking back, he regretted not dissecting Momonosuke. His original plan was to use Ivankov's hormone powers to turn him into a woman and then throw him into Impel Down as part of a global broadcast experiment. Hopefully, there will be another chance in the future. Scum. Giovanni blinked. Why did it feel like this kid was insulting him? Attention, everyone. We interrupt this program for a news bulletin. The TV suddenly displayed a female anchor holding a script. Recently, the A-rank wanted criminal of the Alliance, Pokémon hunter Anders, was spotted near Tsubaki town. Citizens of the Johto region are urged to remain vigilant and report any sightings of him immediately. Next to the anchor appeared a wanted poster of a scruffy man in his 40s with a shady look in his eyes. Giovanni's eyes flickered, but his tone remained calm. Anders, a B-rank wanted criminal of the Alliance, often lurks in small-town outskirts, waiting for novice trainers to leave home with their starter Pokémon. Then he strikes, stealing their newly acquired partners. Well, this guy has some business sense, Stephen chuckled. To be honest, Anders looked like a sewer rat, but he was clever. Targeting big cities like Goldenrod or Olivine would have been risky. What if the kid he robbed turned out to be a champion's nephew or a rich man's daughter? By contrast, places like Mahogany Town were safer. This guy has been active in Johto for years, and they're only now discovering his whereabouts. The Alliance might be developing, but their efficiency hasn't improved much, Giovanni scoffed. Hess, isn't that little guinea pig coming now? Stephen suddenly laughed. Giovanni raised an eyebrow. Oh, you means. What's wrong, old man? Is there a problem? Stephen retorted. Giovanni hesitated for a moment, but quickly smiled. Of course not. I'm just a bit concerned about your safety. Dealing with a ruthless criminal is quite different from battling timid trainers. Chapter 13, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 13. Stephen-kun, I found it. That guy Anders is planning to escape from Johto to Kanto using Route 45. 2 days later, Giovanni glanced at the message on his phone and turned to Stephen. Wow, Tilda, no wonder he's the strongest gym leader in Kanto. His information network is truly impressive. Stephen, who was busy at a sewing machine, gave a thumbs up. Like Spider-Man, he had designed a battle suit to conceal his identity. This should have been reported to the League, but if I did that, wouldn't I be letting go of a rare experimental subject? Giovanni said with a mischievous smile. After all, if Anders were caught by the League, his fate would be sealed. He'd end up in a League prison. In that case, this rare test subject would be gone. It was better to capture him and make use of him. However, spending so much time with Stephen often made Giovanni forget that he was still, on the surface, a Pokémon League gym leader. His expression just now was not one a kind-hearted trainer should have shown. That's for sure. Stephen stood up and pulled the completed clothing from under the sewing machine. It was a black trench coat-style outfit. Nearby, there was a freshly carved mask, white with black patterns. A black trench coat, a white mask, and red gloves. Once Stephen changed into this outfit, any of his past life's fellow cultured people who saw him would surely exclaim, "Isn't that the outfit of the main character from Persona 5? That's right, it was the attire of the leader of the Phantom Thieves. All right, now no one will recognize me. Stephen looked in the mirror, clearly satisfied with his appearance. Hey, Stephen-kun, just in case, take this with you. As the wind whistled, Stephen reflexively raised his hand to catch the item thrown to him. Looking down, he smiled. Looks like the uncle doesn't trust my strength. Route 45 is very close to Blackthorn City, Giovanni reminded him with a smile. Stephen glanced at the city map on the wall, then shrugged self-deprecatingly. Thinking that far ahead, thanks, uncle. With that, Stephen and Umbreon disappeared under the bright moonlight. After sitting down, Giovanni glanced at an email on his phone. The sender was his most trusted subordinate, Archer. Boss, Anders hopes that after he arrives in Kanto, Team Rocket will take him in. That's right, Giovanni's information wasn't from his role as a league gym leader. It came from his identity as the leader of Team Rocket. Anders had been doing business with Team Rocket. After snatching Pokémon from rookie trainers, some were sold on the black market, while others were handed over to Team Rocket. Now that he couldn't survive in Johto, he sought refuge in Kanto under Team Rocket's wing. You're getting old, Anders, you no longer hold any value. Giovanni smirked. You're already 35 this year, it's time to be optimized. Since Anders had outlived his usefulness, it was better to recycle him as nourishment for Team Rocket's new blood. Route 45. Ha. Accompanied by rapid breaths, a figure ran along the road on the southern outskirts of Blackthorn City. Damn, the phone won't connect. Where's the helicopter? Anders collapsed under the shade of a tree, sitting on the grass while cursing into his phone. The screen displayed a message from Team Rocket instructing him to wait on Route 45, where they promised a helicopter would pick him up for Kanto. However, Anders had waited for days without any sign of the helicopter. Moreover, his attempts to contact Team Rocket were fruitless. Damn it, those guys wouldn't go back on their word, would they? Furious, Anders muttered, if I can't have a good time, you won't either. If he ended up in a league jail, he'd spill everything he knew about Team Rocket's dealings. If Giovanni had known what Anders was thinking, he'd likely laugh. Team Rocket had committed far worse crimes than Anders could expose. What kind of impact could his little business dealings have? Are you Mr. Anders? A childish voice came from ahead, drawing Anders' attention. Looking up, he saw a kid, no older than 10, dressed entirely in black, with a mask covering the upper half of his face. The boy was walking slowly toward him. Is Team Rocket so desperate they sent a kid to pick me up? Anders grumbled irritably, standing up from the grass. Where's the helicopter? Steven was momentarily taken aback, but he didn't bother to correct Anders. With a smile, he said, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's better to avoid helicopters. They tend to crash. What? Anders blinked in confusion. Before he could process the remark, the masked boy raised a finger. A piquet ball on his waist opened. Before the white light fully dissipated, a ghostly shadow dashed toward Anders, claws gleaming as they aimed straight for his throat. Damn! Startled, Anders instinctively cursed. Before he could finish, his Pokémon, sensing its owner's crisis, leaped from its ball. Using Metal Claw, it blocked the surprise attack from Umbreon. The two Pokémon were locked in a brief stalemate before Umbreon gained the upper hand. With a follow-up Iron Tail, she sent her opponent flying. However, the Steel-type move didn't seem particularly effective. Though Anders' Pokémon was knocked back, it quickly dug its claws into the ground. Two parallel grooves formed in the grass as it skidded to a halt, unharmed. Finally, Steven got a clear view of the Pokémon. It was a Dugtrio from the Unova region. But it seems tired. Hasn't it had much rest after running around with you for days? Steven remarked with a smile. The Dugtrio was likely Anders' main Pokémon. Otherwise, it couldn't have reacted so quickly to a surprise attack. But it was clearly in poor condition, dragged around by its owner without proper food or rest. With a Pokémon in that state, do you think it can beat my Umbreon? Steven asked with a faint smile. It looked like capturing this first test subject would be easier than expected. Damn Team Rocket! Anders roared, his anger boiling over. At this moment, he felt like if he were from planet Vegeta, he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Convinced the masked kid was sent by Team Rocket to eliminate him, Anders' fury reached its peak. Steven blinked under his mask. I think what you want. Chapter 14, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 14. Outside the Blackthorn City. Cousin, can't you stay a little longer? A girl with blue hair, who seemed about the same age as Steven, closely followed a flamboyantly dressed boy. He had bright red spiky hair and wore a dramatic black cloak that made him stand out. They had just left the Dragon Cave, a sacred domain revered by the Dragon Tamer clan in Blackthorn City. Inside, a large number of dragon-type spirits resided. Members of the Dragon Tamer clan, as well as certain trainers deemed worthy, often trained there. "I came back just to train. I'm not interested in anything else," said Lance, his tone lukewarm. He had little patience for his cousin's constant trailing. Unlike Claire, who grew up as a proper member of the Dragon Tamer clan in Blackthorn City, Lance's origins were different. His mother had left the family when she was young, falling in love with his father in the Viridian Forest, where Lance was eventually born. Thanks to his forest upbringing, Lance inherited the blessing of the Viridian Forest, granting him unique powers. As he made a name for himself in Kanto, the Dragon Tamer clan summoned him back, a gesture that felt oddly reminiscent of a long-awaited return of the Dragon King. Initially, Lance had no interest in their invitation. However, the rewards they offered were too enticing to ignore. The Dragon Tamer family, known as the Dragon Masters of the Pokémon continent, used their resources to tempt him. Among their offers were 2 Poké balls containing rare mini-dragons, prizes he couldn't resist. Since then, Lance and the Dragon Tamer family reached a mutual understanding. They didn't interfere in each other's affairs. Lance bore the Dragon Tamer name and acted as their symbolic representative in Kanto and Johto, while the family provided him with top-tier resources and access to their training grounds, including the Dragon Cave. "But every time you come back, you just train in the Dragon Cave and leave. You never spend time with me." Claire pouted, her voice tinged with frustration. Seeing Claire's disappointment softened Lance's heart slightly. Though his decision didn't change, he patiently explained, "I'm not used to the atmosphere here." The Dragon Tamer family was the most prominent in the Johto region, frequently interacting with other elite families and powerful capitalists. Lance, who despised corruption and evildoers, had little interest in such circles. Suddenly, the ground trembled with heavy vibrations. Crashing noises and panicked cries from wild Pokémon echoed through the forest. Lance and Claire instinctively looked ahead, spotting trees toppling as weaker Pokémon, such as Oddish, Caterpie, and Paras, fled in fear. "What's happening?" Lance dashed toward the source of the commotion, with Claire following close behind. "Damn Team Rocket. If you're making my life miserable, don't expect any better for yourselves." The roar came from a fierce battle. Lance's expression darkened as he recognized the familiar figure. His grim look mirrored Whitebeard's fury at Akinu or Sasuke's hatred of Danzo. As an Elite Four member and chief investigator for the Indigo League, Lance had encountered Team Rocket numerous times, sending many of their operatives to justice. To him, the criminal organization was irredeemable. "Where's Team Rocket?" he barked, quickening his pace. Bursting through the forest, Lance emerged onto a clearing where many trees lay in ruins. He saw a Drillbur clash midair with an unfamiliar dog-like Pokémon, their abyssal spike and iron tail attacks colliding in a fierce stalemate. After a brief struggle, Drillbur was overpowered, crashing into its owner. "You're Anders, the B-rank wanted criminal." Lance's sharp eyes identified the figure. But what drew his attention next was a masked youth standing opposite Anders, dressed in black and radiating an unsettling presence. It didn't take long for Lance to piece things together. Anders's earlier destruction had been a diversion, likely to lure residents of Blackthorn City into chaos and escape unnoticed. However, the masked youth appeared to be a member of Team Rocket, likely sent to eliminate Anders to cover up any connections. His deduction wasn't far off. It perfectly mirrored Anders's thoughts. Meanwhile, Steven, the masked youth, blinked in surprise behind his disguise. He hadn't anticipated this twist. What started as a ploy to apprehend, Anders had drawn not only him, but also the formidable Lance and his cousin Claire into the mix. "Well, isn't this a jackpot?" Steven murmured under his breath. Lance, unfazed, reached for his Poké ball. "Perfect, you two can go to prison together and rot there." "Whoa, whoa, whoa, don't be so hasty," Steven protested, raising his hands. "This guy's a wanted criminal, right? If I take him down, it saves you the trouble. Consider me a bounty hunter." Lance narrowed his eyes. "A bounty hunter, then take off your mask and prove it." Steven hesitated. He couldn't reveal his face, it would ruin everything. Now, explaining himself had become much harder. Chapter 15, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 15. HMPH, nothing to say now, right? Seeing Stephen remain silent, Lance became even more convinced of his suspicion. Still trying to deceive me. Ha tilde. Stephen shrugged and forced a laugh. Forget it, forget it. Let the misunderstanding be a misunderstanding. After all, with my face covered, you wouldn't know my true identity anyway. Nothing to say but to laugh, huh? Lance's cold smile sharpened. All right, think what you want. Stephen waved dismissively, pointing at the unconscious Anders. In any case, I'm taking this wanted criminal away. Consider it a favor to you, officer, solving a problem. Just pretend you didn't see me, and let's all go our separate ways. With that, Stephen began walking slowly toward Anders. Did I say you could? Lance suddenly threw out a piquet ball. Drea. A flash of white light revealed a dragonite perched above Lance's head. Unlike most dragonites with their warm, golden retriever-like personalities, Lance's dragonite mirrored its master's temperament. It perpetually looked as though the world owed it money. Lance's disdain for Team Rocket was palpable. He had summoned his ace immediately. Pachu. Suddenly, Stephen flicked his right hand outward. Something shot from the wrist of his red glove, striking the unconscious Anders with precision. That is, string shot. Claire exclaimed in shock. Yes, it was indeed the basic move most bug-type Pokémon could perform, string shot. However, to Earthlings, it might evoke a certain friendly neighborhood superhero. In the next second, Stephen tugged the thread, pulling Anders 7 or 8 meters away to his feet. A web shooter. Inspired by Spider-Man's concept, this was Stephen's creation. By the way, the threads were bartered from Caterpies, Weedles, and other bug Pokémon in a small forest outside Cyanwood City. The Beedrills. No dice, they were cheapskates. Is this a new gadget from Team Rocket? Lance scoffed. How many Pokémon lives did you sacrifice to make this monstrosity? His intense disdain stemmed from one reason: Team Rocket's vile experiments on Pokémon. Hey Tilda, don't lump me in with those third-rate scientists. Something like this? Child's play for me. Dragon dive. Lance roared, cutting off Stephen's explanation. Whoosh! A dragon-type aura enveloped Dragonite, transforming it into a roaring force of destruction. The sheer power cracked the earth beneath it as it charged forward. No wonder Lance was one of the Elite Four. Or perhaps he'd already reached the level of a champion. Come back, Umbreon, this isn't your match. Stephen smiled slightly. Now I'll leave it to you. Bang! A piquet ball inside Stephen's coat opened. In contrast to the chaos of Dragon Dive, the Pokémon that emerged retained its white glow. With a flick of its arm, it used sharp stingers to pierce through Dragonite's aura, striking a critical point. Thud! Dragonite, charging like a speeding car, suddenly lost control as though it had hit a speed bump. It veered off course and crashed into a distant tree trunk. What? Lance's face darkened. Behind him, Claire finally saw the Pokémon Stephen had summoned. A Beedrill. She was dumbfounded. Could it be true? A Beedrill, as common as weeds, had intercepted Lance's Dragonite. Were you trying to kill me with that last attack? Stephen raised an eyebrow. Not that it surprised him. Across anime, manga, and games, Lance was always formidable. The game version even had his Dragonite use Hyper Beam on Team Rocket. No half measures here. Dragonite, are you all right? Lance called out. Dryla. Dragonite groaned, shaking off its crash. The Beedrill had altered its attack trajectory, sparing it serious harm. That Beedrill isn't ordinary, Lance muttered, staring at the masked boy. When did Team Rocket gain such guy? I need to invent something lighter. This thing's too heavy. Stephen tried lifting Anders but struggled. This body can't handle my genius inventions. Beedrill, handle that Dodrio over there. Just knock it out. With transport secured, Stephen could manage Anders while Beedrill held off their pursuers. Who are you calling a Dodrio? Lance's face twitched with rage. Whirlwind. Recognizing Beedrill's agility, Lance opted for a long-range strategy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Beedrill's thin wings produced a high-pitched sound as it darted through the storm of wind. Whirlwind's accuracy is low without rain. It won't land in this environment, Stephen remarked. As if on cue, Beedrill accelerated further, using agility. Dragon Claw. Lance switched tactics. Dragonite charged, its claws glowing with green energy, slashing toward Beedrill's face. But at the last moment, Beedrill vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Draw. Dragonite faltered, sensing the danger behind it. Turning, it locked eyes with Beedrill's blood-red gaze and the deadly stinger dripping with venom. The difference in speed was undeniable. In the brief instant before Dragonite could react, Beedrill raised its venomous stinger, aiming directly for its throat. Chapter 16, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 16. SSSS. Beedrill's venom-coated stinger plunged fiercely into Dragonite's back. The venom spread instantly through the wound, coursing through its body and turning its plump, orange-yellow face a sickly purple. Poisoned. This should calm you down, don't you think, Mr. Lance? Stephen said casually. Cousin Lance's Dragonite was defeated so easily. Claire could hardly believe her eyes. The cousin she viewed as an invincible trainer was. And what's more, the masked guy hadn't even issued a single command. It was all Beedrill's solo effort. What Claire didn't realize was that Stephen couldn't even command the Beedrill if he tried. All right then, time to say goodbye Tilda Beedrill, lend a hand will you? Stephen waved dismissively while winking at the Beedrill, signaling it to help carry someone. Beedrill glanced down at its stinger-tipped arms and fell silent. Are you kidding me? Do I look like I have hands? But considering Giovanni's orders. Beedrill reluctantly used its stinger to pierce Anders' collar and lift him. You think this is over, Team Rocket scum born of evil? Just as Stephen was about to leave, Lance's chilling voice rang out again. Hi. He turned back, only to see Lance by Dragonite's side, his hand resting on its plump, round belly. In moments, the puncture wounds on Dragonite's back and its purplish complexion healed visibly, faster than any potion could achieve. Viridian power. Stephen recalled the legend. Once every decade, Viridian Forest chose a trainer from its homeland, granting them nature's power. Lance, Giovanni, and if she had been born yet, Yellow were among those chosen. Giovanni rarely displayed his Viridian powers. Lance and Yellow, however, had abilities centered on healing and communicating with Pokémon. Yellow was especially gifted in healing, earning her the title of the healer. This world does have its share of people with special powers, Stephen mused. In Sinnoh, some possess the aura to communicate with legendary Pokémon. Kanto's Sabrina and Unova's Caitlin both wielded psychic abilities, albeit differently. Sabrina leaned toward magic, turning people into dolls, while Caitlin favored raw force, using her psychic powers to fight directly. Speaking of which, does being a protagonist count as a special ability? Still, even if you've healed, it's meaningless, right? My Beedrill's level is higher than your fat Dragonite's, Mr. Lance. Stephen remained unfazed. Stop calling my Dragonite fat. Lance retorted furiously. You can insult me, but leave my Dragonite out of this. The next second, Lance's anger shifted to a cold smirk. Fine then, allow me to demonstrate my twin dragon strategy. In regulated battles, Lance was slightly inferior to Agatha, the Indigo League champion. But in unrestricted life-or-death combat, it was a different story. Lance excelled at such battles, particularly against villains like Team Rocket. Here, trainers could be attacked directly, multiple Pokémon deployed, and unorthodox strategies employed. Among his favorites was the Twin Dragon strategy, with Dragonite as the main attacker and 2 Dragonair as support. BZZT tilde. However, just as Lance prepared to call out his Dragonair duo, Stephen pulled something from his pocket and pressed it. Lance didn't pay much attention, already holding 2 shrunken piquet balls. He pressed the central buttons, ready to throw them. But the next moment, something unbelievable happened. The piquet balls didn't enlarge. Cousin, look at that. Claire shouted, her tone trembling with fear, pointing at Steven. Lance turned to see Steven, holding a remote control with an antenna. "You did this." Lance gritted his teeth. "Do you know about magnet pull, Mr. Lance?" Steven asked, smiling. Before Lance could answer, Claire interjected. "Magnet pull, like the ability Magneton has." Clap, clap. Steven applauded her. "Correct, Magneton and Probopass possess an ability that prevents steel types from fleeing. I adapted this ability to create this magnetic remote control, pressing this button." He pointed to the red button on the remote. "Activates a special magnetic field that disables Pokéball mechanisms, making it impossible for Pokémon to be released." Hearing this, Lance was livid. He'd faced strong enemies before, but never one so infuriating. It was like building a powerful Blue Eyes White Dragon deck, only for your opponent to counter with a troll deck that toyed with you to death. The frustration was unparalleled. Of course, if your Pokémon can unleash an attack from inside the Pokéball, you might break it open, though you'd need precise control to avoid harming the trainer. In the manga, Red's Pikachu had once charged an attack inside its Pokéball to help defeat Giovanni. But breaking out of a Pokéball was risky. The confined space made it hard to build power, and too much force might harm the trainer nearby. For now, the Pokémon in Lance's Pokéballs hesitated, unwilling to take the risk. Damn it, Dragonite. Left with no choice, Lance ordered Dragonite to charge solo. "Told you, it's no match for Beedrill." As Steven spoke, Beedrill tossed Anders aside and turned to face Dragonite. Thunder Punch versus Poison Jab. As the attacks were about to collide, Beedrill suddenly sidestepped, dodging the punch. Dragonite's attack missed entirely. In the next moment, Beedrill's stinger struck Dragonite's neck. "Dragonite." Lance's rare display of panic was apparent. "Cousin, behind you." Claire cried out in fear. Turning, Lance saw a shadowy Umbreon standing silently behind him. "Ha tilde." Umbreon let out a yawn, releasing a mist that hit Lance square in the face. Not good. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and Lance's vision blurred as he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 17, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 17. Cousin. Seeing Lance collapse, Claire's mind went blank. Roar. Dragonite's trainer's fall was the final straw, completely igniting its fury. Despite the intense pain in its neck, Dragonite turned madly, intending to unleash a devastating attack on Steven. "So impatient," Steven remarked with a smug smile. Almost instantly, as Dragonite turned, it felt a chilling sensation from behind. Twisting back, its vision was filled with the rapidly enlarging stinger of a Beedrill. Thunk. Following Lance's fall, the massive Dragonite collapsed as well. "This is the power of science," Steven declared, adjusting the mask on his nose as though it were a pair of glasses. Cousin Lance, wake up." Claire rushed to Lance's side, shaking him frantically while shouting. "Stop yelling, it's just yawn," Steven said impatiently. To think the future self-proclaimed gym leader of Blackthorn City, who bragged about strength rivaling the Elite Four, was such a crybaby in her youth. You. Claire, now sobbing uncontrollably, could barely form words. Her tears stopped momentarily as she saw Steven pull out a syringe. What are you doing now?" Seeing the syringe, nearly the size of a soda can, approaching her cousin, Claire panicked. People with unique powers are rare, let alone someone with the Viridian Force. "I'm curious," Steven said nonchalantly. "Stop crying, it's just a little blood. No big deal." "A little?" Claire was speechless. "That's a little to you." "Don't act rashly, little birds," Steven warned, noticing the hostile gazes of Lance's flying Pokémon as they hovered protectively around their trainer. "If you try to break your Pokéballs to attack, odds are you'll harm your trainer instead." At this, Lance's Pokémon immediately calmed, their rebellious glints extinguished. Steven glanced over at them, 2 Dragonair, a blue Gyarados, an Aerodactyl, and a Charizard. Oh wow, all dragons, huh? Though half of them aren't actually dragons. "Dragonite is rare too, might as well draw a bit," Steven added, turning his attention to Dragonite after finishing with Lance. he also collected a fair amount of shed fur. What a hull. Stephen stretched lazily after stowing his loot. Feels as refreshing as putting on brand new underwear on New Year's morning. Just then, his gaze fell on the fainted Dracozolt nearby, which belonged to Anders. Oh, right, Miss Claire, let your cousin adopt this one later. It's homeless now, after all. Your cousin should like it, it's a dragon, right? By the way, I'm Joker. Stephen chuckled to himself as he walked off with Umbreon, Beedrill, and the unconscious Anders, disappearing into the forest. Joker, Claire murmured, repeating the name softly before clenching her teeth. Wait until you're locked up in the League prison. He. Lance forced his eyes open, greeted by the ceiling of his room in the Dragon Tamer clan's estate. Though he rarely stayed there, he recognized it immediately. Wyatilda. Two concerned Dragonair came into view, followed closely by Dragonite, Gyarados, Charizard, and his other Pokémon, all wearing worried expressions. Lance sprang up from the bed, wide-eyed. Where is he? Though he didn't say who, his Pokémon all knew who he meant. Each hesitated, avoiding his gaze. Cousin, Joker. He's gone, Claire said nervously, entering the room with a Seadra in tow. Joker, that's his name. Lance clenched his bedsheet tightly. See, cousin, he used underhanded tactics. You didn't lose. Claire stammered, trying to salvage his pride, unaware that her words only stung his self-esteem further. Losing is losing. What excuses are there? As Lance fell silent, Claire realized her mistake and awkwardly changed the subject. Father said not to publicize this. What do you mean? Lance's expression darkened. Not publicize it. Meaning no report to the League. No pursuit of that masked brat. Unacceptable. Father said, if word got out that a Team Rocket grunt put you to sleep, oh no, knocked you out, it would damage the Dragon Tamer's reputation. Claire tripped over her words, doing her best to avoid triggering terms like loss or defeat. Are you kidding me? If disappointment in himself had been Lance's only feeling before, now it extended to the entire Dragon Tamer clan. For such a petty reason, they would withhold information. Ridiculous. Let's go. Lance wasted no time, recalling all his Pokémon except Dragonite, which he mounted. Cousin, you need to rest. Claire's plea was cut short as Lance took off through the window, vanishing into the clouds. His destination, Indigo Plateau. Days later. Breaking news, last Friday, an incident of malicious combat occurred on Route 45 in Johto. Fugitive Anders was abducted by a Team Rocket operative. The League suspects secret dealings between Anders and Team Rocket, leading to Anders' eventual silencing. This operative, self-identified as Joker, has been listed as an A-rank fugitive by the League. Known for his cunning battle tactics, he engaged in combat with Elite 4-member Lance and successfully escaped. Here is a sketch of Joker, based on Lance's description. Please take note. At a beachside cottage. Staring at the TV, where his masked visage was displayed alongside the announcer's commentary, Stephen fell into a peculiar silence. Chapter 18, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 18. Listening to the news report delivered by the female anchor, Stephen was momentarily unsure how to respond. Most of it was accurate, but something about the details felt off. Defeating Lance and then escaping. While it was true that he hadn't straightforwardly defeated Lance, he hadn't run away either. You've truly exceeded my expectations, Stephen Kun, to think you could invent something so remarkable in such a short time. On the couch, Giovanni toyed with Stephen's invention, the magnetic controller. After learning the full story from Beedrill through the power of the Viridian Force, Giovanni felt both thrilled and regretful. Thrilled because he hadn't been mistaken. This boy was a bona fide genius, inventing such a device in record time. Regretful because Stephen still wasn't an official member of Team Rocket. If Stephen had been one of them, Giovanni could have contacted him directly after Lance was incapacitated and finished off that rabid, red-haired hound immediately. Although Lance had yet to reach the peak of his champion-level prowess, his hostility toward Team Rocket was already set in stone, uncompromising and ruthless. This time, Steven had undoubtedly created the perfect opportunity to eliminate Lance. But it was wasted because Giovanni hadn't revealed his true identity to Steven yet. And opportunities like this would be hard to come by again. "Uncle, stop joking. I've already been mistaken for a member of Team Rocket." Feigning ignorance, Steven shrugged. Giovanni set the controller aside, falling briefly into contemplation. He was weighing whether or not to reveal his identity to Steven. While Steven was currently working against the League, that was only his covert persona. Would he openly join Team Rocket? Better to wait a bit longer. After a few minutes of indecision, Giovanni decided it was best to observe for now. Steven's actions, targeting criminals like Anders instead of innocent wild Pokémon for experiments, revealed a lingering sense of morality. If he revealed his identity too soon, it could backfire. But this is truly a remarkable invention. Giovanni glanced again at the magnetic controller on the table. With a press of a button, it could forcibly lock Piquet balls, preventing Pokémon from returning to them. Although Lance, having witnessed its capabilities, would undoubtedly prepare for it in the future, the device was undeniably a trump card for surprise encounters. "I have to find a way to recruit him into Team Rocket as soon as possible." Giovanni knew he couldn't use Steven's inventions within the organization without revealing his identity. If his subordinates started using these tools, Steven would naturally grow suspicious. With his intelligence, figuring out Giovanni's true identity would only be a matter of time. And there was a vast difference between voluntarily revealing the truth and being exposed passively. Meanwhile, at Indigo Plateau, the border between Kanto and Johto. At this time, the Indigo League served as the predecessor to both the Kanto and Johto Leagues. The two regions shared the same 4 Elite Four members and a single champion. Currently, in the conference room of the Indigo League headquarters, 3 Elite Four members, the champion, League President Charles Goodshow, and several council members were gathered. "What's the meaning of this?" Lance slammed a wanted poster onto the table, his expression grim. It was a poster of Joker, drawn based on Lance's description. What infuriated him most was the A rank, threat level assigned to the target. What did that mean? Someone who managed to knock out him, the Dragon Master Lance, was only worth an A rank. Wasn't that a slap in the face for him and his dragons? This decision was made after an official discussion. "Someone who fled from the Dragon Master isn't deserving of an S-rank designation," said Agatha, the current Indigo League champion, her voice cold and detached as she adjusted her purple gown. "What do you mean fled? He left openly." Lance's anger flared again. That masked kid had knocked him unconscious and then walked out in broad daylight. His cousin Claire had confirmed as much. Yet the news report told an entirely different story. "We can't report it like that." Pushing up her frameless glasses, Lorelei, another Elite Four member, coldly chimed in. Her crimson hair, darker than Lance's, and her mature figure belied her young age, barely 15. "What do you expect the media to write? That the esteemed Dragon Master of the Indigo League was knocked out by a kid barely over 10 years old? Is this meaningless pride worth preserving?" Though Lance's pride was formidable, he had no use for superficial pretense. A loss was a loss, regardless of whether it was due to cunning or technology. "But the public won't see it that way," said Bruno, another Elite Four member, often teased by Lorelei for being all muscle, no brains. As a rising star poised to replace Agatha as champion, Lance not only represented his family's legacy, but also the face of the league. If news spread that he had been outsmarted by a Team Rocket member, the public's faith in the league would be irreparably damaged. Lance clenched his jaw, unable to respond immediately. "Besides, there's also the issue of Galler's rising star," a council member added. "A new champion, not much older than you, Lance. Undefeated since debut, rising to power in Galler with overwhelming strength." This reminder stung. The Galler League's chairman, Rose, was a notorious opportunist. A billionaire with unrelenting ambition, he had aggressively promoted Galler's Pokémon battles. From constructing extravagant stadiums surpassing Kanto's gyms to poaching talent from other regions, Rose was bent on surpassing the Indigo League. One such acquisition was Flannery, formerly of Hone, who had been lured to Galar with a generous salary. Rose made no secret of his ambitions to make Galar the dominant region in the Pokémon world, even at the expense of the Indigo League. Chapter 19, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 19. Do I need to fight this new champion of the Galar League? Lance asked coldly, his voice carrying a hint of indignation. To him, it felt as though these people were outright underestimating him. What was this supposed to mean? Did they think he couldn't beat some upstart who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere? All right, let's get back on topic, interjected Goodshow. His short stature and jovial demeanor made him resemble a kindly Santa Claus, but his tone sought to diffuse the growing tension in the room. In truth, it felt more like he was steering the conversation away than returning to the main issue. Lance, tell us about this new Team Rocket member you've discovered. Are there any specific points of concern? Though Lance knew this was an attempt to redirect his attention, he drew a deep breath and decided to indulge the elder statesman. He's very young, probably just over 10 years old. Judging by his performance, his formal training career likely isn't long, and his skill level is around that of a regular gym leader. However, his coordination with his Pokémon is exceptional. In time, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat. He has a Beedrill, one that's stronger than my Dragonite, Lance added after a brief pause, though the admission pained him. The revelation that someone had a Pokémon more powerful than Lance's Dragonite caused a ripple of astonishment among the League's senior officials. Wait a minute, Lorelei interjected, catching onto an inconsistency. Didn't you just say his skill level was only at the gym leader level? How does that align with him having a Beedrill stronger than your Dragonite? At least one of his Pokémon, a new type of Eevee evolution, matches that description, Lance explained, his voice tinged with growing clarity as he pieced things together. The level gap between that Eevee and the Beedrill is massive. While it's normal for a trainer's team to have some disparities in strength, the difference here is too great. So, either that Beedrill is his true mainstay, and the Eevee is newly trained, or... Agatha, the shrewd champion, interjected. That Beedrill isn't his at all, she concluded, her experienced intuition allowing her to zero in on the truth. I'm inclined to believe the latter, Lance stated firmly. Well, that's a relief, remarked a representative of the Joy family, visibly relaxing. If a 10-year-old had a Pokémon stronger than Lance's Dragonite, that would be absurd. HMPH, don't celebrate so quickly, Lance scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. More concerning than his Pokémon is his arsenal of bizarre contraptions. Lance then meticulously recounted his entire encounter with Joker, describing every detail of their battle. Gloves that shoot webbing. Bruno murmured in confusion. A device that disables piquet balls. Lorelei asked, raising a skeptical brow. The entire room exchanged bewildered glances. None of them had ever heard of such things. The web-shooting gloves are one thing, but that controller. Agatha said, her voice trailing off thoughtfully. Based on what you've described, it can lock piquet balls in their shrunken state, rendering them unusable. Is that correct? Exactly, Lance replied through gritted teeth. The memory alone made him clench his fists. Can't our Pokémon just break free from inside the piquet balls? Bruno suggested. Idiot, Lorelei snapped. While your Pokémon are busy breaking out, the enemy could already have launched their attack. At her sharp retort, Bruno quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He envisioned a battle scenario against Team Rocket. If they used such a device to lock down his piquet balls, even a fraction of a second's delay would be enough to decide the outcome. For ordinary trainers, whose Pokémon lacked the strength to break out, the situation would be even more dire. This is extremely dangerous, Agatha summarized grimly. Even for a veteran like her, the implications of such a device were chilling. Did Joker invent this thing? Goodshow asked, his voice trembling slightly. If he's not lying, then yes, Lance replied. But regardless of whether he invented it or not, we can be sure that Team Rocket will use it extensively in the future. The room fell silent. Even Lance, proud as he was, admitted the controller's potential for havoc. After a moment, he stood up. Lance, where are you going? Bruno asked instinctively. To train, Lance replied curtly. Before coming to this meeting, Lance had tested the feasibility of a countermeasure. His Pokémon could break out of a locked piquet ball in half a second, but throwing the ball to a safe distance took an additional second. Worse, ensuring the throw didn't endanger his Pokémon required more time, often up to 2 seconds. That was far too long. To counter this troublesome device, Lance resolved to intensify his training. He needed his Pokémon to perfect their control, breaking free with precise force and speed, ideally in under a second. For most trainers, such expectations would be laughably unrealistic, but Lance was no ordinary trainer. He was determined to overcome this challenge. That's the only thing we can do for now, Goodshow said with a heavy sigh. Notify the gym leaders and Officer Jennies to exercise greater caution when dealing with Team Rocket. This last directive, though addressed to everyone, was aimed at Lorelei. Her attitude toward Team Rocket was as unrelenting as Lance's, if not more so. If Lance was a firebrand like an erupting volcano, Lorelei was an iceberg, chillingly methodical in her approach. Goodshow genuinely feared she might overreach. Lorelei, with her arms crossed and legs elegantly crossed in black stockings, glanced away without a word, her expression unreadable. Noticing the empty chair beside her, she raised a brow. "Where's that guy?" she asked, referring to the absent fourth member of the Elite Four. Chapter 20, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 20. It seems he's been hired by some real estate group over in Johto, so he didn't come, Bruno recalled. Always mingling with those shady financial groups. Lorelei's tone dripped with disdain, though she refrained from saying much more about the senior Elite Four member, who was far older and more experienced than herself. Anyway, spread the word and make sure everyone is cautious of that joker, Goodshow concluded, wrapping up the meeting. Johto region, Cyanwood City. Steven had been holding Anders captive for some time now. "Steven Kun, how's it going?" Seeing Steven emerge from the basement, Giovanni asked with mild interest. Steven had made further modifications to the seaside house. The first floor was equipped with diagnostic instruments and microscopes, the kind you'd typically see in a medical lab. As for things that couldn't see the light of day, those were hidden away in the secret basement. Not very durable, didn't last more than a couple of rounds before croaking. Steven shrugged, spreading his hands in helplessness. Of course, part of the issue was his own. He'd overlooked the difference in physical resilience between people in the Pokémon world versus those from the pirate world. After all, one relied on their Pokémon to fight, while the other fought themselves. Steven's instinctive use of pirate world methods had inadvertently pushed Anders to his limits and beyond. "No choice. Looks like we'll have to grab someone else," Steven sighed, pulling out a stack of wanted posters. "Uncle, could I trouble you to track these folks down?" "Ha, piece of cake," Giovanni smirked, growing increasingly curious about what new trick Steven might come up with next. However, he was careful to avoid selecting any Team Rocket members from the wanted list. No point in fighting one's own. Recent headlines. Goldenrod TV. The Pokémon League is entering the era of Dragon Master Lance. Many gym leaders have expressed their admiration for him and predict he will dethrone champion Agatha within 2 years to become the Indigo League champion. Professor Oak's Pokémon Lecture. I recently discovered a new species of Pokémon. They're far more aggressive and temperamental compared to others of their type. I wouldn't recommend them for beginner trainers. For now, I've decided to classify them as dark types. That's all for today. Go out and catch some Pokémon, everyone. Mobile TV. Devon Corporation president's son, Steven, is showing incredible promise. Hone's strongest gym leader, Juan, said Steven is impressive but still favors his disciple, Wallace. Street interviews. We spoke to several trainers who all witnessed Lance apprehending criminals firsthand. It's clear evil will always meet justice. Despite these headlines seemingly overshadowing the Joker and Lance incident, the Indigo League wasn't at ease. Reports indicated that Joker's activities had become increasingly frequent. Multiple wanted criminals were taken down and captured by him, often in plain view of witnesses. While the League managed to suppress news on major channels, they couldn't control public chatter. As Joker's actions intensified, his reputation, at least in Johto, began to grow significantly. Indigo League headquarters. President, we've been receiving complaints from viewers about why we're not covering news related to Joker. The director of Cyanwood TV side to Good Show. Just last week, Joker had defeated a C-rank wanted robber, Kira, in broad daylight before a crowd of citizens in Cyanwood City. However, the local TV station chose not to report it, causing frustration among the public. "Ah, thank you for your efforts. Don't worry, we'll think of something," Good Show reassured. In truth, though, he was at a loss. After all, he couldn't just gag the entire population. The silver lining was that Joker hadn't done anything too extreme. Yet, for now, they could still keep things under wraps. How amusing. Agatha smirked as she held up a newspaper. There's even a Joker fan club now. Cough. Lorelei nearly spat out her tea. What? Was the world so chaotic that she couldn't understand it anymore? Lorelei snatched the paper from Agatha's hand. The front page showed a group of young girls, around 10 years old on average, holding up signs and posters with hearts and love scribbled all over them in support of Joker. Lorelei instantly looked like a disapproving elder. They say it's because they think Joker is more effective at fighting crime than the League, Agatha added matter-of-factly. Lorelei bit her lip. Don't let Lance hear that. While she shared Lance's zero-tolerance approach to criminals, summed up in 3 words. No mercy given, Lorelei was slightly more level-headed, perhaps owing to her affinity for ice types. President, Joker has appeared in Goldenrod City. Not only him, but also Shadow, led by S-rank wanted criminal Alina. The sudden news caused even Agatha, known for her composure, to frown slightly. Shadow. That word carried a weight equal to Team Rocket. If Rocket was Kanto's largest crime syndicate, Shadow was Johto's. Are Rocket and Shadow fighting each other? Goodshow leaped up from his chair, excited at the prospect. If Joker was there, it could mean an all-out war between the two factions. Not exactly. According to reports from Goldenrod gym leader Howard, Shadow operatives appeared at the station, stealing Pokémon from trainers. Joker intervened after that. There's no sign of other Team Rocket members so far, but we need further confirmation. What's the current situation? Lorelei asked as she headed for the exit. If Team Rocket and Shadow were in the same place, she'd gladly freeze them all. Initially, Howard was at a disadvantage, but with Joker joining the battle, the tide has turned in our favor, the assistant explained. At first glance, it seemed like good news, yet Lorelei wasn't pleased at all. The thought of a League gym leader needing help from a Team Rocket member to hold the line made her blood boil. Chapter 21, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 21. Rewinding the clock to an hour ago. Goldenrod City train station. Steven arrived in Goldenrod City via train from Cyanwood City. Being one of the largest cities in the Johto region, Goldenrod was a frequent destination for Steven to stock up on supplies. As he prepared to disembark, a terrified scream suddenly erupted from the station's exit. Chaos quickly spread as passengers panicked, fleeing in all directions like headless chickens. What's going on? Standing on tiptoe, Steven glanced around, trying to figure out the commotion. It didn't take long for him to catch a name, Shadow. Having spent some time in this world, Steven naturally knew about the organization. Shadow was the largest criminal syndicate in the Johto region, allegedly on par with Kanto's infamous Team Rocket. Their activities mirrored those of Team Rocket, stealing possessions, capturing Pokémon en masse through violent means, and even conducting unethical experiments on them. If there was a difference between the two groups, it lay in their methods. Team Rocket employed direct, brute force tactics. Shadow, on the other hand, preferred stealth and subtlety, sneak into the village, and don't shoot unless necessary. They meticulously planned before making any move. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the station's public address system. Attention, everyone, look this way, over here, over here. The voice was unexpectedly female, carrying a coquettish tone that reminded Steven of a certain actress from his past life. I am Alina, chief scientist of Shadow. Her saccharine tone continued, "The entire train station is now under our control. If you all value your lives, please hand over your Pokémon and any valuables. We don't want to hurt you, pretty please Tilda." At the same time, a group of individuals emerged from the train cars. Shedding their disguises, they revealed white uniforms that resembled something out of Kamen Rider. "I see they hid among the passengers," Stephen muttered. "And to take over the station so easily, they must have planted insiders among the staff." He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Despite being named Shadow, their uniforms were glaringly white, a testament, perhaps, to their leader's questionable aesthetic sense. The Shadow operatives began pulling out bags, approaching the petrified passengers and silently demanding their belongings: wallets, piquet balls, and anything else of value. "This is ridiculous. I won't hand over my Plusle." A tearful boy, no older than 8 or 9, clutched his Plusle tightly in defiance. His words sparked a chain reaction among the passengers. "Exactly, our Pokémon are family. We can't give them up to criminals." Everyone, don't give in. For Pokémon trainers, their bonds with their Pokémon ran deep. The creatures were not just battle partners, but cherished family members. Even those with weaker connections to their Pokémon understood that losing them meant losing their primary means of self-defense. However, Alina's voice chimed in again through the speakers, light and playful as ever. Ara, do you think we'd launch such a major operation without being fully prepared? Unlike those Team Rocket brutes, Shadow always plans thoroughly Tilda." The moment she finished speaking, an eerie purple mist began to waft through the station. It seeped in from the drainage vents surrounding the area. The operatives, meanwhile, donned gas masks with practiced ease. Poison gas? What the hell, are these people insane? A young trainer, who had come to Goldenrod to challenge the gym, stood frozen in horror. As a Johto native, he had heard of Shadow's infamy but never imagined their methods would be this ruthless. Over 1,000 lives are in jeopardy, just like that. In less than 30 seconds, passengers with weaker constitutions were already feeling the effects of the gas. Faced with an approaching Shadow operative holding an open bag, many reluctantly gave in, tearfully throwing in their wallets and piquet balls. In the station's control room, a pink-haired woman in her early 20s leaned back, her long legs propped up on the desk. Smiling gleefully, she said, "Amazing Tilda, a perfect success, Tilda." This was Alina, a high-ranking officer of Shadow and an S-Class fugitive wanted by the Pokémon League. Sister, the Goldenrod gym leader, Howard, and Officer Jenny's police squad have arrived at the station," a subordinate informed her cautiously. Without missing a beat, Alina smacked him on the back. "How many times do I have to tell you, Napus? Use my title when we're working." "Yes, ma'am." Napus whimpered, nursing his bruised back. "So, Alina-sama, what should we do about the gym leader and the police outside?" "Howard, isn't he that 60-something old geezer? His skills are subpar at best. You handle him, little brother." Napus internally sighed but complied, knowing better than to argue with his terrifying older sister. As he left, he muttered, "You just told me to use titles. Why are you calling me little brother again?" Back in the station, Alina's voice rang out once more. "To our cooperative friends who have handed over their belongings, feel free to leave. You're free to go, Tilda." The announcement lit a fire under the remaining passengers. Some hastily relinquished their possessions, prioritizing their lives over pride or bonds. After all, not everyone could be Ash Ketchum. "Damn it, what should I do?" The young trainer gritted his teeth as the Shadow operatives approached. He couldn't bear the thought of giving up his Swablu and other Pokémon. But could he fight his way out of this? Just as despair began to take hold, a calm voice nearby broke through the tension. I see. No matter which world you're in, train stations and airports are always the busiest hubs. Striking here maximizes resources gained, and with an escape route immediately at hand. Quite clever of this Alina woman." The young trainer turned, baffled, to see a young man analyzing the situation with a relaxed demeanor. "Who the hell is this weirdo?" Chapter 22, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 22. The young trainer named Ikki instinctively turned toward the direction of the voice. curious to see who could be so relaxed in such a dangerous situation. With a whoosh, as he turned his head, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared. He didn't see the person clearly, but caught sight of a black trench coat, red gloves, and a mask. Icky's eyes widened in shock. Before he could process what he was seeing, a nearby member of the Shadow organization called out in alarm. "Joker!" In the blink of an eye, the masked figure moved like a blur, closing the gap with the Shadow member. A sharp blow landed, and the man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Icky finally registered what had happened and recognized the Pokémon standing beside the masked figure. It was the black Eevee he had seen before during a challenge at the Cyanwood Gym. Umbreon grabbed the unconscious Shadow member by the back of his shirt with her front paw, her small body somehow managing to lift and fling him directly into a train car. Crackle! Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Elena, the shadow scientist, suddenly stood up, her playful demeanor replaced with shock. The monitors in front of her had gone fuzzy, displaying only static. The cameras have been disabled. Back at the station, the remaining shadow members, still holding their loot bags, froze in alarm. Joker! Dozens of them had heard the stories, some from captured colleagues, others from public news reports. There was no mistaking it. "Everyone, release your Pokémon immediately," one of the leaders among them barked, panic in his voice. It was common knowledge that Joker had access to the recently revealed Pokeball Disruptor, a device capable of disabling Pokéballs. The device had sent shockwaves through the Pokémon world after reports surfaced that it could lock Pokéballs shut, preventing trainers from releasing or recalling their Pokémon. Even Pokémon strong enough to break free by force needed time to do so. Lower-leveled Pokémon trapped in such tight spaces often risked injuring themselves in the process. But before the Shadow members could act, Joker was already on the move. Amid the chaos of panicked Shadow grunts and confused passengers, Steven, wearing his Joker disguise, pulled a remote control from his coat pocket. "Good work, Killer Queen," he said with a sly grin, pressing the button. The grunts hurriedly fumbled with their Pokéballs, trying to release their Pokémon. But nothing happened. "Pokéballs aren't working," Icky murmured, taking out his own Pokéball and pressing the button repeatedly, only to find it completely unresponsive. Could it be the Pokeball disruptor they reported on the news? Icky turned to look at Steven, his face full of disbelief. "Without the help of your Pokémon, you're all just ordinary people," Steven said mockingly to the Shadow members. Then he turned to the stunned passengers. "Well, do I need to tell you all what to do next?" A bespectacled young man, looking somewhat bookish, was the first to react. Without a second thought, he lunged at the nearest Shadow grunt. His actions set off a chain reaction, like a bomb going off in a calm lake. "Oh yeah, Shadow, I'll fight you to the end. Everyone, let's attack together. Hey, be careful where you're swinging, you hit me." Hundreds of passengers, pitted against just a few dozen Shadow members, quickly overwhelmed their opposition. "Mercy, mercy. Help, someone call the police. Stop hitting me, let's talk this out." The grunts were thoroughly beaten, their cries for help drowned out in the chaos. Amid the uproar, two young girls with pink hair, no older than 6 or 7, darted toward the burlap sacks on the ground. My Snubble, my Snubble," one of the girls, wearing round glasses, cried out as she reached for the bags. In her haste, she tripped over one of the fallen Shadow grunts, nearly falling face-first to the ground. Whitney, the twin-tailed girl behind her, screamed in panic. At the last second, an arm reached out, catching the bespectacled girl by the waist. She looked up to see a masked face staring back at her. "Careful there, little miss," Steven said gently. He picked up a Pokéball from the bag and handed it to her. "This is your Snubble, right?" "Memos." Whitney quickly took the Pokéball, her face crumpling as she held it close. "I'm sorry, Snubble, I couldn't protect you," she sobbed. "Everything's fine now," the twin-tailed girl, who seemed to be her friend, reassured her. "Thank you." Whitney buried her face in her friend's arms, crying uncontrollably. "All right, everyone, that's enough," Steven's voice rang out, cutting through the chaos. "If you don't stop, those grunts might die." The passengers paused, realizing the truth in his words, and gradually stopped their assault. Though many still looked warily at the masked young man, they couldn't deny that he had saved them. "Everyone leave quickly," Stephen urged. "Don't forget, there's still poison gas lingering in the station." Hearing this, the passengers finally snapped out of their daze. "Let's go, hurry up." "That black coat guy, thank you." "Hey, your mask is pretty cool. If you ever turn over a new leaf, I'll be your fan." As they rushed toward the exits, many took a moment to thank Stephen. He smiled faintly, tossing the unconscious grunts into the train cars with the help of his Umbreon. "Thank you, big brother." Stephen turned to see Whitney, her tear-streaked face looking up at him. "Don't worry about it, little miss," he said, slipping into a theatrical tone as he playfully mimicked a famous phantom thief. Whitney stared at him in awe. "You're Joker." A sudden voice cut through the moment. "Wait, that voice." Icky's expression darkened as realization hit him. The woman who had spoken, it was the same voice from earlier on the broadcast. "Elena." Ignoring the revelation, Stephen calmly took gas masks from the fallen grunts, handing them to the two girls. After securing one for himself, he opened the train doors. "Umbreon," he called. The sleek black Pokémon, now in the train's control room, pressed the lever to activate the train. As the train began to move, it shot out of the station at high speed, with Umbreon leaping out of the window just in time. Watching the train disappear, Icky was left in a daze. "Wait, where's my gas mask?" Chapter 23, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 23. Heh, I never thought the famous rising star of Team Rocket would see through our plan. After a brief moment of shock, Eldna quickly composed herself, reverting to her usual coquettish tone. "To have defeated so many of my subordinates without a trace, you must have used that Pokeball disruptor, right?" The Pokeball disruptor was already public knowledge, as the Pokémon League had informed the public through news reports. It was simply too dangerous to keep a secret. Ordinary people already had the disadvantage when facing Team Rocket, and if they couldn't even use their Pokémon, they'd be nothing but helpless prey. After much deliberation, the League decided to expose the device. "A genius scientist like you, Joker, staying in a brute force organization like Team Rocket is such a waste. Why not join us in Shadow?" Elena's smile grew sly. "This is the true paradise for researchers Tilda." Even through his mask, the others could sense the thick disdain in Stephen's faintly curved lips. It wasn't surprising. During Ash's prime era, no one had even heard of an organization called Shadow. The reason? Only one: by the time Ash embarked on his journey, this organization had already been obliterated, either by the League or by Team Rocket. If that's their fate, why should I join a doomed group? "Miss Elena, since we're all scientists here, let's drop the pretense," Stephen said with a calm smile. "You think I wouldn't notice?" He raised a hand and pointed at Elena's feet. Whitney and the others followed his gesture, and their faces turned pale. Unnoticed by them, Elena had already dropped 3 piquet balls on the ground, rolling them slowly behind her. She was trying to move them out of the disruptor's effective range. "Don't even think about it." Elena lunged forward, intending to grab the piquet balls, but Stephen raised his hand to stop her. As Elena looked at him, puzzled, Stephen explained. "The League's reinforcements are probably already gathered outside the station. If they storm in, neither of us will get out easily. How about a truce? We call it off for now and leave the fight for another day." Elena's face retained its smile, but her tone carried a hint of menace. "Oh, Tilda, little Joker, after taking so many of my subordinates, you want to call it even just like that? Do you care about those useless grunts? And Miss Elena, are you assuming I'm alone here? Aren't you worried that with one signal, I'll call the rest of Team Rocket and the League to sandwich your Shadow team?" Stephen's sharp retort made Elena hesitate. Elena, an S-ranked fugitive, was reported by the League to possess strength close to that of the Elite Four. Her Pokémon could likely break out of their piquet balls if necessary. A confrontation was best avoided unless necessary. "Heh, interesting. I'll look forward to our next meeting, little Joker." After a brief pause, Elena grinned, picked up her piquet balls, and disappeared swiftly down the station's corridor. "You all stay here for a bit. The League's reinforcements will probably arrive in less than 5 minutes. Stephen spoke to the two girls, but before he could finish, they heard a loud thud. The young trainer collapsed, face pale and foaming at the mouth. He was poisoned. "Oh, my bad, I forgot about you," Stephen muttered, hoisting him over his shoulder. "No choice, I'll see you all to the end." Outside the station. "Let me through, Whitney is still in there." Howard, the current gym leader of Goldenrod City, was red-faced with worry, his loyal Toros at his side. His granddaughter referred to the red-haired, twin-tailed girl, Whitney. "Gym leader Howard, please calm down. The other side has hostages," Officer Jenny advised, her Growlithe at her side. "How can I calm down? Whitney is only 6 years old." Howard was frantic, but Napus, leading Shadow's combat unit, was equally stressed. Why hadn't his sister sent the signal yet? This was way off schedule. What's that sound? Suddenly, Napus heard a commotion behind him. The other Shadow members turned instinctively to look, and were greeted by a sight that made their blood run cold. A tidal wave of people and Pokémon surged toward them like a flood. "What's going on?" Napus nearly fell over in shock. "Charge!" The recently freed passengers, their spirits high, charged at the white-clad criminals, their Pokémon by their side. "Stop them!" Napus shouted, but his unit was quickly surrounded. From the front, 1,000 passengers and their Pokémon stormed forward. From the rear, Gym Leader Howard and Officer Jenny's forces launched their counterattack. 10 minutes later, Napus and his Shadow unit were entirely subdued. Most of the passengers were gathered around Nurse Joy and Chansey for medical checkups, while a few braver souls lingered to watch the aftermath. What just happened? Why did the hostages escape on their own? The Jenny station chief of Goldenrod City was at a loss, watching as her officers cuffed the subdued Shadow members. She turned to the passengers for answers. "It was Joker. Joker saved us." "Yeah, he made all those criminals' piquet balls stop working." "Can the League recruit someone like him?" The crowd buzzed with chatter, leaving the officers exchanging incredulous looks. "Joker? Was it that Joker? Where's Whitney? Whitney?" Howard grabbed Napus by the collar, shouting in desperation. I don't know. The station isn't my responsibility." Napus stammered. Suddenly, he was yanked into the air as though seized by an invisible hand and flung to the station rooftop. Everyone looked up in shock to see Alina standing there with her Gardevoir, using Psychic. "Big sis, what happened inside?" Napus asked shakily after being set down. "Mind your own business, brat." Alina snapped, slapping him upside the head. Before anyone could react, Howard shouted, "Whitney." At the same time, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Joker." Chapter 24, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 24. Taking advantage of the distraction among Officer Jenny's and League reinforcements below, Alina quickly made her escape with her younger brother. As the gym leader, Howard saw the red-haired girl walking beside the black-clad, masked boy. He dashed forward in a frenzy. "Whitney!" "Grandpa!" Whitney sprinted a few steps ahead and leaped into Howard's arms. "You're safe, that's all that matters. You scared me half to death," Howard said, tears streaming down his face. However, he couldn't help but glance at Joker with an air of disbelief. Wasn't this boy the same person the League's Notice identified as one of Team Rocket's operatives? Joker first nudged Whitney's friend, signaling her to move along, then gently placed the unconscious young trainer on Howard's Toros. "He's inhaled a lot of poisonous gas. Please, take him to Nurse Joy as soon as possible." Sure," Howard hesitated for a moment before agreeing without question. Above all, he was a grandfather to his precious Whitney, not just a League gym leader. "Giddy up, Toros," Joker said with a playful wave to Officer Jenny's. A moment later, he launched a thread of silk, swinging effortlessly between the city buildings and disappearing into the skyline. Fortunately, Goldenrod City was full of skyscrapers. In a rural village like Pallet Town, this escape wouldn't have been possible. "Wait, was that Joker?" A female voice rose from the crowd, followed by a chilling wave of cold air. Everyone turned to see Lorelei, one of the Indigo League's Elite Four, standing tall with her dugong by her side. The Pokémon opened its mouth, preparing an ice beam aimed squarely at the masked boy darting between the buildings. No. Whitney's friend sprinted with all her might, wrapping her arms tightly around the dugong's neck, leaving it bewildered and unable to act. Please don't, big sister. Whitney also wriggled out of her grandfather's embrace and threw herself in front of Lorelei. What are you all doing? Lorelei exclaimed, her expression mirroring her baffled dugong. Miss Lorelei, we owe our lives to him this time, someone said. That's right, if not for him, we'd all be dead by now, echoed another. A chorus of survivors chimed in, trying to mediate. Although relieved, Lorelei's frustration only deepened. Within 5 minutes, she learned the full details of the incident from Officer Jennings. Her face grew darker with every word. A Team Rocket operative turned hero. It was a humiliation beyond words. But what stung the most was the truth. Joker had indeed acted faster than the League this time. Some 20 kilometers outside Goldenrod City. The train that had been hijacked by shadow operatives, later redirected by Joker's Umbreon, stood motionless on the tracks. The locomotive's front bore 2 massive dents, and half a carriage dangled off the rails. Standing at the wreckage was a Nidoking, pulling its fists out of the train's crumpled metal shell. It was clear who had stopped the speeding train. Joker descended from the sky, his trench coat billowing as he landed gracefully. Good work, Stephen Cunn, Giovanni said, emerging from behind the Nidoking with his hands in his pockets. His smile brimmed with satisfaction. Those shadow buffoons must be fuming right now. Just luck, Stephen replied, removing his mask and revealing a grin. But it was a worthwhile haul this time. Having deduced Shadow's plan to escape via train, Stephen devised a counter-strategy, letting Giovanni lie in wait while he rounded up the Shadow operatives and herded them onto the train. Then, at the right moment, Giovanni intercepted them mid-route. Looks like I won't need to play bounty hunter for a while. Stephen opened a train car, revealing it packed with defeated Shadow grunts. These fools should last us a while. Both he and Giovanni chuckled mischievously. 2 days later, Indigo Plateau League headquarters. Lorelei returned from Goldenrod City, accompanied by Howard and several other gym leaders from Kanto and Johto, including Lance. Joker's recent activity had been unusually prolific, even overshadowing Lance's efforts in capturing fugitives. Feeling his reputation threatened, the Dragon Master had taken to capturing criminals with renewed zeal, only to be overshadowed yet again by the Goldenrod incident. This article's a hoot, said LT. Serge, the Vermilion City gym leader, holding up a newspaper. Others craned their necks to read the headline, gasping in shock. In the face of evil who stood up, the League, no Team Rocket. The accompanying photo showed a crowd of fangirls waving banners that read Joker Squad, we love you. The gym leaders exchanged bewildered glances. Unbelievable, Sabrina scoffed, crossing her arms. Team Rocket as heroes. Howard stood up and declared, I take full responsibility for failing to resolve the matter promptly as the Goldenrod gym leader. I will resign and pursue my dream of running a ranch. Don't blame yourself, Howard, who could have anticipated shadow operatives hiding among passengers. Lance reassured him. Indeed, instead of assigning blame, let's focus on preventing this from happening again, Erica chimed in. Goodshow nodded. First, implement stricter identity checks and searches for passengers. Second, encourage the public to keep at least one Pokémon out of its ball at all times. The first measure was aimed at Shadow. The second, at countering Joker's Pokeball Disruptor. The League had witnessed its terrifying potential firsthand. At least for now, Joker hadn't turned it against them. Chapter 25, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 25. Team Rocket and Shadow squabble. Joker strikes, Shadow loses over 30 members. Dragon Tamer Lance arrests Team Rocket Elite Squad. Cinnabar gym leader Blaine in interview. Team Rocket doesn't represent justice. Young trainers should learn to think independently. New League directive. To counter Team Rocket's Pokeball Disruptor, trainers should keep one Pokémon released at all times. The Goldenrod train incident caused a massive stir. However, the League could never officially acknowledge Joker's heroics. Still, given the number of witnesses, Outright denial wasn't feasible either. After some deliberation, the League settled on labeling the incident as a two-evil organization clash. Under the League's semi-mandatory guidance, many trainers began adopting a practice reminiscent of Ash Ketchum's habits, releasing one smaller Pokémon to follow them at all times. This measure was introduced to counteract the potential threat of Team Rocket's new device, rumored to be Joker's invention. This development left Team Rocket's Kanto division utterly baffled. Who was this so-called genius in their ranks? And where was this advanced tech everyone assumed they had? Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Steven, was busy, saving lives. Cyanwood City, Steven's seaside clinic. Inside a modestly equipped surgical room, Steven stood at the operating table. Clad in a white lab coat, surgical mask, and gloves stained with blood, he focused intently on his patient, a Tauros lying before him. "It's done, you're going to be fine," Steven reassured the Tauros as he completed the final stitch. The bull-like Pokémon lowed softly in gratitude, earning a gentle pat from Steven before being returned to its piquet ball. Outside, a scruffy-looking trainer rushed forward. "Doctor, how's my Tauros?" "Don't worry," Steven replied as he handed back the ball. The surgery was successful, but it can't engage in strenuous activity for 3 months. The trainer broke into tears. Thank you so much. It's all my fault. If I hadn't wandered into that Arbok nest, Tauros wouldn't have gotten so hurt." "Let's settle the bill. That'll be 20,000 Poké-dollars." "Absolutely, no problem." As he transferred the payment, the trainer exclaimed, "Dr. Steven, with your skills, it's a shame you're not working at a Pokémon Center." Steven smirked. "If I did, I wouldn't be able to help your Tauros, would I?" That's true." The trainer left, grateful, leaving Steven alone in his clinic. His weariness disappeared instantly as he headed back into the operating room. Carefully, he began collecting biological samples, Tauros fur, discarded Arbok fangs, and other remnants. "Treating Pokémon is the most efficient way to advance my research," Steven muttered. Combining his medical skills with the genetic materials he acquired, his experiments had been making significant progress since the Goldenrod incident. Crash! A loud crash interrupted the serene beach as Steven stepped outside. His Umbreon, her tail glowing with metallic light, delivered a powerful iron tail to a Tyranitar. Unfazed, the Tyranitar countered with a devastating hammer arm, sending Umbreon flying into a nearby wall. Steven rushed to catch the injured Umbreon. "I leave you alone for an hour, and you overtrain yourself again," he chided gently. Umbreon. Despite her injuries, Umbreon managed a weak smile. Sighing, Steven carried Umbreon back to the clinic for treatment. With Umbreon resting and bandaged, Steven descended into the secret basement of his home. Hidden beneath a trapdoor concealed by a movie poster, starring Kahlo's child star Diantha, this was his laboratory. "Umbri, don't forget this." Umbreon suddenly darted off, returning moments later with a shattered piece of Tyranitar's tooth from the earlier battle. "Good job," Steven praised, taking the fragment. He patted Umbreon's head. "Let's see what kind of breakthrough this brings." Watching from the shadows, Giovanni patted his Tyranitar's shoulder sympathetically. "So, what grand invention will you create this time?" he asked. "Patience, uncle," Steven replied with a grin. "Good things take time." Elsewhere in Cyanwood City. Standing in a dimly lit street, a trainer named Ikki scrutinized his piquet ball containing his new Pokémon. "Joker's Umbreon moves just like the one I saw at the Cyanwood gym," he muttered. But glancing back at his Pokémon, his expression turned puzzled. More importantly, why did my Exeggcute suddenly turn into this? Chapter 26, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 26. The next day, Ikki arrived at the Cyanwood City Pokémon Center. His Pokémon weren't injured, but he mainly wanted to ask Nurse Joy about what had happened to his Exeggcute. Oh, maybe he shouldn't call it Exeggcute anymore. "Sorry, Ikki-kun," Sayori explained, her eyes filled with curiosity as she glanced at the Pokémon beside him. It had 3 oval faces, a leafy crown, and a body resembling a coconut tree stump. "We're only responsible for healing Pokémon here, not research. I'm not sure why your Pokémon ended up like this. This was the second time in recent months she had seen a previously unknown Pokémon. First Steven's Umbreon, and now this. Other trainers in the center also glanced over, intrigued. But this wasn't particularly rare. After all, the Pokédex hadn't been fully developed yet. Professor Oak frequently introduced the public to Pokémon they'd never seen before in his lectures. For instance, the Dark-type had only recently been discovered by him. Dark-type Pokémon had even made headlines lately. Sayori analyzed further. That said, we checked its body and found it to be in perfect health. If you want to learn more about this new species, I suggest heading to Kanto to ask Professor Oak. Currently, Professor Oak was the highest, and sole, authority in Pokémon academia. All right. Knowing his partner was fine, Ikki felt relieved. This must have been an evolution, right? So, what should I call you now? Ikki scratched his chin in thought. The evolved form of Exeggcute, was this the first instance in the world? He had no idea what to name it. Hey kid, your Pokémon, I've never seen one like it before. At that moment, a young man approached curiously. Huh, what do you want? Ikki turned to him. It was the same trainer from yesterday, the one whose Tauros had undergone surgery with Steven. Nothing much, just passing by and noticed Nurse Joy couldn't answer your question, the Tauros trainer said, folding his arms. The league standards are honestly terrible, overpriced and mediocre service. If that's all, I'm leaving. Ikki wasn't interested in listening to complaints. Wait, I know an amazing doctor by the beach. You could have them take a look. After his Tauros had been saved, he'd become a staunch supporter of Steven. Hi. Ikki blinked. His Pokémon wasn't sick, and his main issue was deciding what to call it. There was no need to see another doctor. Besides, he doubted there was anyone better than the Joy family. And this didn't seem like something a doctor could solve anyway. If anything, a researcher like Professor Oak would be more suitable. But seeing the trainer's glowing eyes when mentioning this doctor, Ikki decided to check it out. After all, he had come to Cyanwood City on a whim. Before long, Ikki arrived at a standalone house by the beach, as the man suggested. This is the place, huh? As he approached the door to knock, his expression suddenly changed. Through the window, he spotted a black-furred Eevee evolution sleeping soundly by the curtain. Is that the same one? Ikki muttered to himself. When he looked again, Umbreon was suddenly awake, her crimson eyes glaring at him with caution. Startled, Ikki fell to the ground. At that moment, the door opened. What's going on here? Steven raised an eyebrow. Ikki quickly got up, brushing dirt off his pants. Well, I heard there's a skilled doctor here. Oh, your Pokémon's injured. Not exactly. It's just that it suddenly changed form, and I don't know why. Though Nurse Sayori had assured him his Pokémon was fine, Ikki released his newly evolved Pokémon for Steven to see, just in case. Oh, isn't this an Exeggutor? Steven's eyes lit up. It was the first time he'd seen one since arriving in this world. Exeggutor, that's its name. Ikki was curious. You said it suddenly changed form. What exactly happened? Instead of answering, Steven asked more questions. Unlike Ash's time, the Pokémon world was still in its early developmental stage, with many unknowns, including undiscovered species. Even the fairy type hadn't been recognized yet, and trainers thought Jigglypuff was purely normal type. Ikki furrowed his brows, recalling, I was camping in the Forest of Illusion. I had all my Pokémon out, including Exeggcute. While setting up my tent, I turned around to find my Exeggcute gone. Instead, there was this, Exeggutor. I was so shocked I thought something ate it, but the others kept explaining until I realized this was my Exeggcute. Ikki gestured wildly as he recounted. Steven squinted thoughtfully before asking, was there anything unusual around? Exeggcute required a leaf stone to evolve into Exeggutor. Currently, only water, fire, and thunder stones are sold online. From Steven's research, leaf stones hadn't been discovered yet. This Exeggutor must have accidentally come into contact with a wild leaf stone. Ikki thought for a moment. Not really. I camped in a clearing. The only thing around was a moss-covered boulder. Hearing this, Steven immediately knew what it was. A moss rock. In the games, moss rocks had a similar effect to leaf stones, enabling Eevee to evolve into leafing. Don't worry, this is just normal evolution. Your executor is perfectly healthy. As he spoke, Steven grabbed a backpack and prepared to leave. Huh, are you heading out? Icky asked, confused by the sudden departure. I'm interested in that rock you mentioned. Evolutionary stones were Steven's primary research focus, and now he had a lead on a leaf stone. There was no way he'd pass it up. Watching Steven's departing figure, Icky suddenly said, if you don't mind, I could guide you there. I've got nothing better to do anyway. Though his words seemed casual, Icky had his thoughts. A rare black Eevee evolution, this guy's age and build. Could he be Joker? Chapter 27, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 27. Oh, Steven-kun, are you heading out for a trip? As Steven and Ikiki prepared to leave Cyanwood City together, they happened to cross paths with Giovanni, who had just returned. While asking, Giovanni glanced at Ikiki with interest. Who's this kid? You're the strongest gym leader in Kanto. Ikiki immediately recognized Giovanni. After all, Giovanni was a well-known figure. Haha, strongest is just a title others have kindly given me. I don't deserve it. Giovanni smiled warmly. Are you Steven's friend? Make sure you two get along well. Although Ikiki was a genius in his own right, he couldn't help but feel nervous in front of such a legendary figure. Sort of, we just met. What's this guy's relationship with Giovanni? Ikiki wondered. At the same time, his earlier suspicions began to waver. Could someone with close ties to a gym leader like Giovanni be a criminal working for Team Rocket? It seemed unlikely. It's like how nobody suspects Bruce Wayne of being Batman. People just can't imagine a billionaire prowling the streets in a batsuit at night. From Giovanni and Steven's interaction, it was clear they shared a close bond. With such a connection, Steven might even be considered a privileged insider in the league. Why would someone like that waste time joining Team Rocket? What are you standing around for? Are we going or not? Seeing Ikiki lost in thought, Steven asked impatiently. Yeah, let's go. Whatever, I've already earned 7 badges and only 1 gym remains. There's plenty of time before the tournament starts. Maybe this guy can make things interesting for me, Ikiki thought as he followed. Once Steven and Ikiki's silhouettes disappeared down the street, a young man, only slightly older than Lance, stepped out of a nearby corner and spoke to Giovanni, his back turned. Boss, you've spent too much time here in Johto. If this keeps up, the league will grow suspicious. Though Giovanni was a gym leader in the Kanto region, he often delegated his responsibilities to his subordinates. However, being absent for too long wasn't an option. Whether or not we can recruit that kid will determine Team Rocket's future. Giovanni sighed. The person speaking to him was none other than Archer, a trusted executive of Team Rocket. True, but boss, time is running short. Initially, Archer had doubts about why Giovanni invested so much effort in Steven. What kind of kid could be worth the respect and attention of the great Giovanni? But after Steven, under the alias Joker, stirred up massive chaos in Johto and garnered significant attention across the Pokémon world, Archer had to admit, this kid was the real deal. Not to mention his invention of the Pokeball Disruptor, a game-changing device. With that tool, even if Lance himself appeared, Archer would feel confident declaring, I'll take on 10 of him. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration. But the device truly had the power to turn the tide of any battle. All right, I'll wrap things up soon. The league and the gym are in your hands. Giovanni's tone was calm. Understood. Archer responded with a resolute nod. Before leaving, he remembered something and reported in a low voice. One more thing, boss. Recently, that guy Bishes has been under heavy pursuit by the league. He's expressed interest in joining Team Rocket for refuge. What's your decision? Bishes, huh? Giovanni pondered for a moment before replying indifferently. His brain isn't his strong suit, but his abilities are passable. Let him be a squad captain. Knowing Bishes, he's arrogant. He might not accept just being a squad captain. Archer speculated. Then let him be our new guinea pig. Giovanni scoffed. What? With your limited abilities, you should feel grateful we're even considering you. How dare you make demands? The Forest of Illusion. Located between New Barktown and Cherrygrove City in Johto, this vast forest is home to many ghost-type Pokémon that love to play pranks on passing trainers. As a result, many trainers avoid the forest, even if it means taking a longer route. Steven and Ikiki entered the Forest of Illusion while chatting casually. When Steven explained that Ikiki's Exeggcute evolved after touching a moss rock, Ikiki's jaw dropped in astonishment. Other than water, fire, thunder, sun, and moon, there are even more evolution stones. That's amazing. Not just stones, many Pokémon require unique items to evolve. Stones are just the basics. Some Pokémon need things like scales, cream, or even rags to evolve. Pokémon are truly fascinating creatures. Steven released his Umbreon to follow them closely. In the wild, it was common for trainers to face ambushes from wild Pokémon. Moreover, ghost types were notorious for their mischievous nature and often attacked humans unprovoked. Really? Ikiki marveled at the explanation. At the same time, his suspicion that Steven was Joker weakened further. Over the past few days, he noticed Steven seemed like a studious scholar, a far cry from Joker's flamboyant personality. With his knowledge, Steven seemed destined to become the next Professor Oak. There it is. Ikiki suddenly pointed excitedly ahead. In the middle of a grassy clearing lay a massive, moss-covered boulder the size of a single bed. A moss rock, an item capable of evolving specific Pokémon, it likely functioned similarly to the leaf stone. Go ahead. Steven gestured with his finger, and Umbreon nodded in response. Leaping forward, Umbreon tensed her paw muscles and struck the rock with force, sending shards flying in all directions. Ikiki's Exeggutor quickly used Psychic to create a barrier, shielding its trainer from the debris. Couldn't you at least give a warning first? Ikiki complained. Come on, you're a future Elite Four member. Something this minor shouldn't faze you. Steven chuckled. After spending some time with Ikiki, Steven confirmed that this chubby little guy was indeed the future Elite Four member from the Indigo League. TL, I don't know a chubby Elite Four. Is this Will? The reason he didn't recognize him at first was simply that Ikiki had little presence in the series. Even the anime didn't feature him. Elite Four, I don't want that job. Ikiki scratched his head. Although he wasn't sure why Steven thought he'd become an Elite Four member, at least for now, he had no interest in the position. Being part of the league meant restrictions and a lack of freedom. He growled. Just as Steven was collecting fragments of the moss rock, a low growl echoed from behind. The two turned to see a black, canine Pokémon crouching in the grass. Drooling, it glared at them with hostility. Chapter 28, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 28. What's going on here? Did we invade its territory or something? Seeing the drooling dog that had suddenly appeared, Ikiki was startled. There weren't many Pokémon species that actively attacked humans. Most wild encounters occur when humans accidentally enter a Pokémon's territory. Did we stumble into its turf by mistake? Ikiki wondered. But that doesn't make sense. I slept right next to this rock before, and this dog wasn't around. Did it claim the area as its territory after that? No, Houndoums like this one usually acts in packs, led by one or two Houndoums commanding a group of Hounders, Steven explained calmly. Most Pokémon had a habit of moving in groups. Meowth and Hounder families were prime examples. Typically, an evolved form served as the leader, guiding the unevolved ones. Even Team Rocket's Meowth had once followed a Persian as its boss. This pattern was even depicted in the Scarlet and Violet games. But this Houndoom had no subordinates in sight. Most likely, it was domesticated. Oh, so this thing's called Houndoom, huh? Is that the name recently approved by the League? Since I captured it, I've only issued commands without ever giving it a name, came a voice, dripping with malice. At that moment, Steven and Ikiki noticed a burly figure emerge from behind the Houndoom. The man wore a mask that obscured the upper half of his face. His stocky build and eerie grin made it clear he wasn't someone you'd want to mess with. It's him, the league's A-class wanted criminal, Pokémon hunter Bishes. Ikiki exclaimed, his face tightening in alarm. Haha Hilda. Bishes didn't react much to being identified. He simply smirked and stared greedily at Steven's Umbreon and Ikiki's executor, like a collector spotting rare artifacts. That one's a dark type, right? Hahaha, dark Pokémon have become quite trendy since the league recognized the type. I've got clients clamoring for them lately. And that grass type over there, what's this, a newly discovered species? What luck! Who'd have thought I'd hit the jackpot before leaving Johto? To Bishes, Steven and Ikiki might as well have been air as he ogled their Pokémon. Listen up, kids, leave your Pokémon and scram, and I might let you go unharmed, Bishes smirked. Then his voice dropped into a sinister chuckle. Or did you think I'd say that? The mood shifted abruptly. The already hostile Houndoom bared its fangs and unleashed a dark, purplish-black energy wave straight at them. Dark Pulse. Unlike those soft-hearted fools, I, Bishes, believe in leaving no loose ends, not even kids. Bishes roared with laughter. Don't get cocky. Despite the sudden attack, Ikiki, hailed as a prodigy since childhood, quickly regained his composure. Executor, standing beside him, began to emit a shimmering psychic wave from its body, unleashing a colorful surge to counter the dark pulse. Psychic. But the next moment, the dark pulse tore through the psychic energy and kept coming. Ikiki was shocked. What? That didn't work. Dark types are immune to psychic moves. Steven reminded him nonchalantly, as if explaining a basic lesson. Umbreon darted forward, meeting the incoming dark pulse head-on. Boom! The dark pulse detonated against Umbreon, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. It took that hit directly. Bishes's grin faltered. As the smoke cleared, Umbreon emerged, baring its teeth in a feral grin and glaring down the larger Houndoom with eerie confidence. Compared to the training partner we faced, your Houndoom's attacks are weaker than the women working the streets of Goldenrod, Steven taunted. Bishes's face darkened. With a flash of light, Umbreon charged forward, a blur of black and white streaking toward the Houndoom. Watch out! Bishes shouted. Thud! Umbreon slammed into Houndoom's chest, sending it skidding backward several meters. Despite the blow, the sturdy Houndoom was far from defeated. A blazing column of flames erupted from Houndoom's throat and roared toward Umbreon. Flamethrower. Fire and dark type, that's a perfect counter to my executor. Ikiki frowned. Snarl. Steven's sudden shout startled Ikiki. He wasn't sure if Steven was giving a command or simply yelling. Umbreon let out a resonant howl, releasing rippling waves of dark energy. The flamethrower clashed with the dark waves, partially dispersing them before continuing toward Houndoom, though its power was noticeably weakened. Even so, the attack barely made Houndoom flinch. Hahaha, is that supposed to be an attack? Bishes mocked. Keep laughing, Steven smirked, his tone dripping with contempt. As Houndoom launched a more intense flamethrower, Umbreon rushed straight into the flames, her crazed grin growing wider as the fire scorched her body. Impossible. Bishes's confidence began to waver. Double kick, Steven ordered. Umbreon leaped high, spinning in midair before landing a powerful kick with her hind legs. Bam! Houndoom crashed into a tree behind Bishes with enough force to make the entire tree sway. The startled bird Pokémon perched atop it scattered in every direction. Umbreon stood victoriously, lifting one paw to the ground and tilting her head back in a taunting pose. Ikiki and his executor exchanged uneasy glances, a shiver running down their spines. Note to self, never provoke this guy. Ikiki muttered, his earlier suspicions of Steven being the Joker resurfacing. But he quickly dismissed them. Still, that Umbreon stance, it's just like Joker's Pokémon back at the Goldenrod station. Chapter 29, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 29. Damn it. Seeing his Houndoom about to lose its ability to fight, an enraged Bishes threw out 2 Piquet balls in rapid succession. Weevil scissor. Ikiki, what are you standing there for? Steven raised an eyebrow at him. I've been waiting for this. Ikiki grinned broadly in response. By nature, Ikiki was a thrill-seeker who enjoyed wandering and finding excitement wherever he could. This was his first time in a life-or-death struggle against a villain like Bishes, a man who showed no hesitation in taking lives. Initially nervous, Ikiki quickly adapted to the intense rhythm of the battle. His lingering fear was replaced by exhilaration as he raised his hand to command his executor into action. "Take this, you fat pig." Executor unleashed another psychic, this time targeting the bug-steel type scissor. Weevil, who held a clear type advantage over Executor, saw the attack and shifted focus. With a twist of its razor-sharp claws, it leaped over Scissor, lunging straight at Executor. "Pursuit!" Steven's command came swiftly, almost in tandem with Weevil's attack. Umbreon darted out from the side, her claws gleaming with dark energy. Just like Weevil, it extended her forepaws in a slicing motion. The two Pokémon clashed midair in a fierce duel of speed and power. But in the end, Weevil was sent flying, slamming heavily onto the ground. These kids. Even with his face obscured by a mask, Bish's shock was palpable in his voice. One could easily imagine his eyes wide with disbelief beneath the mask. Steven and Ikiki, working seamlessly together, had completely overwhelmed the ferocity of Bish's prized Pokémon. "Natu." Ikiki seized the opportunity, throwing another piquet ball. The newly released Natu zipped forward and delivered a direct peck to Bish's side. "Sweet." Ikiki's face lit up with exaggerated glee, looking like a walking meme. In the next instant, however, Bishes stumbled and fell in a humiliating faceplant, skidding several feet across the ground. The once menacing man now lay sprawled in the dirt, his face twisted in agony. Steven approached him with a calm expression, lifting a leg to step firmly onto Bish's face. "Ouch, ouch, stop, please stop." Bishes wailed, his bluster completely gone. "Haha, the mighty have fallen, what a laughable sight." Ikiki, catching up, pointed and guffawed at the pitiful scene before him. It felt so satisfying. This was way more fun than any gym battle. "Ora, ora, ora." After watching Steven stomp Bishes for a while, Ikiki couldn't resist joining in. The scene resembled the infamous Golden Wind beatdown by the gang trio in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Within minutes, Bish's already large frame was swollen with bruises. The mask that had once covered his upper face was now nowhere to be seen, kicked off by Steven and sent flying who knows where. Bish's uncovered face was surprisingly plain, a stark contrast to the ferocious image projected by his mask. Now that I see him like this, he looks just like a regular middle-aged guy in a crisis. Ikiki squatted beside the beaten man, scrutinizing him with curiosity. He turned to Steven and asked, "Hey, Steven-san, what should we do with this guy? Hand him over to the League for the bounty? We might even make the headlines." Steven didn't respond right away. Instead, he crouched down, grabbed Bishes by the collar with his left hand, and delivered a sharp slap across his face with his right. "He." Half conscious, Bishes barely opened his swollen eyes. Don't do anything rash. I am a member of Team Rocket. If you kill me, the Team Rocket organization won't." Having begged futilely earlier, Bishes now tried to leverage Team Rocket's infamous name to intimidate the two boys. Before he could finish, Steven turned to Ikiki and said, "Use hypnosis on him." Isn't that move dangerous? The League has explicitly banned it." Ikiki hesitated. "You care about that?" Steven smirked. Just kidding." Ikiki grinned wickedly, signaling his executor with a casual flick of his finger. The Pokémon's 6 eyes began to glow with psychic energy as it locked its gaze on Bish's. Within moments, Bish's eyes lost focus, his expression going slack. "Looks just like Sharingan," Steven commented in admiration. The two boys followed the hypnotized Bish's to a cave hidden deep in the forest. When Bish's flipped a switch to illuminate the cavern, Ikiki, who had been riding high on adrenaline, suddenly felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. The sight before them was grim. Cages of varying sizes filled the space, each holding a variety of Pokémon. Most were rare and valuable species that would fetch high prices in the market. But something was off. These guys don't look okay. Ikiki approached a cage containing several Slowpoke. While Slowpoke was naturally sluggish and vacant in expression, these looked completely lifeless. Their eyes were dull, and their tails had been severed too violently. Blood still dripped from the wounds, staining the cage floor. Though Slowpoke tails were prized delicacies and could regenerate, this level of cruelty was excessive, far beyond what was necessary. "This is way too much," Ikiki muttered, swallowing hard. He wasn't a naive idealist like Ash Ketchum, but this level of brutality was beyond what he could tolerate. "And this is just the beginning," Steven said ominously. Hearing his tone, Ikiki turned instinctively toward him. What he saw next was something he couldn't even identify. A Pokémon so emaciated it was nothing more than skin and bones. Chapter 30, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 30. "It's Altaria." Steven answered Will's confusion. He identified it from the scattered blue and white feathers on its body. The hallmark of Altaria was its cloud-like, fluffy down feathers. Yet the one before them resembled a parrot he'd once seen online in his previous life, those that plucked themselves bare out of depression. No, this was worse. Even those self-plucked parrots weren't as emaciated as this Altaria. Maybe it's because a novice trainer caught these Pokémon but didn't sell them in time, and couldn't be bothered to take care of them. Will speculated. It's more than just that. Steven gave a signal. Umbreon leaped into the air, her iron tail slashing through several large cages. One by one, Steven and Will carried out Pokémon whose eyes were dull and senses numbed. A stronger stench rushed out as they worked, thick, foul, and suffocating. Inside the cages, several Pokémon corpses lay crumpled. When different species are crammed into the same cage, with no space and extreme hunger, what do you think happens? Steven asked. Will didn't answer, but his pale face said it all. The Altaria that Steven had just carried out struggled to lift its gaze. Its eyes showed almost no will to live, but somewhere deep within, a faint glimmer of light lingered. Murt. Steven felt a weak vibration as the Altaria made a faint sound. He pressed his left hand gently against its abdomen. Mur. The Altaria's voice grew slightly louder, trembling with effort. This texture. Steven's expression turned grim. Feeling the swollen, distended belly, he realized something. Without hesitation, he swept the clutter off the cave's lone table. Time for surgery. Here. Was that even possible? Will's expression was full of disbelief. Even as an amateur, he could tell the Altaria wouldn't survive the trip back to town. They had no choice but to try. Knowing he couldn't help, Will stepped aside and began treating the less injured Pokémon with medicine from his backpack. Among the wounded, the Slowpokes had fared relatively better. Just over 10 minutes later, Steven froze mid-action. He muttered barely audibly. It's no use. Performing surgery under such conditions was already a tall order. Even if this were his secret lab in Cyanwood City, the odds of saving the Altaria with these injuries wouldn't have exceeded 20%. He was a scientist, not a miracle worker. Mur. The Altaria made 2 faint calls as if it had heard him. It glanced down at its swollen abdomen. For a Pokémon so emaciated that only skin and bones remained, its belly was grotesquely large. I'll try, Steven said, understanding its plea. Mur. The Altaria's gaze brightened, just slightly. Its final wish was clear, to see the seedling it had left behind before it departed. What? Having finished treating most of the Pokémon, Will fell to the ground in shock. He had just seen Steven use a scalpel to make an incision in the Altaria's abdomen. Panicking, Will stumbled out of the cave, covering his mouth as he vomited. When Will returned, Steven had already dug a small grave. The Altaria's body was laid to rest inside. In Steven's arms, a Pokémon egg rested. Will took one look and understood everything. It left with a smile, he murmured, leaning closer. The Altaria, now mostly buried, still had a faint curve at the corner of its beak. Don't celebrate too early. This egg didn't get enough nutrients inside its mother. Whether it will hatch is still uncertain. Steven gently covered the Altaria's face with the last handful of soil. "Come on, can't you say something positive for once?" Will sighed, exasperated. "Scientists must always consider the worst-case scenario," Stephen replied, standing. What a buzzkill." Will kicked a rock in the cave, accidentally sending it flying into Bixia's forehead. It burst a swollen pustule on his face. "Arg!" Bishes jolted awake with a scream, looking around in panic. This is my base." "Whoa, guess I've got some talent. This guy didn't go insane," Will remarked, surprised. It was his first time using his executor to invade someone's mind. He'd prepared for the possibility that Bishes might go mad. Yet somehow, Bishes had retained his sanity, a miracle. Suddenly, Will's expression lit up with mischief. "Hey, I've got a great idea for an encore." "What now?" Stephen asked, holding the egg. Strolling over to Bishes, Will grinned. "This guy killed the Altaria. We can't let him off easy." Amid Bish's panicked gaze, Will made a gesture. "We'll take turns kicking this guy's nuts. Whoever gets the loudest scream wins." "What?" Bishes shouted in terror. Stephen raised a brow and smirked. "What's the prize?" Will's smile turned wicked. "Why, his jewels, of course." As the two approached, Bish's face contorted in horror. "Wait, don't, I'm with Team Rocket, ah." His screams echoed through the forest, so chilling that even the ghost Pokémon froze in confusion. Normally, pranksters like the Jenger family would have rushed over to investigate. But not this time. The cries were just too tragic. It hurt too much. What began as Stephen and Will's vengeance soon saw other Pokémon, Nidorino, Kangaskhan, Fluffy, joining in, using moves like Horn Attack, Brick Break, and Thunder Shock to assault Bish's treasures. As Stephen delivered a kick, he glanced at the egg in his arms. "Altaria, can you see this? This is the requiem we've composed for your mother." Chapter 31, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 31. A few days later, Stephen and Will returned to Cyanwood City. "What a pity. Bish's bounty was pretty high," Will muttered on their way back, still grumbling. He mainly regretted that they couldn't turn Bishes into Officer Jenny to claim the reward, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, by the time they calmed down, Bishes had been left in such a state that even his pants were shredded beyond recognition. If Officer Jenny were to ask what happened, how could they admit it was the two of them who kicked him into such a mess? Who knew who would end up getting arrested then? "Let's head back," Stephen said, quickening his pace. Not only was he eager to begin his research on the leaf stone, but he also wanted to focus on the newly obtained Pokémon egg. Based on his analysis, the chances of the bird Pokémon inside the egg surviving were slim. Yet, he still wanted to give it a try. "Oh, Stephen, you're back, huh, that egg." In the beachside house, Giovanni noticed the egg Stephen was carrying as soon as he walked in. "I'll explain later," Stephen replied quickly, hurrying into the medical room. He needed to carefully examine the egg first. "Hey kid, got a moment to chat?" Giovanni turned his attention to Will, seeing Stephen's urgency. Judging by Stephen's expression, it wasn't something he stumbled upon by chance. Well." Will hesitated. Although kicking Bishes had been immensely satisfying at the time, thinking back on it now made him a bit nervous. After all, didn't they technically kill someone? And Giovanni was a renowned gym leader within the league. If he found out, would he turn them in? Will's eyes darted around as he decided to probe Giovanni's stance. If only these two were father and son, surely no parent would turn in their kid, right? Gym leader Giovanni, hypothetically speaking, I mean if Stephen, no, not him, if my friend accidentally, killed someone, what would you do? Giovanni paused before breaking into a relieved smile. He thought it was going to be something serious, but this. If he didn't need to maintain the kindly image of a league gym leader, he might have burst out laughing, saying, "It's just killing someone, no big deal." "Stephen is practically my half-apprentice," Giovanni reassured him. "I trust him, or rather your friend, wasn't acting out of malice. Don't worry, I won't say a word, I support you. Good job." He grinned warmly, eagerly inquiring about the victim's identity. If it turned out to be a league councilman or a high-ranking trainer, even better. That would push Stephen closer to joining Team Rocket. Seeing Giovanni's attitude, Will relaxed and laughed. It was some pervert named Bishes. Before he died, he even claimed to be with Team Rocket. Gym leader Giovanni, you should have seen the state he was in when he went out, pathetic. But man, was it satisfying, haha. Giovanni's smile froze. Even someone as experienced as him needed a full 2 seconds to recover. Giovanni, sir, is there a problem? Will asked cautiously, noticing the shift in his expression. And no, not at all, Giovanni replied, his benevolent smile returning. He patted Will's shoulder and said, well done, you two did a great job. Come, tell me every detail of your glorious adventure. Giovanni guided Will to sit, eager to hear the story. Will, now completely trusting Giovanni, excitedly recounted the events. For a full 10 minutes, he animatedly described everything, including how they fought Bishes. By the end, that fat slob didn't have an inch of good skin left. Such a shame my phone's resolution wasn't high enough to capture the details properly. Otherwise, I'd have taken a picture for keepsakes. Good job, scum like that deserves to be torn limb from limb. Giovanni growled through clenched teeth as Will finished, thoroughly earning the young man's admiration. Wow, no wonder you're the strongest gym leader in the league. So righteous. But Will didn't realize Giovanni's anger was for entirely different reasons. Giovanni had never liked Bishes. Even though he'd accepted his application to join Team Rocket, he always found the man disposable. If Steven killed him, so be it. But Bishes' final words claiming to be with Team Rocket, that was a disaster. It would tarnish Team Rocket's image in Steven's eyes and jeopardize Giovanni's plans to recruit this promising talent. Damn it, Giovanni muttered inwardly, gritting his teeth. He had planned to take things slow, providing sponsorship to nudge Steven toward his side out of gratitude. But now, Bish's stupidity has complicated everything. I should dig up his corpse just to beat it again, Giovanni thought bitterly. Will Kun, why don't you rest? I'll go get some food to celebrate your success, Giovanni said, excusing himself to cool off and strategize. A few minutes later, Giovanni pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Archer, I need you to investigate. 2 hours later, Steven emerged from the medical room. Will and Giovanni were already in the living room, surrounded by an array of delicious food. How did it go, Steven? Will asked, swallowing a bite of donut. I managed to stabilize its condition for now, but whether it can hatch and survive after hatching is up to fate, Steven replied, sitting down and grabbing a burger. I heard about Bishes from Will, Giovanni said with a warm smile, handing Steven a soda. You worked hard dealing with that scum. It was nothing, I've faced worse, Steven said with a light chuckle. After we eat, I want to show you two something, Giovanni said, his tone growing serious. It might be a bit intense for your age, but I'll soon be returning to Kanto. Before I go, there's something you should understand. The League isn't as virtuous as it seems. Steven raised an eyebrow. Oh. Will was stunned. Huh, wait, aren't you, a League gym leader? Wasn't this outright defiance of the system? Chapter 32, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 32. Mr. Giovanni, where exactly are we headed? After walking for a while, Will couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Don't rush, we're almost there. Giovanni's tone was calm, but there was an undeniable trace of excitement in it. This is a perfect opportunity to take advantage of their actions, Giovanni thought. Let's see how well I can use this against the Pokémon League. As they continued walking, Will noticed they were heading toward the outskirts of the city. However, he couldn't figure out what Giovanni wanted to show them. Could it be a rare Pokémon he's discovered? Will wondered. Suddenly, the sound of rumbling machinery grew louder as they neared the city limits. Is this a construction site? Looking around, Will saw excavators, cement mixers, and large trucks, equipment typical of a construction zone. Felled trees lay scattered about, but strangely, there wasn't a single worker in sight. As they moved deeper into the area, someone finally stepped forward to stop them. Hey, you can't owe Mr. Giovanni. A middle-aged man wearing a hard hat, clearly a foreman, was about to halt them but immediately recognized Giovanni. Giovanni smiled faintly and said, I'm an old acquaintance of President Ritsuki. I heard he's facing some trouble, so I came to check it out. Oh, I see. Thank you for coming, Mr. Giovanni. But it should be resolved soon, the foreman said hastily, stepping aside to let them pass. As they walked on, Giovanni explained, "This is part of the Cyanwood City expansion project, undertaken by Sand/Real Estate Company. You remember Mr. Ritsuki, don't you, Stephen-kun?" Stephen thought for a moment before replying, "The guy who sold us our house." "Exactly," Giovanni nodded. "The Pokémon League is growing rapidly, and with the population increasing, there's a greater demand for housing. That means cities need to expand." He paused for a moment before adding, "We're here." Stephen and Will stopped and looked ahead. What are those Pokémon doing? Will's eyes widened at the sight. Before them, a chaotic battle was unfolding. League trainers were commanding their Pokémon to fight against a group of wild Pokémon, clearly defending their territory. The wild Pokémon included Houndoom, Ursaring, Murkrow, and Donphin. "It's the wild Pokémon whose habitats are being taken over," Stephen observed. "Exactly," Giovanni replied with a faint smile. "Humans expanding their territories inevitably encroach on the Pokémon's land, and conflicts like this arise. Couldn't they just relocate the wild Pokémon, or maybe have trainers catch them?" Will asked. Stephen countered with a question of his own. "If someone barged into your home and told you to leave and find another place to live, would you accept it?" Will was speechless for a moment. "Besides, moving to a new environment would mean facing new enemies," Stephen continued. "Pokémon fights over territory can be as brutal as they are simple." He mentioned examples like Zangoose and Seviper, or Pidgeot and Fearow, known for their fierce battles over territory. For these wild Pokémon, it's better to fight the humans stealing their home than to move and risk fighting other wild Pokémon. "And capturing them?" Will pressed. "That's even less likely," Giovanni explained. "The moment the League decided to take over their land, these Pokémon were destined to see humans as enemies. How could they then be expected to become a trainer's companion?" Suddenly Will pointed out, "Wait, that Donphin stopped fighting." One injured Donphin had ceased its attacks, turning to softly call out to a few Phampi behind it. The younger Pokémon, less injured but still battered, drooped their heads as if reluctant to leave. The Donphin led the group away, heading back toward the forest without a glance behind. "Looks like they've given up," Stephen remarked, observing the scene. Nearby, an injured Houndoom growled in their direction, barking furiously at the retreating Donphin. "Houndoom's furious," Will muttered. Another Houndoom, possibly its mate, approached and tried to calm it down, glancing at the Donphin group with visible hesitation. It seemed to suggest that maybe they should leave too. But the injured Houndoom snapped at its mate, clearly furious. It then raised its head and let out a howl. "Ararure." The move howl, Stephen noted. It's boosting its and its allies' attack power. The wild Pokémon's morale surged, and they launched a frenzied counterattack. The League trainers and their Pokémon were overwhelmed, their temporary defense lines breaking apart. Not only that, but the wild Pokémon began destroying the construction site, smashing walls and barricades to rubble. "What a bunch of ungrateful beasts," a voice muttered nearby. It was President Ritsuki, the real estate company's president. He sighed and rubbed his temples, turning to a tall man standing behind him. "I'll have to trouble you then." The man, nearly 2 meters tall with slicked-back blue hair and wearing sunglasses despite the bright daylight, stepped forward silently. "That's Aldous, one of the Indigo League's Elite Four." Will's voice was almost a squeak. Stephen quietly observed the man, noting his composed demeanor. Given that Ash's journey was still years away, it wasn't surprising that there were other Elite Four members before Lance, and the others took their positions. But why wasn't Aldous serving as an Elite Four member when Ash started his journey? As Stephen pondered this, Aldous calmly retrieved a piquet ball from his belt and tossed it into the air. Chapter 33, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 33. As Aldous threw the piquet ball, it traced a semicircular arc through the air. A streak of blue emerged, standing before the Houndoom and Ursaring. It was the dragon of the Johto region, Kingdra. "Go." Aldous uttered the single word with his usual brevity. Kingdra took a deep breath, then suddenly released a purple-blue wave of energy from its mouth. Dragon Pulse. Roar! An Ursaring swung its claws wide, attempting to counter. Slash! Boom! The moment the Dragon Pulse collided with Ursaring, the bulky Pokémon, massive even among its peers, was sent flying like a baseball struck by a bat. The other rampaging Ursaring, Houndoom and Murkrow stopped in their tracks, their expressions shifting. As wild Pokémon, their instincts were sharp, and they could immediately sense that this opponent was on a completely different level from anything they had faced before. The leader of the Houndoom pack leaped into the air, launching a dark purple-black beam from its mouth, Dark Pulse. A translucent blue barrier formed around Kingdra, creating a protective dome that repelled the attack. Protect! The Houndoom leader's minions, the Hounder, sprang into action, unleashing fiery pillars from their mouths. Rain Dance, Aldous said flatly, glancing at the Houndoom. Kingdra lifted its head to the sky, channeling mysterious energy toward the heavens. Within 10 seconds, the previously clear skies were shrouded in dark clouds, and a torrential downpour began. With its water dragon typing, Kingdra already resisted fire-type moves. Now, with Rain Dance boosting its water-type attacks, the flames from the Hounder were utterly ineffective. Kingdra remained unflinching, as if the fire couldn't even match the heat of a sauna. Incredible, as expected of one of the Indigo League's Elite Four, muttered Will. The wild Pokémon's attack patterns are completely transparent to that man in sunglasses, he added. And none of them have any resistance to water types, Giovanni remarked with a smile. In this situation, his next move is almost certainly Surf. Before Giovanni could finish, Stephen interjected. Sure enough, Aldous echoed Stephen, Surf. Kingdra charged a brilliant blue energy at its snout, then slammed it into the ground. Boom crash. A massive wave, 7 or 8 meters high, radiated in all directions, engulfing the rampaging wild Pokémon. The wave swept up Ursaring, along with a few Teddiursa, pulling them into a vortex. The fire-weak Houndoom and Hounder fared even worse. They didn't even have time to cry out before being overwhelmed, their bellies filling with water. Only the Murkrow, with their flight advantage, managed to evade the wave by flapping desperately. But Aldous gave a signal to Ritsuki with his eyes. Understanding immediately, Ritsuki, the landowner, shouted to the recovering trainers, "What are you waiting for? Get rid of the remaining targets." The League trainers, snapping to action, sent out Pokémon like Golduck and Tentacruel to dive into the flooded battlefield. From below, they launched Ice Beam and Hydro Pump at the airborne Murkrow. The Murkrow, already the weakest of the 3 wild factions, were further demoralized by the defeat of the Ursaring and Houndoom. A moment's lapse proved fatal. They were struck midair and fell like broken kites. Impressive as always, Aldous. Without you, the damage would have been much worse, Ritsuki said, walking up with admiration. As for compensation, no need, Aldous replied, shaking his head. President Ritsuki, you and my father are partners. This is a small matter. Ha, you're too modest, Ritsuki laughed. Then, at least join us for dinner to celebrate the success of the Cyanwood City expansion plan. If your father is free, that would be even better. President, look out. Before Ritsuki could finish, a guard shouted. Arf! Behind them, the Houndoom leader, grievously injured but not defeated, leaped toward them, fiery fangs aglow. Ritsuki froze in shock and fear. Aldous, however, remained calm. Hydro Pump. Kingdra turned sharply, releasing a massive, rain-enhanced hydro pump. The water cannon struck the Houndoom leader squarely in the head, sending it flying dozens of meters into a newly constructed bridge pillar. Crack, crack, crack. The sheer force of the attack caused the pillar to fracture. Thud. Kingdra ceased its attack, and the Houndoom collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Boom. The damaged pillar finally gave way, collapsing onto the unconscious Houndoom leader. Hound! A nearby Hounder tried to rise, its eyes wide with despair, but its battered body betrayed its will. Hound's hound! Another Houndoom, the leader's mate, dashed forward. If this were a movie, she would have heroically saved her partner. But the reality was cruel. Just as she reached him, the pillar came crashing down, pinning them both. Hound's father, hound mother. The hounder's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the construction site. They brought this on themselves. If they had stayed down, this wouldn't have happened, Ritsuki said, wiping rain or sweat from his face. Thank you again, Aldous. No problem. What do you plan to do with the rest? Aldous asked, gesturing to the fallen Ursaring, Murkrow, and the shattered Hounder pack. Maybe my men can dump them somewhere far away. If they attack humans again, euthanasia might be the best option. If you don't mind, leave them to me, Aldous offered. My father has connections to place them with suitable trainers. Since it's you, I can't refuse, Ritsuki agreed with a laugh. But first, let's celebrate. Well, Steven, do you still think the League represents justice? Sakaki asked nearby. Neither side is innocent. I've seen enough of this, Steven replied coolly. Though not achieving Giovanni's goal of inciting hatred toward the League, it seemed the event had at least left Steven with a lingering doubt about its integrity. For Giovanni, that was enough for now. Chapter 34, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 34. Soon, at Aldous' request, Ritsuki ordered his subordinates to bring over a large cement truck. One by one, the severely injured Pokémon, including the Hounders, Ursarings, Teddiursas, and Murkrows, were loaded into the truck bed for transport. At that moment, Giovanni approached together with Steven and Will. Oh, Mr. Giovanni, you're here too. Ritsuki looked at Giovanni in surprise. I heard that President Ritsuki encountered some trouble, so I came to take a look. Mid-sentence, Giovanni's gaze shifted to Aldous. But it seems the Elite Four resolved the matter before we had the chance to step in. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Aldous, Giovanni said, extending his hand courteously. The pleasure is mine. The reputation of gym leader Giovanni precedes you, Aldous responded formally as he shook Giovanni's hand. What's the plan for handling these Pokémon? Will asked, pointing to the wild Pokémon piled up in the truck bed. Aldous initially did not intend to answer, but, seeing that the child was with Giovanni, decided to explain. I plan to send them to my father. He will find suitable trainers for them. Suitable trainers? Hearing this, Steven's expression turned a bit odd. These Pokémon had been forcibly removed from their habitat and severely injured, especially the Hounder clan, who had just witnessed their leader die right before their eyes. For them, being released back into the wild would likely be the best outcome. Unless you find trainers with Naruto-level persuasion skills, taming them would be nearly impossible. Not even Ash could manage. Aldous wasn't aware of this detail. We're planning to host a banquet this weekend and invite Lord Cation, along with other notable figures from the Johto region. Mr. Giovanni, would you and your young companions like to join us? Ritsuki extended the invitation warmly. And Lord Cation is? Steven asked curiously. Giovanni explained, Aldous' father, the wealthiest man in Johto and a renowned philanthropist. However, Giovanni politely declined Ritsuki's invitation. As much as I'd like to, I need to return to Kanto. Staying away too long might not sit well with those in charge. Having observed enough, Giovanni was now certain that Steven would not align with the League, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. I see, then what about you two? Ritsuki redirected his question towards Steven and Will. As a businessman, Ritsuki excelled at investing in potential. These two boys, close to Giovanni, were bound for greatness. Thank you for the invitation, Uncle Ritsuki. If there's nothing else, we'll try to attend, Steven replied noncommittally, though his interest in Aldous, a character absent from the original storyline, was piqued. Back at the house, Will was still dazed. The events at the construction site had been a lot to process, especially witnessing the two Houndooms being crushed to death before his eyes. That scene would haunt him forever. Steven-kun, I'm heading back to Kanto. If anything comes up, just get in touch, Giovanni said. Dressed in a scarf and gentleman's hat, he looked every bit the gambler on a mission. Thank you for your support during this time, Uncle. Consider this a token of appreciation. Steven handed 2 items to Giovanni. One was a Pokémon disruptor that temporarily disabled Piquet balls, an invention Giovanni recognized. The other, this is an evolution stone. Giovanni inspected the green evolution stone curiously. Its color was distinct from the red fire stones, yellow thunder stones, and white moon stones already discovered. I call it the leaf stone. It can evolve certain grass-type Pokémon. While I know you don't currently have any grass types on your team, it might come in handy someday. Hearing this, Giovanni nodded approvingly. His organization had members specializing in grass types, some even serving as trusted aides. After all, grass types often had excellent synergy with poison, a favorite type among villainous groups. You never fail to impress, Stephen Kun. Leaving these words and an appreciative glance, Giovanni turned and departed. The two gifts alone justified his extended stay in Johto. Losing his son had been a blow, but discovering such a treasure of a protege made up for it. Will, who had been lounging on the couch in a slump, suddenly sprang up in alarm. "Hey, Stephen, those things you gave to Mr. Giovanni." Giovanni's surprise had stemmed from the leaf stone. Will's shock, however, was over the Pokémon disruptor. Everyone knew it was Joker's invention. Could it be, was Stephen actually? "Why so shocked? Didn't you suspect me from the beginning?" Stephen's rhetorical question left Will utterly speechless. "Why you? You're about to ask, how did you know, right?" Stephen interrupted with a smirk. He continued tending to a Pokémon egg as he explained. "From the moment you offered to be my guide and take me to the Moss Rock, I knew. Why would an ordinary person go out of their way for a stranger? Maybe someone like Ash might, but you? Not." Will was stunned, his brain now overwhelmed by a fresh question. Who's Ash? But a more pressing question surged forward. "Then why are you?" Stephen cut him off again. "Your next words are, then why are you revealing your identity now?" "Then why are you, huh?" Will's eyes widened in shock. "It's simple, because now you're an accomplice." After finishing his egg care routine, Stephen began tinkering with a set of test tubes filled with various liquids. "Accomplice?" Will was utterly lost. Stephen pulled out his phone, opened a video, and hit play. In the video, Will's maniacal laughter echoed as he repeatedly kicked a bloodied Bishes. "Ha ha ha, Ores ha ha ha." The scene painted Will as a textbook psychopath. Will stared in disbelief. In the video, it was clear he and Stephen had acted together. If this video ended up with Officer Jenny, or even a random passerby, it would look like Will was the main instigator, while Stephen was just a reluctant accomplice. "If I go down, do you think you'd walk free?" Stephen's question left Will speechless. 1,000 thoughts converged into a single phrase. "Stephen, you tricked me." Chapter 35, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 35. Over the next few days, Will gradually came to terms with the reality of being an accomplice. And he figured it out, it wasn't a big deal. From another perspective, he and Stephen essentially held leverage over each other, creating a dynamic where neither dared to make a move against the other. Given that, it was better to coexist peacefully than to tear things apart. Besides, teaming up with Stephen to take down Bishes had been the most thrilling thing Will had ever experienced. It was exhilarating. "Let's call it a day," Stephen said suddenly at the beach, signaling to Umbreon with a glance. Together, they returned to the cabin. The entire morning had been spent on training battles with Will. Though not as skilled as Giovanni, Will had the potential to one day reach the level of the Elite Four. As a sparring partner, he was more than adequate. Will returned his executor to its piquet ball, leaving only one Pokémon by his side, a Slowpoke. This particular Slowpoke was one Will had chosen from a group of abused Pokémon they had rescued from Bish's lair. Why this one? During the rescue, while Stephen and Will were playing soccer, many of the Slowpokes had been too frightened to join in. While this was partly due to the naturally docile nature of Slowpoke, it was clear they were also traumatized. Noticing this, Will had pointed at Bishes, who was already in bad shape, and said to the Slowpokes, "Come on, let's fight together." The other Slowpokes still didn't dare to act, but this one used its psychic powers to twist Bish's lower body into a pretzel. At that moment, whether Bishes survived or not, he was definitely on the verge of death. Thanks to the Slowpoke's psychic attack, Bish's scream broke all decibel records. Will immediately took a liking to this particular Slowpoke. Revengeful, huh? I like that. What, Steven, you're not part of Team Rocket? Over lunch, Will was shocked to learn, through casual conversation, that Steven, or rather Joker, was not a member of Team Rocket. It felt like being around, Steven brought a new surprise every day. When did I ever say I was part of Team Rocket? Steven countered. Will was momentarily speechless. Okay, true, Joker himself had never claimed that. But the media reported it. Fine, I guess you can't fully trust what the League says either. Will scratched his head. At this stage of his life, he believed whatever the television told him. But after witnessing what happened at the construction site, his faith in the League had started to waver. Most of it is still trustworthy, but you need to think for yourself more. Steven's earlier remark that neither side is good had been somewhat exaggerated. In his previous life, pirates, under the guise of freedom and adventure, pillaged and killed ordinary people. The Navy, as the lackeys of the world government, turned a blind eye to the atrocities of the celestial dragons. That was true enough, but applying the same logic to the Pokémon world didn't quite fit. Sure, the Pokémon League had its share of darkness and corruption, but it wasn't nearly as extreme as the Navy in the pirate world. At least there's no celestial dragon equivalent here, Steven muttered to himself. Huh, Steven, what's a celestial dragon? Will asked curiously. Nothing, eat up. By the way, I cooked, so you're washing the dishes, Steven replied. Will rolled his eyes. He felt it was necessary to catch a Pokémon with a good housekeeper personality, maybe even one with a perfect spouse vibe. Gardevoir from Hone sounded like a great choice. Steven, let's visit Hone sometime. Will shared his idea with Steven. Gardevoir. Steven paused mid-chew. Impressive taste. In his previous life, Will, as an Elite Four member, had indeed owned a Gardevoir. Gardevoir was a fan-favorite Pokémon, often dubbed the ultimate waifu by many enthusiast otakus. Beautiful, loyal, willing to sacrifice everything for you, and highly capable in battle. What more could you ask for? Most importantly, no dowry required. Steven thought that if he'd had a Gardevoir in his previous life, those XXN posts on certain forums wouldn't have dared to act so smugly. We'll go someday, but tomorrow night we have a banquet to attend first. Hearing this, Will recalled an invitation from President Ritsuki a few days prior. Are you into banquets? Honestly, I'd rather hunt down more scumbags like Bishes and mess them up. Ever since the incident in the Illusion Forest, it felt like something inside Will had switched on. It's not me who wants to go, it's her. Steven tilted his head toward Umbreon, who was enjoying lunch with the other Pokémon. Her. Will's curiosity grew. I've discussed it with Umbreon. She also thinks Aldis's plan to match wild Pokémon with suitable trainers is unreliable. As a Pokémon abandoned by her previous trainer, Umbreon deeply understood the feelings of Pokémon like Houndour and Ursaring, who had lost everything to humans. Their plight was even worse than hers, at least she had found him. Umbreon looked at Steven with tender affection. At the same time, she believed that Aldis's proposal was flawed. Houndour, Ursaring, and the others had everything taken from them by humans. Under such circumstances, would they want to cooperate with humans again? It was as absurd as forgiving someone who killed your family. This opinion, of course, shouldn't be shared with Naruto Uzumaki. So Umbreon wanted to investigate the situation with her trainer. Both Steven and Umbreon felt something was off about this proposal. Wow, you can have discussions like that. Will was amazed. Though Pokémon could understand humans, the reverse wasn't usually true. For a Pokémon to communicate with a trainer at a human level was nearly impossible unless they had psychic abilities like legendary Pokémon or translation skills like Team Rocket's Meowth. My case is special. Steven scratched his arm. Will didn't press further and quickly shifted to a topic of interest. Let's go then, it sounds fun. Oh right, are you going as Steven or Joker? Before Steven could answer, Will excitedly continued. Go as Joker, I'll find a mask and join you. Ever since I met you at Goldenrod Station, I've thought that kind of life was super exciting. Will was already browsing for suitable masks on his computer, visibly thrilled. Steven's expression grew more peculiar. He remembered that Will's future self was always wearing a mask. Was this some sort of cosmic correction force at work? Chapter 36, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 36. Credits, Earage Just a Game. How do I look, Steven? My new style. The next day, just before dusk. After more than a day of effort, Will had finally completed his Phantom Thief outfit. It was a flamboyant ensemble resembling a jester's attire, complete with a mask covering the upper half of his face. The outfit exuded a confidence reminiscent of Son Gohan's great Saiyaman persona. Steven was momentarily speechless. The black mask on Will's face reminded him of someone from a past life. Half worried, he thought Will might suddenly blurt out, deep dark fantasies. But Will seemed oblivious to the disdain in Steven's eyes. After strutting flamboyantly around the room, Will stopped as if remembering something. Oh right, shouldn't I come up with a code name? You already have the nickname Joker, so what about me? Should I use something from playing cards too? Like King or something? Just call yourself Van. I think it suits you, Steven said, a sly grin playing on his lips. No way, I don't know why, but I feel like you're up to no good, Will replied, rejecting the suggestion outright. Steven rolled his eyes and began checking his gear while Will stood before the mirror, agonizing over what codename to choose. Stop wasting time, get ready to head out. If you can't decide, just use a placeholder name. We'll call you Black or Little Blue for now. Huh, those names aren't cool at all. Be glad I didn't name you something like Cape Baldy. Steven's dismissive tone earned him a glare, but Will eventually gave up the debate. Finally, as they made their way out, Will pounded his fist into his palm as if struck by inspiration. I've got it, how about magic? My outfit was inspired by a magician's costume. Sounds good, right? Steven considered it for a moment before smirking. Might as well call yourself Jackass. Dusk had settled. In the heart of Cyanwood's high society, dressed-up elites streamed into Ritsuki's lavish mansion. At the entrance, security guards glanced skeptically at Steven and Will, both unaccompanied by adults. But their doubts evaporated when Steven presented the invitation, and the two were quickly allowed inside. Wow, look at that, so many famous faces, Will whispered excitedly, scanning the crowd. Before long, he spotted several familiar figures on TV. Thinking about what we're about to do under the noses of these big shots. Wow, cool, wow, cool. Calm down, and stop using that cringeworthy tone, Steven replied, unimpressed. Even Steven couldn't help but notice several familiar faces. Among them were gym leaders, including Chuck from Cyanwood City and Faulkner's father from Violet City. But the one who caught Steven's attention the most was. Standing beside Ritsuki was a short, elderly man wearing armor reminiscent of Madara Uchiha's, topped with a Rayquaza-themed helmet. Behind him were two attendants, one of whom Steven recognized. Lance's cousin, Claire, beside her stood a Dragonair. That's the patriarch of the Blackthorn City Dragon Clan, Master. The two behind him are the current Blackthorn gym leader and her daughter Claire, Will whispered. Top-tier figures in the Johto region. Even Chairman Goodshow of the League would treat them with respect. Before Will could continue, another elderly figure arrived. Unlike the white-haired, bearded elder of dragons, this newcomer was stout and balding, with a shiny forehead, black-framed glasses, and a perpetually kind smile. He was accompanied by none other than Aldous, one of the Indigo League's Elite Four. Beside Aldous stood a middle-aged man with similar features, though his hair was red and parted, unlike Aldous's blue. Hi-ha, apologies for being late, Master. It's been a long time. The bald elder extended a hand toward the Master with a hearty laugh. Your presence graces us all, Ritsuki chimed in, beaming with joy. With two of Cyanwood's most powerful figures gathered, Ritsuki was elated. That man is Keishin, nicknamed Deathgold. He's Aldous's father and Cyanwood's wealthiest individual, as well as a renowned philanthropist, Will whispered. And that red-haired guy? That's his second son, Aldous's younger brother. I think his name is Altair. Yeah, that's it. He's the gym leader of Olivine City, supposedly the strongest gym leader in Johto. Gotta admit, that bald old man sure knows how to raise sons, one's an Elite Four and the other's gym leader level. Beside Aldous and Altair stood two Pokémon, an Alakazam and a Marowak. Stephen's gaze shifted slightly. In his memory, the Olivine City gym leader should have been Jasmine, a young steel-type trainer with a gentle demeanor. But the timeline was still far from Ash's journey. Even the Goldenrod City gym leader was still Whitney's grandfather. It made sense that Jasmine hadn't taken over yet. She was probably still younger than Will. By the way, a lot of people here have their Pokémon out with them, Will noted. Many guests had their Pokémon by their sides as companions or bodyguards. The guards at the door were flanked by intimidating Pokémon, and the Elite Four and Dragon Clan members also had smaller Pokémon acting as protectors. And then it clicked for Will, to guard against Joker's Pokeball Disruptor. "You've changed the world, huh?" Will said with a hint of admiration. Clearly, the guests had taken precautions against potential attacks from Team Rocket, though Will knew Joker wasn't part of them. The League, however, had no idea. Stephen glanced at Cation for a moment, before quietly withdrawing from the banquet center. "Let's get to work." The two began their operation, unaware of the gray-haired girl nearby, who seemed lost in thought. "Father, I'd like to rest in my room." The girl tugged at Ritsuki's pant leg. All right, go on then," Ritsuki replied, waving her off while preoccupied with entertaining the VIPs. The gray-haired girl, Rihua, daughter of real estate tycoon Ritsuki, breathed a sigh of relief upon leaving the hall. "This kind of atmosphere is just too much." Rihua sighed deeply, her face full of weariness. Unlike most wealthy heiresses, Rihua's natural talent as a trainer had granted her considerable freedom, sparing her from being used as a political pawn. Still, she detested the suffocating atmosphere of her family. If given the chance, she longed to leave. Reaching the third floor, Rihua paused near a storage room. She recalled the feral Pokémon her father had recently brought into the house. According to him, they'd be gifted to Cation after the banquet. Supposedly, they'd be well cared for. After a moment of hesitation, Rihua opened the storage room door. Chapter 37, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 37. Inside the storage room of Ritsuki's home stood a massive iron cage. Within it were Pokémon such as Houndour, Ursaring, and Murkrow, all of whom had been defeated miserably by Aldous outside the city. Each was confined behind the iron bars. Though their condition wasn't as pitiful as that of the Altaria and Slowpoke, who had suffered abuse in the Illusion Forest, the Pokémon here were still lifeless, collapsed on the ground. It seemed they had been tranquilized. All the Pokémon wore restraints, but only one had a muzzle tightly secured over its mouth. A young Houndour, the offspring of those crushed to death by a fallen column. Rihua bit her lip, approached the Houndour, and crouched in front of the cage, whispering, "Don't worry. My father said he would hand you over to Mr. Cation, who will help you find suitable owners." Before she could finish, the Houndour, which had been lying motionless, suddenly opened its eyes, startling her. Before Rihua could react further, the Houndour thrust its paw through the gaps in the iron bars, swiping fiercely at her arm. Had its claws not been restrained, there was no doubt it would have severed her entire arm. MMPH. With its mouth muzzled, the Houndour couldn't fully growl, but its blazing eyes bore into Rihua with hatred. "You destroyed my homeland, you killed my parents, and now you speak of helping me." Rihua, bleeding heavily from her arm, didn't cry out. Instead, she calmly locked eyes with the Houndour. I've heard about what happened to you. I'm sorry for what my father did. I'll let you go, try to escape and find a new home." With that, Rihua left the storage room quickly and retrieved the keys to unlock the Houndour's cage. Once freed, the Houndour paused, glancing back at her before turning its gaze to the other cages. Rihua instantly understood and proceeded to unlock the others. "You all should leave quickly," she urged. "But if you free them this way, they're likely to fail." An unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Startled, Rihua spun around to see two masked young men, close to her age, standing there. They scrutinized her with bemused expressions. You are." Rihua froze, recognizing one of them, the mask from the news. Stephen, in his Joker mode, approached, checking the pulses of the barely alive Pokémon. "They've been tranquilized. Judging by their condition and the fact they've been locked here without proper care, there's no way they'll escape this villa unnoticed," he said, systematically examining each Pokémon. Among them, the Murkrow are the least injured. Given their flight ability, they have the highest chance of escape. Next are the Ursaring. While one is seriously injured, the cubs are relatively unscathed and might make it with their elder's protection. Finally, he crouched by the Hounder and placed a hand on its pulse. HRRR. The freed Hounder growled, its body tensing as it watched Stephen touch its kin. But before it could make a move, Umbreon blocked its path, her crimson eyes fixed on the Hounder. It showed restraint, otherwise it would have struck already. Stephen retracted his hand after assessing the Hounder's condition. They're in the worst shape. Already gravely injured, and with no proper treatment, they can barely walk, let alone escape. Rationally, you should abandon them, however. Arf! Before Stephen could finish, the Hounder lunged at him, fury overtaking its reason. Humans should die, I will not abandon my kin. The strike came too fast. Before Rihua or Will could react, the Hounder's claws were mere centimeters from Stephen's masked face. In a flash, a streak of black light slammed into the Hounder, sending it crashing into the wall. Rihua stared in shock. It was Umbreon. She recalled a lecture by Professor Oak. Wasn't this species identified as Umbreon? Stephen raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. What's the rush? I wasn't done speaking. The Hounder, snarling, staggered to its feet and unleashed a raging flamethrower. Its mind was consumed with anger and grief over its parents' death, its fury erupting after being caged for so long. Looking to vent your anger. Stephen flicked his hand. Umbreon countered the flamethrower with a dark wave of dark pulse. Hey, if you start fighting here. Will warned nervously. With a deafening explosion, the dark pulse overpowered the flamethrower, sending the Hounder flying again. The commotion caused the entire storage room to tremble violently, even shaking the banquet hall above. What's going on? Upstairs, the wealthy guests, including Ritsuki and Aldous, exchanged puzzled looks. Ritsuki sharply ordered the guards, go and check it out. Meanwhile, in the storage room, Stephen and Umbreon coldly observed the battered Hounder. If you want revenge, that's fine, Stephen said. But acting like a rabid dog lashing out indiscriminately, that's unacceptable. Your enemies are the owners of this house who ordered the project. The Pokémon League, which sanctioned the expansion. Aldous, who killed your parents. I've had nothing to do with this. If you're so angry, go after them. Why take it out on me? Why not confront the League itself? Stephen loathed this kind of blind, self-righteous anger. It reminded him of certain fictional villains who misplaced their rage, causing unnecessary chaos by putting everyone in eternal genjutsu. Chapter 38, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 38. Hey, Joker, someone's coming up. Will, who was guarding the door, turned pale at the sound of footsteps and shouted into the storage room to Stephen. Huh? Stephen exhaled, quickly scanning the wild Pokémon in the cages with sharp eyes. Although I think this plan is unreliable, if you choose to stay here, maybe that blue-haired old man, Oji-san, can provide you with long-term support. He glanced at the Pokémon. Now that the noise has gotten this loud, even if you want to escape, it's uncertain whether you'll make it. You guys choose. Hearing Stephen's words, the Murkrow and Ursaring exchanged glances. As expected, they didn't scream about rejecting this world or refusing to acknowledge it as theirs, like one might have anticipated. Becoming a human's pet Pokémon. What a joke. All right, Stephen continued. The original plan was to release you, have you turn right, break into the room at the end of the corridor, crash through, and jump off the balcony. It was the fastest escape route I prepared for you. But now, thanks to this stupid dog, the plan is ruined. Stephen shot a look at Hounder. Seeing Hounder lower its head in silence, Rihua quietly reached out, wrapping her arms around its neck in a protective embrace. We're out of options. We'll have to split up and run. Given the situation, we can only rely on luck. Stephen spread his hands. At that moment, Rihua hesitantly raised her hand, looking like a student about to ask a question. If we had some bait to attract attention, could we buy more time? Bait. Before Stephen could respond, Will blinked in confusion. A few seconds later, his expression shifted to one of horror, as if he'd just been assigned a death mission. He pointed at his face. No, no, you're not asking us to be the bait, are you? Is this girl out of her mind? There are top-tier trainers downstairs. Being the center of attention would be asking for death. I, Magic, am only here for fun, not to die. Stephen couldn't help but laugh. Does this girl think she's Luffy, a saint who does all the work for free? Helping in small ways was fine, but sacrificing himself? Maybe in the next life. And for that foul-tempered hounder, no chance. No, that's not it. Rihua quickly explained, waving her hands. What I mean is, you could use me as a hostage, it'd be safer. Isn't that how it works in TV dramas? Isn't that still the same? Will shouted. In the end, aren't you still asking us to attract attention? Found them in the storage room. Someone's entered the storage room. At that moment, several security guards from the banquet stormed upstairs. Run! Stephen hissed. The sea ursaring with their cubs and the Murkrow exchanged one last glance before rushing out the door, splitting up and bolting in two directions. The goods are escaping. Quick, stop them, these are for Master Cation. The guards froze for a moment before signaling their Pokémon to form a human wall, blocking the way. Roar! The ursaring used its massive size to send one of the Flygons flying. The Murkrow followed, creating instant chaos. The guards scrambled to respond, hurriedly pulling out their Pokeballs to summon reinforcements. Beep! Stephen pressed the button on his Pokeball disruptor. The guards suddenly realized their Pokeballs were unresponsive. In the next moment, the ursaring led their cubs and the Murkrow crashed into them, leaving them dazed. It's Joker. Team Rocket is here. Alarm, alarm, Team Rocket has invaded, requesting backup. The stunned guards shouted down the stairs. One of them gritted his teeth and crawled to the wall, slamming his hand on the alarm. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the villa. Joker, Team Rocket. The upper-class guests downstairs, including Ritsuki, froze in shock at the words. That guy. Claire's expression shifted as she immediately remembered Stephen's powerful Beedrill. Master Elder Dragon squinted under his white eyebrows and whispered to his son and granddaughter. Protect the crowd. Yes. Claire and her father quickly gathered the guests in the hall, using their Dragonite to cast double protection moves, shielding everyone inside. Meanwhile, Master Elder Dragon retrieved a Pokeball from beneath his armor, pressing its power button twice. Really can't start it, Lance lost fairly. He chuckled lightly. I'm curious to meet this Joker. Did he invent all this? Hearing the clan leader's words, Claire smiled bitterly. Master, don't go running off. Cation raised an eyebrow curiously. The noise is coming from upstairs. Let's go see. Mr. Cation, you're the guest. This small matter shouldn't trouble you, Ritsuki quickly interjected, trying to dissuade him. At the same time, a sinking feeling crept over him. Upstairs, could it be? Team Rocket's target is those trapped Pokémon. This commotion is too big, we should assist. Aldous Altair. Cation gestured to his two sons. The twins, distinguishable only by their hair and clothing, nodded in unison before quickly heading upstairs. Then I'll excuse myself for now. My apologies, Ritsuki said, following them. Damn Joker, damn Team Rocket. Did they come to his house just for those little things? If they wanted them, they could have contacted him privately. He would have sold the Pokémon for a reasonable price. In the storage room, the three Hounders looked anxiously at the limping Hounder beside Rihua. Already injured before being captured, it had refused to eat the food given by humans during its captivity. Now, after being hit by Umbreon twice, it could barely stand. If you don't leave now, you really won't make it out, Stephen reminded them. Whimper. The three Hounders looked conflicted. Abandoning their comrade, especially the offspring of their leader, was unthinkable. Tisk tilde. Stephen clicked his tongue, tossing a Pokeball to Rihua. Catch it and hide it. Rihua caught the Pokeball and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she said softly, almost pleadingly. Hounder, please, let me catch you. Hounder met her gaze for a long moment before glancing toward its comrades. This time, understanding that throwing a tantrum would only delay them further, it lowered its head. Chapter 39, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 39. Shortly after, Rihua successfully captured the Hounder. Where should I hide it? A fleeting moment of joy flashed in Rihua's eyes after capturing the Hounder, but she soon faced another dilemma. She was wearing a dress with no belt to hold piquet balls or any pockets to store items. You can hide it in your chest. I know someone who did that once, Stephen remarked casually. Of course, he knew her, but she didn't know him. The sight of someone hiding a piquet ball in their chest had once left everyone completely dumbfounded. Now you guys can run away in peace, right? Stephen glanced over at the 3 remaining Hounder. Compared to the one Rihua captured, these 3 had more normal temperaments. They nodded and prepared to flee together. However, the situation took a far graver turn than anyone had anticipated. Joker, things aren't looking good. Aldous and Altair, each leading an Alakazam and a Marowak, were approaching. Will swallowed hard, feeling a tremendous sense of pressure. These 2 were on a completely different level from that fat pig, Bish's, even he could feel it. But what was even more visually striking? Behind the 2 brothers lay a fainted Ursaring, several Teddy Ursa, and 2 Murkrow. It was clear that the wild Pokémon released earlier had failed to escape, having been intercepted by the brothers. If we'd followed my plan, at least half the Pokémon could have escaped. Now look at this mess. Stephen sighed in frustration. The Hounder inside Rihua's piquet ball lowered its head in shame. What do we do now, Joker? Do we fight? Will struggled to maintain his composure as he glanced at Stephen. Fight my foot, run for it. Without another word, Stephen spun around and bolted in the opposite direction. Aldous was undeniably an Elite 4-level powerhouse. And to hold a position as an Elite 4 in a headquarters like the Indigo League, he was not a pushover like some of the Elite 4 in Kalos. Not to mention that Altair, a gym leader said to be on par with an Elite 4, was also here. Why fight them? There's no reward for that. Will was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses and followed Stephen in retreat. The 3 remaining Hounder hesitated as they glanced at the unconscious Ursaring and the Murkrow. Eventually, they decided to follow Stephen and Will, running off in the opposite direction. They were smarter than the Hounder that Rihua had captured. They knew there was no saving them. Should I do it or will you? Aldous asked calmly. Altair remained silent, taking a step forward and raising his palm toward the fleeing group. Marowak hurled its bone club, defying the laws of physics as it curved through the hallway, striking the ankles of the 3 Hounder in rapid succession. Like bowling pins, the Hounder fell one after another. Whoa, that accuracy! A flash of surprise appeared in Stephen's eyes. The 2 sons of that bald old man were certainly no slouches. The bone boomerang hadn't stopped. It continued its trajectory towards Stephen and Will. Umbreon braked suddenly, her right forelimb flashing with a dark glow as she struck the bone. The bone club was deflected and sent flying back. From afar, Marowak leaped into the air and caught its returning bone. Joker, what about them? Will pointed to the 3 Hounder writhing on the ground, howling in pain. There's no choice, let's try this. Stephen grabbed one of the Hounder. To everyone's shock, the Hounder's broken ankle began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hound! Even the Hounder looked bewildered. Next, Stephen picked up the 2nd and 3rd Hounder. Although he didn't fully heal them, he managed to restore enough of their mobility to let them stand. Why are you just standing there? Run! Stephen gave one of the Hounder a kick on the rear. Woof woofs! The Hounder quickly understood and ran full speed down the hallway without looking back. Joker, what was that just now? That was amazing. Will marveled as he ran. I don't have time to explain right now. While running, Stephen couldn't help but scratch his left arm. It's still not fully adapted. Looks like it needed further refinement after this was over. Meanwhile, another person had arrived behind Aldous and Altair. It was Ritsuki. When he saw the mess in the hallway and spotted the 2 masked kids fleeing in the distance, he pretty much figured out what had happened. Those damn Team Rocket scum. Ritsuki silently cursed and added this incident to Team Rocket's tab. But his attention was quickly drawn to his daughter, or rather, to the 3 bloody claw marks on her left wrist. "Rihua, what happened?" Ritsuki crouched down and grabbed her arm. "Father, this is." Rihua panicked, her mind going blank as she struggled to come up with an explanation. Before she could think of a plausible excuse, Ritsuki's gaze shifted to the piquet ball in her hand. Through the semi-transparent casing, he could see the hounder inside. It's that one." His eyes widened in shock. He had a vivid memory of this hounder. When they moved these wild Pokémon into the estate a few days ago, several security guards were scratched or bitten by this beast. They had to use more locks and muzzles on it than on any of the other Pokémon. "Did it scratch you?" Ritsuki immediately realized what had happened. The scratches on the workers from before looked exactly like the ones on Rihua's wrist. "No, it wasn't." Rihua panicked, but Ritsuki's large hand reached for the piquet ball. "Hand it over. That beast should have been dealt with long ago." "Dealt with?" Those 2 words made Rihua's pupils contract in shock. She knew exactly what "dealt with" meant in this situation. "No." Somehow, she found the strength to pull her arm free and dashed away. "Rihua." Ritsuki was startled. He had no idea what was going on with his daughter. "What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?" Biting her lip, Rihua glanced down at the hounder in the piquet ball. It was exhausted and couldn't escape on its own. To make matters worse, the piquet ball couldn't be opened due to the remote lock that person had activated. "Wait." She suddenly remembered how Steven had healed the other hounder earlier. Recalling the direction in which Steven and Will had fled, Rihua made up her mind. She ran downstairs, leaped out of the window, and chased after them. At that moment, Steven and Will had just jumped down from the 2nd floor. "Whoa, what the heck are you doing?" Steven cursed loudly, nearly squashing Tihua into a pancake. "Please, my father wants to get rid of it. Please save it. Use that mysterious power of yours." With both hands, Rihua raised the piquet ball containing the hounder, holding it up in front of Steven. Chapter 40, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 40. Steven glanced at the hounder inside the piquet ball and said without hesitation, "Absolutely not. Why, with the power you just used, healing this Pokémon shouldn't be a problem." Rihua's voice grew increasingly emotional. She had witnessed firsthand the miraculous power Steven had displayed. No ordinary healing spray could compare. "First, I don't like that dog. It's got a rotten attitude. If it weren't for it, the situation wouldn't have spiraled out of control. Second, I'm not skilled enough with that power yet. Healing the 3 hounder earlier was already my limit. If I use it again, I'll be putting myself at risk. I'm not about to risk my life to save a dog I don't even like." Despair spread across Rihua's face, her eyes welling with tears. "Then what about this Pokémon? Are you just going to let it fend for itself?" Steven ignored her. Is this little girl out of her mind? Why not just take it directly to the Pokémon Center? "Why are you bothering me?" "Joker, they're coming," Will warned. Steven followed the direction of Will's pointing finger. Altair was here. And so was his Marowak. "Unfortunately for you, there's no escape. Surrender now." Altair strolled forward, his movements steady but menacing. His aura was distinct from his cold, stoic brother. "Is that so, Mr. Altair?" Steven responded with a sly smile. "Then, Marowak Earthquake." Altair decided to deal with them first and talk later. Marowak raised its bone club high and slammed it heavily into the ground. "Earthquake." The sheer force caused the entire courtyard to tremble violently, with invisible shockwaves spreading in all directions. Even those inside the mansion were thrown off balance. "There at the back door," shouted Claire in the hall. She turned to Elder Dragon and declared, "Master, I'm going to catch that guy and avenge my cousin." "Hey, Claire." Her father tried to stop her, but Claire had already jumped out of the window. "Father, he's going to be okay, right?" he asked nervously, glancing at Elder Dragon. "Should be fine. After all, Caitian's sons are already on it. Claire probably won't run into anything too dangerous. To be honest, even I'm a bit curious." The Elder Dragon Master stood on tiptoe, trying to see farther into the distance. He shared one trait in common with Giovanni. He loved nurturing young talent. The Dragon Clan had a secret tradition. When they spotted a challenger with great potential at their gym, they would invite them to the family's sacred grounds, the Dragon's Cave. If the challenger passed the trial set by Elder Dragon, they would be rewarded with a Dratini hatchling. How generous, right? But in truth, this strategy was a long-term investment. Only trainers with exceptional skills would ever earn such a reward. These trainers would always be grateful to the Dragon Clan for giving them a Dratini. So, if Elder Dragon or the Dragon Clan ever needed help in the future, these trainers would come running without hesitation. Jinx! Back at the courtyard battlefield, Will's eyes sharpened as he called out loudly. From behind him, a Jinx suddenly leaped forward. Ice Beam! At Will's command, Jinx gathered silvery white energy at her thick lips and fired it at the ground. The cracks in the ground caused by the earthquake were sealed up with ice, mitigating the damage from the tremors. Rock Slide! Altair quickly changed his approach. Marowak struck the ground with its bone club again, launching sharp stone fragments into the air, raining them down like a violent storm toward Jinx. Psychic! Jinx's body shimmered with a faint purple glow, and rippling waves of energy spread out in all directions. Rock Slide clashed with the psychic waves, but it didn't last long. In just 2 seconds, the force of the falling stones overpowered the psychic barrier. By the 3rd second, the barrage of rocks completely overwhelmed Jinx's defenses. But, Umbreon, go! Steven's calm command echoed through the battlefield. Jinx stepped aside, opening a path. Suddenly, an Umbreon darted out from behind her. It was smaller in size, but her body was packed with dense, taut muscle. Veins bulged along her limbs like they were about to explode. Umbreon charged head-on into the rain of stones. The rocks hit her squarely, but Umbreon didn't slow down or break stride. She kept advancing. It used those few seconds to power up, didn't it? Altair narrowed his eyes, seeing through the strategy. Bone Rush! Altair ordered his Marowak to act. Marowak charged forward, swinging its bone club in a horizontal arc aimed directly at Umbreon. Sharp Claws! Umbreon spun rapidly in midair, her claws flashing as it twisted like a drill. At the moment of impact, Umbreon's claws clashed with Marowak's club. The sheer force from Umbreon's claws made Marowak grit its teeth in frustration. How could such a little fox-like Pokémon apply this much pressure? Water Pulse! While Marowak and Umbreon were locked in a standoff, Will gave a sharp command from behind. Altair's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head. Jinx was forming a dense water sphere between her hands. Throw it! Jinx launched the water sphere into the ground. Splash! A massive wave, 5 meters tall, surged toward them. Marowak fall back. Altair shouted. But before Marowak could move, Umbreon's claws dug into its shoulder, pinning it to the ground. The wave surged forward. Crash! The water engulfed both Umbreon and Marowak. Are they insane, willing to drown their own Pokémon? Altair was shocked. The powerful tide engulfed everything. Dark Pulse! Steven's sharp command cut through the chaos. Boom! A wave of dark energy erupted from the center of the flood. To Altair's shock, a silhouette leaped out of the water and landed gracefully in front of Steven. It was Umbreon. Altair stared at the soaking wet Umbreon, who looked no worse for wear. Even as water dripped off her body, her expression remained stoic. No way. Marowak, on the other hand, was kneeling on one knee, using its bone club to steady itself on the wet ground. Although Marowak had a higher overall level than Jinx and Umbreon, it was weak to water. On top of that, it had just taken a direct hit from Dark Pulse. Ability swap. Altair finally understood. One of Jinx's abilities is Dry Skin, which grants immunity to water-type moves and even heals from them. Those few seconds weren't spent powering up, they were spent swapping abilities. The attack earlier may have hurt Umbreon, but with Jinx's Dry Skin ability, the water healed it. That was why Umbreon could endure the rock slide and even the onslaught of water. By swapping abilities, They had completely reversed the type of matchup. Altair finally realized how much he had underestimated these kids. To think you'd come up with such a strategy in just seconds, I believe it now. That Pokeball disruptor remote you made, it was your invention. His voice was tinged with admiration and a hint of bitterness. Chapter 41, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 41. That Umbreon, such superb acting. Adder immediately shifted his gaze toward the Umbreon by Stephen's feet. Although he knew from Professor Oak's lectures that Umbreon naturally possessed excellent defense abilities, it had just taken a rock slide directly from his Marowak. That must have hurt like hell. But even so, it maintained a queenly composure on her face, using this demeanor to lull her opponents into a false sense of security. What a terrifying performance. Thank you for the compliment, Stephen said with a faint smile, glancing at his Umbreon, who was receiving a spa treatment from Jinx. Just as she lived up to my expectations, I must repay her with a flawless victory. Final move, Dark Pulse. Umbreon suddenly opened her mouth. Violent, malevolent energy shot out in a ray, heading straight for the staggering Marowak. In due time, this will become a force the entire Pokémon continent fears. Altair silently assessed Stephen, his thoughts inexplicably mixed with a hint of excitement. Rock Slide. Following its trainer's command, Marowak took a deep breath and mustered its remaining strength to stand, slamming its club into the ground. Rocks scattered and flew toward the approaching energy wave. However, Marowak was already at its limit. Within seconds, its movement faltered and its technique lost precision. At that moment, Dark Pulse broke through the Rock Slide's defense and struck Marowak directly. Announcer will step in with a timely declaration. Marowak is unable to battle. The winner is Umbreon. Meanwhile, Rihua and her Hounder in its Pokeball were completely stunned. Did they defeat the Elite Four level Altair? Although it was a 2-on-1 battle, I guess you could say it was a successful challenge above our rank, Stephen said with a grin. May I ask you a question, Mr. Altair? Altair looked at Stephen with confusion. He continued. When you demanded those wild Pokémon from Ritsuki, was it really to help them find suitable trainers? At these words, Altair's brow instinctively furrowed. Stephen pressed on. An elite 4-level trainer like you couldn't have failed to notice. These Pokémon, displaced from their homes by humans and even separated from their parents in some cases. Do you really think they could live in harmony with humans, let alone follow their commands? Do you believe that? Altair remained silent. Though his sunglasses concealed his eyes, his micro-expressions and slight fidgeting betrayed his unease. So there is something fishy going on, Will interjected. Though not the sharpest, Stephen's words had convinced him that something was off. It was as good as confirmed. Hounder, still in Rika's Pokeball, fumed silently. Humans did have ulterior motives. If it weren't for Stephen's Pokeball disruptor remote controller disabling the Pokeball's lock mechanism, Hounder would have burst out and attacked that human. Mr. Altair, what exactly is your family planning? Stephen asked with a sly smile. Altair kept his silence, but this time someone else answered for him. No need for him to answer that. From behind Altair stepped his brother Aldous, one of the Indigo League's Elite Four. And that wasn't all. Joker, you criminal, I'll avenge my cousin Lance. A girl arrived, accompanied by her Dragonair. Oh my, isn't this Miss Claire? How's Mr. Dadyo doing? Stephen asked with a teasing grin. My cousin is not called Mr. Dadyo. Claire, who was a fan of Lance, exploded in anger. And the commotion wasn't over yet. Woo-woo-woo. Police sirens blared as multiple Officer Jennies arrived, flanked by Growlithes and Manktrix. Grabbing a megaphone, one of them shouted, Joker, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Above the villa, a helicopter bearing a TV station logo hovered over the scene. Dear viewers, this is Cyanwood TV, announced a reporter on the broadcast. As you can see, in the villa of Cyanwood City's esteemed entrepreneur Mr. Ritsuki, the League criminal Joker and his accomplice have been surrounded by Elite Four member Aldous and the local police. Viewers may recognize Joker as the individual responsible for stirring up chaos across the Johto region. It seems his apprehension will soon bring a major blow to Team Rocket. Elsewhere, many people familiar with Steven tuned in to watch the broadcast, their expressions ranging from disbelief to amusement. In Pallet Town, Professor Oak paused mid-slurp of instant noodles, staring at the screen that showed a masked boy no older than 11 or 12. That child invented a device to disable Pokeballs at his age. Since Steven's invention of the Pokeball disruptor, the League had sought Professor Oak's expertise in countering it. Professor Oak sighed. I study biology, not engineering. Shouldn't they ask Devon or Sylph Co for this? Meanwhile, in his living room, a young woman in her early 20s sat with two young boys, aged 7 and 4, on either side of her. She said gently, Red Ash, you mustn't grow up to be bad children like that. Beside her, a brown-haired girl of similar age to Rihua told her brothers. Green, Blue, the same goes for you. Green rolled his eyes. I'm aiming to be the league champion. Why would I do something as dumb as committing crimes? Red. In Goldenrod City, Whitney and her friend Maple held hands on a couch, watching the news. Maple clenched her fists nervously. Big brother. In Viridian City, inside the secret base beneath the Viridian Gem. This looks bad, boss. Should we contact our Johto division to prepare bail money? Archer stood beside Giovanni, glancing at the news projection with concern. No rush, Giovanni replied, stroking his Persian. I want to see how the boy handles this situation. At that moment, Steven spoke up in the news broadcast. Mr. Altair, let me teach you a tip about being a villain. He raised his right index finger, and with a didactic tone, continued with a smile. No matter what kind of desperate situation you're in, never panic. Always maintain a poker face. Because the moment your face shows panic, you've already lost. Even if your schemes are exposed, never lose your composure. Whether your opponent is a notorious criminal or a powerful trainer, remind yourself to maintain a poker face at all costs. No matter how painful it gets, endure it. Like my Umbreon, never show your weakness to the enemy. So, as a villain, you're simply unqualified. Chapter 42, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 42. Upon hearing Steven's words, the television audience erupted in shock. Daisy, the eldest granddaughter of Professor Oak, looked at her grandfather in disbelief. Grandpa, what does he mean? Professor Oak was equally bewildered, murmuring Steven's earlier statement to himself. As a villain, you're unqualified. If you reverse the meaning, isn't he saying that Altair is a villain? That's impossible. Professor Oak muttered incredulously. Elsewhere, viewers watching the live broadcast shared the same reaction. Not just the general public, even high-ranking members of the Pokémon League were in disbelief. Sinnoh Region, Celestic Town. In a modest house, the renowned historian Dr. Carolina and her two granddaughters mirrored Professor Oak's stunned expressions. Gym leader Altair is a villain, is this guy, joking? Cynthia, standing beside her Garchomp, was equally taken aback. She had heard of Altair, a gym leader with elite 4-level strength, widely known for his good reputation in the Johto region. Stories of him helping the weak were common. He was considered a paragon of virtue among gym leaders, much like Kanto's esteemed leader Giovanni. And yet, Joker claimed he was a villain. This has to be a lie, Dr. Carolina speculated. A ploy to distract him and create an opening to escape. Sitting between her grandmother and older sister, 2-year-old girl licked her lollipop and spoke in her babyish voice. Grandma and sis are talking about something so complicated. I don't understand, but that masked big brother looks cool. Indeed, many children and young girls watching the broadcast had the same thought. Regardless of whether Joker was lying or telling the truth, the confidence with which he delivered his speech about maintaining a poker face was undeniably charismatic. My dear sister, don't idolize bad guys. Cynthia playfully knocked her little sister on the head. Back at the scene, Aldous scoffed. Still trying to stall with lies at this point. It's a shame for you, he continued. You've accused the wrong person. My brother's reputation, not just in the league but across the Pokémon continent, is beyond reproach. If you accused me, someone might believe it, but him, You might as well claim that all Kanto gym leaders are Team Rocket members. Many viewers nodded silently at Aldous' words. That's right, Altair was known for his virtuous and kind-hearted nature. Joker's accusation had to be baseless, a classic case of an evil Team Rocket member trying to manipulate the narrative. Stephen merely smiled. Think whatever you want. Anyway, I'll be leaving now. The results weren't exactly what I planned, but I still gained plenty. Farewell, everyone. With that, he pressed a button on his suit. The back of his coat unfolded into a triangular glider, black, like a thief in the night. Trying to fly away. Aldous immediately understood his intention. But with the Pokéballs still malfunctioning, he couldn't send out his flying Pokémon to stop him. Will, let's go. I have my codename. Will grumbled. Stephen took out his remote control and pressed another button. Instantly, Jinx transformed into a beam of red light and returned to Will's belt. The sight sent shockwaves through the trainers present. Without a doubt, that was the Pokeball remote control. And if Will could recall his Pokémon, that meant Pokéballs were functional again. Go Machamp. Do your best, Dodrio. In an instant, all the trainers instinctively reached for their Pokéballs. But Joker's escaping. Officer Jenny shouted as the motorized hum of Stephen's glider filled the air. He and Will began to ascend. Don't even think about it. Claire rushed forward with her Dragonair, but Umbreon tilted her head slightly and unleashed a dazzling flash of light. A blinding glare enveloped the scene, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Damn it! Claire struggled to move forward through the light, squinting to see Stephen's smirk. Miss Clear, he said, smirking, let me tell you something. If I'm a master artist, your cousin is nothing more than a critic, someone who nitpicks my work but can never create anything himself. As the light faded, Umbreon returned to her Pokéball as a red beam of light. Skarmory. Altair wasted no time, releasing his Skarmory into the sky above the villa. But Stephen and Will had vanished. Gym leader Altair, which direction did they fly? The commanding officer Jenny shouted. From atop his Skarmory, Altair looked around in confusion. After scanning the skies, he replied with a blank expression. There's nothing. Besides my Skarmory and the TV station's helicopter, there's no other flying object nearby. What did you say? Jenny exclaimed in shock. How could that be? Claire stammered, mouth agape. 2 people alive, they just vanished. Dragon Elder blinked slowly, his expression unreadable. It seemed he had a thought, but he merely smiled without elaborating. Challenging Lance so openly, these young people. Standing behind the Elder Dragon in plain clothes, Stephen feigned surprise while listening to his remark. Old man, you're overthinking this. I only said that because it sounded cool in the moment. As for mentioning Lance, well, among the people he'd interacted with, Lance had the highest reputation. Can't exactly name Giovanni, can I? Arf arf. The tension was broken by a bark. A hounder suddenly appeared and lunged at Aldous, snapping at his arm. Fortunately, his Alakazam reacted quickly, countering with a thunder punch just before its teeth made contact. Hounder. Rihua rushed over and cradled the injured Pokémon. What's with that dog? Aldous demanded, clutching his arm, which now bled slightly. His expression darkened as he glared at the hounder in Rihua's arms. This unexpected scene immediately drew everyone's attention to the little girl cradling the feral hounder. Chapter 43, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 43. Apologies, Mr. Aldous. As the host of the banquet, Ritsuki rushed over, drenched in sweat. The composed, suave demeanor he usually projected was nowhere to be seen. Frustrated and at his wits' end, he scolded his daughter sharply. Rihua, why are you still holding onto that thing? Hand it over to me now. Originally, Ritsuke had planned to use this banquet as an opportunity to establish strong connections with influential figures from the Johto region. But now, the situation was spiraling out of control. To make matters worse, just as the commotion was about to subside, this damn dog had to stir up more trouble. Mr. Ritsuke, is that hounder your daughter's Pokémon? Inquired Goodshow. No, absolutely not. Ritsuki quickly distanced himself from the hounder, turning back to his daughter with a stern voice. "Why are you still standing there? Hand it over now." "No." Ryua's loud shout was filled with defiance. She knew full well what would happen if she handed over Hounder now. Not only was her father fuming, desperately looking for an outlet for his anger, but the dog had just bitten one of the Elite Four, a key figure her father was trying to curry favor with. If she surrendered Hounder now, Ryua didn't even want to imagine the consequences. Without further thought, she quickly returned Hounder to its piquet ball, turned around and ran away. "You!" Ritsuki tried to stop her, but it was already too late. Due to the commotion, more and more people had gathered around, forming a large crowd. Ryua disappeared into the throng before long. "Master Elder Dragon, when will Elite Four Lance apprehend these criminals?" "Sir Goodshow, why would Joker say such a thing? Does Gym Leader Altair have any secrets?" "Gym Leader Altair, can you explain how Joker managed to escape?" A large crowd of onlookers and reporters swarmed the villa, bombarding public figures like Master Elder Dragon, Goodshow, and Altair with countless questions. Meanwhile, at the Indigo Plateau League headquarters, inside Lance's room, a news replay was playing on the television. The screen showed a fleeting image of Joker's playful and mocking smile amid the blinding flash. "If I'm a skilled artist, then your cousin is nothing more than a nitpicking critic," Joker had said to Claire before vanishing. "Correct." The remote control in Lance's hand split under his grip. Rising abruptly, he grabbed his cape from the wall and donned it, his voice chillingly cold. "Very well, let me show you the power of a critic." Perfect. He hadn't even gone looking for Joker, yet Joker challenged him in front of the entire world. Fine, just fine. He would personally deal with this insolence. When he arrived in Johto, Joker would have no escape. Late at night, on the desolate streets, Ryua staggered forward, clutching the piquet ball to her chest. "The Pokémon Center, how much farther?" Thud. At last, her strength gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. The piquet ball she had been cradling rolled free, and Hounder emerged. Hearing Ryua's faint voice, it hesitated momentarily before lowering its body, allowing her to climb onto its back. Fortunately, Ryua was a petite young girl, barely 10 years old. If she had been an adult, there was no way the injured Hounder could have carried her. Arf! Just as Hounder was about to collapse from exhaustion itself, it heard familiar barks in the distance. Turning its head, it saw its brothers, 3 other Hounders, rushing over with wagging tails. "Arf, arf." One of them barked excitedly, speaking in its canine language. "The masked human helped us escape. We're free now, come with us and leave this city." Hounder glanced at the unconscious Ryua on its back, then replied, "Do me a favor." Over half an hour later, there was a knock at Stephen's door. Stephen and Will, who had just returned, froze. Giovanni had left, and they didn't know anyone in this city. The timing was too coincidental. Could someone be onto them already? Exchanging a glance, Stephen and Will released Umbreon and Xatu. Stationing their Pokémon on either side of the door, they prepared for any possible attack. Once everything was set, Stephen nodded to Will, who signaled Xatu to use Psychic to turn the door handle. As the door swung open, Umbreon's Shadow Ball was fully charged, ready to launch. But as she saw the visitors, the attack dissipated instantly. "Umbreon, Umber, it's you." Both Stephen and Will were momentarily stunned. Crouching at their doorstep were the 3 Hounders they had freed earlier, and another one collapsed. Beside them lay an unconscious Ryua. "What the heck, why did you bring them here?" Will exclaimed, startled. "Unbelievable," Stephen muttered, staring incredulously at the Hounders. "Arf, arfs." One of the female Hounders approached Stephen, whining plaintively and pawing at the injured Hounder beside Ryua. It didn't take a translator to understand her plea. "Arf, arfs." The other 2 Hounders also began pleading, their pitiful eyes wide and shimmering. Even Stephen felt a pang of exasperation. "Seriously, stop looking at us like that." Will crouched to check on Ryua and exclaimed in surprise, "Stephen, this girl's current state is bad." Thud. The injured Hounder next to Ryua made a faint growl before losing consciousness entirely. Stephen placed a hand on its back. A voice echoed faintly in his mind. Save her. I know you don't think much of me, but please save her. The voice cut off abruptly as the hounder fainted completely. What do we do? Dump them in the sea. Will joked, pointing toward the ocean just 100 meters away. Carrying the unconscious hounder by the scruff of its neck, Stephen turned toward inside the house and said, We'll ask for payment when they wake up. Get ready for surgery. Guess we're not bad enough yet, Will remarked wryly. Zato used a psychic to lift Rihua, carrying her to the operating room. The 3 other hounders wagged their tails happily, following close behind. The last one even made sure to close the door as it entered. Chapter 44, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 44. Rihua's eyelids trembled slightly as a warm glow spread across her face. Instinctively, she reached out to rub her eyes before slowly opening them. A strange ceiling. Rihua abruptly straightened her back, only to wince as a sharp pain shot through her left arm. Glancing down, she noticed her arm was wrapped in thick bandages. Then it hit her, it wasn't just the ceiling that was unfamiliar. The living room was unfamiliar. The sofa and the blanket covering her were unfamiliar. Everything was. Where is this? She murmured. Turning her head, she noticed Hounder sleeping soundly beside the sofa. Don't move or the stitches will tear, a voice warned. Startled, Rihua looked in the direction of the voice and saw a boy about her age, sitting at the dining table and casually eating breakfast. You are just a passing Moz. Doctor, Stephen said flatly, chewing on his fried egg with no discernible emotion. These dogs brought you to me. You've been asleep for 2 days. Honestly, it's a miracle that one patient managed to carry another so far. Rihua blinked in confusion before noticing more hounders clustered near Stephen, one lying at his feet, another resting on his lap, and yet another sprawled across his abdomen. They were undoubtedly the same species as her hounder. Her gaze softened as she instinctively reached out to stroke the fur of the hounder curled at Stephen's feet. Your lives are saved, so get going now, Stephen said bluntly. Rihua, just about to express her gratitude, froze at his lack of courtesy. How can you be so unfeeling? She blurted. I can't go back. Rihua muttered finally, biting her lip. If she returned, her father would surely kill Hounder. Recalling Stephen's earlier words, a glimmer of hope lit up her face. You just said you're a doctor, right? Can you? This isn't a hospital and I'm not running a daycare, Stephen interrupted, already guessing her intentions. His tone was resolute. Although keeping the Hounder might have been the safest option, Stephen had no interest in harboring a creature he didn't like. He had dreams of building an elite team, one as close-knit as Luffy's crew, where every member shared a deep bond. Taking in a Pokémon he felt no connection with would go against everything he stood for. Otherwise, wouldn't he become the very type of person he despised in his past life? A shallow heartbreaker, leaving others hanging. But if you don't take it in, it'll be homeless. Rihua said anxiously. That's not my problem, Stephen replied coldly. Those others seem to be its kind. I don't plan to keep them either. They'll be heading back to the wild. They should stick with their own. Rihua fell silent. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps it was better for her Hounder to stay with its kind than with her. By noon, Rihua arrived at Route 47, west of Cyanwood City. She knelt, gently stroking her Hounder's head. Although our time together was short, I was truly happy. Go on, find a new home with your companions, she said with a faint smile, releasing it. Woof. The Hounder whimpered softly, as if trying to say something, but it didn't leave immediately. Are you worried about me? It's okay, Rihua said, forcing a bright smile. At most, my father will ground me for a few months. Goodbye. Turning toward the city, Rihua walked away without looking back. She didn't dare to, she feared she might regret her decision. But because she didn't look back, she didn't see her Hounder hesitate. It stared at her retreating figure, unmoving. Woof! The other 3 Hounderess barked, urging it to leave. But just as Rihua's figure was about to disappear, her Hounder shook its head, howled at its companions, and dashed back toward the city. What's with that boy, acting all high and mighty? Taking in a Hounder wouldn't hurt, Rihua muttered as she walked through Cyanwood City. Though she had let it go, she missed her Hounder. If that doctor had agreed to take it in, she could visit any time. As she passed through the plaza, a news broadcast on the giant screen caught her eye. The anchor was reporting on an incident from 2 days ago at her own home. 2 days ago, Rocket team members Joker and a suspected new recruit broke into the home of entrepreneur Mr. Ritsuki. According to official statements, their target was a group of wild Pokémon Mr. Ritsuki had taken in to hand over to the Pokémon League. Rocket Team is notorious for illegally capturing and stealing Pokémon, so this was likely their motive. Rest assured, investigators have deployed Lorelei and Lance of the Elite Four to the case. Rihua's gaze lingered on Joker's face on the screen. Two people, both annoying, she muttered under her breath. When Rihua returned home, she found her house surrounded by Officer Jennies and international police. "Miss Rihua is back," a security guard exclaimed as soon as he spotted her. A group of maids rushed toward her, speaking all at once. "Oh, miss, you're finally back. The master has been waiting for you. Come quickly." Before Rihua could even take a sip of water, she was ushered into the main hall. The sight inside almost made her turn and run. But the maids, as if anticipating this, quickly closed the door and formed a human wall behind her. Contrary to her expectations of being grounded, the hall was filled with prominent figures. Her father, the elder of the Dragon Tamer clan, Elite Four member Lance, his cousin Claire, Johto League tycoon Mr. Cation, Elite Four member Aldous, and the president of the Pokémon League, Goodshow. "Come, child, sit," Goodshow said with a warm smile, patting the seat next to him. Rihua hesitated, sensing the tension in the room. There was no warmth in her father's gaze. Under his piercing stare, she reluctantly sat down, choosing the seat closer to Goodshow in hopes her father wouldn't hit her in front of such an audience. "Miss Rihua, according to my investigation, you were the first to encounter Joker among everyone here," Lance began. Rihua's heart raced. This didn't seem like something that would end with a simple grounding. Chapter 45, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 45. Surrounded by a group of influential figures, Rihua felt an unsettling experience that left her feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Lance was the first to break the silence. "As the first person in the house to encounter Joker 2 nights ago, do you know the purpose of his intrusion?" Rihua hesitated, recalling the event. She opened her mouth several times but couldn't bring herself to speak. If Joker wasn't lying, his intentions were indeed good. He suspected Aldous, a member of the Elite Four in the Indigo League, or rather the family of the Johto region's wealthiest person, Mr. Cation, of ulterior motives. The wild Pokémon locked in her family's storage room were unlikely to seek revenge on humans, let alone coexist peacefully as domesticated Pokémon. It was laughable. After Joker's explanation, Rihua found herself agreeing. Someone of Aldous's caliber should have easily understood this basic principle. But how could she say that aloud? Accusing one of the Elite Four would undoubtedly cause irreparable damage. Besides, Mr. Cation was someone her father was eager to befriend. I don't know. I just wanted to check on the Pokémon in the storage room, and that's when I ran into Joker and his companion." Rihua lowered her head, forcing out the words. "I see." Lance wasn't a psychologist, but his experience told him that Rihua was hiding something. At the very least, she wasn't telling the full truth. "When you ran away the day before yesterday, did Joker approach you? The hounders he released seemed to be from the same pack as the one you took with you. Based on their habits, they tend to live in groups." Lance's sharp observation didn't let Rihua off the hook. "What happened to the hounder you took? Normally, it should have reunited with its pack, but Joker took the other 3 hounders." Lance's words struck a nerve, and Rihua's face turned pale. Of course, she remembered now. The other 3 hounders had been saved by Joker, and this morning, they were at that doctor's house. While the 3 hounders might have sought her out after she fainted and were then rescued by the doctor, their behavior towards him was far too affectionate. Even if the other hounders didn't harbor the same hatred for humans as her own, they should have at least been wary. How could they act so close? If she had to think of one person the hounders might trust, it would be their rescuer, Joker. This could only mean that the doctor and Joker were the same person. Lance noticed the fleeting change in her expression and narrowed his eyes. It seems you do have information we don't know. Care to share? Rihua clenched her teeth. I don't know. At that moment, she finally understood why Stephen had sent her away. But she couldn't betray him. The atmosphere in the hall shifted as everyone realized something was amiss. Keishin noticed the discrepancy as well. Rihua, the injury on your arm, was it treated by Joker? Her father, Ritsuki, frowned, staring at the bandages on her left elbow. No, it wasn't. Rihua quickly hid her arm behind her back, but her panicked reaction only deepened their suspicions. Aldous, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. If Miss Rihua refuses to speak, perhaps my Alakazam can assist. His Alakazam stepped forward, and the meaning was clear to everyone. He intended to use hypnosis. Rihua's face turned pale as a sheet. She knew all too well the horrors of hypnosis. Under its influence, any hidden secret would be laid bare. Father. She turned to Ritsuki for help, but his answer shattered her hopes. Permission granted. Rihua's pupils lost focus. Why? Unfamiliar with political intricacies, she failed to grasp the situation. Her hounder had nearly bitten off Aldous' arm 2 days ago, leaving her father in a precarious position within Johto's business circles. This was his way of making amends. No. 2 unexpected voices objected. One was the kind-hearted Goodshow. The other, surprisingly, was Lance. Goodshow frowned deeply. Ritsuki, using hypnosis on a person is extremely dangerous. Not everyone had the plot armor of Ash Ketchum, who could endure thunderbolts and flamethrowers without a scratch. For ordinary humans, the power of Pokémon was overwhelming. Allowing psychic energy to invade the brain was risky. Done improperly, it could leave someone brain-dead. Goodshow had long opposed such interrogation methods, even for criminals. Lance added, she's not a criminal, there's no need for this. While Lance despised Team Rocket and similar organizations, fully supporting harsh methods against them, Rihua wasn't a criminal. He refused to use such means on her. It showed that Lance, uncorrupted and far from implementing any human eradication plans, still had a strong moral compass, at least when Team Rocket wasn't involved. Enough, Goodshow interjected. The child just got home, and we're all bombarding her with questions. This isn't right. Let her rest and get some sleep. As the head of the league, Goodshow's words carried weight. The others reluctantly rose to leave. Rihua, from now on, you're forbidden from leaving the house, or even your room, Ritsuki said coldly. Without a word, Rihua ascended to her room on the 2nd floor. Ah, the things you see when you live long enough, the dragon elder chuckled as he stepped outside. This has certainly been an eventful day. This isn't something to take lightly, Goodshow sighed. The Joker incident was an embarrassment for the League, and Goodshow was particularly unsettled by Joker's growing popularity among the public. Lance, he's openly challenging you. Don't let him get the upper hand, the dragon elder teased, half in jest. Lance simply huffed in irritation. Chapter 46, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 46. Wait, what? Why are you guys back again? At the seaside cabin, Will opened the door to find 3 hungry hounders staring up at him. He froze in place, dumbfounded. He had been staying at Stephen's place for only a short while, but in just 2 days, the number of visitors at the door had already surpassed those of the entire previous month. Well, technically, the ones knocking weren't even people. The 3 hounders paid no attention to Will. After 2 days of observation, they had figured out that the chubby little guy had no authority in this house. The moment the door creaked open, they slipped through the gap and darted inside. They ran straight toward Stephen, who was busy working at a lab table. One of the hounders, eyes full of excitement, sprang up, aiming to jump into his arms. A shadow flashed. With precision and speed, the Umbreon lying in the corner intercepted the hounder in midair, slamming it down with a clean strike. The other 2 hounders froze. Since returning from the forest, Stephen had kept Umbreon inside her piquet ball to avoid Rihua's suspicion. Now that she was finally let out, there was no way she would let a bunch of newcomers steal the spotlight. As long as I'm here, you're all just concubines at best. Woof woofs. The two remaining hounders puffed up their chests, barking loudly in protest. Quiet. Stephen's frown deepened as he uttered the word. Instantly, all three hounders and Umbreon fell silent, though the hounders and Umbreon continued to glare at each other. Their eyes locked like warriors in a standoff, faint sparks of tension crackling between them. Unbothered by the chaos, Stephen continued working at his lab table. He calmly drew a small sample of blood from his fingertip and placed it under a microscope. The Viridian Power's cellular structure still isn't stable enough, he muttered to himself. After wrapping up his observations, he glanced at the three hounders now, sitting in a line like students waiting to be scolded. All right, what's the deal with you three? Why are you back? And where's that short-tempered one? His gaze swept around the room, searching for the ill-tempered hounder that had been with them before. Woof woofs. One of the hounders trotted up and sat right in front of him, wagging her tail like an obedient dog seeking praise. Stephen crouched down and reached out to pat her head. Umbreon. Umbreon's ears twitched, and she growled in protest. Stephen chuckled. Relax, I need physical contact to activate my Viridian power. Umbreon pouted and lay down in the corner, looking away with a sulky glare. As Stephen rested his hand on the hounder's head, she rubbed against his palm, acting more like a spoiled cat than a wild dog. Woof woofs. Not to be left out, the other two hounders shuffled over, nudging his sides and demanding their share of attention. Umbreon's forehead twitched. Are you kidding me? Enough already. With his left hand petting the first hounder and his right hand alternating between the other two, Stephen's Viridian power activated. Through his connection with them, he pieced together their thoughts and emotions. So, the short-tempered one decided to go with Rihua. Will raised an eyebrow, catching on. Wait, are you saying that grouchy hounder partnered up with that girl? Seriously, it agreed to be someone's Pokémon. Looks like something must have happened between them while we weren't looking, Stephen replied casually. His gaze shifted back to the trio in front of him. So, what about you three? Coming back here, does that mean you're choosing to stay with me? He didn't even need to use his Viridian power to understand the answer. The three hounders sat neatly in a row and nodded in perfect unison. Unfortunately, their fierce, wolfish faces made them look more like a gang of delinquents than adorable pets. If they'd been something cuter, like Eevees or Growlithes, they'd probably be melting hearts online. But Stephen didn't mind. He liked his Pokémon like this. Back in his past life, his cousin had a French bulldog, ugly as sin, but somehow its silly face grew on him. He'd always enjoyed petting it. Hey, Stephen, are you seriously taking them in? I thought you didn't like hounders. I mean, considering. Will trailed off, recalling how Stephen had acted toward Rihua's hounder. That one had a bad temper, Stephen replied bluntly. He didn't dislike Pokémon by species. Even if a Cricketoon randomly joined him, he wouldn't mind raising it. But temperament, that was non-negotiable. Take Ash's Charizard, for example. Sure, it eventually became one of his strongest Pokémon, but at the start, no thanks. Charizard had been disobedient and borderline insufferable, acting like it was too good for its trainer. Ash saved its life, yet it refused to listen to him. If Stephen had been in Ash's position, he would have benched it at Professor Oak's lab in an instant. Woof woofs. Realizing Stephen had agreed to take them in, the three hounders tackled him, licking his face furiously. Wham! 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 Three dull thuds echoed as Umbreon launched a flurry of quick attacks, knocking each hounder away with pinpoint accuracy. Enough is enough, I'm the real boss here. As noon approached, Stephen started cooking lunch. Don't cut the meat unevenly, Stephen scolded Will as he clumsily chopped up the ingredients. If the slices are too thick or too thin, they won't cook evenly. We should just catch a Gardevoir and let her handle all this, Will grumbled, wiping sweat from his forehead. Stephen glanced at him. With that attitude, you'd be strung up on an online forum. Once the food was ready, Stephen called out, Umbreon, hounders, time to eat. Umbreon ate with her usual grace, calm and elegant. The hounders, not so much. They spun in circles, chomping at the wash basin Stephen used as a makeshift food bowl. Stop it, there's enough for everyone. Stephen separated them, finally bringing order to the chaos. As they ate, he glanced at the three hounders. Should I give them names? If he didn't, calling out Hounder would just confuse them all. While Stephen pondered names, Umbreon stared at the hounders and scoffed. Names, peasants. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Aza. Startled, Will accidentally cut his finger with the knife, yelping like a cartoon character. Stephen tossed him a band-aid without even looking. What is it now? This house has been way too lively lately, Will muttered, heading to the door while applying the band-aid. He opened it, then froze. It was another hounder. The three hounders inside turned to look, their faces filled with disbelief. Wait, didn't you leave with that human girl? Will stared blankly at the visitor. Seriously, what's with all these dogs lately? Chapter 47, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 47. Woof tilde woof woo tilde. Hounder tilted its head back, barking something incomprehensible. Will spread his hands. I don't get it. As he spoke, Will turned his head toward the house and called out, Hey, Stephen, it's your turn to step in. Stephen got up and walked to the door, looking visibly annoyed. You guys aren't done yet, are you? Woof woof woofs. Hounder was even more agitated than before. Stephen instinctively sensed trouble brewing, but after thinking for a moment, placed his hand on Hounder's back. Come to think of it, to avoid mixing up this ill-tempered Hounder with the other three in his house, it might be better to settle on its name sooner rather than later. So, what did it say? Will asked curiously. The little girl Rihu has been grounded, Stephen said. This first statement didn't elicit much of a reaction from Will. After all, given the previous chaos, Rihua caused by letting this hounder escape, being grounded was no big deal. But Stephen's next words wiped away Will's calm expression. Our identities might be exposed. What? Will's eyes widened as he pointed an accusing finger at Hounder. You traitorous mutt. Woof woofs. Hounder, feeling deeply insulted, barked at Will, startling him into withdrawing his hand. Even though I don't like this dog either, it's not its fault, Stephen said, pulling his hand back with a smirk. Turns out Lance can be a surprisingly sharp observer. Will didn't want to ask, nor did he have the energy to. All he cared about was one thing, so, what do we do now? Should we make a run for it? There are two options. Either pack up everything we can carry, destroy what we can't, and run as you said, or... Stephen glanced at the room filled with his hard work. After a brief pause, he continued. We bring Rihua into the fold. Of course, the most foolproof method would be to silence Rihua permanently. The dead keep secrets best. But Stephen wasn't that ruthless. If that's the case, then if we're exposed, the only option left is to recruit her. That's impossible, right? Mr. Ritsuki, the owner of Sand/Real Estate, is a well-known wealthy figure in the Johto region, Will said, pouring cold water on the idea. How could a pampered rich girl leave her life of luxury to live like us, with our heads always on the chopping block? Woof 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 woofs. Hounder barked again. What's it saying now? Probably that it thinks Rihua will agree. Stephen's guess was spot on. Hounder, who had shadowed Rihua back to the villa, had a clear view of her current circumstances. It believed that the present Rihua would be willing to join them. Seeing Hounder nod in confirmation, Will was even more incredulous. Seriously? Stephen pressed a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf. A poster of Kahlo's idol Diantha flipped around, revealing Stephen's Phantom Thief outfit. Hey, are you going? Will asked, still skeptical. At the very least, I want to see how that young lady feels about it. Besides, she's probably already guessed our identities. We need to observe her, Stephen replied, changing into his outfit. Fine, whatever. Will rolled his eyes and pressed another compartment. The wall and another poster flipped over. This time, it was Will's own Phantom Thief outfit. Incidentally, the poster featured a child model from the Unova region, Alessa as a kid. That night, inside the Ritsuki villa. Don't ask me anything, I won't say a word. In her room, Rihua sat on the floor, hugging her knees and burying her face in them. Joy Sayori, who had come to offer psychological counseling, looked troubled and glanced at Officer Jenny beside her. Jenny shook her head. She was at a loss too. I don't know what happened to you, but Miss Rihua, the entire league is paying close attention to this matter. Even if you don't care about yourself, think about your father and your family, Jenny said after much hesitation. It wasn't a baseless statement. Although the main culprits were Team Rocket, led by Joker, the incident had happened on Ritsuki property. As the host of the event, their family would inevitably bear some responsibility. Recently, the stock price of sand/real estate has been steadily declining. However, Jenny's words only made Rihua's face darker. Do you want me to care about the father who allowed psychic Pokémon to invade my mind? Even if Ritsuki had acted out of desperation, the event had left an indelible scar on Rihua's heart. Sayori quickly noticed the shift in Rihua's mood. Leaving behind a polite reminder, Miss Rihua, please get some rest. She hurriedly dragged Jenny out of the room, thinking, you're just making things worse. As Sayori and Jenny reached the bottom of the stairs, a police officer approached them. His hat was pulled low, his arm clutched as if injured. With a pained expression, he gritted his teeth and reported. Officer Jenny, Joker has appeared at the front entrance. Officer Jenny's face darkened. She quickly released her growlithe and shouted to the officers stationed around the villa, follow me to the front entrance. Yes, ma'am. Once the others had left, the injured officer removed his hat, revealing Will's face. Ha, too easy. With a mischievous grin, Will stripped off the police uniform. Beneath it, his short stature was elevated by a pair of extendable stilt-like shoes. That guy Steven always comes up with the weirdest stuff. Well, my job's done, time to slip away. When the room was silent again, Rihua finally lifted her face and stared blankly at the crescent moon outside the window. Everything disappointed her. Her father, who would stop at nothing for his status. The Elite Four, whose true motives for killing Hounder's parents remained unclear. The oppressive Pokémon League, trying to extract information from her. All she wanted now was to escape. Woof woofs. The familiar sound of barking reached her ears. Rihua, who had been lying limply on her bed, suddenly sat bolt upright. She would never forget that bark. Who's Hounder? Opening the window and stepping onto the balcony, Rihua found the dog she had longed for sitting calmly in the center. How did you? Rihua's trembling eyes filled with equal parts joy and confusion. You seem to be in a bad mood, huh? A teasing voice came from above her. Rihua looked up sharply, spotting the figure from a few days ago, the one who had appeared in her storage room, now casually sitting on her roof, legs crossed. You seem to know quite a bit, Miss Rihua, Steven said with a teasing smile, fully in his Joker persona. His expression and tone were exactly like those of a villain in a shounen manga. Chapter 48, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 48. What do you want? Joker's line sounded exactly like the kind of malicious villains from TV dramas, the ones Rihua despised. It immediately put her on guard. You've already guessed my identity, haven't you? Seriously, I never thought I'd make the same mistake as Kaido. Steven muttered, rubbing his temples. In his previous life, he had often mocked how Kaido could have easily avoided disaster during the Fire Festival. If only Kaido had killed Momonosuke outright instead of tying him up and delivering pointless monologues, the Straw Hat crew would never have pulled off their miraculous, plot-armor-fueled victory. And now, just 2 days ago, Steven had faced a similar situation. If he had followed Will's suggestion to throw Rihua and Hounder into the sea instead of saving them, he wouldn't be in this mess. But Steven didn't regret it. If he were in Kaido's place, he would have killed Momonosuke without hesitation, or at the very least, stripped him naked and handed him over to subordinates with questionable tastes. But Rihua, even though Steven didn't know her well, he couldn't bring himself to harm an 11-year-old girl. Hearing Joker's words, Rihua bit her lip nervously. She didn't know who Kaido was, but she understood the meaning behind Joker's threat. Do you need a companion? She asked after a brief silence, her voice trembling. She knew exactly what those words implied. But in this world, there was nothing left for her to hold on to. Whether it was Aldous, one of the 4 elite of the League who had killed Hounder's parents, or her father, who treated her as a tool to strengthen their family. Everything about this world disgusted her. If the light had abandoned her, she would rather embrace the darkness. But Rihua was still just an 11-year-old child. Abandoning everything and stepping into an unknown world filled her with fear. Beneath his mask, Steven's eyes froze for a moment. Wow, I haven't even said anything, and she's already offering to join me. The League must have done a terrible job keeping this girl loyal, Steven thought. Still, this was a golden opportunity. After a moment of quick thinking, Steven leaned forward and extended his right hand to Rihua. Rihua bit her lip harder, clutching Hounder in her left arm. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out her right hand. Whoosh! In the next second, Steven's black trench coat unfurled into a glider. His all-black outfit made him resemble Batman more than the Phantom Thief Kaido kid. At the villa's front entrance, Officer Jenny led her police squad. What's going on? Where's Joker? The officers guarding the entrance looked at each other in confusion. Joker? Officer Jenny, what are you talking about? We haven't seen him. Jenny frowned. But one of you reported that Joker was at the front gate. The guards exchanged puzzled looks. No, we didn't see anyone. Officer Jenny, which officer told you that? Jenny's expression shifted from urgency to confusion. Wait a second. Thinking back, the officer who had reported Joker had been wearing their hats so low that their face was completely obscured. And when they mentioned Joker's name, she had rushed out without checking their ID. Damn it, we've been tricked. It's a diversion. Officer Jenny, up there. Before she could finish, one of her officers pointed to the sky. In the night sky, the wanted criminal who had caused chaos just days ago soared overhead with black wings. In his arms was a girl, the very one the League had ordered them to guard closely. Rihua. Jenny's face darkened. It was a trap all along. You're not getting away, Pidge. Jenny pulled out a piquet ball, ready to release her Pidgeot. But no matter how many times she pressed the button, the piquet ball remained unresponsive. Inside, her Pidgeot gave an innocent look, as if to say, not my fault. Damn it, it's that remote again. Despite her frustration, there was nothing the police could do now. They could only watch helplessly as the fugitive carried away the League's top priority target. 2 hours later, at a seaside cabin. So, you brought her back, huh? Will, who had returned to regroup, looked at Rihua as she cooked food for her Hounder. Even though he had expected this outcome, seeing a new member in their hideout still made him sigh. But are you sure about this, Steven? You even took off your mask. Will noticed something unusual. Steven had removed his mask and revealed his face. Wasn't that a bit risky? To be honest, I don't trust her, Will added. Sure, her family isn't as influential as the Dragon Tamer clan, but they're still wealthy. Would she give up her luxurious life to join us? Scratching his chin like a washing machine stuck in deep thought, Will scrutinized Rihua. Why did you trust me when you joined? Steven retorted. Will fell silent, pouting. That wasn't trust, you blackmailed me with that video, okay? Wait. Halfway through his sentence, Will froze as a realization dawned on him. He guessed Steven's plan. Steven smiled and continued. People with shared secrets become comrades. She's not one of us yet, but by tomorrow, Rihua will be. His gaze shifted toward Rihua. But isn't tomorrow a bit too soon? Let her stay here for a few days and adjust first. After all, she's just an 11-year-old kid, Will protested. Rihua had endured a lot in the past 2 days, and Steven didn't want to push her too hard. Besides, even if she had second thoughts, he had backup plans in place. It's fine, Rihua said calmly. She placed a nutritious meal, made with pieces of Happiny eggs, slowpoke tails, berries, and Pokémon food, in front of Hounder. As Hounder happily devoured the meal, Rihua gently stroked its back and said firmly, As long as I'm with Hounder, I fear nothing. Chapter 49, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 49. The next day, at an intersection in Cyanwood City. According to our investigation, the Cation Company's vehicle will be arriving from that direction in 5 minutes, Steven said, pointing across the road while balancing a laptop. Are you sure about this? "We're in the city center. Wouldn't a quieter location be safer?" Will asked hesitantly. "We need to make enough of a scene to ensure that more people know Rihua is working with us," Stephen replied, handing a beautifully designed mask to Rihua. "We didn't have time to ask for your input, but how's the design?" Rihua took the mask, placed it on her face, and donned gloves to cover her fingerprints. "It's fine, I'm playing the villain, right? Do I need to worry about style?" Will rolled his eyes, feeling personally attacked. He had spent hours designing his Phantom Thief outfit. Stephen gave Rihua a quick once-over and smiled. "All right, good luck out there, our new companion." Companion. Hearing that word, Rihua's eyes flickered for a moment, but she said nothing. "By the way, Rihua, should we come up with code names for ourselves? Stephen already has one, and it feels like we're being overshadowed without one," Will said, clearly hung up on nicknames. "They're here," Stephen interrupted before Rihua could respond. Rolling her eyes internally, Rihua muttered "idiot" under her breath. She released her hounder and fixed her gaze on the approaching truck bearing the Cation Corporation's logo. "Ember charge," she commanded coldly. Hounder's body ignited with roaring flames, transforming it into a blazing comet that smashed into the truck's cargo compartment. Nearby drivers and pedestrians froze in shock. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" the driver shouted, pulling out a piquet ball to defend himself. Before he could act, Rihua calmly retrieved a remote control with an antenna from her neckline. "That's a pokeball disruptor." The driver's face turned pale. "Flamethrower," Rihua commanded icily. Hounder landed gracefully before unleashing another stream of fire, further widening the hole in the truck's cargo compartment. Inside were Ursaring, Teddiursa, and Murkrow, Pokémon that had been captured 2 nights earlier and handed over to the Cation Corporation. Yes, they were still being transported, neatly packaged by Ritsuk and delivered to the corporation. But their whereabouts had been leaked, courtesy of Stephen, or rather Giovanni. Initially, Stephen had no intention of intervening. Whether the Cation Corporation was genuinely rehoming these Pokémon or hiding a darker agenda, similar incidents occurred daily. He couldn't address every case. But since Rihua wanted to join his team, this was the perfect opportunity to test her resolve. Inside the truck, the Ursaring and Murkrow glanced around, bewildered. "Everyone get out," Rihua shouted, gesturing urgently. The Ursaring sniffed the air and recognized her scent as one of the individuals who had tried to save them 2 days ago. Without hesitation, it grabbed its cubs and leaped out of the truck, followed by the Murkrow. Meanwhile, Stephen was busy as well. He stepped into a nearby phone booth, picked up the receiver, and adopted a panicked tone. "It's terrible, there's a robbery happening. Officer Jenny, please hurry." "Don't worry, we'll send officers immediately." After ending the call, Stephen dialed the local TV station. "Hi, Cyanwood City News. I've got some explosive news for you." When Stephen exited the booth, Will was leaning casually against the doorframe, smirking. "Stephen, you're becoming more sinister. You used to just blackmail me with videos, but now you're forcing people into corners." Making Rihua rob the truck in public was essentially her initiation into the group. Shared secrets are the foundation of trust. Ignoring Will's banter, Stephen checked his watch. "But I've got a question," Will continued, undeterred. "If we're trying to get dirt on her, why even bother with the mask? Wouldn't it be better for her to act barefaced? That way, she'd have no choice but to stick with us. With the mask, the League doesn't even know who she is, so she could still betray us." He had a point. Forcing Rihua to act without a disguise would leave her with no way out except total loyalty to Stephen's group. "A young girl doesn't need to be pushed that far," Stephen replied calmly. Forcing her to act barefaced would strip away all hope of redemption. Allowing her to wear the mask gave her the tiniest sliver of hope, ensuring she wouldn't become truly desperate. "Wow, Tilda, you're surprisingly gentle. For someone who ruthlessly kicked Bish's Jewel last time, I wouldn't have guessed you'd be so soft-hearted," Will teased. You're just so gentle." "What?" "The gentlest in the war." "Shut up." The wailing sound of police sirens filled the air. Officer Jenny's team had arrived, followed by a group of reporters. Exactly as planned. At the Cyanwood City police station. Goodshow rubbed his temples, staring at the officers who avoided his gaze. I don't even know what to say. How could you fall for such an obvious trap? Despite his frustration, the usually kind-hearted chairman didn't scold them further, sighing heavily instead. We're sorry, Mr. Goodshow. When we heard Joker's name, we just rushed out without thinking, Officer Jenny admitted, looking utterly dejected. Why would Joker kidnap a little girl? Did he think she'd uncovered his identity and wanted to silence her? Lance speculated with a frown. Jenny faltered. Joker, after all, had saved lives during the Goldenrod train incident. Was he capable of harming a child? Breaking news. The television in the room suddenly switched to a live broadcast. A female anchor's voice filled the station. Now, a mysterious female thief, accompanied by a hounder, has attacked Acacian Corporation transport truck and openly stolen Pokémon. The thief appears to be between 10 and 12 years old and is reportedly using a Pokeball disruptor invented by Team Rocket's Joker, confirming her affiliation with the organization. The broadcast showed the masked girl issuing commands to her hounder, the chaos unfolding on-screen. The room fell into a heavy, awkward silence. Chapter 50, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 50. It seems she wasn't kidnapped by Joker, but willingly chose to follow him. After a brief moment of awkward silence, Lance suddenly shot to his feet, his gaze turning cold and sharp. Initially, Lance had treated Rihua with relative gentleness. He thought her reluctance to disclose the truth might stem from being intimidated by Team Rocket's evildoers. Perhaps she had her reasons for staying silent. But now, it seemed he had completely misjudged her. Calm down, Lance. There might be some sort of misunderstanding here, Goodshow reminded him. A misunderstanding? Even with a Pokeball disruptor in her possession, you still think there's room for doubt, Lance scoffed. For Joker to trust Rihua with such an important tool, there was only one explanation in Lance's mind. They were working together. Was it last night that Joker managed to persuade Rihua to join him, or had they been colluding even earlier? Lance didn't dwell on the possibilities. All that mattered now was catching her. Regardless of the reasons behind Rihua joining Team Rocket, capturing her would lead him straight to Joker. Lance, don't expose Rihua's identity in public, I suspect. That child must have her reasons, Goodshow advised. Rihua was a very gifted young trainer, and Goodshow hoped she could contribute to the league in the future. As long as her true identity wasn't revealed, cleaning up the mess afterward would be much easier. Lance frowned but said nothing and quickened his pace as he left. At that moment, the police received a tip-off, and Lance joined the police squad in their operation. Goodshow didn't say anything further. He knew Lance's silence was a sign of agreement. What exactly happened? Goodshow murmured to himself, glancing at the television screen where Rihua, now a wanted criminal, was shown wreaking havoc and looting. Goodshow had met Rihua before and saw her as a promising trainer. In his eyes, she was undoubtedly a prodigy. With Agatha aging, Goodshow had even envisioned Rihua seamlessly succeeding her in the future. But now, at the crossroads, the arriving Officer Jenny's squad had already evacuated civilians to a safe distance of over 100 meters. The area was surrounded by police vehicles, and reporters from Cyanwood TV were stationed on site. The Ursaring and Murkrow had successfully escaped into the crowd, but to cover for them, Rihua hadn't had time to make her getaway. Young lady, recall your Pokémon and don't make any sudden moves. One officer, Jenny called out through a megaphone from the lead police car. Facing the dense line of police officers, Rihua couldn't hide her nervousness. Where did Joker go? He doesn't expect me to handle this on my own, does he? She muttered to herself. Earlier, when she tried to contact him, Joker's only response was, just stay still. Rihua had no idea what that guy was planning. Officer Jenny holding the megaphone glanced at Rihua with a trace of sympathy and tried again. Young lady, why are you doing this? Is something troubling you? You can tell me, I'll try to help you. Arf arfs. Arf arfs. Officer Jenny's Growlithe and Rihua's Hounder locked eyes and immediately began barking furiously at each other as if they were natural enemies. Rihua frowned under her bandages. That guy doesn't expect me to fight my way out of this alone, does he? Or worse, is he trying to make me add assaulting the police to my list of crimes and escalate the situation even further? She gritted her teeth. Fine, if I've already chosen this path, I might as well see it through to the end. Hounder, let's. Dragonite Dragon Pulse. Just as Rihua was about to charge forward with her Hounder, a violent wave of fiery energy descended from the sky, cutting a swath between the barking Hounder and Growlithe. Stop barking, you two stupid mutts. Everyone turned their heads toward the commanding voice. The cameraman from Cyanwood TV instinctively aimed his camera at the sky. Oh, it's Elite Four Lance. Lance is here. In New Bark Town, a 4-year-old girl named Crease clapped her hands excitedly as she watched the figure standing atop his Dragonite on the TV screen. Crease was a fan of Lance, one of the Indigo League's Elite Four. While Lance wasn't as approachable as Leon, his popularity in Kanto and Johto rivaled Leon's, thanks to his incredible strength and the league's promotion. Standing atop his Dragonite, Lance made a slow descent, flanked by 2 Dragonair hovering protectively on either side of him like royal guards. As he landed, Lance crossed his arms over his chest with an air of authority and addressed Rihua coldly. I don't care why you're doing this, but I know one thing. Capturing you will lead me straight to him. Lance dismounted from his Dragonite and walked toward Rihua, his expression calm but intimidating. He tossed a handcuff at her feet and continued, You have talent, but you're not foolish enough to think you can beat me, are you? So, what will it be? Surrender willingly or call him to come save you? So cool. Back in New Bark Town, a young boy named Gold, also around 4 years old, watched the scene on TV with shining eyes. There was no doubt about it. When it came to dramatic entrances, nobody could outdo Lance, the Dragon Master. Rihua clenched her teeth in frustration. Damn it, Joker, this wasn't part of the plan. At that moment, her inner thoughts mirrored the sentiment of a certain meme. You expect me to fight Lance. Champion Lance, look over there. Suddenly, Officer Jenny behind Lance pointed toward the sky. Lance and everyone on the scene turned their gazes upward. Lance's pupils contracted. He's here, he showed up. It's Joker, Joker has appeared. Many onlookers in the surrounding streets also spotted him. Hovering above the Cyanwood department store, the infamous League Class A fugitive, Joker, appeared, gliding through the air on a hang glider. You won't fool me with the same trick twice, Lance muttered coldly. He leaped back onto his Dragonite, rising into the air with his 2 Dragonair in tow. He was already familiar with Joker's Pokeball Disruptor from their previous encounter. That's why he released all 3 of his dragons as soon as he left Rihua's mansion. With the combined might of his Dragonite and 2 Dragonair, even Joker's Beedrill wouldn't stand a chance. I don't care how you convinced that girl to join you, Lance said, flying up to face Joker in midair. Once I've captured you, we'll have plenty of time in the League's prison to sort that out. Landing directly in front of Joker, Lance smirked. Now, bring out your Beedrill. Don't think your dirty tricks will work on me twice. At that moment, nearly all of Johto's attention was focused on the skies above Cyanwood City, where Lance and Joker faced off. Television audiences watched the scene breathlessly, while Cyanwood City residents craned their necks, staring at the 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in red, hovering in the sky. So captivated were they that they failed to notice a strand of webbing shoot out from the crowd, latching onto Rihua's shoulder and pulling her into the mass of people. Why aren't you saying anything, or have your little tricks finally run out? Seeing that Joker remained silent, Lance pressed further. But Joker didn't respond. His silence only made Lance more suspicious. Something was wrong. Joker was maintaining a perfectly parallel glide with the ground, his hang glider spread wide. But now, he hung suspended in the air, as if frozen in place, completely defying the laws of physics. Dragonair, restrain him. Sensing danger, Lance abruptly ordered one of his Dragonair to make its move. The Dragonair shot forward, coiling around Joker and binding him tightly in an instant. Chapter 51, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 51. Got him. The officers below lit up with excitement. But Agatha, Lorelei, and the others in the Indigo League frowned subtly. No way could it be that easy. The next second, the Dragonair that had ensnared Joker suddenly froze. With a soft pop, the Joker they had captured split open from the inside, deflating like a balloon. It was a decoy. And that wasn't the end of it. From the ruptured dummy, a dense cloud of dark green powder began to spread. The Dragonair holding the fake Joker was instantly hit. Its eyelids drooped visibly, and within 2 seconds, its head lolled to the side. It had fallen into a deep sleep. It was sleep powder. The move had come so suddenly that even Lance's Dragonair couldn't react in time. "Dragonite Hurricane," Lance shouted sharply, seeing the green powder spreading toward them. Another Dragonair, flying nearby, also succumbed to the sleep powder, drifting unconscious toward the ground. Dragonite flapped its small but powerful wings, generating a gale completely disproportionate to their size. But Lance had overlooked one critical detail. There was still a whole crowd of spectators below. The fierce hurricane whipped up the sleep powder, scattering it just before it could reach Lance and his Pokémon. However, the entire street below was now blanketed in the drifting powder. In an instant, the thousands of onlookers gathered on the street began to falter. Like hearing a Jigglypuff's lullaby, their eyelids grew heavy, and one by one, they collapsed where they stood, fast asleep in the middle of the street. Even Officer Jenny, who had been leading the police operation, noticed something was wrong as she searched for the missing Rihua. She tried to shake off the creeping drowsiness, but within moments, she too succumbed, leaning against a patrol car as she dozed off. The cameramen from Cyanwood City's news crew, who had rushed to the scene to capture the unfolding events, were no exception. The last thing the city's residents saw on their TV screens was the camera tilting and falling, the broadcast freezing on an image of the sleeping crowd. And from above, descending slowly, was the figure of Dragon Master Lance, clutching the torn remains of the Joker decoy. "Joker, you bastard!" Lance's furious roar echoed through the televisions of viewers across the Pokémon world. Not long after, police sirens blared through the streets as reinforcements from Cyanwood's police department arrived. But everyone knew it was already too late to capture Joker. The live broadcast abruptly cut off. "Blissey, use heal bell." Nurse Joy Sayori arrived at the scene with her Blissey, whose heal bell began waking up the sleeping citizens affected by the sleep powder. "What just happened?" "Right, there was powder falling from the sky, and then I just passed out." "Wasn't that sleep powder? My Butterfree uses it all the time to help me avoid doing chores at home. It works like magic." "Wait, wasn't the powder coming from Joker's body? Where is Joker? And, wait a second, that female thief is gone too." "That wasn't Joker, it was a dummy, we've all been tricked." Wasn't the sleep powder spread because of Lance's Dragonite's hurricane?" The awakened citizens began murmuring amongst themselves. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Goodshow, the league president, stepped forward to address the crowd. All right, everyone, let's disperse. Please don't gather in situations like this in the future, it's far too dangerous." Truth be told, Joker's stunt today had thoroughly shaken him. Luckily, the fake body had only been filled with harmless sleep powder. If it had been toxic powder instead, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Phew, I nearly had a heart attack when I saw all that sleep powder falling," said Officer Jenny, who had also rushed over from the villa. She patted her chest in relief. This was her second time witnessing Joker's cunning. Unlike the brute force tactics used by Team Rocket or other criminal groups, Joker's schemes made her feel utterly powerless. His strategies were simply too overwhelming. Goodshow remained silent, turning to look at Lance, who had descended from the sky. In his hand, he held the empty, deflated Joker dummy. Lance stood there with his head lowered, silent. No one dared to approach him. After a long pause, Goodshow sighed deeply and spoke in a low voice. "The Joker case will be handed over to the International Police." The International Police, a special division under the Pokémon League, was tasked with handling criminal organizations like Team Rocket and Cypher. Unlike the high-profile, military-like style of the League's official investigators, the International Police operated more like covert agents, working in the shadows. Given the current situation, they were far better suited for the task than Lance. "President." Lance's expression twisted in disbelief as he looked at Goodshow. But the older man's rare stern expression silenced him, forcing Lance to swallow his words. "You should return and take some time to rest." Goodshow's tone was firm, unlike his usual amiable demeanor. In this moment, he exuded the authority of a strict father figure. And indeed, he was one of the few people in the league, perhaps even the entire Pokémon world, who could keep Lance in line. Understood. After a long pause, Lance finally relented, uttering a single word before leaving with his Pokémon. Goodshow watched him go, sighing inwardly. Lance was still too young and inexperienced. He needed more tempering. Facing someone as cunning as Joker, the young Dragon Master was bound to be outplayed. Goodshow's decision wasn't made out of doubt in Lance's abilities. It was to protect him. Though the League's official narrative claimed that Lance and Joker's first encounter ended with Joker fleeing, thus granting Lance the victory, Goodshow knew the truth. In reality, Lance had lost both encounters. And while losing in a straightforward battle was something Lance could accept and work to overcome, losing to Joker's schemes was far more frustrating. Goodshow feared that further encounters might push Lance, the promising heir to Agatha's title, to his breaking point. The next day, headlines dominated newspapers and news broadcasts across the Pokémon world. Dragon Master Lance suffers humiliating defeat in the League's biggest scandal of the week. Chapter 52, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 52. Alliance-level Class A criminals fear Lance's strength and dare not confront him directly. They can only resort to threatening civilians in an attempt to exploit Lance's weaknesses. Fortunately, under Lance's protection, there were no casualties in the Cyanwood department store incident. We have reason to believe that shortly when Lance succeeds Agatha as champion, he will lead the Indigo League into a new era. Anyone who isn't blind and has read the news, or anyone with even a bit of real-world combat experience, can see it. Yesterday's battle, Lance lost. Even though the two sides never actually engaged in direct combat, this was, without a doubt, a defeat in terms of strategy. Lance was too careless. Seeing that the opposition wasn't making any overt moves, he closed the distance far too much. When the sleep powder was unleashed, he visibly panicked. He even made a rookie mistake by using Hurricane to blow the powder toward the ground. Honestly, Lance is still young. After all, he's only just become an adult. That said, the news TV belongs to the Johto region, so it's understandable that they would try to say nice things about their local elite to save face. Plus, people in the Pokémon world tend to have more forgiving attitudes overall. Sure, there are keyboard warriors here too, but nowhere near as toxic as in Steven's previous life. As for media coverage in other regions, they haven't been so kind. From the Unova region, Flycloud Daily wrote, "Although Lance is one of the youngest and most outstanding trainers the League has seen in recent years, he still lacks experience when dealing with rogue organizations like Team Rocket, who fight dirty. We hope he can improve in this regard. However, considering Lance recently defeated Joker, we have reason to believe this was merely a moment of carelessness, and he won't make the same mistake again." Regions like Unova, Hone, and Sinnoh offered relatively neutral and objective commentary, though they leaned slightly in Lance's favor. This makes sense. After all, Lance is an Elite Four member of the League. Even if he's not from their region, he's still one of their own. But two regions stood out. First, from the Paldea region, the Naranja Academy wrote, "Although Lance is widely regarded as the most promising Elite Four member across the League, he made the rookie mistake of blowing sleep powder toward civilians. We hope he avoids such errors in the future." Additionally, the citizens of Cyanwood City showed a clear lack of crisis awareness. Instead of evacuating when they learned of a dangerous situation nearby, they stayed around to watch the spectacle, allowing criminals to exploit the chaos. Such a thing would never happen in Paldea, as our citizens have all received higher education at the Naranja Academy. They didn't just criticize Lance and the Johto region, they also made sure to praise themselves. Just amazing. But the real drama came next. A video interview with Chairman Rose of the Galar League went viral online. On Gate TV, the male host began. "Lance's humiliating defeat has become the hottest topic in the Pokémon League over the past 2 days. Let's hear what Chairman Rose of the Galar League has to say. Known for his straightforwardness, Chairman Rose bluntly remarked, "If the Indigo League loses like this, they might as well give up their dignity altogether." Media from all regions have gone wild. At home, Stephen didn't even know how many chaotic news stories he had read. To summarize, media in Kanto and Johto are bending over backward to defend Lance and downplay the incident. Hone, Sinnoh, and Kalos maintain a relatively neutral stance, but are still somewhat supportive of Lance. This is normal. After all, Lance is an Elite Four member of the league. Even if he's not from their region, he's still part of the same organization. Paldea, on the other hand, took a critical stance. Galar, they outright kicked Lance while he was down. This attitude from Paldea and Galar is worth pondering. Paldea's league chairman focuses heavily on developing the Pokémon education industry, aiming to make the Naranja Academy the largest Pokémon school on the continent. Their goal is to train the strongest trainers to lead Paldea to become the strongest league. Meanwhile, Rose plays a money game. He invests heavily in nurturing promising young trainers and even poaches talented trainers from other regions. Their attitude toward the Indigo League is blatant. We can replace you. So, with the Indigo League's poster child Lance making a fool of himself, Rose naturally didn't hold back. This whole debacle has sparked widespread discussion among the public. Pallet Town, Kanto region. So the Supernova Elite Four of the Indigo League isn't all that great. If it were me, I wouldn't have fallen for that masked guy's tricks. A boy around 5 years old with light brown spiky hair stood with his hands in his pockets, looking smug. "Green, you're just talking nonsense. Lance was only careless." A boy around 4 years old, with a naive expression and innocent eyes, protested indignantly. "At the very least, we can't make the same mistake." Another 5-year-old boy, wearing a red cap, spoke sparingly but firmly. The 4-year-old boy looked shocked. "Wow, Red, I'm surprised you said so much at once." His facial features bore a striking resemblance to the spiky-haired boy next to him, over 80% similar. However, his hair was darker, a deep brown. "The relationship between these 4 kids is as good as ever," said MILF Delia, who, though not yet 30, was already the mother of 2 children. She smiled warmly as she watched them. "Pity they're all boys. If one of them were a girl, they might even end up as in-laws," joked Professor Oak, standing nearby. Cyanwood City, Seaside Cottage. In the living room, the TV was broadcasting news about yesterday's incident. The media seemed intent on shifting focus back to Rihua. Although her displayed power was limited and there were no casualties, her association with Joker earned her a Class B wanted level. After preparing food for the Pokémon, Stephen and the others sat down to eat. Stephen clapped his hands to get their attention and said, "From now on, we're teammates. To strengthen our bond, let's start with some simple self-introductions." If this had been Will speaking, Rihua would probably have scoffed, "I have no interest in bonding with you." However, after the past few days of reflection, Rihua realized she owed Stephen quite a few favors, so she didn't object. "What should we say?" Will asked curiously. Stephen spread his hands and jokingly imitated a certain streamer's tone. "Just your name, what you like, what you dislike, your dreams for the future, your hobbies, stuff like that. Yeah, that should do." Chapter 53, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 53. "Then I'll go first." Will spoke enthusiastically. "My name is Will. I like psychic-type Pokémon and dislike routine and predictability. I think the unknown is the most interesting thing. If we already knew everything that was going to happen, life would be way too boring. As for hobbies, I enjoy finding ways to have fun. So, after figuring out Steven's identity, I decided to team up with him. As for future dreams, I haven't thought about it yet. For now, living like this is pretty nice." After hearing Will's introduction, Rihua glanced at him silently and thought to herself, "As expected, he's completely unreliable." At that moment, Rihua noticed that Stephen was looking at her. When their eyes met, Stephen slightly raised his head, indicating it was her turn. After a brief moment of thought, Rihua calmly spoke. "My name is Rihua. You already know my background. Things I dislike? I despise anything fake as well as self-righteous people. there's nothing I particularly like. If I had to say something, it'd be my Pokémon. As she said this, Rihua gently stroked her hounder, who was happily feasting on Pokémon nutritional food by her feet. As for dreams, they're nothing but slogans. I've never bothered with them. However, I do have a short-term goal right now. And that is to kill a man. P.S. Are you Sasuke? As she got to this part, Rihua's voice unintentionally grew heavier. Feeling the intense, unapproachable aura emanating from Rihua, Will nervously swallowed, silently wondering. Whoa, the person she's talking about isn't me, right? Woof tilde. Rihua's hounder, upon hearing her words, also stopped eating temporarily and emitted a faint killing intent that matched Rihua's. All right, Stephen, your turn now. Will clapped his hands to lighten the mood. My name is Stephen. The things I like are somewhat similar to Will, unknown things, or rather, the act of exploring the unknown. Things I dislike? There are too many to list all at once. I have many hobbies. Currently, my main focus is on researching Pokémon. Dreams are too far off, but my short-term goal is to help my Pokémon unlock their potential. After hearing the 3 introductions, Will's Natu chirped loudly. Natu, cheep. Let's introduce ourselves too. I'm Natu and what I like is. Following Natu's lead, Will's Jinx, Slowpoke, and Executor all chimed in one after another. Then, they eagerly turned to look at Rihua's Hounder, who seemed a bit out of place. Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of Will's Pokémon, Hounder impatiently replied. Woof, I'm Hounder. I like meat and dislike humans. I'm currently following this human girl because we share the same goal. Once that goal is achieved, I'll leave. My dream is to restore my race to glory and to kill a certain man. Howl tilde. As soon as Rihua's Hounder finished speaking, one of Stephen's Hounders howled in response. It's meaning, if you're leaving, we won't stop you, but we're staying right here tilde. The thought of their last days in the wild, enduring hunger and sleeping in the open, made Stephen's 3 Hounders cherish their current lives even more. Sure, training was tough, but it was still far better than wandering in the wild. Stephen's care for them could only be described as meticulous. The first time they underwent special training, the 3 Hounders were stunned. They never thought it was possible to grow stronger this way. Though they hadn't been part of human society for long, they could tell that this kind of training equipment and methods were exclusive luxuries unavailable in the wild. During training, even their heart rates were monitored with electrocardiographs to ensure they pushed their limits without risking injury. Outside of training, their trainer used some mysterious mind-linking ability to chat with them weekly. Then, based on their changing tastes, Stephen adjusted their diets accordingly. Why would I go back to the wild? I'd have to be crazy. Rihua's Hounder turned its head away, seemingly wanting to avoid further involvement in the conversation. Will's Pokémon exchanged glances and silently wondered if this Hounder would be difficult to get along with in the future. They then turned to Stephen's Umbreon and the 3 Hounders. As the leader of the group, Umbreon felt it was her duty to speak first. Umbreon, I am Umbreon, I don't have particular likes. I fight for one reason only, to help him achieve his dream. That is, my dream. As she spoke, Umbreon raised her gaze to look at Stephen. Clap tilde. Moved by the atmosphere, Will's Natu, Slowpoke, and Jinx all began clapping simultaneously. Executor, who had no hands, nodded in agreement. They didn't fully understand what she meant, but they could tell it was impressive. However, someone was bound to ruin the moment. One of Stephen's Hounders, while licking its paw, teased. Woof woof, wow, as expected of Sister Umbreon, such high ideals. Another chimed in, woof tilde, but isn't Sister Umbreon already 8 years old? I heard you were only adopted by the trainer a few months ago. Isn't your room for growth limited? The last one smiled slyly. Woof woof. Don't worry, Sister Umbreon. If we encounter stronger opponents in the future, we'll handle them. You, as an elder, can just sit back and relax with some Pokéblocks. Compared to domesticated Pokémon, wild Pokémon understood just how much age affected strength. In the wild, many Pokémon faced threats from predators the moment they were born, forcing them to maximize their growth during their prime years. Older, weaker members of a group often ended up doing the hardest, dirtiest work, or, in extreme cases, being abandoned altogether. The Hounders could tell that Umbreon, given her age, had already missed her peak growth years. As Giovanni once put it, Umbreon's ceiling was capped at the Elite Four level. Breaking through that limit was nearly impossible. "Umber, you're asking for it." Enraged, Umbreon lunged at the three Hounders with her claws extended. In an instant, the entire table was overturned. Stephen, Will, and Rihua all looked down to see what was happening. Underneath the table, a fierce brawl had broken out. Umbreon had one paw pressing down on a Hounder's back while biting the throat of another. If not for Jinx holding her down with both hands, Umbreon might have ripped a piece of the ceiling off. Meanwhile, Natu and Slowpoke stood on either side of the last Hounder, preventing the situation from escalating further. Rihua's Hounder, on the other hand, quietly retreated into a corner, trying to minimize its presence. Will was completely dumbfounded. What the heck are they fighting amongst themselves? "What do you think you're all doing?" Stephen's stern voice cut through the chaos, finally forcing Umbreon and the Hounders to settle down. Chapter 54, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 54. Credits, novel reader. 10 minutes later, Rihua and Will were busy cleaning up the overturned table, the shattered plates scattered all over the ground, and the soup clinging to the floor. Stephen lowered his hand from the Slowpoke's head and coldly said to the silent Umbreon and the three Hounders, "Starting today, Umbreon will eat sour Pokémon food for the next 3 days. As for you, Maria, Rose, and Sina, you'll eat sweet Pokémon food for a week." Maria, Rose, and Sina were the nicknames Stephen had given to his three Hounders for easier differentiation. Originally, he'd considered naming them Chocolate or Vanilla, but those names didn't quite suit the trio, so he gave up on the idea. The sour flavor was Umbreon's least favorite Pokémon food, while the sweet flavor was detested by the Hounders. This was their punishment. According to the testimony of the impartial Slowpoke, Stephen learned that it was the Hounders who had started the provocation. Even though Umbreon had been the first to attack, Stephen decided to impose a harsher punishment on the Hounders. "Awwo." Maria, who had taunted Umbreon with, "You're getting old, sis Umbreon, can you even fight anymore?" was dissatisfied. After all, it was that old hag who struck first. But Sina pressed her down beside her. This was not the time to stand out. By the afternoon, the issue between Umbreon and the Hounders had been resolved for the time being. After a short midday break, Rihua brought her Hounders to find Stephen. Stephen, about that man I mentioned, can you help me?" Will, being somewhat dim-witted, hadn't pieced things together yet, but Rihua didn't believe that someone as sharp as Stephen wouldn't have figured it out by now. The man she wanted to kill was, of course, the Elite Four member of the Indigo League, Aldous, the one who had killed the parents of her Hounder. "Do you think you're a match for an Elite Four member right now?" Stephen countered with a question. Rihua frowned slightly. "That's why I'm asking for your help. Don't worry, I'll repay you." After all, she had personally witnessed Stephen teaming up with Will using clever tactics to defeat the elite-level Altair. "Do you think tricks like that will work every time against an elite-level trainer?" Stephen's retort left Rihua speechless. The reason tricks work is because they're unexpected and rarely used. This world is reality, not a game. There's no such thing as some level 1 errand or protect strategy. While tricks can be useful, what matters most is raw strength. Hearing this, Rihua fell silent. "Let's train together." Stephen patted Ihua on the shoulder and walked toward the beach. "Hey, finally, getting serious about training. I've been waiting for this." Will, already by the seaside, stretched heavily. "Yeah, let's start." Stephen nodded. Under Rihua's puzzled gaze, Will turned and pulled several vests from a nearby suitcase. But they weren't for the three of them. After pulling them out, Stephen and Will began putting the black vests on their Pokémon. Rihua was utterly confused. Has the world changed so much that even guys care about ceremonies now? Do they need outfits to train Pokémon? Noticing the confusion in Rihua's eyes, Stephen picked up one of the vests and explained. These vests have built-in GPS satellites that can record each Pokémon's detailed parameters and physical changes. As he spoke, Stephen unzipped the vests in her pocket, revealing a small USB-like data device. He inserted it into Will's laptop. Curious, Rihua leaned in and saw that Steven had pulled up previous training data for Umbreon and the Hounders. Running distance, maximum sprinting speed, instant acceleration, jumping power. Rihua's eyes widened. She felt like she and Steven were living in entirely different worlds. As a child of a wealthy family, she considered herself well-versed in all kinds of knowledge, but she had never seen anyone train Pokémon like this. And yet, the surprises were far from over. Will, bring that thing out. Got it. Responding to Steven's signal, Will pulled another item from the suitcase. It was a gas mask. Steven and Will placed the masks on their Pokémon, which were specially customized. What is this for now? Seeing the Pokémon, now wearing vests and gas masks, looking like they'd walked onto the set of Call of Duty, Rihua felt her worldview shatter once again. These are oxygen-restricting masks. They limit the amount of air entering the Pokémon's body, which helps enhance their lung capacity and endurance. As Steven spoke, he adjusted the air valve on Houndu's mask and continued explaining. By controlling the amount of air entering through different valves, we can simulate high-altitude training to improve their respiratory function. Rihua was completely stunned. What was he even talking about? Why didn't she understand a single word? Steven smiled faintly. Of course, no matter how good the theory is, it still needs to be tested through practice. Will, let's have a practice match between our teams, you and Rihua. All right, as the senior, I should teach the new member some discipline. Will rubbed his hands together eagerly. He pointed at his Jinx. Rihua was taken aback. Her Hounder were fire dark types, which had a clear advantage over ice psychic types like Jinx. So, you're underestimating me, huh? Rihua's expression turned cold. Fine, since you're asking for it, I'll give it to you. Hounder Flamethrower. Rihua waved her hand confidently. The Hounder's mouth filled with intense flames, which turned into a fiery stream aimed straight at Jinx. Jinx, use Psychic to block it. Under Will's command, a faint purple psychic wave coated the flamethrower midair, stopping it as if time had frozen. Psychic-type moves are versatile. Child's Play, Fire Spin. Rihua swiftly changed tactics. The linear flames transformed into a spiraling vortex, forming a firestorm that trapped Jinx in a sea of fire. While Fire Spin wasn't as powerful as Flamethrower, its larger area of effect made up for it. Whoosh! The intense heat scorched the sandy beach, sending smoke billowing into the air. Flames danced around Jinx, steadily sapping its strength. Crunch! At Rihua's command, Hounder charged through the flames, jaws glowing with a dark aura. But just as the super-effective crunch was about to land, Focus Blast! Jinx Tilda. Jinx suddenly raised its hand, an orange energy ball forming in its palm. It shot out, striking Hounder squarely on the forehead. What? Rihua watched in disbelief as her Hounder howled in pain, was sent flying, and landed heavily on the ground. How could Jinx land such a low-accuracy move like Focus Blast so precisely, especially in the chaotic environment of a fire spin? Steven explained. Generally, in a fire spin, a Pokémon's stamina is continuously drained, while its body is also ravaged by flames. This kind of pain causes their movements to falter, reducing the accuracy of their attacks. He held up the oxygen-restricting mask. But by simulating oxygen deprivation with these masks, we can train Pokémon to maintain their composure and accuracy even under such conditions. While applying medicine to her Hounder, Rihua stared at Steven, her mouth slightly agape. This was incredible. She had never seen anyone use such training methods before. To be honest, even without external tools, Steven didn't think his training methods could match those of Green, the trainer dubbed the Caretaker by Professor Oak. But he could rely on technology. Someday, Steven even wondered if he could create something like the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 55, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 55. Credits, Valley. In just a few days, Rihua's understanding of Steven's abilities had reached a whole new level. Before meeting Steven, She had studied under many famous teachers on how to nurture Pokémon. But none of them could compare to Steven, who seemed to excel in every aspect. Suddenly, she could understand why that idiot Will was willing to follow him around. Hehe tilde pals, let me show you something cool. At this moment, Will spoke in a voice mimicking a certain comedic internet personality, approaching them like an excited golden retriever showing off a newly learned trick. By the way, the phrase pals was something he had picked up from Steven by chance. Did you find a wallet? Steven replied casually. He knew if he ignored this guy, Will would just get more worked up. Of course not. Will's grin widened as he pulled out a Pokéball and opened it. With a flash of white light, a brand new Pokémon appeared between the three of them. Slowbro. Or you could call it Slowpoke's evolution. What do you think? Just now, a Shelder bit onto my Slowpoke's tail, and then it evolved. Recalling what had just happened, Will exclaimed with amazement. It's incredible. I didn't know evolution could work like this. Slowbro likes to fish for food with its tail. Once a Shelder bites down on it, it evolves into Slowbro, Rihua interjected. The one who discovered this phenomenon was Professor Oak himself. It caused quite a stir in the academic world back then because no one had ever seen this type of evolution before. Noticing that Steven hadn't said anything, Will curiously asked, Hey Steven, why aren't you saying anything? Steven, however, remained silent, staring intently at the shell clamped onto Slowbro's tail, a menacing, cone-shaped shell. That was the Shelder that had transformed. But unlike the goofy expression of a regular Shelder, the shell that became part of Slowbro's body now bore a fierce expression, resembling that of Shelder's evolution, Cloyster. Instead of replying to Will, Steven crouched down and began examining the connecting point between the shell and Slowbro's tail. He noticed that the sharp teeth at the base of the shell were tightly biting into Slowbro's tail. What do you think would happen if it let go? Steven's question left both Rihua and Will momentarily stunned. This, they had never considered it. Steven stood up and walked to the training yard, rummaging through the medical kit before pulling out a syringe. As he walked back, he exchanged a glance with his Umbreon. Umbreon seemed to read something in his gaze. Its expression subtly changed. Hold it down. Steven crouched next to Slowbro again. With Will's Jinx firmly holding the shell in place, Steven injected the syringe into the mouthpiece of the Shelder-turned shell. The shell instinctively loosened its grip after feeling a stinging numbness in its gums. What Steven had injected was a specially formulated anesthetic made from stun spore, designed for Pokémon surgeries. The cone-shaped shell fell to the ground. Almost immediately upon hitting the ground, its body emitted a faint blue light of de-evolution, reverting into a regular Shelder. Was this de-evolution light? And the Slowbro, which had just been standing upright on two legs, collapsed back into its original quadrupedal form. It had turned back into a Slowpoke. It reverted. Both Will and Rihua stared in disbelief. If a Shelder biting a Slowpoke could evolve it into a Slowbro, then logically, if the Shelder let go, wouldn't it revert? They had speculated about this possibility before, but they never thought it could be done. Perhaps this could be. Steven, deep in thought, turned to Will and said, Let me borrow your Slowpoke and Shelder for a while. Okay. Will nodded blankly. It was rare to see Steven with such a serious expression. He was completely overawed by Steven's intensity. A month later, after a day of training, the trio and their Pokémon finished dinner together. Steven stood up and said, Everyone take a rest. Umbreon, come with me. With that, he opened the door and walked out. Umbreon, seeing this, spat out the last bite of Pokémon food she had been chewing and quickly followed. Both Will and Rihua, seeing Steven's serious expression again, tactfully remained silent. Pretending not to notice, they began cleaning up the dishes. Even the mischievous Pokémon like Maria, Rose, and Sina obediently retreated into their Pokéballs. Hopefully, whatever the Umbreon had to deal with wasn't too serious. Walking through the streets of Cyanwood City, Steven and Umbreon strolled silently. Thanks to the Pokeball disruptor invented by Joker, trainers from various regions had gradually gotten used to walking with at least one come to think of it, the Heart Gold Soul Silver games had a similar follow system. Why did they remove that feature in later games? Was this one of the butterfly effects he had triggered? Moreover, as Professor Oak continued to spread knowledge about Dark-type Pokémon, Steven's Umbreon walking alongside him no longer attracted the attention it did when he first captured her. After walking for more than half an hour, Steven finally stopped. Umbreon looked up and realized where they were. This was a cemetery. Steven continued walking in, and Umbreon hurried to catch up. When Steven stopped again, Umbreon hadn't even lifted her head before he said, "Grandma Sakura passed away." Hearing this name, Umbreon was struck by lightning. Sakura was her former owner, the elderly woman who had abandoned her. Looking up, she saw the photo on the tombstone. It was her. "Although I didn't want to, she did take care of you for over 7 years. After much thought, I decided to bring you here to pay your respects." With that, Steven pulled 3 incense sticks from his bag, lit them, and placed them in the soil before the tombstone. Umbreon remained silent for a long while before bowing slightly to the tombstone. "No matter what, thank you." A few seconds later, she opened her eyes. Steven took a vial of liquid from his pocket, dug a small hole in the soil, and placed the vial inside. Umbreon tilted her head curiously. Steven explained, "This is a devolution agent I synthesized by studying the genetic factor changes during Slowpoke and Slowbro's evolution. I've temporarily named it APTX-4869. Umbreon's eyes widened in shock. She remembered the promise they had made when they first met half a year ago. "I completed it last week, but I didn't tell you because I was afraid of losing you." Steven buried the vial in the soil. "But now I can finally put my mind at ease. It's no longer needed." The next moment, Umbreon threw herself into Steven's arms. The words, "I was afraid of losing you," meant more to her than anything else. Seeing this, Rose also rushed over, pushing against Steven. Maria and Sina jumped out of their Pokeballs as well. Their fierce faces clearly said 3 words, "Hug me too." In less than 2 seconds, Umbreon, who was enjoying a heartfelt hug, was shoved from Steven's chest down to his stomach, her face squished into meme-worthy expressions. Chapter 56, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 56. A new day at the beach training ground. "Maria, don't make your flamethrower too powerful. You need to coordinate with Rose and Sina." Steven was giving special training to his 3-hounder. Meanwhile, Rihua and Will were conducting a battle exercise. Slowbro Ice Beam. At Will's command, Slowbro opened its mouth toward the sky, its blank gaze locking onto the Murkrow soaring high above. This Murkrow was one of the Pokémon freed during Rihua's earlier attack on a cargo truck belonging to the Cation Corporation. When Steven and Rihua retreated, the Murkrow followed them voluntarily, hoping to become Rihua's Pokémon. In the next moment, Slowbro unleashed a twisting beam of ice that shattered the air as it zoomed skyward. Murkrow used payback. Rihua gave her order. Dark energy rippled across Murkrow's body. Circling rapidly above Slowbro, it dodged the ice beam while closing in on its target. If this dark-type move hits Slowbro, it's going to be super effective. And it was clear that Rihua's Murkrow was no ordinary Pokémon. Although newly captured, its agility was exceptional, narrowly avoiding the edges of the ice beam multiple times. The distance between Murkrow and Slowbro grew smaller and smaller. In less than 3 seconds, the airborne Murkrow was within 2 meters of Slowbro. But just as the gap shrank to less than half a meter, Will suddenly grinned mischievously, as if his trap had sprung. "Such nimble moves, opposite to my Slowbro, huh?" As his words fell, Slowbro's tail, encased by the shelter that had transformed into a spiny shell, smashed into the ground like a plug, planting itself firmly. The force flipped Slowbro upside down, narrowly avoiding Murkrow's payback move. But it wasn't over yet. The shelter-like tail spun like a top, and Slowbro's body followed suit with a 180-degree rotation. Its mouth, already charged with energy, was now aimed directly at the back of Murkrow's head. Ice Beam fired again, striking with pinpoint accuracy, super effective. Murkrow crashed to the ground in agony. "How was that my Slowbro's 2-in-1 trick, Rihua?" Will said smugly. As someone destined to become a member of the Elite Four in the Indigo League, Will's talent was undeniable. And after spending time training alongside Steven, his Pokémon had undergone the most scientific and rigorous training imaginable. Rihua silently recalled Murkrow. Because Murkrow had fallen with its back to Will, he hadn't seen the final expression on its face, a sinister grin. Boom! Rihua sent out her second Pokémon, a Houndoom. Yes, it was that ill-tempered Hounder. 2 days ago, it had evolved. Will cast a glance at Steven, who was training 3 Hounders in the distance. Rihua's Hounder had evolved. There's no way Steven's 3 should still be in their baby forms, right? There must be a reason for this. Unless it's a unique case like Growlithe learning certain moves pre-evolution, most Pokémon evolve as soon as they're ready. But knowing Steven, he must have his reasons. After all, he'd been taking those 3 Hounders to the basement for secret training lately, Will pondered. Houndoom Dark Pulse. At Rihua's command, Houndoom bared its fangs and unleashed a wave of dark energy. Boom! The powerful Dark Pulse, with a wider range than Payback, struck Slowbro head-on. The explosion's dust cloud hadn't yet settled, but the beach where Rihua and Will were battling was now enveloped in a translucent, crystalline space, like the ability of Trafalgar Law's room had been activated. What a powerful move, but it doesn't seem strong enough to defeat my Slowbro outright. Emerging from the smoke, Will and Slowbro revealed themselves. Slowbro was covered in injuries from the Dark Pulse, and its movements were visibly sluggish due to the damage. But its expression was filled with confidence. And now, the battle is decided, Will said with the same confident smile as his Slowbro. Trick Room, Rihua murmured as she surveyed the peculiar space around her. Trick Room, a special field created by psychic Pokémon, reverses the speed of all Pokémon within it. The slower Pokémon become faster. Exactly, Slowbro scowled. Will shouted. In an instant, Slowbro, one of the slowest Pokémon in existence, moved with the speed of a Dragonite's extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Houndoom and opened its mouth to unleash Scald. But at that moment, Slowbro froze. Its expression, normally blank, became even more vacant. Slowbro, what's wrong? Will asked, confused as his Slowbro suddenly stopped mid-action. Slowbro tried to respond, but its head tilted, and it spun in place before collapsing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of sand. When the dust settled, Will saw his Slowbro knocked out, with spirals in its eyes. What, my Slowbro, what just happened? That move just now was Parish Song, Steven said as he approached. As expected, I couldn't hide it from you, Rihua replied, unsurprised. At the last moment, just before Slowbro's ice beam had struck, Murkrow had used Parish Song, a move that ensures all who hear it will faint after a few turns. Payback was just a decoy. Rihua's true goal was to have Murkrow get close enough for Slowbro to hear its quiet Parish Song. Dark types always fight so dirty, Will grumbled in frustration. Woof! Houndoom snarled at Will, startling him. Will fell back onto the ground, noticing Steven's 3 Hounders glaring at him with equally menacing eyes. He suddenly remembered that Steven also specialized in dark types. He'd accidentally offended both teammates. This 2v2 battle is my win, Rihua declared, staring directly at Steven. Steven, you promised me. If I beat Will, you'd help me with my revenge plan. Not just Rihua, Houndoom's eyes also burned with determination. Rihua was, of course, referring to her plan to take revenge on Aldous, one of the Indigo League's Elite Four. When Rihua first joined Steven's group, she had made her intentions clear. But because her strength was lacking at the time, Steven hadn't agreed. A few days later, Steven told her, if you can defeat Will, I'll consider it. And today, Rihua had done just that. You're in such a hurry, Steven remarked, glancing between Rihua, Houndoom, and Will. In truth, Steven's willingness to help Rihua wasn't entirely for her sake, or at least, not purely for her sake. A significant part of the reason was Steven's interest in Aldous, or rather, in the Cation family as a whole. After all, Cation was the wealthiest family in the Johto region, with 2 sons who were elite 4-level trainers. A family like this rivaled even the Dragon Tamer clan. So why was there no trace of them in Ash's era, just a few years later? Dr. Stephen, ever curious about the unknown, was eager to find out. Chapter 57, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 57. By the seaside cabin, in the living room. Aldous may be one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League, but unlike Champion Agatha and the other 3 members of the Elite Four, he doesn't spend much time at the Indigo Plateau. Instead, he sticks by his father, Master Cation, giving off the impression that he's not an Elite Four member at all, but rather his father's bodyguard. Will pulled out a chalkboard filled with information on Aldous' family. Prominently featured was the bald old man, Master Cation, who had attended a banquet in Ritsuki's mansion. The scene was eerily reminiscent of the planning sequences in Ocean's 11, where the protagonists prepared for a heist. Clicking his tongue, Will added, his father is the richest man in Johto and has donated a lot of money to the League. The League turns a blind eye to everything he does. Will was fully on board with their plan to target Aldous. After all, he had joined the group simply because hanging around Steven seemed like it wouldn't be boring. Going after a member of the Elite Four. The mere thought of it thrilled him to no end. Are we going after Master Cation first? Rihua asked with a sidelong glance. However, that might not be easy. As the wealthiest man in Johto, Master Cation's assets were spread across the region. Unlike Sylph Co., which had worldwide branches but was headquartered in Kanto's Saffron City, Master Cation's businesses had no known headquarters. Or at least, no one knew where it was. Finding him would be a challenge. Not necessarily, Stephen replied, pinning a photo to the center of the chalkboard. The photo depicted Master Cation's younger son, Aldous' brother, Altair. Rihua's expression shifted slightly. She remembered now, Altair was the gym leader of Olivine City. Unlike his father and brother, whose movements were elusive, Altair, as a gym leader, naturally spent most of his time at his gym. After all, even when Brock and Misty traveled extensively with Ash in the future, they temporarily passed their gym leader responsibilities to their siblings. Altair is one of the strongest trainers in Johto, or rather, he's probably the strongest, Will said, biting his lip in excitement. They say his strength rivals that of the Elite Four. This is big. We should notify the press before we make our move and let them broadcast our victory. Stop causing trouble, Rihua snapped. She had no desire to attract unnecessary attention. Their goal in targeting Altair was to use him to track down Aldous. If they startled Aldous or alerted the League, the entire operation would be ruined. We're not doing this to fight, Stephen said calmly. The key is to find Aldous' whereabouts and investigate the shady dealings behind their family. Ah, what a shame. I was looking forward to fighting an Elite Four-level opponent, Will said, visibly disappointed. You'll have plenty of chances to fight in the future. The target is Aldous. Rihua shot back, barely able to tolerate his foolishness. Still, their plan to confront elite-level opponents required Will's strength, so she had to endure him. Olivine City, like Cyanwood City, was a coastal city with a bustling harbor in the Johto region. It was also one of the largest metropolitan areas in Johto. From its harbor, long-distance ferries could transport passengers to Kanto. During Ash's era, the local gym leader was Jasmine, who specialized in steel-type Pokémon. However, even in the future, Jasmine was considered one of the youngest gym leaders. She was likely still traveling as an ordinary trainer at this point. Across from the Olivine gym, Stephen, Rihua, and Will sat at an outdoor table of a restaurant, watching the gym entrance from across the street. They had already confirmed that Altair was currently at the gym. The operation could begin. Slurp, slurp tilde, Will noisily slurped his spaghetti, speaking with his mouth full. Stealing stuff is a nighttime activity, right? Let's fill our stomachs first. By the way, Rihua, are you going to eat this strawberry cake? If not, I'll just... Before he could finish his sentence, Will's hand reached for Rihu's cake. Smack! Rihua slapped his hand with a fork. Thief! Stephen analyzed the situation. There are two options. We either sneak in while he's asleep at night and look for any incriminating evidence, or we make our move while he's distracted during a gym challenge. Hearing this, Will and Rihua exchanged glances and unanimously chose the first option. After all, Sneaking in while someone was asleep would likely give them more time to search. "Hello, I am Jasmine. I'm here to challenge gym leader Altair today." At that moment, a girl who appeared to be about 6 or 7 years old, at least 2 years younger than Will, approached the gym entrance. She spoke in a soft, childlike voice to the security guard. "Jasmine." Hearing the name, Stephen instinctively looked toward the gym entrance. There stood a pale-skinned, short-haired girl with gray shoulder-length hair. Was it that Jasmine? "Perfect. Since we've got nothing to do during the day, we might as well watch the show," Stephen said, his interest piqued. The little girl's words had caught the attention of not only Stephen and his group, but also many onlookers. Since Kanto and Johto shared the same Pokémon League, trainers in both regions could compete in the Indigo League by collecting 8 gym badges from either region. This meant there were over 20 gyms to choose from. The anime confirmed that Kanto alone had more than 10 gyms. Most trainers preferred to challenge the weaker gyms, like the Pewter Gym under Brock's father or the Cerulean Gym under Misty's mother. Altair, however, was widely recognized as the strongest gym leader in Johto, with strength comparable to the Elite Four. Few dared challenge him, much like Giovanni of the Viridian Gym. This was precisely why Giovanni could afford to spend so much time in Johto with Stephen. No challengers dared to face him. When word spread that someone was challenging Altair, the audience seats in Olivine Gym quickly filled up. People wanted to see who was brave or foolish enough to take him on. As a result, Stephen, Rihua, and Will blended into the crowd without drawing any attention. "Young lady, you don't appear to meet the league's minimum age requirement for trainers," Altair said, frowning slightly behind his sunglasses. The league required trainers to be at least 10 years old to receive a starter Pokémon, embark on adventures, and participate in gym challenges or the league competition. The girl before him was underage. "Why, yes, I'm only 6 years old," Jasmine stammered, her face flushed red as she nervously addressed Altair under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "I just got my first Pokémon from my grandfather yesterday. I grew up in Olivine City, and I've always heard people say that gym leader Altair is the strongest trainer in Johto. So I wanted you to be my first opponent." Her timid demeanor, reminiscent of Hinata Hyuga, immediately drew reactions from the audience. "Wow, this little girl's got guts. She just got her starter Pokémon yesterday and already wants to challenge Altair. Sigh, I thought we'd get to see an epic battle. Turns out it's just a baby match. Boring." "Yeah, it's going to be a one-hit KO. Let's go." Several audience members prepared to leave, unimpressed by the prospect of a mismatch. Seeing this, the young Jasmine grew even more nervous, her face turning pale as tears welled up in her eyes. Just as Jasmine was on the verge of tears, Altair's stern voice rang out. "Why mock this child? Isn't her courage something we should all admire?" His words silenced the audience, leaving those who had stood up feeling ashamed. They hesitated, unsure if they should stay or leave. Meanwhile, the remaining spectators looked at Altair with admiration. "Well said, gym leader Altair. No wonder he's the pride of Olivine City." Rihua let out a soft, derisive snort. What a show-off. As someone who harbored deep resentment toward Altair's family, his brother had killed her Houndoom's parents. Rihua naturally held no goodwill toward Altair. Stephen, however, remained silent. To be honest, he didn't think Altair was putting on an act. Having lived through 3 lifetimes, Stephen trusted his ability to gauge people. Of course, if Altair's acting skills were on par with someone like Aizen Sasuke, then Stephen admitted he wouldn't be able to tell. Chapter 58, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 58. Onyx is unable to battle. Manktrick is the winner. Therefore, the victor is gym leader Altair. In less than 5 minutes, the middle-aged referee, wearing glasses and sporting a protruding belly, raised his flag to announce the battle's result. To be honest, the fact that Jasmine, who had just received her starter Pokémon, could last nearly 5 minutes was already a miracle. This was mainly because Altair had been holding back and using the battle to teach her. It was evident enough when he sent out a pure electric-type Manktrick to face a rock-ground-type Onyx. Your biggest problem right now is your lack of confidence when giving commands. You need to understand that any nervousness a trainer shows will inevitably be transmitted to their Pokémon. Altair walked up to Jasmine and offered his advice earnestly. Jasmine retrieved her onyx, bowed her head slightly to express her gratitude, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Altair." Applause erupted like waves at the scene. Though the match itself was far from spectacular, Altair's patient and meticulous teaching left an impression on everyone. Mr. Altair is so thoughtful, constantly pointing out the girl's mistakes. Not only is he strong, but he's also so gentle. I heard Mr. Altair is still single. His father is the richest man in Johto, and he's powerful in his own right. Sure, he's not the best looking, but who cares? He's amazing. I wonder if I stand a chance. Ma'am, does your husband know you're saying these things? Hearing the audience's endless praise for Altair, Rihua's expression turned even more disdainful. Such a show-off. She still didn't think Altair, the younger brother of Aldous, was anything special. Everyone has two sides to them, Rihua, Stephen reminded her. Take, for example, the most straightforward case, Giovanni. Is Giovanni evil? Yes, incredibly evil. The things he did in secret could be described as too numerous to record. But on the other hand, Giovanni also had a knack for nurturing talent. His book, Mysteries of the Earth, inspired countless trainers to fall in love with ground-type Pokémon. And as a boss, Giovanni was impeccable. Imagine this. If a transmigrator ended up in the Hidden Leaf Village, their first instinct would probably be to figure out how to overthrow Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. But if the same transmigrator landed in Team Rocket, they wouldn't think about overthrowing Giovanni. Why? Because Giovanni's charisma as a leader was unmatched. Even if someone wanted to rebel, they wouldn't find a good reason anytime soon. Well, except for that future shorty who wanted to take over the organization. When he found out Giovanni had a son, he snapped and staged a mutiny. But Stephen figured that Shorty overlooked one crucial point. Even if Team Rocket had to choose a successor, it still wouldn't be him. Nightfall. After ensuring there were no safety hazards, the staff of the Olivine Gym locked the gym doors from the inside. The battle arena's lights went out, and the entire gym fell into a profound silence. Yet at that moment, three figures suddenly materialized in the audience seating area. They were none other than Stephen, Rihua, and Will. Whoa, this thing is amazing. As expected of Stephen, always coming up with new gadgets. Will, in his Phantom Thief persona, excitedly fiddled with the wristband marked with the number 3. In truth, after Jasmine's battle with Altair had ended earlier that day, the three of them had never left. Instead, they used the invisibility function of their Phantom Thief uniforms to hide in the audience stands. It's nothing more than a little gadget cobbled together using Kecleon's genetic factors and some tech developed by a certain evil royal family, Stephen said, putting away his wristband marked with the number 1. Rihua's wristband bore the number 2. Will grinned uncontrollably and half-jokingly exclaimed, "With this, sneaking into the women's bathroom." Whack! Before he could finish, Rihua smacked the back of his head. "Hand it over." "Rihua, no, please, Rihua, don't." Rihua grabbed Will by the collar with her left hand and forcibly snatched the wristband from him with her right, ignoring his protests. "Keep it down," Stephen reminded them. In the end, Will's transformation wristband was confiscated by Rihua. Faced with Will's pitiful and resentful gaze, Rihua remained unmoved. "I'll keep this until we're off duty. I don't want a pervert as a teammate." Meanwhile, Stephen had already donned a pair of thermal goggles and was scanning the surroundings. "Anything unusual, Stephen?" Rihua asked impatiently. Without answering, Stephen gestured for them to follow him. After a short walk, the trio spotted 2 gym staff members patrolling the lodging area's entrance, each accompanied by a Mightyena. "Patrolling this late at night? Their guard is pretty high," Will whispered. "And they even brought out Pokémon. They're wary of your Pokeball disruptor invention, Stephen." "I told you these people were suspicious," Rihua grumbled before turning to Stephen. "Should we use the invisibility function again?" "Invisibility alone won't fool a canine Pokémon's nose. Maintain your distance and follow my lead." Stephen tapped his nose and outline the next steps of their plan. Will, you take the left. Rihua, you take the right. Rihua tossed the confiscated wristband back to Will, and the two activated their stealth modes again. They crept along the walls of the audience seating area, gradually closing in on the two staff members. The moment the mighty hyenas grew alert, Stephen, observing from a distance, swiftly signaled by lowering his raised hand. Will and Rihua immediately threw their Poké balls. Natu used Thunder Wave. Murkrow used Wing Attack. It was clear that while Will used Thunder Wave to paralyze his target, Rihua, driven by her desire to help her Houndoom avenge its past grievances, went straight for a more aggressive approach. She ordered Murkrow to attack the necks of both the staff member and their mighty hyena. Stephen approached the unconscious staff member and mighty hyena to check on them. Fortunately, they were still alive. "I don't object to revenge, but no unnecessary killing," Stephen said. He didn't want Rihua to turn into a female version of Abido. If someone killed Rin, sure, go get revenge on the Mist Village or Madara Uchiha. But don't spout nonsense like, "This world is flawed, so I'll destroy it." What did the world ever do wrong? Why do these lunatics always want to destroy it? Rihua remained silent and nodded under Stephen's gaze, signaling her understanding. Meanwhile, Will released a Jinx to finish the job, using Lick repeatedly, until both the staff member and the mighty hyena were completely incapacitated. It seemed they wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Investigating slowly is too much of a hassle. Let's just capture Altair, have my executor hypnotize him, and extract the information directly, Will suddenly suggested as they reached the door to the gym leader's bedroom. His executor had been trained to specialize in hypnosis, capable of controlling targets without causing brain damage. "I'll do it," Rihua said, reaching for the door handle. But just as her fingertip was about to touch it, beep, 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 beep. A piercing alarm blared throughout the entire gym. In that instant, every light in the gym turned on, illuminating the trio's masked faces for all to see. "What? We didn't even touch the alarm system," Will shouted in disbelief. Bang! Before anyone could react, the door was shattered by a heavy blow. Stephen reacted quickly, pulling Rihua back from the doorway. Within a split second, a bone club smashed through the door and spun in the air like a boomerang, shattering the opening further before returning to the room. A Pokémon leaped out. It was a Marowak. And following right behind it, who else but Altair himself appeared. "Well, this is unexpected. I wasn't looking for you, but here you are coming straight to me," Altair said, a hint of surprise flashing behind his sunglasses. "I'm certain we didn't trigger any alarms along the way. Care to explain how we got caught?" Stephen, ever the curious student, couldn't help but ask. Chapter 59, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 59. Faced with Stephen's question, Altair paused briefly in silence before responding. The gym's security team is equipped with special alarm remotes. They have to press the remote every 10 minutes, or an alarm will be triggered automatically. "My God, that's so cautious." Will was stunned. No wonder the alarm went off even though they hadn't touched anything. So that's how it works. Does a normal gym need this level of security? Turns out your family is hiding some shady secrets. Rihua scoffed coldly. Altair turned his gaze toward Rihua and, after a few seconds, said, "Rihua, it's still not too late to turn around." As someone who personally experienced the villa incident, Altair, like Goodshow, could easily guess the identity of the masked girl standing before them. "Shut up." Altair hadn't finished speaking when Rihua rudely cut him off. "Arf!" Houndoom impatiently leaped out of its Pokéball. "Have you heard about this child from your brother? We came back from hell to take revenge on him." Rihua's expression turned slightly deranged. "Houndoom, flamethrower." Houndoom planted its front paws firmly on the ground, deep crimson flames already surging between its fangs. In the instant, all four paws touched the ground. A blazing fiery column burst forth. "It doesn't matter if we've been found out. If soft methods don't work, we'll resort to force. Tell me where your brother is." Rihua's shout caught Altair off guard. He knew his father and brother's methods all too well. From Rihua's words and Houndoom's attitude, seemingly ready to burn everything to ashes, Altair didn't know the full story, but he could guess most of it. As Altair pondered, the flamethrower attack surged toward him. But Marowak had already stepped in. The bone club in Marowak's hand spun faster than a helicopter's rotor, scattering the incoming flamethrower into harmless embers. "Steven, look at this situation." We'll turn to glance at Steven. Rihu is even more riled up than I expected, but she's right. At this point, force is our only option. Hearing Steven's decision, Will no longer hesitated. Jinx water pulse. Just like 2 months ago, Jinx faced Marowak, pressing her palms together to form a high-density water sphere the size of a tennis ball. In the next moment, she slammed it to the ground. The water sphere detonated, sending a wave of water several meters high surging toward Marowak. Houndoom swiftly retreated, avoiding the area of effect of the water pulse attack. Stone Edge. Altair responded calmly. Marowak, having deflected the flamethrower, struck the ground with its bone club. Boom, booms, boom. Jagged, spear-like rocks erupted from the ground, clustering together to form a shield that blocked most of the incoming water wave. Arfs. Meanwhile, on the other side, Houndoom, seeing that even the water-based move designed to counter it had been neutralized, charged forward, bearing its fangs at its target. Bite. Earthquake. Marowak didn't even turn around. Still, with its back to Houndoom, it lifted its bone club slightly and, in the next instant, brought it crashing down with even greater force. Rumble. A full-area earthquake attack. The ground of the gym cracked under the shockwaves from below, and the walls began to collapse. The violent tremors from the ground disrupted Houndoom's balance, causing it to stumble before steadying itself, enduring the pain as it glared at Marowak, ready to attack again. But Marowak had already regained its composure. The bone club spun through the air, whistling as it slashed toward Houndoom. Boomerang. With the aftershocks of the earthquake still lingering, jumping to dodge was limited, given the situation. Rihua acted quickly. Houndoom used flamethrower on the ground. Houndoom suddenly lowered its head, releasing a full-force flamethrower that acted like a pillar, thrusting its own body high into the air, narrowly avoiding the boomerang. Oh ho, Rihua has even picked up Steven's move. Will exclaimed in surprise. But battling an opponent of Elite 4 caliber isn't that simple. Marowak sprinted forward, seemingly to catch its returning bone club. But within moments, everyone realized something was off. The bone club was about to land back in Marowak's hand, but instead of catching it, Marowak twisted its short legs into an overhead kick and struck the club hard. The trajectory of the bone club instantly changed, hurtling toward the airborne Houndoom. It was about to be hit. At the last second, a dark shadow darted between Houndoom and the bone club. It was Umbreon. In midair, Umbreon crossed her front paws over her chest in an X shape. Though Umbreon's slender arms appeared delicate, a closer look revealed bulging veins and tightly packed muscles, as if she had stepped out of a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure episode. Bang! The Elite 4-level boomerang struck Umbreon, yet she didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, Umbreon broke into a sinister grin. This time it's not an act, its progress is remarkable. Altair stated bluntly. The last time Joker's Umbreon had fooled him with her acting skills and secured victory through a surprise attack. But this time, Altair could tell. Umbreon hadn't been acting. Her defense had been trained to the point where she could withstand a direct blow from Marowak. Surprise attack. Thrash. Steven and Altair issued their commands simultaneously. Umbreon, still in midair, spread her claws wide as Marowak swung its bone club upward, both striking at each other with immense force. The resulting shockwave rippled outward, hitting the already cracked walls of the gym. The walls, which had been weakened by the earthquake, crumbled completely under the strain, collapsing with a thunderous crash. During the clash, Marowak ultimately gained the upper hand. Gripping its bone club with both hands, it swung in a baseball-like motion, attempting to send Umbreon flying. But Umbreon wasn't about to give in so easily. She clung tightly to the bone club with her left paw, preventing Marowak from flinging it away. Umbreon raised her right paw, revealing a sly grin as her fur bristled. Upon closer inspection, faint streams of dark purple fluid glistened on her right paw. Altair immediately sensed something amiss. Marowak stopped the attack. But it was too late. Umbreon swung her right paw in a motion, resembling an elbow strike. Though she didn't physically strike Marowak, the toxic fluid splattered into Marowak's eyes. With a pained cry, Marowak fell from midair. Fortunately, it managed to twist its body at the last moment, landing on its feet to minimize damage. But when Altair looked closer, he noticed a faint purple tint on Marowak's face. It was poisoned. When Umbreon gets excited, its pores secrete a toxin-laced sweat. Stephen strolled leisurely toward Umbreon, smiling faintly. Even though it's not a poison type, it's quite adept at using poison. After a brief moment of silence, Altair spoke. You've gotten stronger. Chapter 60, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 60. Credits Daxter. Our original plan was to get information about your older brother, Aldous. But your brother and father are so elusive that we had no choice but to set our sights on you. Stephen smiled. Revenge for your companion. Altair's expression didn't change much. To be honest, his elder brother had offended so many people that even he, as the younger brother, couldn't count them all. It was to the point that he felt numb. Partly, yes, but the other part is, I have some interest in your family. Beneath Stephen's mask, his eyes glimmered with an even keener thirst for knowledge. He had already deduced that the current era was roughly 5 or 6 years before Ash Ketchum's journey as a new Pokémon trainer would begin. And Stephen was genuinely curious. How could a financial conglomerate that rivaled the Dragon Tamer clan of Blackthorn City disappear completely in such a short amount of time? Fascinating. Do I look like the kind of person who'd betray my family? Altair asked in return. Then there's nothing to discuss, is there? From the moment the alarm sounded and a lair appeared, Stephen had anticipated things would escalate to this point. Altair, expressionless, recalled his poisoned Marowak and threw a luxury ball in one smooth motion. As the ball opened, a flash of white light burst forth. A pair of enormous, blood-red wings spread wide in the night sky. The pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Salamence. Roar! The Salamence let out a thunderous roar, the resulting wind pressure making Stephen's coat billow dramatically. It also caused the 3 opposing Pokémon to squint slightly, traces of apprehension flickering in their eyes. So he brings out his ace, this guy. Rua raised her hand to shield her face from the wind pressure. Dragon Pulse. Altair decisively commanded Salamence. Light Screen. Stephen gave his order to his Umbreon almost simultaneously. Salamence unleashed a ferocious blast of draconic energy from its mouth. A translucent, rectangular wall of energy instantly materialized in front of Umbreon. Boom! The Dragon Pulse slammed into the light screen, and the diameter of the attack visibly shrank as it passed through. However, the attack was still formidable, striking Umbreon and exploding on impact. The resulting shockwave sent Umbreon flying into the air. As expected of the ace Pokémon of an elite 4-level trainer, Salamence was likely just a step away from entering champion-level territory. I can roughly imagine what my brother has done, but sorry, that doesn't mean I'll betray them. Altair pressed his attack, Dragon Claw. The light screen had already reduced the power of Dragon Pulse, and Joker's Umbreon had one of the strongest defenses of any Pokémon Altair had ever encountered. If that's the case, a physical attack would do the trick. Salamence raised its right claw high, its 3 sharp talons igniting with blue flames and forming blade-like edges. It was like a massive trident crashing down. But just before it landed, Umbreon's body in midair seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and was jerked to the side, narrowly avoiding Salamence's dragon claw. Ahem. Altair was startled, but in the next moment he noticed something. A faint purple glow enveloped Umbreon's body. That was psychic. Then Altair's attention shifted to the Zadu perched on Will's shoulder behind Stephen, its eyes glowing faintly. So that's it, using psychic to help Umbreon dodge the attack. But psychic moves shouldn't work on dark types. Altair quickly noticed something else. Zaru's pupils were faintly glowing with a golden hue. That was Miracle Eye, a move that allows psychic attacks to affect Dark-type Pokémon. Dark Pulse. In the brief opening, Steven and Rihua gave simultaneous commands. From two directions, Umbreon and Rihua's Houndoom fired dark, pulsating energy waves at Salamence' neck and back. Aquatail. However, Salamence was the ace of an elite 4-level trainer for a reason. Its level was far above that of Steven's team. Even after taking 2 dark pulses head-on, Salamence was far from being in a disadvantageous position, let alone losing its ability to fight. As expected, following its trainer's command, Salamence, despite the double impact of the dark pulses, suddenly opened its eyes wide and swung its tail, conjuring spiraling water currents. The Aquatail swept out like a heavy axe. Upon collision, the Aquatail shattered the dark pulse fired from Houndoom at the rear. In the next instant, the attack slammed into Houndoom's neck without losing any momentum. Thud! With a loud crash, Houndoom was sent flying into a pile of rubble on the right. Houndoom! Rihua cried out, rushing over to check her partner's injuries. Even though Aquatail wasn't a same-type move, the type advantage and level disparity were too great. Houndoom was no longer able to battle. Yet Salamance's assault was far from over. The Aquatail that had sent Houndoom flying still retained considerable power. Like a sweeping leg, it continued its trajectory toward Umbreon. Suddenly, a shimmering, multicolored, translucent barrier expanded outward, covering half of the Olivine gym. In an instant, Salamance's movements slowed down, as if someone had pressed a 0.5x speed button. Curse! At Steven's command, Umbreon tensed her entire body. Her small but sturdy muscles hardened like steel. Clang! When Salamance's Aquatail struck, it sounded like metal colliding with metal. Trick Room! Altair's gaze shifted again to Will at the back of the group, and the Slowbro by his side. In that crucial moment, Trick Room had swapped Salamance's speed with Umbreon's. So that's their strategy. Joker and Rihua lead the offense, while the chubby one stays at the back for support. Not bad, but that's not all. Rihua's eerie voice suddenly sounded behind Altair. Altair frowned and looked back at Rihua, who was standing near her defeated Houndoom. What did she mean? Whoosh! Before Altair could figure it out, a faint wisp of flame suddenly appeared on Salamance's tail. Though small, it was enough to make Salamence visibly uncomfortable. That was Will-O-Wisp. Even after being knocked out, Houndoom managed to pull that off. Altair quickly deduced what had happened. Houndoom had used Will-O-Wisp at the very moment it was hit by Aquatail. A Houndoom of that level could manage such precision. Our Pokémon can endure pain very well, Rihua said with a cold smile. From the start, I never expected Houndoom's attacks to deal significant damage to your Salamence. Its job, from the beginning, was to land Will-O-Wisp. But since Will-O-Wisp is slow and not very accurate, using it directly would have been risky. So, Rihua's smirk deepened. In the moment Houndoom was struck, Salamence would have let its guard down, thinking Houndoom was no longer a threat. Altair's expression grew darker. He had initially thought Joker's strategy was for Will to provide support, while Joker and Rihua handled the offense. But he was wrong. Will and Rihua were both supports. And their coordination was flawless. What a terrifying trio. Chapter 61, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 61. Beep. Beep beep. Beep beep beep. The piercing sound of an alarm blared once again. No, this time it wasn't the alarm system, it was a police siren. That's right, Officer Jenny's police force had arrived. Not surprising, given that the Olivine City Gym was located in the city center. And now, with such a commotion, it would have been strange if Officer Jenny didn't show up. They're coming. We'd better wrap this battle up quickly, said Will, stepping forward with his Slowbro as the sound of sirens approached closer and closer. It was time to switch strategies. Water and ice types often go hand in hand, and with the Trick Room active, Will's role had shifted from support to offense. Slowbro Ice Beam, Will commanded confidently. Multiple twisting beams of icy energy converged and shot forward. Initially, Altair thought Will was just a support trainer, with Steven and Rihua handling the offensive roles. Now, he realized Steven was the main attacker, while Will and Rihua played support. But that guess was wrong too. The truth was that Steven had devised multiple strategies for this mission, each tailored to different scenarios. If necessary, even Steven could switch to a support role. After all, real-world Pokémon battles weren't like games where you were limited to 4 moves and locked into rigid team roles. "You're right, time is running out, so let's end this battle quickly," Altair said, watching the ice beam streak towards Salymance's head. A flash of resolve crossed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Salymance," Altair muttered under his breath. "Does he have another trump card?" Steven couldn't help but feel uneasy, noticing Altair's expression change. After all, Altair was a character who didn't exist in the original timeline. Even as a reincarnated trainer, Steven couldn't accurately judge his strength. But Steven figured that no matter how much Altair was hiding, it was unlikely he had surpassed the Elite 4 level and reached Champion tier, right? If he were that powerful, why wasn't he around during Ash's adventures? "Let's go, Salymance," Altair shouted in an uncharacteristically loud voice, breaking his usual stoic demeanor. "Roar!" Salymance let out a deafening roar. Will and Rihua couldn't see it, but Steven, who possessed an artificial variant of the Viridian Force, could faintly sense it. A surge of ferocious, almost sinister energy erupted from Salymance. This energy felt deeply unsettling to Steven, whose Viridian Force was tied to nature. In that brief moment, Slowbro's ice beam struck Salymance squarely on the head, its critical weak point. "Roar!" But within 2 seconds, Salymance roared again, unleashing a sonic wave so powerful it shattered the quadruple effective ice-type attack as if it were nothing. Impossible, Will's eyes almost popped out of his head. Even if there was a level gap, he had gotten stronger too. And this was a quadruple effective ice beam, for crying out loud. There was no way Salymance should have shrugged it off so easily. What's going on? How did it suddenly become so strong? Even though Rihua had seen plenty of extraordinary things while staying with Steven, this was the first time she'd witnessed something so absurd. An elite-tier Pokémon breaking through to champion tier in the middle of a battle. "Earthquake," Altair said coldly. Boom, boom. Salymance raised its right front claw slightly before slamming it down onto the already battle-torn ground. The gym floor split further apart, violent shockwaves and countless chunks of debris flying in all directions, indiscriminately targeting the 3 trainers. Slowbro was the first to fall victim to the attack. Chunks of rock and the impact from the fissures struck its dopey face, sending it flying backward. It landed with a thud and lay still. Slowbro was unable to battle. How could this be? Will couldn't believe it. His Slowbro had been defeated. Steven's eyes also flashed with surprise. Defeating Will's Slowbro in one hit wasn't something an elite-tier Pokémon could accomplish. This was unquestionably the power of a champion-tier Pokémon. Rihua, who had already recalled her Houndoom, sent out her Murkrow, which narrowly avoided the earthquake thanks to its ability to fly. But Salymance's next attack was already incoming. Flamethrower. Salymance turned its head toward the bird hovering near the back of its neck and unleashed a massive column of flames. Not just physical attacks, its special attacks are on a completely different level too. Rihua gritted her teeth and commanded, "Murkrow, use that move." Murkrow weaved through the air in an S pattern, dodging the flamethrower while closing in on Salymance. It was preparing to use Perish Song, just like it had done in training. Fire Blast. Instantly, the flamethrower split into 5 streams, forming a massive kanji-shaped inferno. The attack's range expanded several times over. 5 towering pillars of fire shot into the sky, dyeing half of Olivine City's skyline red. What's going on? In a nondescript house in Olivine City, Jasmine stirred from her sleep, thinking it was morning. But when she sat up and saw the flames rising from the city center, she froze in shock. What on earth was happening? Beep, beep, beep. It wasn't just the flames. The wailing sirens echoed throughout the city, reaching the ears of its citizens. Thud! Before it could finish singing its perish song, Murkrow collapsed to the ground. Rihua's Pokémon were all defeated. Rihua's vision darkened. Just kidding. This wasn't a game, but it was true that she was now out of usable Pokémon. What the hell is going on? Rihua muttered, a bead of cold sweat running down her face. There was no way moves like Dragon Dance, Swords Dance, or Quiver Dance could boost Salamence power this much all at once. Was it some kind of drug? After all, there were berries and trainer-developed enhancers that could temporarily boost a Pokémon's stats. But that didn't make sense either. Altair hadn't fed Salamence anything just now. What Steven and the others didn't know was that, while Salamance's appearance hadn't changed in their eyes, Altair could see it clearly through the sunglasses perched on his nose. Dark, sinister energy, reminiscent of Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi powers, was rising from Salamance's body. Joker, Officer Jenny's vehicles are already at the entrance. We need to retreat. Will, carried by his Zatu, called down to Steven from high above, having spotted the swarm of police cars gathering at the Olivine Gym's entrance. That's not an option, Steven responded. Before he could elaborate, a large group of trainers suddenly surrounded the area. They were the gym staff. Master Cation is very interested in you, said one of them, a man who had served as the referee for Altair and Jasmine's match earlier in the day. But now that you've walked right into our hands, you'd better stay put. Unlike the upright demeanor he'd displayed as a referee, the man's expression now was that of a classic villain. No objections, right, Lord Altair, the referee said, glancing at Altair. This gym was hiding something. Will and Rihua frowned deeply. What kind of gym staff acted like this? And why were they addressing Altair as Lord? Normally, gym staff referred to their gym leaders with titles like Mr. or Miss, not Lord. But none of that mattered right now. The most pressing question was, how were they going to escape? Chapter 62, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 62. The Natu perched on his shoulder. Will maintained his position in the sky and glanced toward the entrance of the gym. Officer Jenny from Olivine City had already arrived with a group of police officers and was preparing to enter. However, they were being blocked by the staff of the Olivine Gym. Something's wrong, definitely wrong. The gym staff were also members of the Pokémon League. If that's the case, the police officers should be their allies. Why would they stop the police from entering? Joker, these people are suspicious. Will signaled the Natu to lower him to the ground and shouted to Steven. The referee, upon seeing Will's shocked expression, appeared very pleased. Of course, we're planning to capture you and offer you all to Master Cation. We won't let Officer Jenny interfere. Vasil, you're talking too much. Altair interrupted with a dark expression, scolding the talkative man who seemed ready to go on. The man named Vasil turned his head away with a disgruntled look, muttering internally. Damn it, we're both executives. Calling you Lord is just giving face to the commander. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Despite angrily cursing Altair in his thoughts, Vasil dared not say anything aloud. Instead, he refocused and shouted to the subordinates nearby. Capture these 3 brats, there's a big reward for it. Nearly 20 gym staff from Olivine Gym surrounded Steven's group with sinister grins, closing in on them. If this were Gardevoir, things could have turned out much worse. 1 white and 5 black dot gif. Hey, this isn't looking good. Will and Rihua were forced to retreat step by step, forming a triangular formation with Steven, standing back to back. No choice, I was hoping for more practice, but I'll have to bring it out early. Steven sighed lightly, withdrew Umbreon into her Piquet ball, and immediately threw 3 more Piquet balls in one go. Bangs, bangs, bang. 3 Piquet balls simultaneously opened, revealing 3 neatly aligned Hounders standing in front of Steven. Vasil and the other grinning gym staff were momentarily stunned. Then, in the next second, they burst into laughter. I thought you had some trump card. Turns out it's just 3 skinny dogs. Vasil clutched his slightly plump belly, laughing so hard he bent over. His subordinates wore similar expressions. Even Will and Rihua exchanged puzzled glances. As companions who had been together for nearly 2 months, they naturally understood the strength of Stephen's 3 hounders. Sure, Stephen occasionally gave them special training. But after all, they'd only been caught for 2 months. No matter how much extra training they'd had, how strong could they get? Facing the laughter around them, the expressions of Maria, Rose, and Sina remained as stoic as their trainers, calm and unwavering. Idiot, be careful. Altair, who had been planning to withdraw his salliements, suddenly sensed something off. Bright, intense light began to emanate from the 3 hounders. Their bodies grew more robust, devilish horns sprouted from both sides of their heads, and their long tails lashed the ground with resounding smacks. Oos, owo. The 3 houndums, enveloped in the light of evolution, howled simultaneously, their cries echoing through the entire street. At the gym entrance, Officer Jenny and her police force naturally heard the sound. Are they still fighting? Officer Jenny was startled and anxiously shouted, "Hey, let us in immediately." The gym staff guarding the door laughed nervously and blocked them, saying, "Officer Jenny, no need to worry. You don't understand Mr. Altair's strength. He'll handle these thieves. If you go in, the battle might affect you, and that wouldn't be good, right?" Officer Jenny frowned, feeling as if they were implying that the police would only get in the way. But considering Altair's elite-level strength, it kind of made sense. Reluctantly, Officer Jenny ordered her subordinates to surround the front and back entrances of Olivine Gym, ensuring there was no chance for the suspects to escape. Meanwhile, more and more citizens gathered to watch the commotion. In the gym's backyard, the light of evolution faded. The 3 houndums glared fiercely at the surrounding trainers who had been closing in, exhaling hot air. Their eyes were sharp and menacing, like emissaries from hell. For a moment, the dozen or so trainers around them dared not move closer. "Why, you fools, what are you afraid of?" Seeing his subordinates looking intimidated, Vasil suppressed the panic in his heart and barked. "Even if they've evolved, they're still just 3 dogs. Besides, there are so many of us. How could that kid possibly command 3 Pokémon at once? What's there to be afraid of?" Hearing their boss's words, the lackey's eyes lit up. Yeah, they were just houndums anyway. If they were 3 Dragonites or Tyranidders, that would have been a problem. But 3 wild dogs, what's the big deal? Plus, Vasil had made a good point. It wasn't realistic for Stephen to command 3 Pokémon simultaneously. A trainer's judgment and reaction time were naturally limited. Even in double battles, commanding 2 Pokémon was already the limit. In regions like Unova and Kalos, they once tried introducing triple battles, where 3 Pokémon were sent out at once. But the Pokémon League ultimately didn't approve it. They discovered that almost no trainer could perfectly command 3 Pokémon simultaneously. Forget reaction time, most people couldn't even speak commands that fast. Even Lance, the Dragon Master, when he sent out 2 Dragonairs and a Dragonite, looked like he was commanding 3 Pokémon. But in reality, the 2 Dragonairs mostly acted as support, setting weather conditions and buffs for Dragonite. Lance focused all his attention on commanding Dragonite alone. Is that so, Tilda? Stephen smirked and raised his index finger. Oh, well. Sina suddenly tilted its head upward and howled, channeling energy toward the sky. The previously gloomy night sky brightened, and the light grew stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire Olivine Gym. Sunny day. While Sina howled, Maria opened its mouth wide. A massive, fiery blaze erupted, engulfing nearly everyone on the opposing side, including Vasil and his men. Under the sunny weather, fire-type moves were greatly boosted, while water-type moves were weakened. Block it. Vasil stepped back and shouted. His subordinates quickly threw their Piquet balls. Golem, Tentacruel, Donphin, all were Pokémon with types that counter fire. Stone Edge. Water Pulse. Protect. Offensive and defensive moves were used at once, clashing with Maria's enhanced fire blast in a fierce struggle. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate, but then Vasil threw out his own Piquet ball. Swampert, use Aqua Break. A Swampert leaped out of the ball, its right arm glowing with water energy. It formed a sharp water blade and sliced through the weakened fire blast in one swift motion. But the third Houndoom emerged from the flames. Everyone was stunned. There was a third houndoom hidden within the fire. Rose used flare blitz. Leaping out from the fire blast, Rose absorbed the remaining flames like a fire mage and ignited itself with roaring flames. Boom! Swampert, unable to react in time, took the flare blitz head-on. Its mouth hung open in shock as it felt its internal organs shift from the impact. Chapter 63, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 63. In Vasil's eyes, that houndoom engulfed in flames, as though it had crawled out of the abyss, charged toward him with its massive, fanged jaws wide open after sending his Swampert flying. In his pupils, Rose's figure rapidly magnified. Sallymin's Dragon Pulse. Altair, who had initially planned to recall Sallymin's to its Piquet ball, had no choice but to intervene once more. Rose, having already committed to using Flare Blitz, had no time to break or change her move. Fortunately, Maria and Sina rushed forward to intercept. With all their might, the fire surged from their throats, burning with searing intensity as they fearlessly confronted the attack. Double flamethrower. With a deafening explosion at the center of the battlefield, the ground of the Olivine gym collapsed, and massive cracks spread outward. Whether it was the Officer Jenny unit blocked at the entrance or the citizens watching from over a mile away, everyone could clearly see a blue and red shockwave erupt skyward from the gym's backyard. Still not resolved yet, is gym leader Altair not up to the task? Seeing the battle drag on, Officer Jenny from Olivine Police Station grew increasingly anxious. This was the strongest gym leader in the Johto region, yet he was struggling to subdue the opponent after all this time. Boom, booms, boom. At the center of the battlefield, Maria, Rose, and Sina were simultaneously slammed into the rear courtyard wall of the gym, creating 3 large cracks. And yet, in Altair's eyes, the Sallymints cloaked in dark flames stood tall and unshaken, as immovable as a mountain. The difference in power levels between the two sides was clear. Those 3 houndooms, are they the ones that escaped 2 months ago? Altair narrowed his eyes and said, "In just 2 short months, they've grown to such a degree, truly astonishing, but still not enough to threaten my Sallymints." He silently added in his heart, "Especially not my dark form Sallymints." At that moment, Vasil received a message through his communicator. His expression changed drastically as he shouted to Altair. "Altair, bad news. The Olivine police have entered the gym." In his panic, Vasil even forgot to add the respectful title of Lord. Behind his sunglasses, Altair furrowed his brows tightly. There was no choice now. Don't blame me for this. Muttering this inwardly, he raised his hand in a commanding gesture. Sallymints. Hearing the deep, commanding tone of its trainer, Sallymints' dark energy surged even more violently. To ordinary eyes, Sallymints' form showed no changes beyond its increasingly ferocious aura. But Altair, through his sunglasses, could clearly see the transformation of his partner. Is that Joker and his 2 accomplices? At this moment, Officer Jenny, leading her team into the scene, was also stunned. The battlefield's chaotic situation and the flood of new information left her momentarily frozen. But seeing Sallymints' unstoppable presence, she thought to herself, "Surely today will finally be the day we bring these Team Rocket members, who have wreaked havoc in Johto for over 6 months, to justice." Little did she know, the most shocking twist was yet to come. Getting stronger again, huh? Although Stephen couldn't see with his eyes, the Viridian force within him vaguely sensed that Sallymints' power had risen to yet another level. "Altair, just what have you done?" Stephen grew increasingly intrigued by this elite-level trainer, who had never appeared in the original story. Sensing the overwhelming, violent energy surging from Sallymints, Stephen's expression briefly showed helplessness. But in the next moment, his face lit up with determination and anticipation. "No choice, let's use that," Maria Rose Sina. With Stephen's spirited shout, the 3 houndooms simultaneously raised their heads, their hellish eyes glowing with an unsettling purple light. What's going on? Those 3 houndooms. Their aura is completely different from before. Officer Jenny felt an intense sense of unease, a foreboding dread rising in her chest. Howls. Standing in the middle, Maria raised its head and unleashed Howl, a move capable of boosting the attack power of allies in a short time. Meanwhile, Rose and Cena darted left and right, positioning themselves. The three hellhounds surrounded Salamence from the front, left, and right, forming a triangular formation that trapped it in the center. Even Altair sensed something unusual about the changes in the three houndoms, but with Salamence in its current state, he couldn't afford to waste time analyzing. He needed to finish this quickly. Dragon Pulse. Salamance's long neck arched as it unleashed a powerful, fiery wave of draconic energy aimed directly at Maria. Beneath their masks, Rihua and Will's faces turned pale. The power gap was too vast. Taking that attack head-on would surely render Maria incapable of continuing the battle. In the next moment, a translucent, pale green protective barrier formed around Maria. It was the move Protect. But unlike in the games, where even a level 1 Pokémon's Protect could block a level 100 Arceus's attack, the real-world power gap made a significant difference. Maria's Protect could hold off Salamence for barely a second. Within 3 seconds, the barrier was already visibly cracking like fragile glass. Arf! In the brief gap, Rose leaped into the air, her fangs crackling with electric energy as she lunged for Salamance's neck. Salamance's gaze hardened as its tail whipped up a vortex of water, sweeping horizontally. Waterfall tail. But just as the attack was about to land, Rose tensed her body. Bang! The super-effective waterfall tail slammed into Rose's side, but it didn't knock her out. That was the move Endure, which allows a Pokémon to steel itself and withstand a potentially devastating attack. Altair, along with several experienced trainers present, immediately noticed something strange. That waterfall tail had come from Salamance's blind spot, targeting the left side Houndoom. How had the Houndoom predicted it and used Endure in time? Pain Split. Steven's command rang out. Rose's entire body glowed with a bright light, symbolizing vitality, as she roared and slammed into Salamance's back like a small missile. Roar! Salamence let out a pained cry. The move Pain Split evenly distributes health between the user and the target. Rose had been on the verge of fainting from Salamance's earlier attacks. The amount of energy she took from Salamence was enormous. With her strength restored, Rose grinned menacingly, her fangs once again crackling with electricity as she prepared to use Thunder Fang. Twister! Altair barked his command. Salamence flapped its massive, blood-red wings, whipping up a whirlwind mixed with debris from the battlefield. The force of the wind blinded Rose, who was swept high into the air and unable to see. Dragon Claw. Salamence shot upward, its sharp claws glowing with a green light like a massive blade, slashing toward Rose. Take down one of them first. The so-called staff from Olivine Gym shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Rihua and Will looked on in horror, their faces pale as they watched Salamance's claws close in on Rose. Yer tilde. At that moment, Steven's lips curled into a faint smile. The next instant, Rose tilted her head just enough for Salamance's glowing claws to graze past her face. Then, her right paw surged with dark energy as she struck Salamence directly in the eye. Roar! Salamence let out a pained screech. That was Sucker Punch, but how? Not only Altair's subordinates, but also Officer Jenny were stunned. Even Rihua was dumbfounded. As a trainer specializing in dark types, she immediately recognized the move as Sucker Punch, a dark-type attack that strikes first in response to an opponent's move. But to counter with Sucker Punch, you first have to see the opponent's attack coming. How could Rose, blinded in the whirlwind, have used it? It was then that Rihua noticed Maria and Cena on the ground. Their glowing purple eyes were locked firmly on Rose and Salamence in the sky. Chapter 64, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 64. Although Salamence was hit by a Sucker Punch, it wasn't a super effective move, and the level disparity between the two sides was too large, so it didn't cause Salamence to lose its ability to fight. GRR. Salamence landed beside its trainer with a slightly twisted expression, shaking its head. The damage wasn't significant, but the humiliation was immense. What puzzled Sally Mince even more was how that mutt managed to land a hit. It was blinded by the wind. How could it still strike so accurately? Altair noticed the other two houndooms positioned at different sides of the battlefield, locking their gaze intently on Sally Mince. Suddenly, realization struck, followed by disbelief. Could it be? Are their visions shared? As soon as Altair said this, everyone present was shocked. Shared vision? Could something like this even exist? As expected of an elite 4-level trainer, your insight is truly sharp. Stephen smiled and said, "That's right. This is the upgraded version of the punk record, the Joker record." Joker record? Altair frowned. Yes, a former teacher of mine once invented a system called the punk record. This system allows the brains of different living beings to connect, enabling them to share knowledge, experiences, and memories. I applied this system to my 3 houndooms. They can sense each other's thoughts at any time, allowing for seamless cooperation. Their growth rate is also 3 times that of an average Pokémon. Stephen tapped his temple and explained with a grin, "Not only that, but I've upgraded my teacher's punk record. The houndooms don't just share knowledge and experiences, they also share their 5 senses. In other words, whatever one of them sees, hears, or smells is immediately transmitted to the other 2. This is the Joker record." After Stephen's explanation, Officer Jenny broke into a cold sweat. How is something like this even possible? GRR. At that moment, Sally Mince's expression twisted even more painfully than before. Altair's face changed drastically. He had a bad feeling. Sally Mince was reaching its limit. RRR. In the next moment, Sally Mince let out an agonizing, earth-shaking roar. It thrashed its neck and body, smashing into nearby buildings and unleashing flamethrower wildly. Flames scorched everything in their path. What's happening? Mr. Altair, what's wrong with your Sally Mince? Officer Jenny shouted in terror. Altair thought quickly and shouted, "It's the side effect. Sally Mince is experiencing the aftereffects of outrage. It's entered a state of confusion." Altair's explanation left Rihua and Will dumbfounded. They were aware that using the high-damage dragon-type move, Outrage, could cause a Pokémon to fall into confusion as a side effect. But Sally Mince hadn't used Outrage at all in this battle, had it? There was no time to think further. The confused Sally Mince turned its flamethrower toward the police force. Lapras use Hydro Pump. Altair quickly summoned another Pokémon. The newly released Lapras unleashed a Hydro Pump to weaken the destructive flames as much as possible. However, Sally Mince, now in a berserk state, showed no recognition toward allies or foes. It raised a claw and swiped at Lapras with Dragon Claw. "Let's go." Amid the chaos, Stephen recalled Marion, Rose, and Sina, then shouted to Will and Rihua. Rihua felt reluctant and frustrated at not obtaining any information about Aldous. But she knew this was their best chance to retreat. If they missed it, they might end up in the League's prison. Will patted his racing heart. "Phew, thank goodness that Sally Mince went berserk, otherwise we would have been done for." Berserk? Was it really that simple? Stephen glanced thoughtfully at the rampaging Sally Mince. "Officer Jenny, Joker is getting away," a police officer shouted, pointing at Stephen and his group as they left the battlefield. "Do you think we have time to worry about that right now?" Officer Jenny yelled angrily. The priority was to subdue the rampaging Sally Mince. "Your Sally Mince, it's in pain." As Stephen passed by Altair, he left him with this single sentence. Altair's expression tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. Manktrick used Thunder Wave, Flygon used Dragon Pulse. Altair, seemingly indifferent to Stephen's departure, sent out 2 more Pokémon. With the combined efforts of Lapras, Manktrick, and Flygon, they finally managed to temporarily restrain Sally Mince. Altair's sunglasses, however, were partially shattered, revealing the corner of his left eye. Sally Mince, return. Taking advantage of a brief opening, Altair quickly recalled Sally Mince into its Pokéball. The battlefield was left in ruins. "Phew, thank you, Mr. Altair," Officer Jenny said, still shaken. She approached Altair and saluted him. "No need to thank me. This was my responsibility," Altair replied, gripping the Pokéball tightly. Through his broken sunglasses, one could see Salamence inside the ball, still enveloped in a dark, fiery aura. "You're too modest, Mr. Altair. This is Joker's fault," another officer said angrily. "That villain, I thought he was some sort of noble thief who fought against injustice, but he's no better than Team Rocket, just a complete villain." "Exactly," Vasil added eagerly. "Officers, you must ensure those brats pay for what they've done." If only he could deliver those 3 troublemakers to the commander, he'd surely earn a promotion. "I need to treat Salamence and Marowak," Altair said dismissively, using it as an excuse to leave quickly. Back in his private quarters, Altair opened his wardrobe and threw all the clothes out. Hidden within was an elevator. Altair stepped in and pressed a button, causing the elevator to descend. When he emerged, a young woman approached him quickly. Well, Altair, you had to resort to using dark transformation. Joker is getting stronger, isn't he?" The voice was unmistakably flirtatious. It was none other than Alina, the Shadow Organization's lead scientist, whom Stephen and Will had encountered months ago at Goldenrod Station. "Hurry up and treat Salamence," Altair snapped, throwing Salamence's piquet ball at her. As he did, Stephen's parting words echoed in his mind. "Your Salamence is in pain." Meanwhile, about a mile outside Olivine Gym, a large crowd of citizens had gathered to watch the commotion. None of them noticed 3 children, barely 12 years old, walking in the opposite direction. "What was up with that, Salamence? Why did it suddenly go berserk?" Rihua asked, now wearing casual clothes and no longer masked, as she followed closely behind Stephen. Will patted his chest, still shaken. "No idea, but it worked out for us. If that dumb dragon hadn't lost it, we might not have made it out alive. It seems that enhancement method has far greater side effects than expected," Stephen muttered to himself. He then looked at the shard of glass in his hand. "Stephen, what's that?" Rihua and Will leaned in curiously. Stephen glanced at them and said, "A shard from Altair's sunglasses." Chapter 65, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 65. The next day, the Olivine Gym began reconstruction work. Meanwhile, the media in Johto went into a frenzy, reporting on the Joker trio. Goldenrod TV station. Their previous actions as so-called righteous thieves were nothing more than a facade by Team Rocket to cover up their crimes. Their attack on gym leader Altair this time proves that Joker is no different from those Kanto villains of Team Rocket. As Elite Forlance said, "Once a rocket, always a rocket." We urge everyone not to be deceived by the hypocritical masks criminals wear. Cyanwood TV station. The League has decided to intervene and shut down the accounts of self-proclaimed Joker fans online, as their influence is harmful to the internet's atmosphere. Furthermore, given the uncontrollable power Joker demonstrated last night, the League has officially raised Joker's wanted level from A to S. Unova flying cloud daily. It's clear that Team Rocket's actions are a blatant provocation against the League. However, as we all know, Johto is the main activity area of the Shadow Organization. We hope the Indigo League can eradicate both of these major organizations soon. Lastly, we welcome everyone to visit Unova, where the people are simple and honest, and you'll never encounter criminal groups like Team Rocket or Shadow. The backyard of Goldenrod Gym. Whitney and her friend Mary were sitting together. Their Pokémon, a Smeargle and a Miltank, were playfully wrestling, forming a stark contrast to Mary's worried expression. "Whitney, do you think Joker is that kind of person?" Well, there must be some kind of misunderstanding." Mary, usually as shy as early series Hinata from Naruto, suddenly shouted with uncharacteristic passion, startling Whitney. Scratching the back of her head awkwardly, Whitney knew her friend was a senior member of the Joker Fan Association. As for herself, having been involved in the Goldenrod train incident, she had to admit she had a favorable impression of Joker. After all, it was Joker who saved the over 1,000 passengers on that train. But as the granddaughter of a gym leader, she couldn't publicly defend a wanted criminal. "I've made up my mind," Mary suddenly declared. "Hi. I'm going to become a journalist, a news broadcaster. I'll investigate the truth myself and share it with the world." Seeing her friend's determined look, Whitney blinked twice. Was she serious? Around noon. At the Indigo Plateau, the headquarters of the Indigo League. The Elite Four and the champion had gathered a rare occurrence. Even Aldous, who was notoriously elusive, was present. The politicians are thrilled, Lorelei said, sipping her tea, her legs crossed in black stockings. Joker's previous acts of righteous thievery had put the League in a tough spot. But now that he's caused such a mess, all the goodwill he'd accumulated has been destroyed. Joker had repeatedly captured wanted criminals in public, and even saved over 1,000 passengers during the Goldenrod train incident. This had earned him the title of righteous thief in the eyes of many. At the same time, it led to criticism of the League, as Joker was always one step ahead of both the League and the police. More and more people started questioning the League's competence. Are you even capable of doing your job? But this recent incident gave Joker's detractors in the League leadership the perfect opportunity. Just a case of criminals fighting among themselves, though they sure are flashy about it. Lance scoffed. A thief is a thief, what righteous thief, what a joke. But why would Joker target your brother? Does he have something Joker wants? As the current Indigo champion, Agatha turned her gaze toward Aldous. Even among colleagues, it was rare for them to see the elusive Elite Four member. Who knows, how could we normal people possibly understand the minds of criminals? Aldous maintained a neutral expression, or rather, no expression at all. Is that so? Agatha studied him for a moment, but said no more. She was more interested in the person who had just arrived. Champion Agatha, Elite Four members, Professor Oak is here. I tested it with the Houndoom that Professor Birch sent from Hone. Houndoom as a species doesn't have any special abilities related to shared vision. In the meeting room, Professor Oak lectured as if he were giving a seminar. The audience, however, was an impressive lineup. The League President Goodshow, the Indigo Champion and Elite Four, as well as several gym leaders and high-ranking League officials. Beside Professor Oak stood a middle-aged man with a kind face, a small mustache, and a round belly. This was Professor Birch from Hone. At their feet lay 3 Houndoom. 2 belonged to Professor Oak, while the third had been borrowed from Hone's current fire-type, Elite Four member, Moore. Incidentally, Moore was the grandfather of Flannery, the future gym leader of Lavaridge Town. After learning from Officer Jenny in Olivine City that Joker's 3 Houndoom were capable of sharing vision, and even other senses, Professor Oak was stunned. He immediately called his academic colleagues, asking them to bring a Houndoom to test this phenomenon. However, things didn't go as hoped. Or rather, the results were predictably disappointing. They couldn't replicate the ability. Joker had specially modified his 3 Houndooms. Agatha turned her head away disdainfully as Professor Oak continued his lecture. She still resented him for abandoning his path as a Pokémon trainer to become a researcher. Could it be due to their levels or the bonds between the Pokémon? Goodshow proposed a possibility. That seems unlikely, Professor Oak replied after a moment of thought. His 2 Houndoom were one thing, but the Houndoom brought by Professor Birch belonged to an Elite Four member. It was unlikely to suffer from insufficient level or bond issues. The room buzzed with discussion. Only Giovanni allowed a subtle smirk to appear on his face. So you've come up with something new again, Stephen Ken, as expected of you. Perhaps it's Pokémon modification, Aldous suddenly suggested. The room fell silent. Lance and Lorelei's expressions darkened instantly. Of all things, they despised Pokémon modification the most. Calm down, Lance, Lorelei, Goodshow said firmly. We can't jump to conclusions yet. Heh, I doubt Team Rocket has the technology for something like this, Giovanni said with a sly smile, glancing at Aldous. To be honest, even Giovanni was curious. Why had Stephen targeted Aldous's brother? The League's reports claimed Joker had psychological issues and was acting out of petty revenge. To that, Giovanni scoffed. That kid would never do something so pointless. There was more to this group than met the eye. Chapter 66, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 66. Someone pointed out that Rihua is Karen. So I will use Karen for Rihua from now on. 2 days had passed since the Olivine Gym incident. At noon that day, Stephen and his 2 companions were having lunch at home. The television in the living room was broadcasting the news. Mr. Aldous, one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League, conducted an interview where he stated that Joker's actions are a serious provocation against the League and a blatant disregard for the lives of citizens. Everyone in the Johto region knows that his younger brother, Altair, is a kind-hearted gym leader. Joker will undoubtedly pay the price for such cowardly and despicable behavior. Will scoffed disdainfully. That family is the real problem, now they're trying to act like the victims. Hey, Steven, aren't you mad about this? We'll turn to Steven. Even someone like him, who wasn't particularly sharp, could tell there was something seriously wrong with the Altair's family. Could Steven not see it? Yet now, it was the other party's family standing on the moral high ground. Just thinking about it was infuriating. What's there to be mad about? Besides, when were we ever the good guys? Steven's rhetorical questions left Will momentarily at a loss for words. From the beginning, Steven had never paid any attention to public opinion. Well, fine. Since you don't care, I won't play the watchdog meddling in others' business either. With that, Will picked up the remote and changed the channel. In addition to Joker, we've learned that he has two accomplices, both suspected to be children around 12 years old. It's hard to imagine children so young becoming criminals. This raises serious concerns about the education system in Johto. We urge parents across regions to take their children's education more seriously. Up next, we'll introduce you to the oldest academic institution in the history of the Pokémon continent, Naranja Academy. Haha, the Paldea League is as good as ever at stirring up trouble for headquarters. Hearing TV news, the advertisement of the Paldea region, Will couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Among the regions most at odds with the Indigo League headquarters are Paldea and Galar. Hearing this topic, even Steven couldn't help but smile faintly. Over the past 6 months of stirring up trouble in Johto, whenever he made it to the news, the Galar and Paldea regions would always find a way to throw shade at the Indigo League. The reason was simple. The chairpersons of both regions had ambitions of making their regions surpass in Go as the top power. Paldea's chairwoman, Jita, though young and a woman, placed great emphasis on talent cultivation. She frequently visited Naranja Academy, scouting for promising students and nurturing them intensively the moment she found any. Galar's chairman, Rose, was an even more formidable figure. Concerned about a potential resource shortage in Galar 1,000 years down the line, he outright unleashed Eternatus. Part of his reasoning was to have Leon capture Eternatus, claim the title of the strongest trainer, and lead Galar to become the strongest region. A truly ruthless person. By the way, Steven, did you have your Hounders suppress their evolution because of that Joker record? Karen, uninterested in the squabbles between the leagues, glanced at the Pokémon enjoying their lunch and suddenly remembered something. She turned to Steven. Steven's 3 Hounders were clearly at a higher level than her own, yet they evolved later. It was obvious that Steven had held them back deliberately. After some thought, Karen concluded the only reason could be the Joker record. That's right. While the Joker record allows Houndoom and the others to share experiences and grow 3 times faster, their teamwork still requires training. Building synergy is easier when their bodies are smaller. Once they grow bigger, it becomes harder to practice. Steven continued explaining to the two. As for Maria, Rose, and Sina, I hope they can achieve a combined effect greater than the sum of their parts, something like the 6 paths of pain. I see, so that's why you always have them training together. Rika nodded in understanding, then tilted her head in confusion. Wait, what's the 6 paths of pain? Steven smiled silently in response. Thinking back to the past 2 months of grueling training, Steven didn't tailor their training to each Houndoom's unique combat style. Instead, he focused purely on teamwork. Come to think of it, this Joker record is a lot like a game's exp. Share, but not quite as broken, Steven suddenly remarked, recalling the game item as overpowered as rare candies, the exp. Share. When equipped, it allowed Pokémon to share half the experience gained. However, the Joker record, modeled after the Punk record, wasn't nearly as game-breaking. What the Joker record shared wasn't experience points, as in games, but actual battle experience. And while battle experience was important, the the most crucial factor was still one's physical body. That had to be trained the hard way. As they chatted, Steven suddenly remembered something. He got up, took out a box of Pikachu-shaped chocolate biscuits and 3 cans of Toro's brand Pokémon food from the cabinet, and divided them into bowls for his Umbreon and the 3 Houndoms. "You've all worked hard recently. Eat up and enjoy." "Arf, arf." Rose, Maria, and Sina barked excitedly. Steven had previously checked the ingredients of the Toro's brand food and found it loaded with additives, a product of, as he put it, technology and ruthless efficiency. Concerned about its impact on their growth, he rarely bought it for them. Today was a rare indulgence. As for the Pikachu-shaped biscuits, they held special meaning for his Umbreon. They were the reward they'd earned the first time they fought side by side. Although their opponent had been an elementary schooler and had nothing to brag about, the snack was still particularly meaningful to Umbreon. Noticing something unusual, Steven was puzzled when his Umbreon didn't eat the biscuits after he poured them out, unlike the 3 Houndoms, who were wolfing down their food. The next moment, something shocking happened that left everyone in the room, humans and Pokémon alike, stunned. Umbreon lifted a paw and gently pushed her bowl of biscuits toward the 3 Houndoms. "Are you serious?" Will was dumbfounded. These guys were fighting over food just a while ago, and now. "It's a sign of acceptance," Karen remarked with a faint smile, resting her cheek on one hand. "Woof." Marian, Rose, and Sina, still chewing, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. Umbreon tilted her head and smirked, the meaning behind the gesture clear. "Arf." The 3 Hounders grinned in return, pushing their bowls forward in a gesture of camaraderie. Chapter 67, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 67. "Steven, are we not going after Aldous anymore?" The warm lunch hour had ended, and it was time for the afternoon training session. During the break, Karen walked over to Steven and asked. "They'll be on high alert for a while, and who knows how many tricks that family still has up their sleeves." Steven glanced sideways and replied. "Don't rush, let's focus on getting stronger ourselves first." I understand." Karen looked a bit downcast, but she knew Steven made sense. "That said, I do have an idea to track down that guy Aldous." Will suddenly chimed in, joining their conversation. Though Karen didn't expect this idiot to have any brilliant ideas, she figured it couldn't hurt to hear him out. So, brushing her hair back, she asked with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, then let's hear it, Mr. Will." Will didn't seem to catch the sarcasm in her tone. He let out a few odd chuckles before saying, "That guy may be up to shady business in the shadows, but on the surface, he's still one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League. If that's the case, then after the annual Indigo Conference, there's always the Elite Four Challenge. He has to show up for that, right?" Hearing this, Karen's eyes lit up. The Indigo Conference, an annual event, gathers trainers from across the region who have earned all 8 gym badges in 1 year. The tournament is held on the Indigo Plateau. The winner of the tournament earns the right to challenge the Elite Four of the Indigo League. Defeating any of the current Elite Four members allows you to take their place. If someone defeats all 4, they even get the chance to challenge the champion and possibly become the new champion themselves. As Will said, while Aldous's movements were often mysterious, his public identity as one of the Elite Four meant he would have to appear at the Elite Four Challenge. "Never thought you, of all people, could come up with a decent idea," Karen said, likely complimenting Will for the first time since she joined the group. Will rolled his eyes, unsure if she was praising or mocking him, and then added, "But the thing is, for the past 2 years, no trainer has even been able to get past Lorelei, so Aldous hasn't appeared in the Elite Four Challenge at all." That's right. Although Aldous was one of the Elite Four, he hadn't shown up at the Elite Four Challenge in recent years. This was due to the current power ranking among the Indigo League Elite Four: Lorelei, Bruno, Aldous, Lance, based on the game rankings. Thus, challengers would always start with Lorelei, the weakest of the 4. If no one could defeat Lorelei, then naturally, Aldous wouldn't need to make an appearance. So, it's still better to dig up some leads on Aldous and take him out directly, isn't it? Will suggested. If Karen were to follow this method of finding Aldous, she'd have to challenge 8 gyms, compete in the Indigo Conference, and then defeat Lorelei and Bruno to finally face Aldous. To Will, that was way too complicated, a massive detour. Karen didn't respond immediately, but instead turned to her Houndum. Houndum, what do you think? Woof woof tilde. Hearing the name of its enemy, Houndum let out a low growl. I can't understand a word it's saying. Stephen, translate, Will said, shrugging. Don't make it sound like I'm Meowth, Stephen retorted, giving Will a light punch. Then, placing a hand on Houndum's back, Stephen used his viridian force to sense Houndum's thoughts. He translated for Karen. It's asking, if we do it this way, can I kill my enemy in front of the whole world? Karen smiled brightly. You think just like I do, Houndum. Sneaky revenge? That's no fun. Public vengeance is so much more satisfying. Not only will I take you down, but I'll do it in front of the entire world. I'll make you pay for what you've done. Stephen silently watched Karen and her Houndum, both of them fired up. To be honest, he found their plan a bit childish. But then again, Karen was still a kid. It was natural for her to think this way. Besides, vengeance like this would certainly be more satisfying. But the Indigo Conference is less than a month away, isn't it? There's no time, Stephen pointed out. With less than a month left, even if you just rushed between 8 cities, it'd be hard to make it in time. Not to mention, with the tournament registration deadline approaching, the number of challengers would skyrocket. Challenging a gym would almost certainly mean waiting in line. I have 7 badges. Want to borrow them? Will said, pulling 7 shiny badges from the inside pocket of his jacket. Before joining Stephen's team, Will had been collecting gym badges too. The closest gym to Cyanwood City should be the Mahogany Town Gym, right? Want to give it a shot. Ever since joining Stephen, Will had lost interest in the Indigo Conference. But he was very curious to see Karen take revenge on Aldous. Killing an Elite Four member in front of the world, that sounded exciting. Idiot, the league keeps records of who earned each badge, Stephen snapped. Do you think the league is stupid? Every time a gym is challenged, the participants' information is recorded and sent to headquarters. When you register for the tournament, the league verifies the records. Otherwise, why would anyone bother challenging gyms? It'd be easier to just steal someone else's badges. Also, Karen, do you think you're strong enough to defeat Lorelei and Bruno right now? Stephen asked, hitting Karen with a hard truth. That instantly silenced both Karen and her Houndum. He was right. If they went the sneaky route to find Aldous, Stephen and Will could help. But if Karen chose the Elite Four challenge route, she'd have to rely on herself. Think it over carefully, Stephen said before returning to training his Umbreon, Maria, Rose, and Cena. He sat on a rock by the beach, holding the egg left behind by an Altaria, speaking gently to it. Look, everyone's working hard to welcome you into the world. You're going to grow up healthy and strong. That's what your mother wanted too. Well, good luck, Will said awkwardly after a long pause, offering the best encouragement he could muster before wandering off. Karen, along with her Houndum and Murkrow, stood frozen in place, lost in thought. 2 days later, Karen made her decision. Stephen, I've decided. Houndum and I are going to take our revenge in front of the whole world. She had thought it through. Even if Stephen and Will helped, all they could do was track down Aldous. In the end, the fight would still be hers alone. She would have to settle her grudge herself. If both methods ultimately led to her facing Aldous one-on-one, why not choose the one that she and Houndum would enjoy more? Chapter 68, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 68. Listening to Karen's decision, Stephen and Will both turned their heads to stare at her intently. This path isn't going to be easy, is it? After a brief moment of contemplation, Will was the first to speak. To participate in the Indigo Conference, you need to register in advance. But now. As he spoke, Will pointed to the blackboard they usually used to plan their actions. On it were 3 wanted posters. You're a wanted criminal now. How are you going to participate in the conference? Will pointed at the wanted poster of Karen wearing a mask and asked helplessly. That's simple. Stephen immediately offered a solution. Do you know about Pokémon that can transform into humans? At these words, Will and Karen simultaneously shouted the same name. Ditto. Exactly. If there's one Pokémon with high fame and the ability to transform, it has to be Ditto. After all, it's the most famous sex doll. It's also one of the Pokémon most coveted by Steven's fellow, die-hard back in his previous life. According to their logic, once you had a Ditto, you could switch between idols, Hollywood actresses, or famous models every night without repeating. Cough cough, enough of that. Steven reminded himself that as a person, he shouldn't. At least, he shouldn't. Ditto is indeed a good option. If it sticks to Karen's face and uses its transformation ability, it can make her look like someone else at any time. But, Karen, you've already decided to specialize in the dark type, right? Karen nodded, then crouched down and placed her hands on Houndoom and Murkrow, one on each side. They're Pokémon that have suffered the most discrimination and unfair treatment from humans, just like me. So I want to walk this path with them. Steven temporarily ignored Karen's poetic outburst and returned to the main topic. Then there's another Pokémon that matches your aesthetic perfectly. It's called Zorua. Zorua. Hearing this name, the two were momentarily stunned. It was no surprise. After all, the dark type had only been discovered a few months ago. And Zorua was a particularly rare Pokémon. Naturally, Karen and Will hadn't heard of it. It's a rare dark-type Pokémon with a special ability called Illusion. It can. Steven gave the two a detailed explanation of Zorua's ability. If Ditto's ability is transformation, allowing it to mimic other humans or Pokémon, then Zorua's ability is projection, making others perceive it as something else. But either ability works, as long as it helps Karen deceive the League. As for the fake trainer license, that's even easier. Don't forget we know someone big. At this, Will immediately caught on. He Tilda, you mean Mr. Giovanni, right? This time, only Karen was left dumbfounded. Giovanni? Could it be that Giovanni, the strongest gym leader in the Kanto region? Do they even know him? Once we sort out these two things, you can use a fake identity to challenge the gyms. Steven laid out the plan for Karen's revenge. When Karen nodded, Steven suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, don't challenge the Mahogany Town gym. Hi. Karen was stunned. Why not? Yeah, why not? Will was also puzzled. Steven didn't explain in detail because it was hard to put into words. It was because of Price, that overpowered old man. If they went there, they'd probably get caught. There was no choice. That old man wasn't as easygoing as Giovanni. For the sake of two Lapras, he would have no problem turning the entire Johto region, or even the entire Indigo League, upside down. Truly, he was half angel, half devil. Unless necessary, Steven didn't want to deal with someone like that. After a day of training, Steven and the others returned to their seaside cabin. After dinner, Karen washed the dishes, Will cleaned the room, and Steven opened his computer to check the day's data for their Pokémon, analyzing whether the training plans needed adjustments to better unlock their potential. But it didn't take long for Steven to notice a problem. Umbreon's stats over the past 2 days had hit their lowest point in the past month. What's going on? If it were just 1 or 2 stats, it could be chalked up to an off day. But every single stat being low was unusual. Steven didn't immediately call Umbreon over for questioning. Instead, he observed for a few more days. He noticed that Umbreon's recent training had mostly focused on support moves. This wouldn't normally be strange. After all, Umbreon's inherent strength lies in its incredible defenses. And Steven's Umbreon was no exception. Its primary development path was defense-oriented. But Steven observed that recently, Umbreon had been focusing mainly on support moves like Helping Hand and Baton Pass, which enhance teammates rather than self-buffing moves like Curse or Calm Mind. Moreover, Steven felt like something was off about Umbreon's state. Umbreon, what's going on lately? Late at night, after confirming that Will, Karen, and the other Pokémon, including Maria, Rose, and Sina, were all asleep, Steven brought Umbreon to the beach. The two of them sat by the sea, just like old times. Tilda. Umbreon let out a soft cry in response. Steven placed his hand on Umbreon's head, sensing her thoughts. Umbreon expressed that she wanted to switch from being a tank to a full support role. Like Lance's two Dragonair, whose sole roles in the team were to provide buffs. Is this idea because of Maria and the others' performances? Stephen saw through Umbreon's thoughts immediately. He understood that with Umbreon's pride, there was no way she'd willingly accept being just a supporting role on the team. But she felt that the three younger Pokémon were catching up to her at rocket speed. It wouldn't take long before they surpassed her. So, rather than waiting to be pushed to the sidelines, she thought it better to transition early and take on a support role. This was Umbreon's pride at work. Umbreon, don't lie, be honest with yourself. Do you want to play support? Stephen locked eyes with Umbreon, his gaze so piercing that she couldn't look back. Willing, how could she be willing? As Stephen's first Pokémon, saved by him long ago, Umbreon had vowed to fight for him. Though playing support was still fighting for Stephen, how could Umbreon truly be content? She wanted to fight. She wanted to battle on the front lines. She didn't want to be a background character to the other Pokémon. But what choice did she have? Umbreon suddenly recalled something Giovanni had said over half a year ago. That Umbreon has already hit her ceiling. Chapter 69, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 69. The psychological issues of Pokémon are a fascinating subject. In the anime, Ash's Sceptile once experienced heartbreak, causing it to be unable to use its moves for an extended period. This incident could be considered one of the most infamous and unforgettable, though such moments were rare. Now, the same issue plagues the Umbreon. If she doesn't overcome the hurdle in her heart, the damage will only worsen over time, eventually reaching a point of no return. Finally, under Stephen's intense gaze, Umbreon shook her head with a determined, yet hesitant look in her eyes. This was her true inner voice. And also the response Stephen had expected. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin your personalized training plan. Stephen didn't waste words, and promised on the spot to help Umbreon break through her limits. The next morning, breakfast time. What, we're going to Alola? Will was stunned when he heard this news from Stephen. Why? Is it because we've been training for so long that we need a break? The Alola region hasn't officially joined the Pokémon League yet, but it's renowned as the world's most famous vacation spot. Its tropical beaches and the girls in bikinis are highly praised by travelers worldwide. They have some outstanding scientists there. Their research might help Umbreon break through its limitations. Stephen glanced over at Umbreon, who appeared calm on the surface, but whose unsettled gaze betrayed her lingering anxiety. Her current state reminded Stephen of a nervous author starting a new novel, worried and fearful. Of course, even now, he's still scared. Let's all go together, Will exclaimed eagerly. The beach on Melamel Island in Alola is said to be the best in the world, and there are lots of bikini-clad beauties, hee Tilda. As he said this, Will couldn't help but let out a mischievous chuckle. Karen shot him a disgusted look, one that said, "You're garbage, and here's a panty flash-level glare just to show how much of it you are." Will smacked his lips and quickly explained he was just joking. But it didn't stop his reputation from plummeting further in her mind. Vacation spot, huh? Do we have time to relax like this? Karen asked, brushing her hand along the back of her Houndoom as it ate. Revenge is revenge, but life still has to go on, Stephen reminded her. Didn't you want to participate in the Indigo League and defeat Aldous in front of the whole world? You'll need at least 6 Pokémon for that, right? Alola's pleasant climate is perfect for all kinds of Pokémon. Who knows, you might find your next reliable partner there. Stephen felt a bit drained at this point. Not only did he have to provide psychological counseling for Pokémon, but now he had to do the same for people. If Karen didn't adjust her personality, she might turn into a second Sasuke in the Pokémon world. It's fine, I get it, Karen finally relented. If there was anyone she still listened to, it was Stephen. In her mind, Stephen had never been wrong about anything. Seeing Karen agree, Stephen let out a sigh of relief. If she had been too stubborn, he might have had to leave her. After all, he wasn't like Ash, who could tolerate a disobedient Charizard for nearly 100 episodes. If it were him, he'd release it and catch a more obedient Charmander to raise instead. Cyanwood Airport. Hey, are you sure this is okay, Stephen? Will whispered as they entered the terminal. He leaned toward Stephen and spoke in a low voice. It's fine for the two of us, but... Will gestured toward Karen and whispered. If she registers her name, won't the League immediately know where she is? Even though the League's wanted posters featured masked photos of the three of them, it was no secret to the League that the iron-masked girl was Karen. For some reason, maybe because Goodshow showed mercy, or perhaps Karen's father pulled some strings, the League hadn't publicized this information. But if Karen bought a plane ticket, the League would undoubtedly be notified. Wouldn't that also expose Stephen and Will's identities? No need to worry. We're taking a private jet, Stephen said, striding confidently past the ticket counters and heading straight for the VIP boarding area. Hi. Will froze for a moment before catching up. 2 minutes later, when he saw the small plane on the tarmac with Giovanni's face painted on it, he smacked his forehead. Damn it, he'd forgotten that Stephen knew someone important. Welcome aboard Giovanni-sama's second private jet. I'm Yamato, assigned to serve the three of you. As soon as they boarded and sat down, a young woman with orange hair, dressed as a flight attendant, greeted them with a smile and introduced herself. This flight from Cyanwood City to Melamel Island in Alola will be serviced by myself and my partner, Kajiro. Kasaburo. It's Kasaburo, a man's voice roared from the cockpit. Stephen casually tossed something to Yamato. Here, give this to Uncle Giovanni for me. Yamato hurried to catch it, her expression serious. As an ordinary Team Rocket grunt, she didn't know much about Stephen's relationship with Giovanni. But the fact that Giovanni personally assigned her and Kasaburo to this task showed how important these three were in Giovanni's eyes. What Stephen handed over was a formula he had developed, APTX-40-869. Yes, it was a de-evolution serum. He only gave it that name for his amusement. After sitting down, Stephen glanced at Yamato for a moment. Yamato and Kasaburo were a duo that appeared fairly often among Team Rocket members. Although they had more funding and were slightly stronger than the comedic trio, they still never seemed to succeed in their plans during the episodes they appeared in. Well, maybe they succeeded a few times off-screen. The comedic trio probably just ruined those successes later. What puzzled Stephen the most in his past life was that these two eventually left Team Rocket. One of them opened a cafe, and the other started a bakery. Giovanni is a good boss, Stephen chuckled to himself. Stephen-sama, do you need something? Yamato asked, noticing his expression. She had already decided to serve these three as attentively as possible. If she did well, maybe she'd get a promotion or a raise when she got back. No, nothing. Just keep up the good work. Uncle Giovanni is a great boss. And Stephen wasn't just flattering Giovanni. Giovanni had done plenty of shady things, Stephen wouldn't deny that. But in worlds filled with terrible bosses, like Konoha's Elder Council in Naruto, Funny Valentine in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, or the Five Elders in One Piece, Giovanni could easily rank among the top 3 best bosses. As the leader of a criminal organization, he didn't kill or punish subordinates who wanted to leave. He let them go freely. That kind of leniency was rare. Chapter 70, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 70. Located in the northwest of the Alola region is Melamel Island. The private jet carrying Stephen and his companions successfully landed at Hawley City's Hawley Airport. It's really beautiful. Walking out of the airport lobby, they could see the azure ocean and pale white beaches stretching into the distance. Even Karen, who had been tense ever since joining the group, couldn't help but be mesmerized. It was beautiful. No wonder it's called a world-famous vacation paradise. Though Alola is one of the smaller regions, its pleasant climate makes it ideal for almost any Pokémon to thrive. That's why you can even find rare Pokémon from other regions here, Stephen explained. Karen, see if you can find a Zorua here. If not, we'll go to Unova some other time. Okay. Karen nodded and then softly muttered a barely audible thank you. But Stephen probably didn't even hear what she said. So, what should we do next? Since we're finally in Alola, how about we buy a few Hawaiian shirts and some beach shorts first? Will eagerly rubbed his hands together. Not wanting to spoil his companion's excitement, Stephen nodded, and the three of them headed into the city. Before leaving, Stephen bent down and patted Umbreon's head. "Don't worry, Umbreon." "Tilda." Umbreon responded obediently. She knew very well that Stephen had traveled halfway across the Pokémon world just for her. Soon, at a clothing store in Holly City, Stephen and Will changed into Hawaiian shirts and beach shorts full of a Alolan flair. Classic tourist attire that bore some resemblance to the outfit James would one day wear under his alias Jamesio during the Manilow conference. Karen's new outfit, on the other hand, wasn't as flashy. She simply swapped her white dress for a yellow camisole paired with white cropped pants. It had to be said that the yellow camisole, combined with the majestic presence of her Houndoom by her side, gave Karen a hint of the rebellious, edgy aura she would someday embody as the Dark-type Elite Four member. "Oh, Tilda." Will stroked his chin and gave Karen a look over. "What are you staring at?" Karen snapped, feeling instinctively that Will couldn't be up to any good. Nothing, Will said hastily. "I just suddenly realized. Karen, you're a girl, huh?" Karen's face darkened, and she promptly kneed Will in the leg. "Karen, try this on." At that moment, Stephen approached with another outfit in hand. When Karen looked closely, she realized it was a black camisole dress. With Will clutching his knee and groaning dramatically in the background, Karen stared at Stephen for a few seconds before taking the dress and heading into the dressing room. "She's a violent tomboy. Clothes with a feminine vibe like that won't suit her at all," Will muttered as he limped over. "Well, that's what you get for running your mouth," Stephen replied calmly. The outfit Karen had chosen earlier actually closely resembled the style she'd worn when she became one of the Indigo League's Elite Four. But still, Stephen felt it was missing something. Finally, Karen walked out of the dressing room. In an instant, even Will, who had been mocking her just moments ago, was stunned into silence. Though Karen was only 12, the same age as Stephen, her already delicate features, combined with her increasingly rebellious aura and the figure-hugging black camisole dress, brought out the bad girl charm in full force. Especially with her Houndoom and Murkrow, both dressed in black, standing beside her. They were the perfect finishing touches. If there was one flaw, it would be that Karen's young face still looked too childlike to fully embody the mature allure of someone like Makima. Don't stare at me for so long." After being stared at by Stephen for what felt like an eternity, Karen grew uneasy and turned her head to the side. Will was dumbfounded. Was she blushing? Oh my God, even bad girls could get embarrassed. "This looks great. You should stick with this style from now on," Stephen complimented her. He then recalled Makima's wardrobe and briefly considered using it as a template for Karen's future outfits. The trio enjoyed a rare moment of calm and ordinary life together. After savoring some malasadas, a local Alolan delicacy, with their partner Pokémon, the evening began to fall. Sitting in the malasada shop, Stephen gazed at the picturesque sunset over Holly Beach through the window and took a sip of his berry juice. "It's getting late. Let's find a place to stay, and we'll handle the important stuff tomorrow." "Which hotel are we staying at?" Will asked, his mouth still covered in sugar from the malasadas. No hotels. While we're in Alola, we'll camp outdoors. One of the main goals of this trip is to help Karen find a wild Zorua. Considering how rare the Zoroark species was, comparable to the Lucario, Stephen knew the chances of finding one during their brief stay in Alola were slim. Although the region's favorable environment often attracted Pokémon from other areas, this wasn't Unova. Even in Unova, finding one wasn't exactly easy. Not everyone was Ash Ketchum, with legendary Pokémon throwing themselves at him like they were free giveaways. But still, the odds were better in the wild than in the city. 2 hours later, in a forest on the outskirts of Holly City. "Wow, this place is amazing. It's like a natural, perfect campsite." Will was thrilled to see the small cave covered in vegetation, with a towering tree providing shade above. "Well done, Maria," Stephen said as he crouched down and patted Maria on the head. It was she who had discovered the spot. Rose and Sina, feeling left out, nudged Stephen's arm for attention. All right, you're all amazing, Stephen said, petting each of them in turn. The group then began setting up their secret base in Alola. Stephen organized the scientific tools, Will handled the living supplies, and Karen took care of the Pokémon area. The first to finish was Will, who flopped onto a blanket on the ground and sighed dramatically, "Phew Tilder, I'm exhausted." Huh. Rolling around, Will suddenly noticed Stephen examining a Pokémon egg with a medical device. It was the egg of an Altaria they had rescued months ago in the Forest of Illusion, taken from its dying mother. That egg. Karen, who was brushing the fur of her Houndoom, Murkrow, and Stephen's Pokémon, was momentarily stunned. She had joined the group slightly later than Will and didn't know the egg's backstory. SHH. For once, Will didn't crack a joke. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling Karen to stay quiet. Judging by Stephen's expression, the egg's condition wasn't looking good. Which wasn't surprising. Its mother had been in terrible shape, and Stephen had only managed to save the egg through an emergency procedure. If possible, I hope it can live and see the world its mother never got to. For once, the usually mischievous Will wore a somber expression. Chapter 71, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 71. Credits, Jacob Moo. The next morning. Karen's cooking is as terrible as ever. I need to go catch a new Pokémon. I've decided, Gardevoir it is. At breakfast, Will's baby-fat cheeks jiggled as he kept chewing while complaining about Karen's cooking. Because it was obvious that Stephen was in a bad mood, Karen had gotten up especially early to prepare breakfast. But seeing the current situation, if not for Stephen and the Pokémon present, Karen might have already turned Will into breakfast himself. "Stephen, you still haven't told us what your plan is," Karen interjected, quickly changing the topic while silently making a mental note to deal with Will later. Will paused his chewing and turned his curious gaze toward Stephen. Although they knew Stephen had come to Alola to help Umbreon break through her limit, they still didn't know the specifics of his plan. "We're going to Etha Paradise," Stephen said. Etha Paradise? Hearing this, both Will and Karen were taken aback. Etha Paradise was a large artificial island built in the center of the 4 Alola Islands. Many called it the 5th island of the Alola region. It was also the headquarters of the Etha Foundation. The Etha Foundation. I think they're an organization dedicated to protecting Pokémon, right? Will asked after a moment of thought. They seem to rescue wild Pokémon abandoned by their groups or those unable to survive on their own. They also take in Pokémon abandoned by trainers. It's a compassionate organization. Not just that, Karen chimed in. They've also conducted in-depth research on Ultra Beasts. Ultra Beasts, what's that? Will asked with a puzzled expression. Karen rolled her eyes. Read a book sometime. With that, she tossed a book she had bought from the bookstore yesterday into Will's hands. Ultra Beasts were strange Pokémon that had started appearing out of nowhere in recent years across Alola. Not only were they unheard of in Alola, but they were also unlike anything seen across the entire Pokémon world. They often possessed terrifying power. Whenever one appeared, it usually took the island guardians or even the island kahunas to subdue it. Alola has long hoped to join the Pokémon League, Stephen explained. Professor Kukui has been working hard to make it happen, but the Indigo League has been reluctant to agree. Partly because Alola's strength is still lacking, and partly because the mystery of the Ultra Beasts remains unsolved. The League headquarters sees it as a security risk to admit a region with such uncertainties. But what does the Etha Foundation's research on Ultra Beasts have to do with helping Umbreon break through her limit? Now that Will had a basic understanding of what Ultra Beasts were, he raised another question. As they cleaned up after breakfast and prepared to set out, Stephen explained, Ultra Beasts are very unique Pokémon. One of their unique traits is that it's often hard to determine their type just by looking at them. For instance, you know Sudowoodo, right? Stephen asked. Of course, Karen replied without hesitation. The evolved form of Bonsly. It looks like a grass type but is a rock-type Pokémon. Exactly. Ultra Beasts share this trait. It's often difficult to discern their true typing based on their appearance, Stephen said, remembering Nihilego. When he first saw that jellyfish-like Ultra Beast, Who could have guessed it was rock poison? So, to counter ultra beasts, the Etha Foundation tried to create an artificial Pokémon capable of possessing all types at once. Will and Karen were both stunned. Will's hands trembled, and the plate he was holding nearly fell to the ground. Thankfully, his Zadu reacted quickly, using Psychic to catch the plate before it hit the floor. A Pokémon with all types, how is that even possible? Will exclaimed, astonished. Karen didn't shout like Will, but her face showed equal disbelief. In reality, while type advantages weren't as exaggerated as they were in the games, and there were many ways to mitigate type disadvantages, a Pokémon with all types. Wouldn't that make it invincible? Technically, it's not a Pokémon with all types, Steven clarified. It's a Pokémon capable of switching between types at will. He was, of course, referring to the artificial Pokémon, Silvally. By switching memory disks, Silvally could change its typing. Unlike in the games, where you had to commit to a specific type for an entire battle, in this real-world setting, you could freely swap memory disks whenever needed. Gladion had demonstrated this capability before. Switching types, wait, Steven, are you planning to? Karen gasped, already guessing Steven's intentions. Strictly speaking, Eevee was also a Pokémon with multiple potential types. As of now, Eevee's known evolutions include Fire, Water, Electric, Psychic Espeon, and Dark Umbreon. Who knew if there were more types to come in the future? However, once Eevee evolved, its type was permanently fixed. But what if it could switch between types? Karen couldn't even imagine how powerful that would be. That would be RCV, Steven joked with a smile. Indeed, what he had in mind was essentially an Eevee version of Arceus, dubbed RCV. Steven's reference model wasn't Silvally, but Arceus itself. While Silvally could switch types by changing memory disks, it required its trainer's help to do so. In high-level battles, where victory or defeat could be decided in a second, who had time to leisurely swap disks? But Arceus was different, it could switch types independently. Not only that, but once Arceus switched types, any moves of that type used against it became completely ineffective. And that was just the power of its avatars, who knew what abilities its true form still held. Although Silvally's method of switching types was more cumbersome, Steven still needed to study its development process to modify Umbreon's genes accordingly. It had to be said, geniuses existed in every world. Even though Steven had learned everything there was to know from Vegapunk, he didn't consider himself invincible. Whoever developed Silvally's AR system was undoubtedly a genius. There's still so much to learn. Steven sighed as he wiped his hands after finishing the cleanup. Leave one Pokémon to guard the base. Let's head out, Steven said, turning to the other two. Leaving a guard Pokémon wasn't just to prevent wild Pokémon from invading, but also to protect the Pokémon egg soaking in the nutrient solution. Will and Karen exchanged glances. In the end, Will decided to leave his Zatu behind to watch the base. The three of them then headed to Hawley City's port, bought 3 tickets for a ship bound for Etha Paradise, and set off toward the pristine White Island in the middle of the Alola Seas. Chapter 72, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 72. The area of Alola isn't that big. In just a little over an hour, the 3 of them arrived by boat at the 5th island of the Alola region, Etha Paradise. The Etha Foundation has areas open to regular visitors, the most famous of which is the Pokémon Conservation Area. This area is used to shelter wild Pokémon that cannot survive alone in the wild or Pokémon abandoned by humans. But the person Steven was looking for this time was not here. Hello, I'd like to meet with President Lusamine. Steven walked straight to the front desk and addressed the young receptionist. Seeing what appeared to be a 12-year-old child requesting to meet with the highest-ranking person in the Etha Foundation, the receptionist couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, she still maintained a professional tone and asked, "Has Tilda all right? Do you have an appointment?" "No." Hearing this, the receptionist shrugged regretfully. "Well, I'm sorry, little boy. Without an appointment, you can't meet with the president." Damn it. This is why the plotlines in fanfiction, where people casually meet with league presidents or champions, are so ridiculous. "Can I make an appointment now?" Stephen changed his approach. The receptionist blinked, barely suppressing her laughter, and asked, "So, little boy, why do you want to meet with the president?" "I heard the president is very interested in ultra beasts, and I'd like to discuss some academic matters." Stephen answered truthfully. "Ugh." This time, the receptionist couldn't hold back her laughter. Wiping tears from the corners of her eyes, she teased, "Little boy, if you want to play games, I can send you to our Lost Child Center. There are plenty of kids there to play with." Stephen cursed silently. People won't even believe the truth when you tell them. But at the end of the day, it was still because this body couldn't carry the weight of Dr. Stephen's intellect. Seriously, why does Conan get to roam around crime scenes, unhindered despite, looking like an elementary schooler? "This is more troublesome than I thought. We can't even meet her," Karen muttered quietly from behind. "Stephen, how about using the old method?" Will whispered into Stephen's ear. The old method he referred to was, of course, sneaking in after disguising themselves, just like how the three of them had infiltrated Olivine Gym before. "No, if we can do things openly, let's avoid underhanded tactics." Although Stephen didn't like Detective Conan, he did agree with one of his principles. No matter how covertly you do something, you'll always leave traces behind. So unless it was a shady matter, Stephen preferred to act as himself, rather than as Joker. "What now? If we can't meet her, we won't be able to get the information either," Karen frowned. "Let's wait a few days. Lucamine isn't a Dugtrio hiding underground all the time. When she shows up, we'll approach her then." Before coming, Stephen had already researched Lucamine's background. Although Alola hadn't joined the Pokémon League yet, Lucamine, a remarkable woman who single-handedly developed the Etha Foundation into the most prominent enterprise in the region, was already seen by locals as the most likely candidate for Alola's future league president. Moreover, Lucamine often appeared in the media, granting interviews to express her love for Pokémon and promoting her philosophy of loving Pokémon as a mother loves her children. This had garnered her significant support from the Alola populace. So meeting her shouldn't be too difficult. If it drags on too long, then we'll use Will's method. Leaving this as a final note, Stephen led the two away from Etha Paradise. After all, his patience had its limits. Or we could use Uncle Giovanni's connections. Will suggested on the boat ride back to Melamel Island. "We could just say you're Uncle Giovanni's nephew, have him make a call, and we'd get into Lucamine's residence easily, just like before." "Hey." Noticing Karen's reaction to the mention of a woman's residence, Stephen's tone grew sterner. Will immediately realized his slip-up, coughed awkwardly, and shuffled away from Karen to avoid her wrath. Uncle Giovanni's connections should be used sparingly. This was mainly because Giovanni's identity, as the leader of Team Rocket, was bound to be exposed eventually. If Stephen stayed too close to him, it would undoubtedly bring trouble his way. The Pokémon world wasn't like the One Piece world, where being wanted was a badge of honor, and no matter how high your bounty, you could still walk the streets freely. This world didn't work that way. In the Pokémon world, being wanted, especially with your true identity exposed, was a serious problem. While there were disguises, Ditto, and Zoroark for concealment, why hide if you could just use your face? I'm starving. Let's skip Karen's cooking for lunch and go back to that Malasada shop from yesterday." Back on Melamel Island, Will immediately voiced his cravings as soon as they disembarked. Karen's face darkened. One day, she was going to sew this guy's lips shut. "Let's get everything to go and eat at home. I'm close to finishing my latest invention," Stephen decided. Will flashed an "okay" hand sign and quickly darted into the Malasada store. "He's just got a loose tongue, no real malice," Stephen said with a smile. "You're too kind." Karen gave him a sour look. "You haven't met truly annoying people. My biggest regret is not wiping them out completely." Stephen shrugged. "They must have been awful to make you hate them so much." Karen's curiosity was piqued. Even the Pokémon around perked up their ears. Gossip time. "It's not about being awful, they're just unbelievably infuriating. How do I put it?" Recalling those people from his past life, Stephen's face twisted in disgust for the first time in a while. "I'd love to meet them someday." Seeing this rare expression of revulsion on Stephen's face, Karen's interest deepened. No, you wouldn't. That whole family is insane. Spending time with them will lower your IQ. Hey guys, I'm back. What were we talking about? Will returned with a bag full of malasadas. None of your business. Karen immediately turned her head and walked away. What's your problem now? Will felt personally attacked. This girl was clearly out to get him. With subordinates like this, Stephen thought to himself, is this the price of leadership, Akenu? Whoosh! As the three of them approached their base, a sudden sound of wind slicing through the air broke the silence. Will's expression instantly changed. That's the sound of my Natu using air slash. The three of them quickened their pace, reaching the cave entrance in under 30 seconds. High in the sky, a Zadu flapped its wings furiously, unleashing air slash after air slash. It's my Zadu, Will exclaimed, both shocked and thrilled. It had evolved. Meanwhile, Stephen and Karen focused on the ground. Booms, boom. On the ground, a Pokémon was darting around, skillfully dodging the attacks of Will's newly evolved Trumbeak. That's Little Bear. The bear weaved in an S pattern across the ground, narrowly dodging each air slash with the smallest of margins. So fast is that Pokémon really that quick, Karen marveled. The missed air slashes sliced through a nearby tree, cutting it clean in half and sending it crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The bear extended its small arms and, shockingly, hoisted the tree trunk, which was more than 10 times its size, above its head. Even Stephen was taken aback. Such incredible strength. At that moment, a word popped into Stephen's mind, stufful. Chapter 73, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 73. The stufful, wielding a tree trunk over 10 times its size, swung the massive log straight at the Zadu in midair. Zadu flapped its wings urgently, retreating backward. Though it was a flying-type Pokémon, its agility was far from exceptional. The enormous tree trunk brushed just past its beak, nearly taking a chunk out of its face. Not sure why this fight started, but you'll be the perfect opponent for my Zadu's debut battle after its evolution. Will shouted with a bit of excitement. Zadu used psychic shock. The Zadu, still recovering from nearly being struck, heard its trainer's command. It spread its wings wide like outstretched arms. A purplish-pink energy rapidly condensed into countless light particles, shooting out like the violet version of Kizaru's Yasakani, no Magatama. Dano. However, the stufful was still showing off its moves. After spinning the tree trunk in a circle, it stood upright on its hind legs, holding the trunk as if preparing for a pole vault. Though it wasn't naturally adept at jumping, this move launched it 7 or 8 meters into the air, allowing it to match the Zatu's altitude. Bangs, bangs, bang. The psychic energy particles bombarded the ground and the vertical tree trunk, but none managed to hit the stufful. The trunk was clearly on the verge of splintering into dust under the relentless assault. Dano! The stufful let out another cry. With both of its hands, or rather, its front paws, gripping the top of the trunk, it swung it again midair. The sheer force of its swing tore through the air with a deafening whoosh. Bam! The massive trunk landed squarely on the top of the Zadu's head. A stick-fighting stance, huh? Stephen was both amazed and amused by what he saw. This stufful is so strong. My Zadu. Will, watching his precious Zadu crash to the ground in a humiliating defeat, was stunned. This was supposed to be its grand debut after evolving, yet it was utterly dominated. Dano. By this time, the stufful had landed back on the ground. The tree trunk in its hands, already battered from the psychic bombardment and the final blow to the Zadu, shattered into useless splinters as it hit the ground. But now, the stufful's right front paw erupted with dazzling golden lightning. It was preparing Thunder Punch. Sina! Stephen suddenly called out. A shadowy figure shot out from the piquet ball on his belt, descending like a divine being in front of the stufful. It growled. Sina crouched low, adopting the stance of a predator ready to strike, her throat emitting a low, menacing growl. The stufful froze. After a moment's hesitation, it reluctantly stopped its attack. Phew! Will heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran over to help his Zatu back to its feet. Steven approached as well. He patted the head of his Pokémon in encouragement, then crouched a few meters away from the Stufful. "I'm sorry, but can you tell me why you're fighting Zatu?" Steven tried his best to convey goodwill, hoping the seemingly aggressive Stufful would calm down. If not, feeling the restless energy from the other two Piquet balls on his belt, Steven knew he might have to resort to a more direct form of problem-solving. Whether it was Steven's deliberate display of friendliness or the Stufful's instinctive sense that the dark Pokémon before it wasn't as easy to handle as the dumb bird, it eventually retracted the lightning from its paw and began making repeated "Dono" sounds. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Mind if I touch you?" Although humans and Pokémon could communicate on a basic level, complex thoughts were still difficult to convey. This was when the comedic trio's Meowth translator would come in handy. Fortunately, Steven had his method. "Dono." The Stufful tilted its head, watching as Steven slowly extended his hand toward it. When his fingertips touched its forehead, the Stufful flinched slightly in discomfort, but ultimately allowed him to rest his hand on its head. "Steven, what's going on?" At this point, Karen also walked over. She and Will were aware of Steven's unique ability to sense a Pokémon's thoughts through physical contact. After a moment, Steven removed his hand from the Stufful's head. "This little one says it chose this hollow as its nest yesterday morning. It left to gather berries and prepare to move in, but when it returned, it found a bird occupying it." Steven didn't elaborate further, but Karen and Will immediately understood the situation. A territorial dispute. This was one of the most common reasons for fights among wild Pokémon. But did it have to go so hard? Will muttered as he sprayed a high-grade healing potion on his Zatu's head. "Pack up, we're leaving," Steven said, standing up and addressing the other two. According to the Stufful, it had already decided to claim the tree hollow yesterday morning. The three of them had arrived in the afternoon. By the rules of first come, first served, the hollow rightfully belonged to the Stufful. Karen and Will hesitated. After spending all of yesterday clearing out this spot, were they going to move out because of a wild Pokémon? But seeing that Steven had made up his mind, they ultimately said nothing and began packing. The Stufful was visibly surprised. Were these humans? Were they really this reasonable? Regardless, the hollow was now hers. The Stufful strutted behind Steven with a swagger, watching them pack up and prepare to leave. "Dono." Soon, its attention was drawn to Steven, or rather, something he was holding. Steven had taken a Pokémon egg out of a chamber. The Stufful's eyes lit up, and it stepped closer, chattering excitedly, "Dono, Dono tilde." "Huh?" Steven glanced down at the curious Stufful. Once again, he crouched and placed a hand on its forehead. After sensing its question, he replied, "This little one is very weak. If I were to hatch it normally, it wouldn't survive. So I have to use the nutrient solution to provide it with sustenance." As he spoke, Steven gestured toward the chamber. It resembled the healing pods from Namek in Dragon Ball. Steven had placed the egg left behind by an Altaria into the chamber to ensure the Pokémon inside could hatch safely. Because the egg had been surgically removed prematurely, it wouldn't have survived without external intervention. "Dono." The Stufful tilted its head again, puzzled. This time, Steven didn't need to use his power. Just from its wide-eyed expression, he could tell what it wanted to ask. "You're curious about this little one's story. If you don't mind, sit down and I'll explain over lunch." Steven thought for a moment, then pulled out some malasadas Will had bought earlier in Holly City. He invited Karen and Will to eat while handing one to the Stufful. "Here, don't be shy." Chapter 74, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 74. Credits as reels. Karen was quite intrigued by the origins of the Pokémon egg. Previously, she only knew that Steven had obtained it from a Pokémon poacher, but she hadn't heard the full story yet. Yang yang yang. As Steven and Will finished recounting what had happened in the forest, someone suddenly let out a strange whining sound. Will instinctively glanced at Karen, who shot him an annoyed glare in return. "What are you looking at? Do I look like someone who'd make that kind of noise?" However, Karen's mood wasn't great. Even though she knew this seemingly beautiful world harbored plenty of horrifying darkness beneath the surface, hearing about it firsthand still left a sour taste in her mouth. Stephen glanced under the table. It turned out the one making the whining sounds was none other than the Stufful. At that moment, the muscle-bound teddy bear was acting like Anya possessed her. Its eyes had turned into fried eggs, and little pearls of tears were streaming down its face. Crying Anya, gif. Dongo tilde dongo tilde. While shedding tears like pearls, Stufful lunged toward the Pokémon egg on the table. Ying 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 tilde, this poor child has suffered so much. Come, let big sister hug you. Seeing the Stufful acting like a future incarnation of Ash's Dragonite, Stephen reacted quickly and lifted the Pokémon egg just in time. With its lunge thwarted, Stufful planted its two front paws on the table. Crack boom. In an instant, the wooden dining table was reduced to splinters by Stufful's hug. Dongo. Stufful looked up at Stephen with a confused and slightly resentful expression, as if asking, "Why won't you let me hug it?" Stephen sighed helplessly and pointed to the pile of wood chips scattered everywhere. "If I let you hug it, do you think the egg would have any chance of surviving?" Looking at the splinters covering the floor, and the Pokémon food that now had wood shavings mixed in, even Karen's temperamental Houndoom, Orwell's recently defeated Zatu, didn't get angry. Instead, they both stared at the little bear in disbelief. Where the heck did this little monster come from? Ying ying tilde. Stufful resumed whining as if to say, "You're bullying me. You won't even let me hug it. You need to learn how to control your strength first, assuming we even meet again after this." Stephen lightly tapped Stufful on the head before turning to his two companions and saying, "Once we're done eating, let's clean up and get going." Dongo dongo dongo. But before Karen and Will could move, the previously sulking Stufful suddenly started jumping up and down in excitement. "What's wrong with this muscle teddy bear now?" Will asked curiously. Stephen had no choice but to place his hand on Stufful's head again. 10 seconds later, Stephen turned to Karen and Will and said, "Stufful says that it hopes we can continue staying here, provided she's allowed to take care of the Pokémon egg." And what? Hearing such a bizarre request, Karen and Will both froze in place. 2 seconds later, Will chuckled and said, "What could she even do? We're not even sure if the Pokémon egg will hatch successfully. Its survival depends entirely on Stephen's tech. Or are you saying that after it's born, this muscle teddy bear could help raise it? Letting her hug the baby would probably end with her accidentally squishing it to death." Dongo. Stufful's face darkened. It took a few steps forward and punched Will right in his slightly protruding stomach. He Will dropped to the ground, vomiting up all the lunch he had just eaten in one go. Both Karen and the surrounding Pokémon quietly took a few steps back. Disgusting. Dongo dongo. After delivering a punch, Stufful ran back to Stephen, gesturing wildly with its paws. Without even needing to sense its thoughts, Stephen could guess what it wanted to say. After a moment of consideration, Stephen decided, "All right, how about this? You can train with the Umbreons and the others. If you can learn to control your strength properly, I'll let you hold the egg. Deal." Dongo. Stufful nodded excitedly. All this joy for such a small thing. Pokémon are such simple creatures. Though, this Stufful's motherly instincts are surprisingly strong. It feels like I've seen something like this before. Later that afternoon, another day of training began. However, the training methods for the newly added Stufful seemed completely out of sync with the rest of the team. Umbreon, Houndooms, and Zatu wore their usual training vests with recording devices and oxygen masks. However, instead of jumping straight into rigorous training, they all turned their heads to watch Stephen and Stufful on the other side of the training field. Stufful tried kicking this soccer ball. Stephen tossed over a brand new soccer ball he had just bought in Holly City. Dongo tilde. Facing the slowly approaching ball, Stufful lightly jumped up and performed an aerial bicycle kick. Boom! Karen, Will, and the other Pokémon all froze at the deafening sound. Crash, 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 crash. One after another, they heard the sound of trees snapping and falling, like dominoes collapsing in a chain reaction. Woo! Before it was over, a faint wail echoed from the distance. Karen furrowed her brows and walked toward the source of the sound, only to find a panko lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Next to it was a deflated soccer ball. A moment later, the panko let out one final moan and fainted on the spot. Oh my God! Karen could hardly believe her eyes. Anyone who's fought a steel-type Pokémon knows just how absurd their defense is. But with just one hit. "Will, go spray some healing remedy on that panko," Stephen said after a brief silence, handing Will a bottle of medicine spray. Stephen then turned back to Stufful, who looked completely innocent, as if asking, "Did I do something wrong?" He pulled out another soccer ball. "That's not how you kick it. Watch, like this." Stephen tossed the ball into the air and began juggling it with his feet. He wasn't very skilled, but it was enough as a demonstration for Stufful. After juggling 4 or 5 times, he stopped and said, "Learn to control your strength like this, understand? Learning to control strength is crucial, not just to avoid accidentally killing an opponent, but also to improve accuracy. After all, as everyone knows, the greater the strength, the harder it is to maintain precision. Unless, of course, you're a star platinum level." Dango tilde. Stufful nodded to show it understood. "All right, try again." Stephen tossed another soccer ball to Stufful. "Dango." This time, Stufful opened its front paws and gave the ball a gentle volleyball-style bump. Whoosh! Off in the distance, Will, who was still tending to the panko, felt a gust of wind scrape painfully across his cheek. Boom! The next second, he saw a soccer ball embedded in the side of a mountain. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward from the impact point. "Are you guys trying to kill me?" Will's furious roar echoed from afar. Stephen rubbed his temples and pretended not to hear. "This is going to take a while." Chapter 75, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 75. In less than a week, Umbreon, who had been with Stephen the longest, and Maria, Rose, and Sina, who were mastering sensory sharing and gradually becoming the main offensive forces of the team, were shocked by the terrifying talent displayed by Stufful. This teddy bear not only possessed innate super strength, but also had an astonishing learning ability. In just a week, Stufful's ball juggling skills had evolved from the level of the national soccer team to that of a world champion. Well, if Stufful joined the national soccer team, it might only be able to make it as a substitute. And today, Stephen replaced the soccer ball with a water ball. No, to be precise, it was a bubble ball created by Will Slowpoke using Bubble Beam. The bubble ball was softer and easier to break than a soccer ball. This was to allow Stufful to better control its strength. Stephen took inspiration for this training method from Jiraiya, who had used a similar technique to teach Naruto the Rasengan. And the talent displayed by Stufful was in no way inferior to Naruto's. How long did it take Naruto to master the Rasengan again? Stephen couldn't quite remember. Anyway, Stufful only took 10 days to skillfully control its terrifying, innate super strength. Isn't this progress a little too fast? During the training session, Will noticed Stufful playing alone in the corner, treating the water ball like a basketball and almost performing tricks with it. He couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "There's always someone better out there." Karen was just as amazed as Will. She had always been confident in her Pokémon, but even if she ignored Stufful's innate super strength, its sheer learning ability was something neither she nor her Pokémon could even dream of matching. "By the way, its way of playing with the ball is a bit odd," Will added. He noticed that Stufful preferred using its shoulder to hit the ball rather than its feet. Was it Iron Shoulder Smash? "Training's over for today. Great work, everyone." Stephen clapped his hands and called out, but he couldn't help glancing at Stufful out of the corner of his eye. That Iron Shoulder Smash move reminded him of someone from his past. Dano. Stufful was the first to rush over, showing Stephen the intact water ball in its palms. Its expectant expression resembled that of a child holding a perfect test paper, eagerly awaiting praise. Seeing this, Stephen smiled. "All right, you can hold the Swablu egg today." "Dano." Stufful jumped up and down in excitement. To be honest, Stephen wanted Stufful to train a little longer, but seeing how eager it was, he couldn't bear to refuse. Keep an eye on her, Stephen said to WL's team of psychic Pokémon. Xatu, Executor, and Slowpoke all nodded. Soon in the base. Surrounded by Will's psychic Pokémon, Stephen handed the Swablu egg to Stufful. The surface of the egg was enveloped in a faint light purple glow. This glow came from Xatu and the others' psychic energy. Through this psychic shield, if Stufful used too much strength, they would sense it immediately and transfer the force away. Dono Tilda. Finally holding the egg, Stufful showed a blissful, satisfied smile, even drooling a little. Is it necessary to be this happy? Will asked, clearly unable to understand. It was like how women couldn't understand why men didn't cry when watching Titanic. She just loves babies, it's maternal instinct, Karen responded with a pout. As if you'd know anything about being maternal, Will muttered under his breath. He couldn't imagine Karen as a mother at all. Karen's temper flared again. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to ruin the warm atmosphere, she might have slapped Will then and there. All right, don't hold it for too long. The egg still needs to stay in the nutrient solution for now. Under the reluctant gaze of Stufful, Stephen took the egg back and placed it into the nutrient tank again. During this time, Stufful clung to Stephen's pants, climbing up to perch on his shoulder. Fortunately, Stufful only weighed about 10 kilograms, which Stephen could barely manage. After all, he wasn't some kind of superhuman who could carry a 150-kilogram larvator without breaking a sweat. Doo tilde. Stufful, perched on Stephen's shoulder, kept calling out as it stared at the egg being returned to the nutrient tank. Its thoughts resonated in Stephen's mind. After spending half a month together, Stufful understood that Stephen could only read its thoughts through physical contact. So now, it didn't even wait for Stephen to reach out. It took the initiative itself. You're asking how long until it hatches? Hard to say. This little one's situation is just too unique. Mentioning this subject, Stephen's mood grew heavy. After all, when this egg was extracted from the Alteria's body, the situation wasn't optimistic. At that time, the Alteria's condition was already critical. If described in human terms, this egg was like a preemie among preemies. Although the nutrient tank Stephen invented was constantly providing nutrition for the egg, could the underlying issues be resolved? He couldn't guarantee it. Ying tilde. Stufful let out another soft whimper, worriedly calling out. Understanding its thoughts, Stephen chuckled and reassured it. Don't worry, I'll make sure it gets to see the world on behalf of its mother. Oh. Stufful cheered, waving its little paws excitedly. In its excitement, it forgot to control its strength. Quick as lightning, Umbreon dashed in with a quick attack and sent Stufful flying. Stufful landed with a thud, slamming its paw onto the ground. Boom! The base's floor now had a dent the size of a piquet ball. The others were all stunned. If that slap had landed on Stephen's shoulder. Well done, Umbreon. Stephen patted Umbreon's head. Umbri tilde. Umbreon raised her head and nuzzled against Stephen's palm. Meanwhile, Stufful on the ground scratched the back of its head in embarrassment. Don't worry about it, but it seems like you still need more training. Stephen offered a bit of comfort to Stufful as well. Umbri. Later that night, as Stephen was preparing to sleep, Umbreon suddenly crawled into his bed and nudged his cheek with her head. Umbreon's thoughts resonated in Stephen's mind through the power of Viridian Forest. Master, when are we going back to that island? Umbreon didn't spell it out, but her meaning was clear. It was asking, when are you going to help me level up? It wasn't that Umbreon couldn't wait or wanted to pressure Stephen. But with Maria, Rose, and Sina all mastering shared senses abilities and growing stronger by the day. And now there was also Stufful, who was naturally gifted with monstrous strength and unbelievable learning capabilities. Umbreon was feeling increasingly pressured. She had to admit she was starting to panic. I don't want to be left behind. I want to grow stronger too. Seeing the eagerness in Umbreon's eyes, Stephen didn't hesitate for long and decided on the spot. If we still don't find an opportunity tomorrow, we'll just, borrow it. We're not bandits after all. How could we rob someone? Steven silently apologized to Madame Lusamine in his heart. If I still don't see you tomorrow, I'm sorry, but for the sake of my dear Umbreon, I'll have to resort to some underhanded methods. Chapter 76, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 76. Steven informed Will and Karen of his decision made the previous night. If they still couldn't find a chance to meet Lusamine today, they would simply resort to taking action by force. Although I agreed with this approach from the start, why did you change your mind, Steven? Will asked curiously. As the team member most eager to stir up trouble, Will had indeed wanted to take the hard route from the beginning. However, due to Steven's insistence, he had been holding back. Now that Steven had suddenly changed his mind, Will found it a bit hard to adjust. Nothing much, just tired of waiting. Steven didn't mention that it was because Umbreon was running out of patience. That would hurt the little fox's pride. Will, being rather thick-headed, didn't overthink it and instead excitedly patted Steven on the shoulder. That's the spirit. We're not the type to sit around and behave ourselves. We're the type to stir things up, to turn the world upside down. Karen, on the other hand, being a girl and skilled at observing Pokémon's emotions, saw things more clearly than Will. As the one responsible for preparing the Pokémon's meals, she had noticed that Umbreon had been eating less and less over the past few days. Combined with Steven's sudden change of plans, she had a vague guess about what was going on. However, Karen didn't say anything. Seeing Will's clueless expression, she smirked internally, thinking, ignorance truly is bliss. At the same time, she couldn't help but admire Steven's willingness to change plans for Umbreon. He genuinely cared about his Pokémon, always considering things from their perspectives. There's no special training today. Everyone, take a good rest, Steven announced after breakfast. Given Umbreon's current state, it wasn't suitable for training anyway. After breakfast, Steven began fiddling with various devices at the lab bench, items that his companions couldn't make sense of. Will was busy preparing equipment for their operation. Karen, sitting on the sofa with a comb in hand, was brushing their Pokémon's fur while watching TV with them. "Dono, I want to watch Professor Oak's lecture." Stufful protested loudly, showing no interest in the Kalos region drama starring the child star Diantha that was currently airing on TV. Stufful was far more interested in the knowledge shared in Professor Oak's lectures. Jen. Will's Jinx, holding the remote control, shook her head repeatedly. Today's episode was the most exciting one yet. The male protagonist was devastated to discover his longtime crush was his father's illegitimate daughter, and was now facing a shocking revelation from his mother. The male protagonist and his father were not biologically related. Jinx couldn't wait to see how the story would unfold. Dono. Stufful raised its fist. Even without the telepathic abilities, Karen could guess what Stufful was trying to say. If you don't hand over the remote, I might just show you some of my moves. Everyone get along okay. Karen furrowed her brows slightly, stepping in to mediate. No matter how harshly they treated their enemies, internal conflicts among companions were unacceptable. Stufful, if you're interested in learning, you can ask Steven to teach you. You can't treat your teammates like this, understood? After some thought, Karen decided to side with Jinx. Although Jinx's trainer was rather annoying, Jinx herself had done nothing wrong. Moreover, Karen felt that allowing Stufful's domineering personality to grow unchecked would not be a good thing. Dono. Stufful, puffing with anger, stomped over to Steven. Watching Stufful's sulking figure, Karen chuckled softly and shook her head. Then, her attention was drawn to the news ticker scrolling across the bottom of the TV screen. The 9th Alola Women of the Year Awards will be held in 2 days at the ETHA Foundation's Space Research Center in Conakry City on Akala Island. This year's frontrunner is still ETHA Foundation Chairwoman Lusamine. This also marks. The moment she saw Lusamine, Karen didn't bother reading the rest. She immediately stood up and hurried to the lab. Steven, I found a way to meet Lusamine. 2 days later, Akala Island, Alola. Due to Lusamine's attendance at the Alola Women of the Year Awards ceremony, Steven and his team arrived in Conakry City, hoping to finally meet her. Although Alola didn't have as many surveillance cameras as Johto, Karen still wore a sun hat and sunglasses that covered most of her face, just in case. However, such attire was common in Alola and didn't attract any attention. Stephen put on a pair of plain, unimpressive black-framed glasses. He seemed less wild than usual and a bit more like a bookworm. Why all the roundabout plans? Can't we just sneak into the Etha Foundation and grab what we need? As soon as they entered Konakoni City, a slouched Will weakly complained. Idiot, don't say things like that in public. Karen smacked Will on the head from behind. The Etha Foundation isn't that strong, but if we're discovered, suspicion will naturally fall on us. Stephen, walking at the front, explained calmly. We wouldn't make such a rookie mistake, right? The Etha Foundation is just a Pokémon protection group. There's no way it's more dangerous than Olivine Gym. Will was puzzled. Idiot, last time we acted in Johto, and now we're in Alola. If our actions here get exposed, the League will naturally investigate anyone who traveled from Johto to Alola during this time. Karen retorted sharply. So what? Alola is the most famous vacation spot in the Pokémon world. There are tens of thousands of tourists arriving daily. How could they trace it back to us? Will still didn't get it. Karen silently quickened her pace to put some distance between herself and Will, afraid of getting infected by his cluelessness. There may be a lot of tourists, but if the search narrows to kids around 12 years old, the list gets much smaller. Stephen reminded him. Finally, Will understood. It was true. After all, even though they wore masks during their heists, their short, childlike frames, barely over 10 years old, were still obvious. If they acted in Alola as the Phantom Thieves and their trail was exposed, the League only needed to check which kids had traveled from Johto to Alola during this time. It wouldn't take long to zero in on the three of them. We're here, the Space Research Station. Stephen suddenly spoke. Will looked ahead. Whoa, there are way too many people. He was startled by the scene before him. Everywhere he looked, it was packed with people. It's just an award ceremony. Why does it feel like a celebrity meet and greet? You got it right, chubby brother. Lucamine, the chairwoman, is a celebrity in Alola. Will had barely finished complaining when a small girl nearby chimed in. The three of them turned to look. They saw a little girl who resembled Will with her purple hair, styled into a high ponytail and slightly upturned eyes. Her small pouty lips gave her an adorable, kitten-like appearance. She looked to be about 3 years old. Stephen added, Yeah, the Alola Women of the Year award is given to women who have made outstanding contributions to Alola. Since its inception 9 years ago, Lucamine has won all 8 previous awards. This 9th one will probably. And the winner is Miss Lucamine. On the temporary award stage, QQE, the Pokémon professor of Alola, announced the winner's name. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause. Immediately following, a stunning woman in a pure white dress, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall nearly to her heels, ascended the stage amidst thunderous applause. She's gorgeous. Will was completely mesmerized. I've seen the light. Stephen, however, wasn't just looking at Lucamine. His gaze also fell on the 4- or 5-year-old twins following behind her. In his opinion, it was precisely the presence of those twins that made Lucamine seem even more radiant. Hi. Karen was utterly confused as she glanced at Stephen, unable to understand what he meant. Given this situation, there's no way we can approach her, right? What now? Karen felt the need to remind the two that they were here on a mission. Although Stephen wasn't as over-the-top as Will, he also stared for a good while. Stephen rubbed his chin in thought. After a moment, he suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, Lucamine, I love you. The entire awards venue fell into an awkward silence. To be honest, if those words had come from a grown man, people would have laughed it off. After all, in Alola, plenty of people were infatuated with Lucamine. But when those words came from a 12- or 13-year-old kid, it was a completely different matter. In an instant, Stephen became the most eye-catching person in the entire venue. Chapter 77, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 77. Credits, Surge 1301. Lucamine, a widow in her 30s, was already the mother of 2 children. Yet, Despite being a woman, she single-handedly developed the Etha Foundation into the leading enterprise of the Alola region. Adding to this was her exquisite face, as if carefully sculpted by Arceus himself, and a figure so perfect it seemed neither too much nor too little in any regard. Not to mention Alola. Throughout the entire Pokémon League, there was no shortage of admirers coveting this gem of Alola. Even so, it was the first time anyone had confessed to this noblewoman in public. The crowd immediately turned their heads in unison, only to see a boy with delicate features. The media, holding microphones or cameras, unanimously decided. Tomorrow's headline would surely belong to this boy. Big news! Unless Lance and Leon announced they were coming out on the spot, no one could steal the spotlight from this bespectacled lad. On stage, Lusamine, who had just received her trophy from Kukui, was stunned for quite a while. A few seconds later, she bloomed into a radiant smile, like a Gracidia flower in full bloom. Is that so? Thank you for your affection. Lusamine had no doubts about Stephen's words. She was well aware of her charm. Moreover, Stephen's current demeanor was rather deceptive. The black-framed glasses added a significant boost, instantly giving the impression of a studious and reserved academic type who kept his feelings for his crush hidden deep in his heart. Had Stephen used the same demeanor he showed when interacting with Will or Karen, the effect wouldn't have been nearly as good. However, Stephen wasn't done yet. He pulled a small palm-sized gift box from his pocket and repeatedly approached the award podium, shouting, "Madam Lusamine, this is a gift I prepared for you, handmade by me. Please accept it." The massive crowd blocking his way suddenly parted on their own, and many aunties in the audience wore warm auntie smiles, completely engrossed as if they were watching a drama. Sigh, look at this honest boy. He must have been suppressing his feelings for a long time, only summoning the courage to confess today. If we don't help him out, are we even human? Could it be a ring? Olivia, the kahuna of Akala Island, and responsible for maintaining order at the event, blinked and muttered. Even I've never been confessed to like this by a cute boy. In the corner of the stage, Gladian and Lily exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on? Are we getting a new dad? Lily's expression was extremely complicated. She didn't want a new dad who wasn't much older than her. Madam Lusamine, please accept this. Stephen finally made it onto the stage and handed the gift box to Lusamine. Ew. Kid, I'm rooting for you. Little brother, you're amazing. President, you can't crush this young man's courage. The audience erupted in cheers, not just the aunties wearing auntie smiles, but even the lustful spectators who also admired Lusamine were shouting louder and louder. This was mainly because, in their eyes, Stephen was too young, making any relationship with Lusamine impossible. If it had been someone like Kukui, an adult near her age, or Giovanni, a middle-aged man even older than Lusamine, they certainly wouldn't be smiling like this. They'd probably be sharpening their knives to take down the rival. Even Lusamine couldn't maintain her smile. Looking at the box in Stephen's hand, which resembled a ring box, she couldn't help but start to wonder. Boy, are you serious? Auntie can't commit a crime, you know. Ah, Chairwoman Lusamine, it's normal for boys this age to have those kinds of thoughts about mature women, perfectly natural. Just accept it, don't reject the boy's good intentions. Professor Kukui whispered to Lusamine with a sly look on his face. As he spoke, he even winked at Stephen, wearing a knowing expression that said, "I got you, kid." It had to be said, most Pokémon professors, no matter the region, were typically the easygoing, good-natured type, and the one in front of them was no exception. Hearing this, Lusamine suddenly saw things in a new light. Her face lit up with an even brighter smile as she accepted the gift box. Well, thank you, little boy. As if to remind the age gap between them, Lusamine deliberately emphasized the words, little boy. The next moment, Lusamine slightly opened her pure, snow-white arms and gently embraced Stephen. And thank you for liking me, Tilda. Although surprised by the confession, Lusamine was secretly delighted. After all, she was over 30, and yet a 12 or 13-year-old boy had confessed to her. Wasn't that a testament to her charm? And well, Lusamine was a sucker for good looks. Even though Stephen's appearance was slightly diminished by wearing those black-rimmed glasses, many older women liked this kind of easily teased vibe that younger boys gave off. It awakened their maternal instincts. Oh! The atmosphere instantly reached a boiling point. Meanwhile, standing in the back row, Will silently took a few steps back. Mainly because he wanted to distance himself from his companion. Up front, Karen was staring coldly at the podium, her gaze indifferent. An hour later, Lusamine returned to the ETHA Foundation's Space Research Lab with her 2 children. Ha tilde chairwoman, your charm is off the charts. Even a young boy confessed to you, are you secretly feeling proud inside? As soon as Lusamine entered the lab, a young woman with short gray hair and a bold personality came up to her. Her name was Burnett, a researcher at the Space Research Lab. She was also Professor QQE's girlfriend, though the two had only recently started dating, and not many people knew about it. Lusamine rolled her eyes. No way would she admit that she felt a little happy inside. Come on, what kind of ring did he give you? That kind of boy probably can't afford a real gemstone, right? Could it be something he made with flowers? Wow, that would be even more romantic. Burnett's eyes sparkled with excitement as she repeatedly urged Lusamine, looking like she was ready to enjoy some juicy gossip. If you're so interested, why don't you open it yourself? Noticing that Lily had been secretly glancing over, Lusamine, who was also curious, deliberately put on an indifferent act. The not yet blackened Lusamine certainly didn't want her daughter to think she was seriously considering finding her a new dad. No way, it's a confession gift for you. Burnett teased with a mischievous grin. After some back and forth, Lusamine finally had no choice but to open the box herself. By this time, Professor QQE, Lily, the Evercool Gladian, and even several other researchers had gathered around to watch. However, to everyone's surprise, inside the box was not the ring Lusamine and Burnett had imagined, but a small, deep red disc about the size of a bracelet. What's more, beneath the disc was a note with a phone number on it. There was no doubt who it belonged to. There's writing on the back, Professor QQE said as he picked it up to take a look. It read, "Please use this on a Pokémon that can learn Flamethrower. Chapter 78, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 78. Burnett felt a little disappointed when she saw that the box didn't contain a ring or necklace, those essential items for a confession of love. QQE, meanwhile, picked up a note from the box and read its contents aloud, his curiosity piqued. For use on Pokémon capable of learning Flamethrower, what does that mean? Saying this, QQE picked up the small disc inside the box and examined it. What is this thing anyway? Unable to figure it out after scrutinizing it for a while, QQE decided to stick to his philosophy of learning through practice. He resolved to follow the instructions on the note. Come out Litten. As the Pokémon professor in the Alola region responsible for distributing starter Pokémon to new trainers, QQE often carried the Alola starters with him. Under the curious gazes of everyone present, QQE crouched down and presented the disc to Litten. Muttering to himself in puzzlement, he asked, "But how do you even use this?" No sooner had he spoken, Litten, with the feline curiosity typical of cat-like Pokémon, extended its front paw and swiped at the disc. The moment Litten's paw pad touched the surface of the disc, a faint light shimmered across the disc, and its contents were absorbed into Litten's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Litten, are you okay?" QQE asked, concerned. But in the next moment, he noticed that the previously deep red disc had turned completely transparent. Meow. Before QQE could investigate further, Litten suddenly seemed extremely excited. It raised its head high and spat out flames. A small flame pillar, about 5 centimeters in diameter, burst forth. Whoa! Standing directly across from him, Faba, the deputy director of the ETHA Foundation, was caught off guard and fell flat on his face in a rather undignified manner. His pants had been burned, exposing his scorched backside. Gladian quickly stepped forward to shield his sister, not wanting her innocent eyes to see something so indecent. "Deputy Director, are you all right?" A group of ETHA Foundation staff rushed over to check on him. "Damn it, that blasted cat," Faba cursed furiously. However, neither Lusamine, their superior, nor Kyukui, the Pokémon professor, was paying him any attention at the moment. All eyes were on Litten, who was casually scratching itself with its paw as if nothing unusual had happened. That was Flamethrower, wasn't it? Burnett, too, looked completely stunned. A starter Pokémon meant for new trainers, using Flamethrower. It was well known that the Pokémon provided to new trainers by the League were usually at a very low level, to ensure they wouldn't disobey commands due to being too strong. Some of them hadn't even mastered basic moves, like Water Gun or Ember, let alone Flamethrower. Even though the Flame Pillar just now was pitifully weak, it was unmistakably Flamethrower. After a moment of silence, Lusamine finally spoke. "If this thing gets out, it will cause an uproar, not just in Alola but across the entire Pokémon world." Currently, there were essentially 3 ways for Pokémon to learn new moves. The first method was through natural progression as the Pokémon's level increased. For example, the Litten before them would naturally learn Flamethrower as it grew stronger, evolved into Torracat, and eventually Incineroar. However, this method typically only allowed Pokémon to learn moves that aligned with their typing. The second method was through genetic inheritance from their parents. For instance, while Charmander could learn Dragon-type moves like Outrage, it couldn't do so through training alone. However, if one of its parents knew the move, there was a chance it could inherit it. Thirdly, there's the method of learning by imitation. This is where a Pokémon who has already mastered certain skills acts as a teacher, offering hands-on guidance. For example, in the anime, Ash's Trico learned Bullet Seed by training with someone else's Gravel, and May's Skitty learned Blizzard by following the example of another trainer's Delcatty. But with the invention of this disc, a Pokémon can instantly learn high-power moves. Although there are level restrictions, low-level Pokémon can't fully unleash powerful destructive force, as seen earlier with Litten. It's still terrifying. At the very least, it saves a massive amount of training time. This was invented by that kid. Kyukui exclaimed in disbelief. If that's the case, then it's truly frightening. It could even rival Joker, who's been making waves in the Johto region recently with the invention of the Pokeball Disruptor. Kyukui, didn't he leave a number? Quickly contact him. For now, the events at the Etha Foundation haven't spread. What's currently trending on the Alola local network is still the discussion about Steven confessing to Lusamine. I was there at the scene, and I even cheered him on. Even though I knew it was impossible, I admired his courage. I think he might have a better chance with Lusamine's daughter instead. If I had been as brave as him back then, I wouldn't still be single. Forget it. I'm going to hug my Ditto and cry for a while. Tonight, I'll have it transform into Diantha. You must be new here. Diantha may be a star, but she's only 12 this year, right? She's still a child actor. Exactly, at least pick an adult. For example, Lorelei from the Indigo League. I think Agatha still has her charm too. Now that's truly heavyweight. Steven and his 2 companions returned to the forest base on the outskirts of Hawley City. The atmosphere on site was as solemn as a funeral parlor. I'll go out and pick some berries. Will was the first to make his escape, worried he'd end up being lunch if he stayed. Once the base was left with just Steven and Karen, even the fearless Stufful didn't dare make a move. Hugging the Swablu egg by the incubation chamber, its tiny eyes darted back and forth between Steven and Karen. Karen, casually scrolling through her phone, spoke with a faint smile. Not bad. The internet's all saying you're about to save yourself 30 years of effort and achieve instant success. Karen, I just want to improve myself, Steven blurted out instinctively. But Steven was only saying that to himself. There was a 90% chance Karen wouldn't get the joke. Of course, if she did, the situation could escalate. There was no other way. At that moment, to make the people around me clear the way and to attract Lusamine's attention, I had no choice but to use this move. Steven shrugged, implying it wasn't his fault. What could he do? He couldn't confess to Lily, right? At the time, Steven had noticed the doll-like girl standing quietly in the corner. But even if he had the guts, the League laws wouldn't allow it. Between 2 difficult options, he chose the lesser crime. After some consideration, Stephen decided it was better to aim directly for Lusamine. After all, at the time, he couldn't think of anything else that would grab her attention more effectively. Chapter 79, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 79. Hee tilde. Karen responded with a cold laugh. But this time, Stephen didn't reply. Because he knew very well that when a girl is angry, it's like when she's on her period. At that moment, even your breathing is wrong. The awkward atmosphere lingered. No one could tell how much time had passed before Stephen suddenly spoke. Will, if you're done picking the fruits, you can come in. At the door, Will shivered but eventually mustered the courage to walk into the base. Where are the fruits? Karen shot him a cold glance. Wasn't this guy holding absolutely nothing? Will was so embarrassed, he could probably dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. I wasn't going to pick any fruits. I was just looking for an excuse to slip away. But seriously, after all this time, why is it still so tense in here? If I'd known, I would have come back 2 hours later. Stephen, do you think President Lusamine will meet us? Will forced a change of topic. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. This doesn't seem like the right time to bring up that name. Will didn't even dare to glance at Karen's face. His expression was like Ishigami Yu from Kaguya-sama. Love is War meeting Kaguya Shinomiya herself. Am I about to get killed? She will, absolutely. Stephen's tone was full of confidence. The technical machine, or TM, also known as the move machine, was one of Stephen's most practical inventions to date. While it might not be his strongest creation, its utility was undeniable. Its bug-like effectiveness was comparable to that of rare candies. Actually, rare candies were probably even more overpowered. The primary function of the TM was to save training time. In the future, when Ash's Pikachu learned Iron Tail or Charizard learned Steel Wing, both non-stab moves, they had to spend a lot of time and effort. Fortunately, they succeeded. But some Pokémon with poor aptitude might not even manage to learn such moves. With the TM, however, time could be greatly saved, and success was guaranteed. Its practicality was simply off the charts. Stephen didn't believe Lusamine could resist something like this. Really, what kind of treasure is it? Hearing Stephen's confident tone, Will's interest was piqued. Even Karen, who had been wearing an upset expression, couldn't help but glance over. Judging by Stephen's words, this wasn't something like a diamond ring or a necklace. Although the Etha Foundation couldn't compare to corporate giants like Sylph Co. or Devon Corporation, Lusamine, as its leader, couldn't possibly be swayed by such trivial items. Buzz, buzz. Just as Stephen was about to explain, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Tilda, is this the young man with glasses? This is QQE. Do you remember me? I was the one presenting the award to President Lusamine this morning. From the phone came a man's somewhat urgent voice. Stephen smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up to the other two. Will, Omega. Karen. Karen, who had just started to smile, suddenly remembered she was supposed to be angry. She quickly pulled her expression back into a cold, aloof look and turned her face to the side. However, from an angle where Stephen and Will couldn't see, Karen's annoyed expression had already returned to a faint smile. Stephen and QQE agreed to meet the next day at Etha Paradise. Yet in just one day, words like the boy with glasses, Lusamine, and confession dominated the front pages of newspapers across various regions. This was largely because there hadn't been any major events within the league recently, and neither Team Rocket nor Team Shadow, a couple of infamous criminal organizations, had made any moves. With nothing serious to report, the media naturally turned their attention to juicy gossip. And, truth be told, people enjoyed reading it. Monero TV channel. Lusamine, the president of the Etha Foundation, has won the Alola Woman of the Year award for the 9th consecutive time. However, this year's ceremony had a slight twist. A young boy boldly confessed his feelings to Madame Lusamine, once again highlighting her influence on teenagers. While the boy's chances of success seem slim, we wish to commend his courage. Flying Cloud Daily. Unova's top child model Nancy held a press conference to clarify that despite similarities in their names, she is not the daughter of Driftville gym leader Clay. Mr. Clay also confirmed that he does have a daughter, but it isn't Nancy. Galler Daily. Mr. Rose encouraged skilled trainers to visit Galler for tourism and announced that he would provide Dynamax bands to trainers participating in the All-Star Tournament for free. Goldenrod TV channel. After some investigation, we've confirmed that the brave boy who confessed his love is from Johto. While we applaud his courage, we don't think he'll succeed. That said, Madame Lusamine does have a daughter, so perhaps he could try his luck there. Saffron TV channel. The Cerulean gym leader has recently expressed plans to retire, but is still undecided about which of her 3 daughters will inherit the gym. Her youngest daughter is too young and is not being considered for the role. Stephen was speechless as he read these headlines during breakfast. He hadn't expected people in the Pokémon world to be so gossipy. "Let's go to the Etha Foundation," Stephen said as he stood up. "Okay," Will responded excitedly. He always got pumped up when visiting new places. However, Karen remained silent. Her mood had improved quite a bit, but seeing those news reports disgusted her all over again. Meanwhile, in Celadon City in the Kanto region. In the basement of a large gaming building, located inside one of Team Rocket's secret bases. "Boss, this is indeed a new type of evolution stone. My gloom successfully evolved," reported a woman standing before Giovanni's desk. She was none other than Athena, one of Team Rocket's top executives. Standing beside her was her newly evolved Pokémon, a Vileplume. Originally, Gloom could evolve into Bellossom using a sun stone. However, Athena, being more adept with poison types, had refrained from evolving her Gloom until now. To her delight, the evolution stone Giovanni had brought back allowed Gloom to evolve into Vileplume while retaining its poison type, leaving Athena very pleased. This is just the most unimpressive of that kid's research," Giovanni said with a slight smile, taking a sip of his coffee. Recalling the moment when Stephen demonstrated his powers of the Viridian Forest in front of him, Giovanni thought to himself that this evolution stone was probably the least significant of Stephen's findings. "Giovanni-sama, this is today's newspaper from the Kalos region," said a secretary with purple bobbed hair, frameless glasses, and an office lady uniform. She appeared to be about the same age as Lance. Ahem. Giovanni accepted the newspaper, curious why Mattori had brought him something from Kalos, a region far removed from Team Rocket's sphere of influence. Kalos news tended to focus on celebrity gossip, considering even its future league champion was also a pop star. Opening the newspaper, the bold headline immediately caught his attention. "Glasses-wearing youth confesses to married president." Below the sensational headline was a photo of Stephen handing Lusamine a gift box, his black-rimmed glasses visible. PFFFT. Giovanni, in the middle of sipping his coffee, sprayed it all over the newspaper. He stared at the now coffee-stained photo, stunned. Though he said nothing, his expression resembled a meme-worthy reaction image from Stephen's previous life. Chapter 80, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 80. The trio returned to Etha Paradise after half a month. However, this time, they did not come by boat but on a private helicopter bearing the Etha Foundation's logo. "Stephen, why don't you like taking helicopters?" Upon disembarking, Will curiously asked Stephen. Earlier, Stephen had adamantly refused to board a helicopter and even considered buying a ticket to take the boat again. Faced with this question, Stephen chose not to respond. Noticing the 3 people stepping off the helicopter, a woman with pink-rimmed glasses, curvaceous yet not overweight, quickly approached them. "Welcome, all 3 of you. I'm Wick, Deputy Branch Chief of the Etha Foundation. Please follow me. The President and Professor QQE are waiting for you." Wick, a trusted aide of Lusamine, spoke gently to the 3. "Thank you for the trouble," Stephen replied, adjusting his glasses while nodding. His demeanor has changed. While leading the way, Wick muttered silently to herself. Although Stephen still wore glasses, exuding the aura of an intellectual, there was something different. Unlike yesterday, when he was filled with an awkward charm while confessing to Lusamine, now he radiated an innate confidence. Before long, Wick led the trio to a white villa at the back of the Etha Foundation. This was Lucamine's family residence, an area strictly off-limits to tourists. "Please come in." Stepping aside, Wick gestured for them to enter. Wow! Although he had seen it once before, Will couldn't help but marvel silently at the sight. The woman sitting on the sofa, as dazzling and elegant as a gemstone, was really the mother of 2 children. Even the proud Karen had to admit, this woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Lucamine stood up, her gaze landing on Stephen. She smiled warmly and said, "Welcome, everyone. By the way, I don't believe I know your name yet." Stephen. Stephen neither humbly nor arrogantly shook hands with Lucamine, causing Professor QQE, Burnett, and the others present to exchange glances. Their thoughts mirrored Wick's. Stephen's demeanor today was completely different from yesterday. Tilda Stephen Kun looks so different from yesterday. I suppose you did all that just to deliver this item to me, right? After all, how could someone like me, a woman in her 30s, possibly have anyone genuinely like me? Lucamine covered her pink lips with her hand, her eyes narrowing into slits as she laughed softly. After a brief investigation, she discovered that Stephen and his companions had tried to visit the Etha Foundation half a month ago to meet her, but had failed. Now, with everything that had happened, Lucamine was convinced that Stephen's actions were merely a ploy to deliver the artifact disc to her. Well, there is a little bit of that kind of thought, Stephen replied internally. Stephen never denied his desires. After all, he wasn't one of those overly restrained protagonists who would suppress their feelings or take extreme measures, like forcing the female lead to resolve things on her own after being drugged. However, out of consideration for Karen's feelings, Stephen merely joked to himself and refrained from saying anything aloud. Seeing Stephen remain silent, Lucamine felt a tinge of disappointment but quickly brushed it aside. She gestured for the trio to take a seat. "Stephen, about this disc." As soon as Stephen sat down, Professor QQE couldn't help but take out the item eagerly. "It's a technical machine, also known as a move machine." Stephen corrected him. Oh. Professor QQE nodded repeatedly, swallowing nervously to suppress his excitement. "This move machine, did you invent it?" Stephen had yet to respond when his 2 companions turned curious gazes toward him. Will, learning device. Stephen, what's that? Karen, quietly tinkering with something new again. It's something I recently developed and haven't had the chance to tell you about yet. Stephen shrugged and turned to QQE, saying, "Judging by the color of the TM, Professor QQE, you've already used it, haven't you? Which Pokémon did you teach it to?" QQE, upon hearing this, immediately released his Litten. As the Litten landed, QQE gave a command right away. "Litten, use flamethrower." The moment the words flamethrower were spoken, both Will and Karen froze in confusion. But when the Litten spewed flames, they were even more dumbfounded. Will pointed incredulously at the Litlin. This tiny thing can use flamethrower." Karen didn't say anything, but her expression said it all. QQE chuckled wryly. "Isn't this something your companion invented? Why do you 2 seem even more surprised than I am?" "Litten, huh? Then it should be able to learn this too." Stephen reached into his pocket and pulled out a new disc. QQE and the others immediately noticed the difference between the disc in Stephen's hand and the flamethrower TM they had used earlier. The one Stephen held was deep blue, unlike the fiery red one from before. "Here." Stephen handed the TM to Litten. Having experienced this once already, Litten didn't hesitate this time, placing its tiny paw on the disc. As before, energy radiated from the TM into Litten's body. The deep blue glow on the TM surface faded, turning into a neutral gray-white color. Lucamine had already guessed what was about to happen. Could it be? "Litten, show off your new power." Stephen smiled faintly. "Meow." Litten let out a loud cry, and a dark crimson, violent energy surged around its body. That's... Even Faba, the current chief scientist and deputy director of the Etha Foundation, was stunned. In the next moment, Litten, unable to suppress its surging battle rage, charged fiercely at the wall of the living room. Boom! The pristine white wall now had a massive hole smashed into it. That kind of power was not something a basic Pokémon could possess. The key lay in the added effect of the move. That move just now was. Gladion, huddled in the corner with his sister, was utterly dumbfounded. It was outrage. Karen's eyes widened in shock. Outrage, a dragon-type move known for its immense power, was now being wielded by a Lit. Meow, meow, meow. Litten jumped out of the hole, still roaring furiously. Litten, return quickly. QQE hurriedly recalled the Lits. Using outrage causes confusion as a side effect, but fortunately, resting in the Piquet ball for a while would calm it down. A Litten that can use both flamethrower and outrage. This might just be the strongest Litten in history, QQE muttered softly. Professor, could this Litten be trained for one of my companions? Stephen suddenly proposed. Hi. QQE was momentarily stunned, not quite processing the request. Stephen gave a thumbs up and pointed at Karen. At this point, Litten isn't exactly suited to handle it as a rookie trainer anymore, right? In that case, I've got the perfect partner. Incidentally, Incineroar's final evolution is part dark type, and Morgana is great at raising dark types. Stephen casually gave Karen a nickname. Although Karen's current goal was Zorua, Stephen felt that the world's #1 Incineroar would also be a great match for her. Chapter 81, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 81. Of course, the world's #1 Incineroar sounds a bit unrealistic in the real world. After all, the stats and tactics in games can only serve as a reference. They can't truly be applied to real-life battles. Let me give you an example. Take Regieleki and Slowbro as Pokémon. When it comes to speed, they're undoubtedly worlds apart. But even with such a wide speed gap in the game, it's still turn-based. You hit me once, I hit you once. But in a real-life battle, could something like that happen? While Slowbro is preparing one move, Regieleki could probably unleash 10 in the same amount of time. That said, Stephen still doesn't deny that Incineroar is an incredibly excellent and promising Pokémon. Karen, who was being pointed at by Stephen, froze for a moment before pouting and muttering. This guy. Hey, that's not fair. Why don't you give me a new Pokémon too? Will shouted dramatically. Stephen couldn't be bothered with this clown, and instead turned to QQE. Is it okay, Professor? I'm willing to pay for it. No problem, no problem. Indeed, Litten's current state isn't suitable for a novice trainer to raise. It's much better if it goes to a suitable trainer, QQE said warmly, agreeing immediately. QQE was a kind-hearted man, and besides, he was now certain that the so-called move machine invention was created by the young man in front of him. This boy was destined to become a figure who would shake the entire Pokémon world. Earning his favor was a deal with no downsides. When Stephen took the Pokéball containing Litten from QQE and handed it to Karen, she pouted and said, "Trying to win me over, huh?" "Because you're my companion," Stephen retorted with a playful tap on her head. "Whether you end up as a member of the Elite Four or something else, don't think for a second you can act high and mighty around this Professor Stephen. Win you over, Stephen never plays the simp." From all the novels he'd read in his previous lives, the protagonists who groveled at the feet of female characters were the ones he looked down on the most. All right, Chairwoman Lucamine has now seen the effects of the TM twice. What are your thoughts? Stephen sat back down, locking eyes with Lucamine again. A genius design, just like Pokéballs. Once it becomes available, it will undoubtedly revolutionize the entire Pokémon world, Lucamine said without hesitation, offering the highest praise. She felt even that wasn't enough. "But, Stephen, you didn't go through all the trouble of meeting me just to show off, did you?" Lucamine propped her chin on one hand, exuding the grace and charm of a mature woman. "I'm a scientist. I'm very interested in the ultra beasts that have been appearing frequently across Alola in recent years," Stephen replied, getting straight to the point. "I know that the Etha Foundation, under your leadership, is cooperating with Professor QQE's Space Research Lab to study ultra beasts. I'd like to obtain all related data. In exchange, I'm willing to offer the development plans for the TM." The moment he said this, everyone present was stunned. Whether it was Lusamine and her Etha Foundation team, QQE and Burnett, or even Stephen's companions Karen and Will, their expressions all changed dramatically. It wasn't surprising that Stephen was interested in ultra beasts. As a genius scientist capable of inventing the move machine, it was only natural for him to be curious about such mysterious creatures. But exchanging the move machine for this information, that was far too generous. The two things weren't even remotely equivalent. It was like trading Alacias for a Rattata, utter madness. "Excuse me, I need to have a word with this guy." Karen grabbed Stephen by the arm and dragged him outside. Will let out a nervous laugh and hurriedly followed. The members of the Etha Foundation and the Space Research Institute were left staring at each other in stunned silence. Karen dragged Stephen to the backyard. "What's gotten into you?" Karen scolded him harshly. "What's wrong?" Stephen asked a bit helplessly. "Why would you trade off the patent for the TM? Do you even know how valuable it is? If you handed it over to a company, that company could instantly rival giants like Sylph Co. or Devon Corp. Their research can help Umbreon break through her limit," Stephen explained. "Besides, I don't have any other inventions at hand that are suitable for a trade right now." This. Karen didn't know how to respond for a moment. To be honest, she admired Stephen's dedication to the Pokémon, but wasn't the price too steep? Will scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to interject. He couldn't very well say, this invention could be traded for hundreds of high-quality EVs. Could he? That would get him beaten to death by Stephen. Meanwhile, Umbreon in the Pokéball on Stephen's belt had tears welling up in her eyes. "It's all for me. Master is doing all this for me." Karen thought for a long time before finally snapping. "Fine, you keep quiet and let me handle the negotiations." Stephen and Will followed behind Karen like lackeys. Will whispered, "She seems angrier than yesterday when you confessed to Madame Lusamine." Stephen made a shut-up gesture. Now was not the time for chatter. When they returned to the living room and sat down before anyone else could speak, Karen immediately launched a verbal barrage like a rapid-fire cannon. "The patent for the TM must remain in our hands, and all sales must clearly state, all rights of interpretation are reserved by Stephen. Additionally, 70% of the revenue must go to us. And of course, we'll need access to all research materials relating to the Ultra Beasts." As the daughter of a businessman, Karen had learned a thing or two. At the very least, she was better at this than Stephen. 70%, isn't that a bit too much, little miss?" Faba protested, clearly dissatisfied. Karen scoffed, "What contributions did you make to the development process? At the end of the day, all you're offering is a sales platform and a mass production facility, yet you want to reap the rewards of our invention. A 30% share is already generous. If you don't agree, I'm sure Sylph Co. in Kanto, Devon Corp. in Hone, and Macrocosmos in Galar would be very interested." Stephen gave her a silent thumbs up. To be honest, Stephen could only cooperate with the Etha Foundation because the data on the type Null Pokémon, the key to helping Umbreon break through her limit, was in their hands. But right now, Karen was deliberately putting on a front. "I have plenty of options, but you can only choose me." This instantly shifted the balance of power in their favor. This. Sure enough, Karen's words left even the sharp-tongued Faba momentarily speechless. "Not willing, fine, we're leaving." Karen struck a domineering pose, rising to her feet and motioning for her two underlings to follow her out. Her stance was exactly like a haggling mother who, after failing to get a discount, declares, "We're not buying it, let's go to the next shop." "Wait, please." Lusamine's anxious voice called out from behind them. Through her sunglasses, Karen gave Stephen a wink as if to say, "See." This time, Stephen gave her an actual thumbs up. Chapter 82, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 82. In the end, after discussions between the two parties, they decided to sign the contract in 2 days. During these 2 days, each side would go back to organize their materials. Stephen's side focused on organizing the research materials for the TM device. On Lusamine's side, they compiled research data on ultra beasts gathered over the years. Back at their forest base on the outskirts of Holly City, while organizing the materials, Stephen noticed that Umbreon seemed a little down. "It's okay, it's not anything too precious. This stuff was meant to be shared anyway," Stephen said, while patting Umbreon on her little head. "Umbert." Umbreon lay in front of Stephen, letting him pet her, but in her mind, she resolved to grow stronger, strong enough to repay her trainer one day. "Stephen, phone call," Will called out to remind him. Stephen turned to look and saw a video call request displayed on the computer screen. As soon as Stephen clicked on it, Giovanni's face appeared on the screen. "Oh, Tilda uncle, long time no see," Stephen said as he sat down and waved casually. "You brat, you never take the initiative to contact me," Giovanni replied with a slight smile. Then, with a somewhat peculiar expression, he asked, "Are you in Alola right now?" "Uncle, you've seen the news." "These news sure travel far," Stephen replied, knowing full well how distant Alola was from Kanto. "Choosing a partner is your freedom. I don't want to meddle in your love life. But I did some digging on Lusamine, and honestly, this woman is deep water. I'm afraid you might be in over your head." On the screen, Giovanni held up a stack of documents. They were all related to Lusamine and the Etha Foundation. After hearing about Stephen's scandal yesterday, Giovanni had his secretary, Mattori, investigate Lusamine. On the surface, Lusamine indeed appeared flawless, just as the rumors described her: beautiful, gentle, and compassionate. Aside from having 2 children, she seemed to have no shortcomings at all. Well, of course, to some people, that might not even be a flaw, it might be a bonus. But upon closer inspection, Giovanni noticed some issues. On the surface, the Etha Foundation appeared no different from a typical Pokémon welfare organization. They took in Pokémon abandoned by trainers or their herds, unable to survive in the wild, and either released them back into nature or found suitable trainers for them. Their side project involved research on ultra beasts. But with just this kind of operation, how could they have so much money? Research, after all, burns through cash like nothing else. Giovanni himself wasn't sure how much money he'd sunk into the strongest artificial Pokémon project and Stephen's research. It had even caused Rocket Team to face financial difficulties. So where did Lusamine get all her money? He felt this woman was anything but simple. Whether it's deep water or not, we'll see in the future. Anyway, I'm about to get my hands on what I want. Did you get what I asked for, Uncle? Stephen diverted the conversation. "Heh, that reagent with the codename APTX4869 is quite an interesting thing," Giovanni said with a sly smile. "Honestly, I'd rather use it on humans than Pokémon. Imagine using it on Lance and turning him into a little kid. Ha 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 tilde. But with your age, trying to court Lusamine might be a bit difficult. Want me to teach you a thing or two?" Giovanni teased, seeming rather amused by the whole situation. Stephen was at a loss for words. Were you a playboy in your younger days? "Well, let's talk about this later. The only thing I want right now is Lusamine's research findings." Stephen admitted Lusamine's beauty. Anyone with eyes could see it. However, compared to Lusamine herself, what he cared about more was the research data on the Ultra Beasts. It definitely wasn't because his younger brother hadn't yet evolved from his growth phase to maturity. Absolutely not. "Oh, tell me more," Giovanni said with curiosity. He was also quite interested in why Stephen had gone all the way to Alola. He didn't believe Stephen would borrow a plane and travel thousands of miles just to confess to a married woman. It had been a while since Stephen had chatted with Sakaki, so he spent some time talking with this empty nest elder who had lost his son. Stephen recounted his purpose and everything that had happened that day in detail. "Karen knows how to haggle. I didn't expect her to have such a talent," Stephen said with a chuckle. However, compared to Stephen's relaxed demeanor, Giovanni's brows furrowed more and more tightly. Noticing this, Stephen asked, "What's wrong, Uncle?" "Stephen, could you give me the sales rights for that move machine?" "Oh," Stephen raised an eyebrow. Giovanni explained, "Honestly, the research funding I provided you, along with the strongest artificial Pokémon project I've had my people work on, has burned through so much money that it's left my finances in a precarious state. So, I'm shamelessly asking if you could let me have the sales rights." Giovanni had also considered taking over Silphco, however. he realized that doing so would be extremely risky. After all, Sylph Co. was one of the most prominent business giants on the Pokémon continent. Even if Team Rocket succeeded, a single mistake in any of the intermediate stages could trigger a domino effect. Giovanni didn't want to resort to such a dangerous move unless necessary. A day ago, this wouldn't have been an issue. But now, I've already promised Lucamine, and the research data I want is still in her hands. This might be difficult to manage, Stephen said, frowning slightly. The atmosphere turned silent for a moment. Wait, I've got it. Giovanni's eyes suddenly lit up. Huh? Stephen was startled. Did you have any suggestions? Giovanni smiled and said, Stephen, don't worry about it. Just stick to the original plan and meet Lucamine in 2 days. I'll have a surprise for you by then. A surprise, more like a potential shock, Stephen thought to himself. However, he didn't press further. When it came to scheming, even with 3 lifetimes of experience, Stephen wouldn't dare claim he could outplay Giovanni. It was best to leave such matters to the experts. 2 days later, Stephen and his 2 companions, having organized their materials, returned to the Etha Foundation for their 3rd meeting with Lucamine. This time, QQE and Burnett were absent. Stephen, these are the research findings we've compiled over the years regarding Ultra Beasts and Ultra Space, Lucamine said, her tone noticeably warmer after their collaboration had been established. She handed a USB drive to Stephen. After Stephen nodded in thanks, he handed Lucamine the USB drive containing data on TM. Stephen inserted the USB drive Lucamine had given him into his laptop, eager to check its contents, while silently wondering what Giovanni was up to. Standing next to Lucamine, Faba inexplicably swallowed nervously. Here are the contracts. Wick placed 2 contracts in front of Stephen. Karen picked one up and began examining it. Chairwoman Lucamine, what does this mean? Just as Karen confirmed, there were no hidden tricks in the contract, and prepared to hand the pen to Stephen. His voice suddenly erupted with suppressed anger. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room instantly shifted. Karen and Will's gazes grew stern. On the other side, Lucamine and Wick looked utterly perplexed. They couldn't understand why Stephen's attitude had changed so abruptly. As for Faba, he stepped back in fright, thinking, did he figure it out? Frowning, Lucamine spoke. Mr. Stephen, is there a problem? Noticing Stephen's drastic change in attitude, Lucamine even adjusted the way she addressed him. You haven't given me all the data, Stephen said, his eyes flashing with rare anger. The data he had been given did not contain the information he valued most, the research on Silvally, or rather, the AR system. In other words, the Etha Foundation had deliberately withheld key information. That's impossible, Lucamine exclaimed in disbelief. She had personally reviewed this data multiple times and was certain it was complete. What Lucamine didn't know was that the Silvally-related information Stephen wanted was managed by Faba, the head of the research department. Recently, Faba had lied to Lucamine, claiming that the type Null project had been a complete failure to cover up his secret experiments with ultra wormholes. As a result, the so-called failed data had naturally been excluded from the files. In truth, the type Null project had succeeded. The Pokémon in question was currently locked in the basement of the research department under Faba's supervision. Lucamine, however, was entirely unaware of this. Thus, a misunderstanding was born. But that was no longer important because... Bang! The villa's front door was violently kicked open. A scruffy-looking man with a mustache swaggered in, followed by a group of thugs. Walking in a crab-like gait, he smirked and barked. Nobody moves. Chapter 83, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 83. The man at the head of the group sported a mohawk and swaggered forward with a crab-like gait. Anyone who saw him for the first time would immediately think he was just another small-time thug, commonly seen on the streets. But the large R, emblazoned on his uniform, ensured that no one would dare mistake him for an ordinary troublemaker. Team Rocket! Lucamine cried out, unable to contain her surprise as she identified the intruders. Even though Alola was far from Kanto, the infamous reputation of Team Rocket had managed to cross the seas and reach Lucamine's ears. Heh, who would have thought that in a small place like Alola, we could strike such a big haul? The man with the mohawk smirked. Judging by his position at the forefront, he was likely the leader of this small Team Rocket squad. Stephen recognized him. It was Petrel, one of the future 4 executives of Team Rocket. He wasn't sure if Petrel had already attained that rank at this point, but at the very least, he was likely a squad leader. Why is Team Rocket here, and why didn't the security system? Wick's face was pale with fear. She couldn't comprehend why Team Rocket had gone to such lengths to cross the ocean and launch an attack on the Etha Foundation in Alola. And why had they managed to infiltrate the president's villa so silently? Where were the security guards, the alarms? Why had there been no warnings at all? That's because we have an inside man, of course. At that moment, another figure stepped out from behind Petrel. Compared to Petrel, whose demeanor screamed street thug, this man was noticeably more refined. His looks would certainly appeal to younger girls. However, the malicious smile on his face was no less threatening than Petrel's. Stephen recognized him, too. Like Petrel, he would also become one of Team Rocket's 4 executives in the future, Proton. An inside man. Lusamine frowned, her brows furrowing deeply. "I'm sorry, President." Another person stepped forward, and both Lusamine and Wick turned to him with expressions of utter disbelief. The one who spoke was none other than Faba, who held the position of Deputy Chief and Research Director within the Etha Foundation, second in rank only to Lusamine herself. Faba stroked his mustache as he walked over to stand beside Petrel and Proton, smiling as he explained. "They approached me yesterday, saying that Team Rocket is planning to establish a branch in the Alola region. For this, they've set their sights on the Etha Foundation. President, I hope you can understand my reasoning. With the Etha Foundation's current strength, there's no way we could fend off Team Rocket. Instead of fighting a pointless and unwinnable battle, why not do as I did and pledge allegiance early?" There was one thing Faba didn't say. Team Rocket had promised him that once the Alola branch was established, he would be appointed as its deputy chief. Though Faba was already a deputy chief in the Etha Foundation, everyone knew the difference between being a deputy chief in the Etha Foundation and holding the same rank in Team Rocket. Lusamine's face turned a ghastly shade of blue from anger. "Faba, you." Petrel chuckled sinisterly and interjected. "Our good pal Faba even told us there's an important trade happening today. Heh, TM discs, our boss is very interested in them." As he spoke, Petrel pointed his index finger at Lusamine, or more precisely, at the USB drive in her hand. "Raticate, go." A Raticate at Petrel's feet suddenly lunged forward, its sharp and prominent teeth aimed directly at the USB drive in Lusamine's hand. Before the Raticate could reach its target, a shadow leaped from the piquet ball at Karen's waist. A pair of strong, muscular claws slammed down onto the Raticate's back with force. It was Karen's Houndoom. "Do you thugs think you can just ignore us?" Even though most of Karen's face was obscured by her sunglasses, her icy expression could still be felt. Karen had no idea about Stepan's connection to Team Rocket. To her, Team Rocket was nothing more than a group of meddlesome intruders. And since that was the case, she would take them all down. Flamethrower. At Karen's command, Houndoom planted its left paw on Raticate's back, lowered its head, and unleashed a stream of flames from its mouth. Golbat. Petrel quickly ordered the Golbat perched above him to counter. Air Slash flew out from Golbat's wings, intercepting the flamethrower. The collision of Air Slash and flamethrower was a clash between fire and wind. What happens next goes without saying. Boom! The shockwave of wind and fire spread outward in all directions. In less than 5 seconds, the pristine white villa had already turned into a fiery inferno. The chandelier on the ceiling, scorched by the flames, was on the verge of falling. "Watch out!" Stephen grabbed Karen's wrist and pulled her behind him. Crash! Barely 2 seconds after Stephen shielded Karen, the chandelier came crashing down with a thunderous bang. Slowbro. Will released his Slowbro, commanding it to use water pulse to extinguish the flames. Take them down, Psychic. After slightly getting the fire under control, Will turned and pointed at Team Rocket. Slowbro spread its arms wide, and tangible psychic energy surged forth, forming a pale purple wave directed at Team Rocket. Oh, by the way, while Will knew Giovanni, he had no clue about Giovanni's true identity. Hypno-psychic. Faba immediately sent out his Hypno and ordered it to use the same move as Slowbro. The two waves of energy collided, battling for supremacy. It took less than 2 seconds before Slowbro's psychic overpowered Hypno's. Wheezing. Proton acted decisively, releasing his wheezing to float to the center of the battlefield. Will, defend yourself. Steven shouted a warning. Hi. Will didn't react in time. The next second, Wheezing's body began to glow dangerously white from within. Now Will understood what was about to happen. Slowbro used Protect. Boom! A massive explosion blew the entire first-floor ceiling of the villa sky-high. Crash! Debris rained down in torrents. Will, protected by Slowbro's Protect barrier, immediately looked toward the collapsed living room behind him. Hey, are you okay back there? Bang! The next moment, a shockingly powerful punch blasted forth, pulverizing the falling wall of debris into dust. But that wasn't the end. The sheer force of the punch not only obliterated the collapsing ceiling, but also tore straight through the villa's second and third floors, finally breaking through the roof with a resounding crash. That was Mega Punch. We're fine. Steven's voice rang out. Beside him stood Karen, while Lucamine and Wick were behind him. And in front of him, the one who had just unleashed that Mega Punch was Stufful. Everyone stared at Stufful, who had raised its right forepaw in a punching stance. The people present were utterly dumbfounded. That devastating Mega Punch just now came from the small Pokémon. Go Stufful, Steven said casually. Though he had no idea what Giovanni was planning, given the current atmosphere, if he didn't act, it would feel like a wasted opportunity. Dono. Stufful crouched slightly, its limbs tensed, and it suddenly leaped forward. An intense orange glow surged from its right forepaw. It was the fighting-type move, Brick Break. Claydol used Psychic. Since Hypno had been unable to defend itself earlier, Faba had no choice but to send out his second Pokémon. Claydol extended its stubby arms and unleashed a circular psychic ray. Seeing this, Stufful swung its paw preemptively. Whoosh, boom. The force of the punch created a gust of wind that somehow managed to block the psychic attack entirely. Impossible. Behind his glasses, Faba's eyes widened like saucers. The shockwave from a punch could block his Claydol's psychic attack. How strong was this Stufful? Thrash. Steven's calm command echoed again. Dark energy surged around Stufful's arms. After landing, it accelerated once more, crashing into Claydol's midsection. The impact knocked Claydol to the ground, and before it could react, Stufful climbed onto its stomach. Like a berserk warrior, Stufful began hammering down on Claydol's face with its fists. Bam, 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 bam. The relentless barrage of punches struck not only Claydol's face, but also the hearts of everyone watching. Scary, so scary. Is that really a Stufful? Lucamine was completely frozen. Are you sure it's not a transformed Kamuo or Zeriora? Even Karen and Will were just as stunned as Lucamine. After all, this Stufful had only recently joined Steven's team. What a lucky guy. Will muttered in amazement. Chapter 84, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 84. Hey, this isn't going according to plan. Seeing Stufful pinning down and beating the Claydol that should have had the type advantage, Petrol swallowed hard and took a moment to process what was happening. According to Giovanni's plan, they were supposed to suppress the Etha Foundation and wait for the boss to come and take over. But now, why was it that they were the ones being suppressed instead? Suddenly, Petrol felt a chill rise from beneath his feet. He looked down and saw that, at some point, a layer of ice had firmly frozen him to the ground from the soles of his feet to his knees. Don't move. If you do, your legs are done for. Hearing the cold voice behind him, Petrol instinctively turned his head. There, he saw a chubby kid standing right behind him without him even noticing. Hey, Pro. Panicked, Petrol tried to call out to his colleague for help. Bang! But the moment he turned his head to signal Proton, he saw a high heel ruthlessly kicking Proton in the backside. It was that little girl with the sunglasses. "You're too weak to be a villain." Standing on Proton's back, who had face-planted on the ground, Karen seemed childish in both her stature and voice. But in that moment, she exuded a commanding presence befitting a queen. Proton tried to struggle, but Karen's Houndoom had already approached, lowering its head and staring into his soul with its intense red eyes, growling menacingly from its throat. Drip! A drop of saliva fell from Houndoom's bared teeth and landed on Proton's face. A high-ranking rocket executive, infamous for his cruelty towards enemies, chose to obediently shut up. "So strong." Wick muttered in disbelief. Lusamine had a similar expression of astonishment. She had assumed that among the three kids, only Stephen possessed an extraordinary talent for science far beyond ordinary logic. But now, it was clear that as a Pokémon trainer, he was also exceptional. What Lusamine hadn't expected was that his two companions were just as formidable. However, what concerned Lusamine the most at the moment was Ba. Lusamine called out her subordinate, or rather, her former subordinate's name, one syllable at a time. Her voice was as cold as Kyurem's frozen world. Just as the greatest crisis the Straw Hat Pirates faced wasn't a powerful enemy, but Robin's betrayal in Water 7. The thing that angers a boss the most isn't the failure of their plans, but the betrayal of a subordinate. President, I can explain. Falling to the ground in fear, Faba stammered, his face pale. Damn it, this isn't what I signed up for. Who were these rocket members? How could they be so easily overwhelmed by a bunch of kids? Watching Lusamine approach, her face dark as a storm, Faba was on the verge of wetting himself. To the public, Lusamine was the image of a perfect woman. But as someone who had worked with her since the earliest days, even collaborating with her now-missing husband, Faba knew very well the real side of this boss. Ever since her husband Moan disappeared years ago, Lusamine had become increasingly closed off. While she hadn't completely blackened to the exaggerated extent seen in the original game, her methods had grown colder and more ruthless over time, often involving shady dealings. If Lusamine caught him now, Faba didn't even dare imagine what would happen next. Bangs, bangs, bang. At that moment, 3 heavy thuds echoed in succession. In an instant, Stephen's Stufful, Karen's Houndoom, and Will's Slowbro were sent flying. It was a Beedrill. Lusamine's face turned pale, and her steps faltered. Please calm down, President Lusamine. A man dressed in a high-collared black coat that covered the lower half of his face, paired with a low-brimmed felt hat that shadowed the upper half, leaving only his nose visible, casually strolled toward them. They were merely following my orders. The Beedrill buzzed its wings noisily, emitting a high-pitched hum as it flew back to its master's side. Boss. Petrol, Proton, and the other Team Rocket grunts present greeted the man with the utmost respect. The boss of Team Rocket, Lusamine, Wick, and the other members of the Etha Foundation were visibly shocked. That was an extraordinarily mysterious figure, someone even the Pokémon League had failed to uncover. Even the boss has personally shown up. Karen furrowed her brows deeply. What just happened? Was it that Beedrill? Will helped his Slowbro up, his gaze fixed intently on the Beedrill. We plan to establish a regional branch in Alola, and the Etha Paradise just happens to be a perfect operational base. I hope President Lusamine can make a sacrifice. The man, Giovanni, spoke in a tone as warm as a benevolent elder, yet his words carried an undeniable weight of authority. Of course, this plan is intended to remain a secret. Naturally, those who know this secret cannot leave here, so the entire Etha Foundation must also come under Team Rocket's command. Lusamine was so furious she almost laughed. All these years of effort, painstakingly growing the Etha Foundation to where it is today, and now Team Rocket shows up and wants to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Milotic. Without hesitation, Lusamine released her Pokémon, Milotic, often hailed as the most beautiful Pokémon. With a graceful flick of her finger, Milotic turned and unleashed a hydro pump straight at Giovanni. However, the beedrill swatted it aside as casually as one might shoo a fly. Its sharp stinger effortlessly split the hydro pump in two. What? Lucamine's face turned ashen. Stephen, on the other hand, remained calm. This was exactly what he had expected. Among the bosses of various regional criminal organizations, Lucamine was already considered the weakest. At best, she might be able to handle the troublemakers from Paldea. But against the likes of Maxie, Archie, or Cyrus, not a chance. Not to mention Giovanni. Ahem. At that moment, Stephen noticed Giovanni subtly giving him a sidelong glance from beneath the brim of his hat. What's he doing now? Stephen was puzzled. To be honest, he couldn't quite figure out what Giovanni was planning. But that glance, it seemed to be signaling him to take action. Isn't it a bit ungentlemanly for the great boss of Team Rocket to bully a woman? Stephen stepped forward. I did try to make amends, but I didn't expect President Lucamine to be so uncooperative. What else can I do? Giovanni's tone was that of someone playing the victim. Lucamine's chest heaved with anger. Her current mood mirrored the time when Karen's Houndoom had been pummeled so badly by Aldous that it soiled itself. You barged into my home and tried to take over my territory, and now you're blaming me for this. I've never met someone so shameless. Young man, are you planning to meddle in this? Giovanni pretended not to recognize Stephen. I don't like meddling, but I do have business to discuss with President Lucamine. Could I trouble you to leave? Stephen feigned ignorance as well. That won't do. The Etha Foundation is mine today. Not even Goodshow could save them, I assure you. Giovanni's words caused the atmosphere to grow unbearably tense. Little did the others know, the two sly foxes were putting on a show together. Stuffful use brick break. Agron iron head. In the next moment, the two foxes simultaneously issued orders to their respective Pokémon. In his heart, Giovanni thought to himself, Wingman plan initiated. Chapter 85, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 85. Stuffful leaped into the air, raising its glowing orange forepaw high. The stark difference in size between the two Pokémons made the scene almost comical, like a kid jumping up to punch someone in the knee. On the other side, Agron's sharp horn gleamed with a metallic silver sheen as it lunged forward in a fierce headbutt. Thud! A dull, teeth-grinding noise echoed. The steel behemoth's expression shifted slightly. Although the iron head attack looked powerful, Agron hadn't used its full strength. Its trainer had specifically instructed it before the battle. This fight was meant to be lost, but the loss couldn't be too obvious. So, Agron had only used 70% of its power in the attack. But now, from the perspective of the spectators, Stuffful, which had jumped up and struck Agron's sharp horn with a hand chop, seemed to be suppressing the massive Agron, whose size was 7 or 8 times its own. Could that Stuffful's strength surpass Agron's? Lucamine exclaimed in disbelief. Even Giovanni, who was hiding his expression beneath his felt hat, couldn't conceal a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He had indeed planned to lose this fight to Stephen. Giovanni's original plan was to stage a coordinated battle where he would narrowly lose to Stephen. This would allow Stephen to show off in front of Lucamine, earning the admiration of the elegant woman. It was similar to how some rich kids would hire thugs to harass a girl, only to heroically swoop in and save her. Giovanni's move, however, was a super-plus version of that tactic. That's why Giovanni hadn't sent out his main team members like Beedrill or Nidoking, opting instead for this Agron, which he had only recently caught. But what Giovanni hadn't anticipated was how absurdly strong this Stuffful was. It was overpowering Agron. Agron round. Giovanni decided the fight couldn't end too quickly, or it would look suspicious. People might think he was throwing the match. Roar! With its head pinned down, Agron let out a deafening roar. The sound waves created such a powerful shockwave that Stuffful was flung into the air. Metal Claw! Seizing the opportunity, Giovanni commanded Agron. Its sharp, silver-glowing claws slashed through the air, leaving an arc as it swiped toward the airborne Stuffful. Stomp! Hearing Stephen's command, Stuffful tensed its body midair. The next moment, like a rock plummeting straight down, Stufful's taut limbs smashed directly into the incoming metal claw. The two sides clashed again. This time, with Agron no longer holding back, it gained the upper hand, forcing Stufful into submission. Dano! Stufful winced in pain. Agron took the opportunity to grab Stufful by the neck and slammed it fiercely into the ground. It's over, Double Edge. The massive Agron tensed, and in the next instant, it charged forward like a heavily armored tank, aiming straight for the Stufful that was still struggling to get up. The scene was terrifying, like watching a tank about to crush a baby on the battlefield. Stephen! Will and Karen's faces turned pale, and they instinctively tried to rush to his aid. But they were stopped by Petrol and Proton. Under normal circumstances, the two wouldn't have been afraid of these two small-time thugs. At this moment, there was a wheezing standing in front of both Petrol and Proton. Moreover, its body was repeatedly flashing with a dangerous white glow. It was obvious. This was a clear sign that it was about to use explosion at any moment. Double Edge is the most powerful rock-type move. If Stufful takes that hit, it'll. Wick's face turned pale with fright. Giovanni, on the other hand, appeared to be adopting a victory attitude, but in reality, he kept signaling to Stephen with his eyes. The move Double Edge was indeed immensely powerful, but it also came with equally significant drawbacks. The massive recoil damage was one factor, though, for Giovanni's Agron, whose ability was Rockhead, this wasn't an issue. The main problem was that Double Edge was an all-out headbutt that required charging straight forward with everything it had. Because of the reckless charge, the attack's trajectory was a completely straight line, making its accuracy relatively low. Giovanni believed that Stephen surely had a way to handle this move. So, what will you do? Giovanni thought to himself. Although the plan was to lose Stephen in this battle and act as a stepping stone, Giovanni also wanted to take this opportunity to see how much Stephen had grown. I think it's about time. Stephen suddenly spoke, catching everyone off guard. About time, what does that mean? As Agron, executing its double edge, charged closer and closer to Stufful. Suddenly, a brilliant blue and white holy light surged from within Stufful's body. That's evolution light. Her level was already high to begin with, Stephen said calmly, as everyone around stared in utter disbelief. When Stufful joined the team, she already had a remarkable level. All Stephen's training did was act as a key to unlock her potential. Within the evolution light, Stufful's body visibly expanded, and her posture shifted from walking on all fours to standing upright on two legs. Boom! Oh! Finally, a cry deeper and more robust than before echoed out. At that moment, the evolution light dissipated. Stufful had evolved into the final form, Beware. Meanwhile, Agron was already less than 2 meters away from Beware. Go, Beware! Stephen raised his hand slightly. Beware took a single step forward, swinging its right arm back. As Agron charged to within a meter of it, in that final instant, Beware swung its entire arm forward with a massive strike. The move was Arm Hammer. Boom crash. In the shocked gazes of everyone present, Beware's right arm slammed directly into Agron's face. The entire artificial island of Etha seemed to tremble violently from the sheer force of this collision between raw power and raw power. Finally, a deep crack emerged beneath the feet of the two tank-like Pokémon and began spreading outward. Who won? Everyone craned their necks, desperate to know the result of the battle. Agron, you. Giovanni frowned slightly. He had already noticed that the double edge used earlier by Agron was executed with full force. Agron forgot his instructions. Didn't they agree to only use 70% of its strength? If Agron knew what Giovanni was thinking, it would undoubtedly give him a confused, incredulous look. In this situation, I dare not to only use 70% of my strength. I'd probably be beaten to death. Grr. However, at that moment, the first sound to emerge was Agron's cry of pain. The pressure from the punch's wind force finally dissipated. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as something crashed to the ground. The steel beast collapsed face first onto the ground in pain. And in front of it stood an expressionless Beware. Boomo tilde. Beware turned around, walked over, and hugged Steven tightly, rubbing her face against him with all her might. Let go, let go, let go. Your strength has increased again. Feeling his bones being squeezed tighter and tighter, Steven hurriedly stopped Beware. After evolving, her strength had grown even greater, and she needed to relearn how to control it. Just as planned, but with a little surprise. Giovanni, whose face was hidden behind his high-collared coat, rarely showed a hint of shock. Although this was just a newly captured Pokémon, one not yet qualified to join his main team, it had been defeated despite being in full-strength mode. Impressive. Giovanni glanced sideways at Steven, who was twisting his arm, and the slightly aggrieved-looking Beware. Chapter 86, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 86. Boss, Lust. Proton and the others were dumbfounded. Even though they knew Aggron was just a newly captured Pokémon by Giovanni and still lacked maturity in many aspects, it was undeniably at the level of an Elite Four Pokémon. Yet it was defeated by that kid. No, the shocking thing wasn't just the kid, it was that Beware. There was no way Beware's overall level was higher than the boss's Aggron. Even someone like Petrol, who was a street thug dropout, would know that Aggron's evolution requirements far exceeded those of Beware. In the game data for reference, Stufful evolves into Beware at just level 27, while Aaron requires a hefty level 42 to evolve into Aggron. This alone was enough to indicate that a freshly evolved Beware couldn't possibly have a higher level than Aggron. In other words, Beware defeated Aggron while being at a lower level. The boss got defeated by someone at a lower level. Petrol's face was filled with disbelief. How could something like this happen? The next second, Petrol felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He immediately clutched his crotch, curling up on the ground like a silcoon, trembling all over. Nearby, Will smirked. Didn't your boss ever teach you not to let your guard down until the very last moment in a fight? As he spoke, he shook the right foot he had just used to kick Petrol in the groin. Ever since smashing Poacher Bish's jewels, he had developed a liking for this kind of move. On the other side, Karen also seized the opportunity. Her high heel slammed into Proton's stomach, causing him to vomit bile and collapse to his knees again. The tides have turned, Team Rocket Boss. Lusamine shot a grateful glance at Steven, then placed one hand on her hip and coldly addressed Giovanni, who was recalling his defeated Aggron into its piquet ball. HMPH tilde. However, faced with Lusamine's naivete, Giovanni couldn't help but chuckle. She was only a few years younger than him, yet so naive. What are you laughing at? Although Lusamine couldn't see Giovanni's expression, hearing his chuckle sent a strong sense of foreboding through her heart. President Lusamine, you should be thankful that it was me you encountered. If it had been another organization, with your level of naivete, you wouldn't even have a trace left of you by now. Giovanni's chuckle deepened. What are you saying? Enraged, Lusamine commanded her Milotic to attack. But the next moment, Lusamine was stunned to find that her feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, completely immobile. Ahi! Her Milotic let out a pained cry. It too was frozen in place, unable to move as though paralyzed. President, over there. At that moment, Wick noticed something and pointed behind Lusamine. Lusamine turned to look and saw a Dugtrio that had somehow emerged from the ground behind her. The pristine white tiles in a large area around the Dugtrio had turned into quicksand-like terrain. This quicksand firmly trapped the feet of everyone and every Pokémon in the area, making movement impossible. It was Dugtrio's arena trap ability. Glasses boy, if you don't want to. Giovanni began to wrap up the operation. Murkrow pursuit. However, before Giovanni could finish speaking to Steven, Karen suddenly kicked the collapsed Proton aside and released another of her Pokémon, launching an attack on Giovanni, who had just recalled Aggron. Yet Giovanni remained completely unfazed. Boom! A piquet ball on the inside of Giovanni's coat automatically opened. A bulky Pokémon leaped out. It was Giovanni's ace, Nidoqueen. Without even using a proper move, Nidoqueen simply reached out and grabbed the oncoming Murkrow by the neck with pinpoint accuracy. The The Murkrow let out a pained cry, sounding like a duck being strangled. Murkrow! Karen's face turned pale, but she didn't even have time to worry about her partner. Nidoqueen, still gripping Murkrow's neck with her right hand, took a step forward, placing her left hand on Karen's head. If Nidoqueen wanted to, she could crush this little girl's skull like an egg in the next second. So fast, she's on an entirely different level compared to that Aggron. Will was dumbfounded by Nidoqueen's smooth and decisive actions. He realized now that the man in black hadn't been going all out earlier. Feeling the warmth of Nidoqueen's massive hand on her head, Karen broke into a cold sweat, soaking her black dress in an instant. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she had come so close to death. Now then, will you listen to me properly this time? Giovanni spoke cheerfully. Let her go. Stephen spoke in a deep voice. I'll be your hostage. Stephen. Karen looked at Stephen in disbelief. Stephen raised his hand, signaling to Karen that it was okay. He recalled Beware into its Pokéball and adjusted it to its minimized state, ensuring the Pokémon could not come out on its own. Then, Stephen threw all 5 of his minimized Pokéballs away and slowly walked toward the Nidoqueen. Let her go, take me, as your hostage. Nidoqueen turned its head to look at its trainer. Even Giovanni looked a little stunned. This wasn't part of the plan. To be fair, Giovanni's original intention was to help Stephen win over Lusamine. But how did things suddenly shift to Karen? Well, given the current atmosphere, let's just go along with this kid's idea. Giovanni nodded. Seeing this, Nidoqueen released both Murkrow and Karen. The moment Stephen saw this, he pulled Karen toward him and immediately pushed her away to safety. Stephen. When Karen saw Nidoqueen's hand gripping Stephen's head, her eyes, hidden behind her sunglasses, couldn't stop shedding tears. Stay back. Stephen kept waving his hand, signaling Karen to retreat further. Such courage and loyalty. Wick murmured in admiration. Lusamine also nodded in agreement. Though she was in a precarious situation and didn't know if she would survive, she had to admit that the young man named Stephen was truly remarkable. If we manage to survive, I should introduce Lily to him sometime, she thought. What do you want? Stephen turned his gaze toward Giovanni. Don't rush, we have plenty of time, we can talk slowly. Giovanni walked to the center of the ruined villa, picking up Stephen's laptop, which was barely functional. Sir, this is the research data for the move machine, Faba said nervously as he handed the USB drive Stephen had brought to Giovanni. Stephen silently watched this unfold. Suddenly, he recalled the events of the future Team Rainbow Rocket incident. It was because of Faba being a traitor that Giovanni was able to invade Etha Paradise so easily. Although, even without Faba's betrayal, Stephen figured that Etha Paradise wouldn't have stood a chance against Team Rainbow Rocket's strength anyway. Still, regardless, Faba was a despicable turncoat. Unbelievable, starting his traitorous antics this many years in advance. Stephen criticized internally. However, in the eyes of the others, even with Nidoqueen's hand gripping his head, Stephen remained calm and composed, as if nothing could faze him. So cool. Hiding in a corner behind the others, future Pokémon's self-proclaimed #1 edgy teen, Gladion, whispered in awe while trembling alongside his sister. This heroic image left an indelible mark on the heart of young Lily, who was still of kindergarten age. Chapter 87, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 87. With a felt hat pressed low over his head and a high collar covering the upper and lower halves of his face respectively, Giovanni sat down on a chair Proton had somehow procured. He inserted the USB drive Stephen had brought into his laptop and began carefully reading its contents. This is amazing, truly amazing. This time, Giovanni wasn't deliberately acting. His praise came sincerely from the heart. He had already heard about the TM from Stephen before, but he hadn't expected Stephen to create such a thing. In terms of practical value, perhaps only Pokéballs could barely surpass it. Any company that possessed this technology could instantly rise to the level of industry giants like Sylph Co. or Macrocosmos. Did you invent this? Giovanni turned his gaze to Stephen. So what if I did? Stephen replied curtly, his tone unfriendly. Watch your tone, do you know who you're speaking to? This is the boss of Team Rocket. Petrel, ever loyal to Team Rocket, immediately scolded Stephen while simultaneously showering Giovanni with praise. Enough, Giovanni said in a low voice, cutting off Petrel. Petrel flinched, clearly startled but too afraid to say anything further. He retreated awkwardly. Giovanni crossed one leg over the other and began to speak calmly. My original plan was to take over the Etha Foundation and turn it into a proxy for Team Rocket's operations in the Alola region. To that end, anyone aware of Team Rocket's involvement in this mission was to be executed on the spot. At these words, the surrounding Team Rocket members' expressions grew grim. If Giovanni gave the order, they would immediately release their Pokémon and tear apart any non-Team Rocket personnel present. Giovanni raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to calm down. Even though his face was obscured by his high collar and hat, a hint of amusement could be heard in his tone. But surprisingly, this trip has led to the discovery of a true treasure. Boy, become one of my subordinates. Giovanni extended a hand towards Stephen in an inviting gesture. This move instantly reminded Stephen of the catchphrase of a certain white-bearded pirate from his previous life. Become my son, equals. With a mind like yours, it would be a waste for you to die here. Why not join Team Rocket and shake the entire world under our banner? It had to be said that Giovanni's eloquence was quite persuasive. This was also one of the purposes of his plan, to take this opportunity to reveal his identity to Stephen. What if I refuse? Stephen, don't. Before Giovanni could respond, Karen had already turned pale with fear. Oh, not afraid of death, are you? Impressive. Giovanni smiled faintly, his gaze shifting slightly. In the next moment, a Beedrill appeared like a ghost between Will and Karen, its two sharp stingers pointing directly at them. And you don't care about the lives of your companions either, do you? You bastard, Karen gritted her teeth so hard it was as if she might shatter them. Damn it, Will's face was filled with frustration. Let them go, and I'll join, Stephen said, taking a deep breath, his expression resolute as if prepared to bear everything alone. Stephen. Karen and Will looked both unwilling and ashamed. Sorry, this is all because of us. I enjoy talking to smart people like you, Giovanni said, the corners of his mouth curling up further beneath his high collar. He stood up from his chair. Come, boy, let's discuss your future work and compensation within Team Rocket. As he spoke, Giovanni gestured to the Beedrill with a flick of his finger. The Beedrill immediately withdrew its stingers. Giovanni then beckoned Stephen over, motioning for him to follow. Stephen, Karen called out worriedly as she saw Stephen walking toward Giovanni. Don't worry, they still need me, Stephen reassured her with a few words before walking alongside Giovanni. The two strolled toward the port of Etha Paradise. After confirming that there was no one else around, Giovanni removed the felt hat from his head and folded down his high collar, revealing his true face. Surprised to see my real identity, aren't you, Stephen Kun? Giovanni asked with a light chuckle. A little, but not much. Oh. Although, Uncle, you're pretty good at pretending, during our casual chats, you unintentionally showed dislike for the League. At that time, I guessed you might have done some shady things in secret, but I honestly didn't expect you to turn out to be the boss of Team Rocket. Stephen shrugged. Hee Tilda, I think it's about time I told you my true identity. Giovanni's smile deepened, and he half-jokingly said, This time, it's been quite a fruitful harvest, hasn't it? Ah, from today onward, the Etha Foundation will become Team Rocket's Alola branch. Even if the headquarters in Kanto is wiped out, the entire team can relocate to Alola. Plus, the profits from selling TM will all go to Team Rocket. We're going to make a fortune. Stephen nodded. In the game, Giovanni had already taken over the Etha Paradise and turned it into the temporary base for Team Rainbow Rocket. And the traitor was also Faba. In a way, this is like a scene from the future, playing out ahead of time. No, the harvest I'm talking about is from your perspective. Me. Stephen turned to look at him. Didn't you notice the way that gray-haired little girl was looking at you? Haha Tilda. Giovanni teased with a laugh. especially when you said you'd replace her as the hostage. Honestly, if she doesn't give you 8 kids in the future, I'd find it strange. Karen was scared to death by your Nidoqueen at the time. You didn't see that. Stephen replied irritably. That was probably the first time Karen personally experienced the feeling of death. If he hadn't switched her out from Nidoqueen's grip, the part of Karen sweating might not have been her face, but... Don't ask how Stephen knows. Giovanni smiled as usual. But plans really can't keep up with changes. Originally, I planned to use Lucamine as a hostage and then have you rescue her. That way, you'd gain Lucamine's favor. But unexpectedly, in practice, the one whose favor you gained turned out to be that little girl. Hearing this, Stephen couldn't help but laugh. Improving his relationship with Karen. Of course, he was happy about that. After all, let alone the future, even at present, Karen was already a genuine little beauty. Although Stephen wouldn't stoop so low as to make a move on the current Karen, strengthening their relationship was a good thing. Why not? It's not like he was one of those guys who'd say, loving her isn't about possessing her. It's about finding a way to make her happy. That's cringe. What's your next plan, Uncle? Stephen changed the topic. I plan to start a company specifically to sell the TM you created. That way, we can solve Team Rocket's funding issues. Originally, Giovanni had considered hiding the TMs and using them exclusively for Team Rocket members to enhance the team's overall strength. But he quickly realized that, while TMs were incredibly effective, they ultimately just saved training time and helped Pokémon learn powerful moves faster. For example, if Zaro from the East Blue era replaced his 2 ordinary swords with Supreme Grade swords, would he instantly be able to beat Mihawk? Learning powerful moves was certainly important, but for a Pokémon's overall strength, it was just icing on the cake. To truly become strong, one still needed to train step by step. So Giovanni figured that selling TMs for money was more cost-effective. Sure, what's the company going to be called? Rocket Corp? Stephen asked casually. Giovanni stroked his chin. I'm thinking of calling it Steven Silver Corp or SS Corp for short. What do you think, Stephen Kun? Stephen. SS Corp. Isn't that just taking one character each from my name and your son Silver's name and combining them? Chapter 88, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 88. For me, let's call it Rainbow Corp. Stephen felt that the name SS Corp wasn't great, so he simply helped Giovanni come up with another one. Since Giovanni was destined to establish Team Rainbow Rocket in Alola in the future, why not just call it Rainbow Corp now? I'll think about it. Surprisingly, Giovanni didn't immediately agree to Stephen's suggestion. He still thought SS Corp sounded better. All right, let's head back. You're not covering your face anymore, Uncle. Stephen noticed that Giovanni wasn't wearing a hat to cover his face and curiously asked. Now that you've joined Team Rocket, your 2 companions naturally can't be left behind either. Giovanni smiled. After all, he had long since noticed that Will had great potential. Based on his earlier performance, reaching the level of an Elite 4 member in the future was practically guaranteed. And as for Karen, the daughter of President Ritsuki, her potential was even greater. She had a real chance to become a champion. Giovanni felt it was necessary to take this opportunity to recruit the 2 of them into Team Rocket as well. Revealing his true face to them was also a way of showing sincerity. Giovanni wasn't worried about Karen or Will exposing this secret. Leaving aside the fact that Stephen was with them, they themselves were still fugitives, even though they were wearing masks. Just as Stephen predicted, when Giovanni returned with his true appearance, the entire room was stunned. Among them, Will jumped back in shock, landing on his backside and pointing at Giovanni while stammering. Uncle Giovanni, you. Giovanni smiled and said, No need to be so surprised, Will Ken. The reason I invested in both Stephen Kun and you back then was for this very moment. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised myself. I originally planned to wait until after this operation in Alola to go to Johto and reveal my identity to you. I was going to bring you 2 to Kanto as well. But meeting here works just as well, doesn't it? From now on, you and this young lady will continue to follow Stephen Kun and contribute to Team Rocket. The shock on Karen's face was no less than Will's. She had heard from Will that Stephen's research funding, as well as the three of their living expenses and activity funds, were all provided by Giovanni. Will even suspected that Stephen might be Giovanni's illegitimate child. Karen wasn't as gossipy as Will, though. She simply thought that Giovanni must appreciate Stephen's abilities and had decided to sponsor him. However, she never expected that the Viridian gym leader, renowned as the strongest in the league, would turn out to be the leader of Team Rocket. "Did you use Stephen?" Karen shouted coldly. "Don't use such harsh words, Miss Karen," Giovanni chuckled. "Without me, where would Stephen Kun have gotten the funding? How could he have created so many groundbreaking inventions? You should be thanking me for discovering his talent." "But you just tried to kill him." Karen pointed at Giovanni's Nidoqueen, still furious. "Karen, that's enough," Stephen said as he grabbed Karen's hand. "He's right. Without his funding, I wouldn't have been able to create those things, nor would I have been able to take you out of there." Karen, who had been burning with anger, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Her eyes turned a little red, and she pretended to scold in frustration. "You can't be so soft-hearted. Otherwise, you'll suffer big losses, understand?" Hearing this, not just the others, but even Will and Giovanni couldn't help but be taken aback. Since they'd known Stephen, while he hadn't done anything truly heinous, the word soft-hearted had never been associated with him. Giovanni then announced in front of everyone, "From this moment on, Stephen is the head of Team Rocket's Alola branch, as well as the president of the Etha Foundation. Understood?" "Yes, sir." All the Team Rocket members, including Petrol and Proton, responded in unison. As team leaders, Petrol and Proton were naturally dissatisfied with a newcomer like Stephen being granted such high authority so quickly. However, even someone like Petrol, who came from a delinquent background and struggled academically, knew the significance of TM. There was no way he could ever achieve such a monumental contribution to Team Rocket in his lifetime. So what could they do? Keep their mouths shut. "Wait, Sir Giovanni, this isn't what we agreed on." Faba was dumbfounded. Wasn't the deal that after Team Rocket took over the Etha Foundation, he would become the president? What would he be now? Still just the admin. Ahem. Sakaki glanced sideways at Faba. "Did any of you promise him something?" Proton quickly stepped forward and said, "Apologies, boss. I promised him that if he helped us take over the Etha Foundation, he could manage it." Giovanni's expression darkened. "Why haven't I heard of this arrangement?" Proton lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "My apologies, boss. I am willing to accept punishment." "You're demoted to an ordinary team member. Start from the bottom." Stephen, silently watching this scene unfold, felt as though it reminded him of his past life, one filled with toil and servitude. Proton, in this situation, was clearly just being made to take the fall for the boss. Of course, barring any surprises, it wouldn't be long before he reclaimed his position as captain. This public reprimand was nothing more than Giovanni finding a way to save face. As for Faba, being the seasoned corporate veteran that he was, he naturally understood this. At this moment, all he could do was swallow his frustration, lest he risk losing even his current position. "Mr. Giovanni, there's something I'd like to see. I hope the fly, oh no, I mean Faba, can show me the way," Stephen suddenly spoke up. "Haha, Stephen Kun, don't be angry. I didn't mean to keep it from you. Just call me uncle, all right. Mr. Faba, kindly lead the way." Under Giovanni's orders, Faba reluctantly walked up to Stephen. "What are your orders, President?" When he said the word president, you could hear the gritted teeth in Faba's voice. "Damn it, that position should have been mine." "Type null." Stephen couldn't be bothered to waste words and got straight to the point. Faba's face darkened immediately. How does this brat know about type null? "Hurry up," Stephen pressed, seeing Faba frozen in place. Faba glanced at Lusamine, who had been restrained, and thought to himself that she likely wouldn't survive the day anyway. If this matter got exposed, it wouldn't make much difference. With that thought, he felt a bit more at ease, gestured for Stephen to follow, and led the way to the research department on basement level 2. Karen and Will joined Stephen in the elevator. Stephen, what are we going to do from now on?" Will asked, his baby-fat cheeks scrunching up in worry. "What will we do? We'll do what we have to do," Stephen replied with a question of his own. Weren't we already fugitives to begin with? Faba nearly stumbled at those words. Fugitives? What does he mean by that? Don't worry, Stephen reassured his two anxious companions. All we have to do is keep getting stronger. Although the Pokémon world and the One Piece world were vastly different, they had one thing in common. The strong were respected above all. The prime examples of this were Lance and Price from the manga. Despite all the trouble they caused, the League still brought them back as champions and gym leaders. Why? Simply because they were too strong for their past actions to matter. The elevator reached basement level 2, and the four of them walked toward a confinement room. Relax, we're companions. I won't let anyone hurt my comrades, Stephen said as he turned to the other two before entering the room. Will scratched his head. Tilda, hearing you say something so cheesy feels kinda weird. Karen crossed her arms and turned her face to the side. Don't talk big too soon. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up protecting you instead. Soit. At that moment, the doors to the confinement room opened, and a Pokémon being held inside immediately straightened up, glaring at the intruders with eyes full of hostility. It was none other than the type, Null. Chapter 89, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 89. What is this? Seeing the Pokémon wearing a helmet that obscured its face, Will's eyes widened in shock. It was the first time he had encountered such a bizarrely structured Pokémon. Karen shared the same expression of astonishment. This creature's body structure was as if pieces of several different organisms had been stitched together. Its body resembled that of a mammal, yet its front claws were sharp talons like those of a raptor, and its tail looked like that of a fish. This is type Null, an artificial Pokémon developed by the Etha Foundation to combat Ultra Beasts. Although Lusamine had already been subdued, Faba still appeared a little uneasy. Roar. Just as Faba finished explaining, type, Null suddenly let out a roar from inside its cage, startling him. Well, it wasn't surprising. After all, type, Null had only recently been created and was forcibly fitted with a mask to seal its power by Faba. To make matters worse, it had been confined in this dark, gloomy basement all day. It was no wonder the creature held no goodwill toward its captors. Calm it down, Stephen ordered, signaling to Will with a glance. Will nodded, releasing his executor, which began to use hypnosis on type, Null through the cage. Under the mask, type, Null's eyelids grew heavier and heavier until its head drooped, and it slumped to the ground, fast asleep. Stephen casually tossed a luxury ball, capturing type, Null inside. Stephen, is this your new partner? Will asked curiously. No, it's just a research subject to help Umbreon break through her limit. The most suitable trainer for it will still be that edgy kid. He had no intention of adding type, Null, to his team, as its role overlapped with that of his Umbreon. After his research, he planned to hand it over to Gladion. Let go of my mother. When Stephen and his group returned to the first floor with Faba, they were greeted by the sight of Gladion being held aloft by his collar, struggling and shouting as Petrol restrained him. Not far away, Lily was clinging tightly to Lusamine, burying her face in her mother's chest, too scared to look up. Shut up, brat, Petrol barked, landing a heavy smack on the back of Gladion's head. You, Lusamine's face turned ashen with anger. However, feeling Lily trembling in her arms, she dared not act rashly, fearing she might provoke the rocket team further. Mr. Giovanni, I have completed the mission you entrusted to me, Faba said, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin as he approached Giovanni. Lusamine's eyes burned with fury. The Team Rocket was despicable enough, but Faba, the traitor, was even more deserving of death. Faba, noticing the anger in Lusamine's eyes, swallowed nervously before continuing to address Giovanni. Mr. Giovanni, now that Lusamine and her group have seen your true identity, keeping them alive may pose a risk. Besides, they no longer have any value to us. Mr. Faba, that's too much. Wick, usually mild-mannered, couldn't hold back anymore upon hearing Faba's words. This was essentially a death sentence for Lusamine. Excuse me, Mr. Giovanni, Wick stammered nervously, addressing Giovanni. The president is the most well-known philanthropist in the Alola region and is also an acquaintance of Professor Kukui. Without her as a cover, the Team Rocket's actions today will soon be exposed. You still need her. Though Wick didn't want to side with these criminals, her priority was to protect Lusamine and her family. To her credit, her argument made sense. While Alola wasn't yet part of the Pokémon League, the League wouldn't sit idly by if the Team Rocket was involved. If Lusamine, the highest authority of the Aether Foundation, were to disappear, suspicions would arise immediately. Even if Giovanni and Faba tried to emulate ancient conspirators by keeping her disappearance a secret, how long could they possibly hide it? That's an easy fix, Faba smirked as he pulled out a Piquet ball and released a Pokémon. It was a Ditto. In the blink of an eye, Ditto's body wobbled and transformed into a perfect replica of Lusamine, well, except for its signature beady Ditto eyes. Under Wick's incredulous gaze, Faba twirled his mustache. We prepared for this long beforehand. As for the president, the former president's duties, I can handle them. And if there's ever a need for Lusamine to make a public appearance, we'll just send this little guy instead. Stephen couldn't help but recall a plot from his previous life. In Alabasta, Crocodile had used a similar ploy, having a subordinate with transformation powers impersonate Cobra to deceive the populace. He never thought he'd see the same strategy play out in this world. Wick collapsed to her knees in despair. There was nothing more she could do. At that moment, Stephen noticed Lily, her face half hidden in Lusamine's embrace, glancing in his direction. The pale pink lips moved slightly, and Stephen read the little girl's words from her mouth. "Help us, Big Brother." In Lily's eyes, that Big Brother must have also been forced to join Team Rocket. Yet, for the sake of his companions, he was willing to risk his life and become a hostage. In Stephen, Lily saw a noble soul. At this moment, Lily could only place all her hopes on him. Sayonara Tilda, President Lusamine. At this point, Faba had already sent out his Alakazam, preparing to deliver the final blow to Lusamine. For the sake of my future, I can only sacrifice you. Lusamine closed her eyes in despair. And at this critical moment... Wait! Stephen suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Giovanni signaled to Nidoqueen with a glance. Nidoqueen intervened in a flash, firmly grabbing Alakazam's arm. Lusamine's eyes shot open, and everyone's attention turned to Stephen. "Uncle, this woman still has value." Stephen raised his hand and pointed at Lusamine. "Oh." Giovanni raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Go on." From now on, the Aether Foundation will become Team Rocket's Alola division and will establish Rainbow Rocket Corp here. But I don't have any experience managing an organization, let alone a company. As he spoke, Stephen turned his gaze toward Lusamine. And now, isn't there someone perfect for the job right here? Exactly. Before Giovanni could respond, Wick, though not related by blood to Lusamine's family, but as close as one could get, nodded fervently. President Lusamine would be of great help. She's a legendary entrepreneur who won the Alola Influential Women's Award 9 years in a row and single-handedly developed the Aether Foundation into what it is today. As she said this, Wick cast a grateful look at Stephen. What a good young man. He must have said this for the sake of Lusamine and her family. Shut up. Faba hurriedly stopped her, exclaiming anxiously. Mr. Giovanni, I can handle this kind of thing. I've been working here for so many years. I know everything about how this place operates like the back of my hand. There's no need for anyone else. Faba knew very well. If Lusamine survived today, there was no way she would spare him. What do you think, Stephen? Giovanni turned his eyes to Stephen. How would I know? I'm not Jesus. Stephen made a joke in his mind, then calmly replied. Uncle, betrayal happens either 0 times or countless times. Faba's face turned deathly pale on the spot. Stephen's meaning was clear. He was pointing directly at Faba and saying, I don't trust this guy. Chapter 90, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 90. This does make some sense. Petrol, who was holding Gladion like a chick in his left hand, stroked the small mustache on his chin and nodded in agreement with Stephen's words. Indeed, if Fabra could betray his former boss, Lusamine, today for the sake of power and status, then tomorrow, he might just as easily betray Team Rocket for a stronger faction offering higher rewards. In any organization or world, the term traitor is universally despised. "Boss, should we take this guy out?" Proton, the future most ruthless of Team Rocket's 4 executives, suggested coldly. Faba was completely dumbfounded. What? How did the situation turn out like this? Wasn't he the one who had just helped Team Rocket secure the Etha Foundation, a great achievement? How did things suddenly escalate to them wanting to kill him? "Don't talk nonsense." Luckily, Giovanni's response made Faba breathe a sigh of relief. "Dr. Faba is a key contributor to our success in taking over Etha Paradise. Such talk is forbidden." "Understood." Seeing their boss lay down the law, Proton had no choice but to back down reluctantly. After a moment of thought, Giovanni finally made his decision. "Since you, Steven, don't trust Dr. Faba, we'll transfer him to Kanto. Lucamine will be left for you to manage." Hearing Giovanni's decision, Petrol released Gladion. "Mother Lily." The future edgelord teen sprinted forward and embraced his mother and sister in a heartfelt reunion. It was a picture of familial harmony. It seemed that, at least for now, this family's relationship hadn't fractured as it did during Ash's era. Wick let out a long sigh of relief. No matter what, their lives had been spared. The 3 members of Lucamine's family looked at Steven with gratitude. If it hadn't been for Steven stepping in, they might. Meanwhile, Faba's feelings were a tangled mess. Leaving Alola for Kanto. Wouldn't that mean losing his original foundation of power? But staying in Alola would mean enduring Lucamine's endless attempts at revenge. Following Giovanni back to Kanto was undoubtedly his only choice. Yet, thinking about it further, Faba felt even more conflicted. Compared to his time as the deputy chief of Etha Foundation, this new position didn't seem to offer much improvement in terms of treatment. "It's settled then. Steven, you'll take charge of everything in the Alola division. Also, replace all current Etha Foundation employees who are aware of our presence with Team Rocket personnel." Giovanni issued his final orders. Lucamine bit her lip tightly. She understood perfectly well that Giovanni's actions were meant to monitor her family and Steven. But in such a desperate situation, keeping her family alive was already a blessing amidst misfortune. She dared not hope for more. "Everyone, prepare for retreat." Proton waved his hand and ordered the subordinates to prepare for their return to Kanto. This naturally included Faba, who had just been recruited by Giovanni. "Uncle, do you trust that guy?" Steven glanced at Faba's retreating figure and asked Giovanni. "Of course not." Giovanni was a competent leader, but not a foolish one. He didn't mind employees changing allegiances, but Faba's actions had far exceeded the limits of job hopping. "But the guy just made a significant contribution. Both emotionally and logically, I can't kill him right now. Otherwise, it would harm team unity." Giovanni's reasoning was sound. No matter how much Faba betrayed Lucamine, he was indisputably a major contributor to Team Rocket at the moment. Giovanni didn't have a legitimate reason to get rid of him right away. "Keep him under surveillance?" Steven guessed. "Yes, 24/7 monitoring," Giovanni said, narrowing his eyes. "Even when he's in the bathroom dealing with himself, I'll have someone watching him." That treatment might be worse than staying with Lucamine." "Do you want to kill him? I could assign him a suicide mission in the future or find another way," Giovanni offered. "No need, he didn't betray me or my companions." For now, Steven's feelings toward Faba were just disliked, not enough to warrant killing him. It's like how Steven always says he regrets not killing Momonosuke in his past life, but most of the time, it's just talk. After all, Nami and Robin, whom Momonosuke took advantage of, aren't Steven's women. Even Luffy and the women themselves don't mind, so Steven can't be bothered to meddle in someone else's business. But if Momonosuke dared to lay a hand on someone like Karen, at the very least, Steven would turn him into a human swine. Steven's attitude toward Faba is the same. This guy isn't anything good either, but as long as he doesn't mess with Steven directly, Steven won't bother with him. The people Faba betrayed are Lucamine's, not his, and Lusamine doesn't have any special relationship with him, at least not at the moment. Giovanni pinched his chin, his gaze shifting back and forth between Stephen and Lusamine, who was holding her children. That Faba still seems to have some value left. 2 hours later. The sound of a large transport plane's propellers echoed over the Etha Foundation's artificial island. It was a massive transport plane carrying a large group of Team Rocket members led by Giovanni himself. As the transport plane flew farther and farther away, eventually disappearing beyond the horizon, Lusamine and her family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Giovanni left behind dozens of Team Rocket operatives and a captain-level member, Petrol, as his eyes on the island, at least for now, Lusamine's family was completely safe. The pressure that had been building up in Lily's heart finally erupted at this moment. Wada. Lusamine pulled her youngest daughter into her arms, one hand holding her close and the other stroking Lily's hair, which was the same color as hers. Don't cry, Mommy's here. Mommy will protect you. Stephen glanced at this tender mother-daughter moment and then waved his hand, shouting at the remaining Team Rocket operatives Giovanni left behind. Everyone, take your positions. From now on, you're employees of the Etha Foundation. Go change your clothes and get to work. After giving these instructions, he pointed at Wick and added, on the surface, Lusamine will continue to serve as the president of the Etha Foundation, while Miss Wick will become the new deputy head. If you don't understand something, ask her. Understood. Few people responded to Stephen's words. After all, to these Team Rocket operatives, being led by a 12-year-old kid was hard to accept, even if he was strong. Petrol, too, stroked his little mustache and pretended not to hear. He wanted to see how this kid would handle the situation, and to be honest, Petrol wasn't too keen on taking orders from a kid like Stephen either. It was the classic workplace dynamic of senior employees bullying the newcomers. 2 seconds passed, and still, no one responded. Suddenly, Petrol felt a sharp pain in his back, letting out an ah, before falling face-first to the ground, eating dirt. Behind him stood Karen, her foot raised. Are you all mute? Karen asked coldly. Will froze for a moment, but the next second, he ran to the nearest Team Rocket operative and kicked the guy's knee, making him howl in pain. Why the knee? Because Will's legs were short. Karen and Will's actions were like lighting a fuse. In an instant, the Pokémon of the trio jumped out of their piquet balls. Beware was riding on top of an Arbok, alternating left and right hooks, leaving the serpent's face covered in blood. Maria and Rose latched onto a Team Rocket grunt's pants legs, while Maria spewed flamethrower. Umbreon grabbed a Firo by the back of its neck with its left paw, while its right paw clenched into a fist to deliver 2 punches straight to the bird's head. Damn Team Rocket, you're all dead. Will, who hadn't fought anyone in nearly a year since Bish's, went wild, kicking a Team Rocket grunt in a very sensitive area for all he was worth. Lusamine, Lily, and Wick were utterly dumbfounded. As for a certain edgy boy, die. Gladion ran over to Karen and started kicking Petrol's behind repeatedly. It was obvious he hadn't forgotten the slap Petrol had given him earlier. Chapter 91, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 91. All right, now we can properly talk about work. As the chaos gradually subsided, Stephen clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back to himself. At this moment, among the dozens of Team Rocket members left behind by Giovanni, led by Petrol, not a single one still had an intact expression. Looking at several subordinates being carried to the medical room with their crotches scorched black, and others beaten to a pulp, Petrol secretly felt fortunate that he had the wits to cover his little brother during the beating. Everyone put on the Etha Foundation uniforms. From now on, the Etha Foundation and Team Rocket are the same. Stephen spoke again. This time, no one dared to question Stephen's authority. Even Petrol obediently accepted a white Etha Foundation uniform. However, despite the uniform, it could not hide the vibe of a wannabe tough guy radiating from him. You don't need to change. Once the company is established, you'll be heading back. Stephen turned to Petrol and said, the reason Giovanni left Petrol here was mostly for appearances. Or, rather, it was a reminder to Lusamine, don't get any funny ideas, my people are watching you. but Stephen felt it was unnecessary. Lusamine, who had not yet completely darkened and still had the Achilles heels of Gladion and Lily, was unlikely to have the courage. Got it, Boss Tilda. Petrel rolled his eyes, pulled off the uncomfortable white uniform, and threw it aside. Damn it, why wasn't Proton the one left behind? Now I had to take a beating for nothing. President Lusamine, I'd like to discuss the future of the Etha Foundation with you. Stephen walked up to Lusamine. Don't call me that, I'm no longer the president. Lusamine's pale complexion, paired with her stunningly beautiful face, gave her an otherworldly, fragile beauty. Though her life had been spared, seeing Petrel and the Team Rocket members now wearing her company's uniforms, Lusamine knew that, for a long time to come, her entire family would live in fear under Team Rocket's watchful eyes. This left her with no sense of relief for having survived. And this was precisely why Giovanni had left Petrel behind. No, the president of the Etha Foundation will always be you. And soon, you will also become the president of Rainbow Corp. Rainbow Corp. Lusamine blinked in surprise upon hearing the name. What is Giovanni planning now? Let's talk in my room, Lusamine sighed deeply. Mother. Lily called out to her mother in worry. I'm fine. Lusamine forced herself to appear calm and gently patted Lily's head. Behind her, Karen stepped forward, placing her hands on Lily's shoulders, crouching down to comfort the doll-like, delicate girl. After arriving in Lusamine's all-white room, Stephen glanced at the family photo on her vanity table. Lusamine then raised her hand, gesturing for Stephen to take a seat. Stephen Kun, you don't mind if I call you that, do you? Lusamine tried to establish some familiarity, though, in truth, her feelings toward Stephen had grown more positive. In Lusamine's eyes, if not for Stephen's intervention, it would have been nearly impossible for her family to survive. And since both of them had been forced into Team Rocket's fold, they were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. This gave her a certain level of trust in Stephen. Of course, I'd be honored. Stephen's response reassured Lusamine somewhat, but as she thought of Team Rocket's reputation and the power Giovanni had displayed, the elegant woman subconsciously clenched the hem of her white dress and pressed her lips tightly together. Stephen Kun, tell me, what should we do next? First, let's send Lily and Gladion away from the Etha Foundation. The Pokémon school run by Professor Samson Oak, cousin of Professor Oak, would be a good choice. Stephen's first suggestion struck a chord with Lusamine. Right now, what she worried about the most was her two children. Samson Oak was the cousin of the renowned Professor Samuel Oak, and Professor QQE from Alola also worked at this school. It was indeed a good place to go. I'd recommend the Naranja Academy in Paldea more. The teaching resources there are richer, and Lily and Gladion could receive better protection. That's true, but would Mr. Giovanni agree? At this moment, Lusamine had completely lost the confident poise of a woman who had won the Alola Woman of the Year award for 9 consecutive years. She now appeared like a helpless woman in panic after facing a disaster. Whatever Stephen said, she just nodded along. President. Stephen Kun, we're all in the same boat now. Don't call me president anymore. If you don't mind, just call me Auntie. All right, Auntie. I don't think you need to worry about this issue. To be honest, what Giovanni values most is my technology. As long as I remain under his control and Lily and Gladion can keep their mouths shut, he won't interfere much in the lives of these two children. Hearing Stephen call her Auntie, a glimmer of light returned to Lusamine's lifeless eyes. After hearing the latter part of Stephen's explanation, her expression reflected both relief for her children and sympathy for Stephen. Poor boy, he would likely have to spend a long time under Giovanni's watchful eye in the future. Stephen, unaware of what Lusamine was thinking, continued. Auntie, I'd like to talk with you about the Rainbow Corp. At 8 p.m. that evening, the Etha Foundation's official website updated with an announcement. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the Etha Foundation's chief scientist, Dr. Stephen, a groundbreaking product called the Move Machine, or TM, has been successfully developed. Additionally, President Lusamine will officially establish the Rainbow Corp on Alola's Ulayala Island next month to market the TM. President Lusamine will serve as the company's president, and all rights to the product will be overseen by its research director, Dr. Steven. Initially, only the locals of Alola noticed this news. When they saw Steven's photo in the announcement, many Alolans paused in surprise. Isn't that the boy who confessed to Lusamine at the awards ceremony the other day? How did he suddenly become the research scientist? Shortly afterward, the ETHA Foundation released a promotional video online, a video introducing the TM. Curious, Alolan residents clicked on the video, wanting to see what it was about. The video began with an Eevee appearing on screen, hopping playfully to Steven, who was wearing a lab coat. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the ETHA Foundation. My name is Steven." As he spoke, Steven gestured to the Eevee at his feet. The Eevee jumped up and began using moves like Tackle and Swift, low-power skills. Steven, smiling, addressed the camera. As we all know, Pokémon can use a variety of moves, which represent their power. Some people use this power for daily life, while others use it for battles. Imitating Professor Oak, Steven spoke as he walked with Eevee into the Pokémon conservation area of the ETHA Foundation. In the background, various types of Pokémon appeared. Facing the camera again, Steven continued. "Based on this, I've created a tool called the Move Machine." As he spoke, Steven took a palm-sized, bright red disc out of the pocket of his lab coat. This immediately piqued the curiosity of Alolan viewers watching the video. Trainers familiar with raising Pokémon know that there are generally 3 ways for Pokémon to learn new moves. The most common way, through leveling up and self-discovery. By inheriting moves from their parents. By learning from other Pokémon. Excluding the second method, the other 2 often require significant time and effort. But the Move Machine can greatly reduce this time. After finishing his explanation, Steven placed the disc on the forehead of a Slowpoke. Within 2 seconds, the glowing red energy from the disc was absorbed into Slowpoke's body. "Slowpoke, show everyone your new power," Steven said with a smile. Slowpoke. Slowpoke, moving as if in slow motion, took 5 full seconds to open its mouth. Then, whoosh! A blazing pillar of fire erupted from the depths of Slowpoke's mouth, lighting up the sky above the conservation area. At that moment, every Alolan viewer watching the video was stunned. Then, they scrambled to hit the share button, reposting the video across various websites and forums in different regions. Chapter 92, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 92. Credits, God of Destruction 2.4. A Water-type Slowbro learned the Fire-type move Flamethrower. And it was after touching that strange disc-like object, wasn't it? After watching the video, all the viewers were completely stunned. Immediately following this, the Alolan viewers, being the first to witness it, frantically shared the video across major websites, forums, and even chat groups. When viewers from Kanto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh saw the video and left comments like, "Huh," the Alalans couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of pride. After all, the reality was that Alola didn't have much else to offer aside from its reputation as a tourist destination. Unlike Kalos, which, although relatively weak, was at least a member of the Pokémon League, even if the current Kalos champion, Diantha, was only at the level of an Elite Four member at her peak. But no matter what, Kalos still had a seat at the table. Meanwhile, Alola didn't even qualify to join the league. Yet now, Alola had produced a genius capable of reshaping the course of history. This made the Alalans feel an inexplicable sense of hope in Steven, as though he had become Alola's pride. My goodness, a Water-type Slowbro can learn a Fire-type move. I'm shocked. Isn't the key here that TM, technical machine? The video mentioned that it lets Pokémon instantly learn certain moves. Oh my god, imagine how much training time this could save in the future. As someone who's participated in the Evergrande Conference, I can tell you for a fact that teaching non-stab, same-type attack bonus, moves to Pokémon is incredibly difficult. Last time, I tried teaching my Combusken Thunder Punch to counter Juan Sutopoli's gym, but it couldn't learn it even after half a month of training. This is going to revolutionize everything. By the way, that kid looks about 12 years old, right? Did he invent this, or did he steal someone else's research? Steele, what do you think this is, writing a thesis? Even Professor Oak left a comment in the thread. This is the greatest invention of our time. Many prominent figures in the Pokémon academic community, such as Professor Birch from Hone and Professor Juniper from Unova, also left comments expressing their admiration for Steven as an up-and-coming talent. After all, while prodigies in competitive battling appeared every year, true geniuses in academia were rare. As for Professor Kukui, Alola's own Pokémon professor, he spared no effort in praising Steven during interviews. He even claimed that from the moment he first met Steven, he knew this kid was destined for greatness. If it can learn a fire-type move, my Slowbro won't have to fear grass types anymore. In Aetha Paradise, Will fondly patted the big head of his Slowbro. That's right, the Slowbro from the promotional video earlier was his. And as for the Eevee, it was Gladian's starter Pokémon. So this is a Zorua. Karen was curiously observing another one of Gladian's Pokémon, a Zorua. It was a Pokémon she wanted, one she had to have. However, Karen wasn't shameless enough to ask a 5- or 6-year-old child to give up his Pokémon. Especially since this Zorua seemed to be one left to Gladian by his father, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. Is this Zorua old enough to breed? Karen suddenly thought of another approach. If she couldn't get you, then she'd find a way to get your offspring. Gladian blinked, completely caught off guard by the question. It was a bit beyond his understanding. Meanwhile, Steven had already begun researching type null. Lusamine and Lily, the famous mother-daughter duo, were curiously examining this artificial Pokémon. Type null, that bastard Faba tricked me again. Lusamine's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Not long ago, Faba had reported to her that the type null project had completely failed. And now, the living type null was standing right in front of her. It was obvious Faba had lied to her. If it weren't for her fear of Giovanni, Lusamine would have wanted to crush that fly into dust right then and there. Don't move. Steven was helping type null remove the mask, or rather, the sealing device on its face. The relationship between type null and Silvally was less like an evolution and more akin to the relationship between armored Mutewo and regular Mutewo. Finally, the mask was successfully removed and fell to the ground with a loud clang. Roar. Freed from its restraints, type null revealed its true form. Perhaps due to excitement or simple unfamiliarity, the Pokémon began roaring and shaking its head wildly. Thud. Nearby, Beware grabbed type null as easily as if it were a baby chick, holding it tightly in its arms. Donna Tilda. Type null immediately calmed down significantly. Don't be afraid, the people who have hurt you are no longer here. Steven placed one hand on type null's back. At Steven's signal, Beware released its grip on the Pokémon, showing no attachment or reluctance. It wasn't comfortable to hold anyway. Its appearance is unexpected. Will walked over, curious to observe. A raptor-like head and front claws, beast-like hind legs, and a fish-like tail. No one knew how to describe this Pokémon's form. It looks this way so it can adapt to as many conditions as possible, Steven explained, placing his hand on the now calm type null's head. There, on the side of its head, was a slot similar to where you'd insert a disc in a VCD player. And that was exactly its purpose. This slot could hold memory disks to change its attributes. For now, I'll research the secrets of type null's body. After that, Gladian, it'll be your Pokémon. Steven turned to look at the edgy young boy, with one eye covered by his bangs. This is okay, Dr. Steven. You're the one who saved it, Gladian said, his disbelief evident. Steven chuckled lightly. If it joins my team, its role would overlap with my Umbreon. Besides, you and Lily will soon head to Paldea. Although that region is safer, having such a strong and gentle partner with you will better protect Lily, don't you think? Yes, thank you. I'll treasure it, I promise. Gladian nodded fiercely, a mixture of nervousness and excitement flashing across his face. This was a responsibility given to him by his savior. Mother, does this mean we won't be able to stay together anymore? Lily looked at Lusamine with tearful eyes. Don't cry, Lily. You won't look pretty if you cry. Lusamine hugged her daughter tightly. Although reluctant, she understood in her heart that this was the best solution. "Big brother Steven, please take care of my mother." After stepping out of Lucamine's embrace, Lily walked over to Steven and bowed deeply from the heart. Among all the female leads across the Pokémon series, Lily, though not much of a fighter, was arguably the most mature in terms of personality. Lily deeply understood that leaving Alola with her brother was the best way to help her mother find peace of mind. And her mother's safety would now rest in Steven's hands. Chapter 93, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 93. A month later, on Ulayula Island in the Alola region, at Tapu Village. Today, the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Rainbow Corporation is being held here. Why was this location chosen? Mainly because Steven, as a transmigrator, knows that in the future, the Alola League will be established at the summit of Mount Lanakila, located behind this village. As the future #1 company in Alola, it makes sense to set up shop together with the Alola League, doesn't it? The establishment of Rainbow Corporation has the local Alolan residents incredibly excited. As one of the few major regions that hasn't joined the Pokémon League, Alola has long been at the bottom of the chain among the regions. Now, with a genius who has shaken the entire Pokémon world emerging from their ranks, how could they not be ecstatic? As for the online speculation that Steven is actually from the Johto region, well, they've chosen to selectively ignore that. At Melee City Airport on Ulayula Island, Charles Goodshow, the president of the Pokémon League, and Lorelei, one of the Kanto Elite Four, stepped off a private plane one after the other. "Alola Tilda, President, your visit truly brings glory to our humble region." Professor Kukui hurried forward to greet them. "Haha, Tilda, I've actually wanted to visit for a long time, but I just couldn't find the time," Goodshow said with a warm smile, stroking his beard. Behind him, Burnett, Kukui's girlfriend, rolled her eyes wildly, thinking to herself that this president sure knows how to say one thing and do another. After all, Kukui used to constantly visit the Indigo League headquarters, pleading with them to allow Alola to establish its own Pokémon League. However, due to Alola's lack of overall strength and the frequent disturbances caused by Ultra Beasts, the headquarters had consistently refused. Last year, the headquarters, fed up with Kukui's repeated requests, even sent Lance to say, "If you want to join the league so badly, prove your strength first." As expected, Kukui was no match for Lance and was utterly defeated. The matter of Alola applying to join the league naturally came to nothing. And now, with Alola's development of TM, technical machines, the league is suddenly eager to come running. Of course, Burnett only thinks these things to herself. She wouldn't dare say them out loud. After leaving the airport, on the road from Melee City to Tapu Village, both Goodshow and Lorelei, who was serving as his bodyguard for this trip, were stunned. The road from Melee City to Tapu Village was lined with a dense crowd of people. Most were holding posters and banners supporting Lucamine, while some were holding ones for Steven. They jumped and cheered, shouting their names. "President Lucamine, President Lucamine, President Lucamine. Dr. Steven, Dr. Steven, Dr. Steven." Driving the car, Kukui was beaming with pride as he said with a smile, "President Lucamine has always been a celebrity in Alola. After news of the TMs got out, Dr. Steven has become a big star as well. The two of them are now treasures of Alola. I believe President Lucamine is perfect for the role of the future Alola League president. And as for Dr. Steven, he's not just a genius in research, he's also incredibly strong in Pokémon battles. I think he's a great fit to be the first champion of the Alola League. His two companions could even serve as Elite Four members." Kukui's mouth was like a machine gun, rattling on nonstop. He couldn't help it. His lifelong dream of seeing Alola rise was finally on the horizon. How could he not be excited? In Kukui's vision, Lucamine would serve as the president of the Alola League, Steven as its champion, and his two companions, Will and Karen, as the Elite Four. Then, they just need to train 2 more Elite Four members to complete the lineup. Perfect. Oh, is that so? Hearing Kukui say that Steven was also skilled in Pokémon battles, Goodshow couldn't help but be surprised. He had watched Kukui's battle against Lance not long ago. Although Kukui was far from Lance's level, he had indeed reached the threshold of elite-level trainers. If he said Steven was strong, it was no exaggeration. "Mr. President, if you're thinking of taking him away, it won't be easy," Lorelei whispered. "Don't talk about this now," Goodshow also softly reminded her. Indeed, this time he had traveled all the way from Kanto to Alola, ostensibly to witness firsthand that game-breaking TM, technical machine, and the genius scientist who invented it. But in reality, his true purpose was to recruit this genius. After all, Steven's personal information had already been thoroughly leaked online. Naturally, Goodshow was well aware of it too. Steven was from Johto. If that was the case, wouldn't it make sense for him to return to Johto? Though Goodshow was usually a kind-hearted and generous person, he was still human. Such a genius, of course, he wanted it for his side. However, seeing how Professor Kukui treated Steven like a prized possession, Goodshow felt that if he voiced his intentions, Kukui might fight him to the death on the spot. As they arrived at the Rainbow Corporation building, the area was already packed with people. Any public figure with any fame in Alola had shown up. The Island Kahuna and all the captains of the Island Challenge, everyone was present. As Goodshow got out of the car, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. "Welcome, Mr. President." Lusamine, dressed in a grand outfit, stepped forward and extended her hand. "Congratulations, congratulations." Goodshow smiled warmly as he shook Lusamine's hand, but his eyes couldn't help but glance sneakily at Steven standing nearby, wearing black-framed glasses and exuding a studious vibe. Around them, Alola's reporters were furiously clicking their cameras, capturing this historic moment for Alola. This young man. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lusamine, Goodshow finally found an opportunity to speak with Steven. However, he had barely spoken 3 words when someone interrupted him. "Mr. President, you're here as well." A middle-aged man in an expensive tailored suit, whose figure was slightly out of shape, but exuded an air of nobility, approached and struck up a conversation. It was Rose, the chairman of the Galar League. Goodshow was startled, and his expression clearly said, "What are you doing here?" Rose wore a faint smile. "I suppose I'm here for the same reason as you, Mr. President." Goodshow wanted to bring Steven from Alola to Johto, but wasn't Rose also here to entice him to Galar? After all, as the most ambitious of the league chairmen, Rose made no secret of his desire to strengthen Galar and one day surpass the Indigo League. Just 10 minutes earlier, Rose had arrived with his secretary, Olana, and expressed to Steven that he was willing to leverage the full power of Macrocosmos to fund his research. He even told him that any other requests were up for negotiation. "So what do you think? Consider it, won't you, young Dr. Steven?" Rose turned to Steven and asked. "Sorry, Chairman Rose," Steven replied with a polite yet firm tone. "I'm getting along quite well with Aunt Lusamine and don't plan on switching sides." Like Giovanni, Rose was undoubtedly a model good boss. For example, to prevent Galar from potentially falling into an energy crisis 1,000 years in the future, Rose even released Eternatus. He had no intention of keeping it for himself, instead allowing Leon to capture it to solidify his position as the strongest trainer. You had to admit, the Pokémon world certainly produced its share of great bosses. Hearing Steven's words, Rose instinctively glanced at Lusamine, who was dressed stunningly beautifully. After blinking a few times, he pulled out a photo and said, "Young Dr. Steven, Galar has its fair share of beauties as well." The photo showed a tall and toned girl with a healthy tan, looking like a mermaid. She was about the same age as Steven. Chapter 94, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 94. Credits, Dam S. A rookie trainer from Hulbury, in the Galar region Nessa. She made her debut in this year's Galar All-Star Tournament and garnered quite a bit of attention. However, Chairman Rose wasn't particularly interested in this rookie trainer. The reason for Nessa's popularity wasn't her strength, but her beauty. Indeed, she was stunningly beautiful. Initially, Rose didn't think much of Nessa. But Olana pointed out that the current gym leader of Hulbury was nearing retirement, and Nessa could be groomed as a successor. At first, Rose was unwilling to agree. Rose himself was a trainer with elite 4-level strength and had an excellent eye for talent, being the one who discovered Leon. He reviewed Nessa's performance in the Galar All-Star Tournament from beginning to end and found nothing remarkable. However, Olana argued that Nessa's advantage wasn't about her strength, but about her ability to boost Galar's influence. Think about the youngest and most famous gym leader in the Unova region, Alessa. Is she famous because she's strong? No, it's because she's beautiful. Hearing this from his secretary, Rose had an epiphany. That's right, if Unova can play this game, why can't Galar? Thus, Rose decided to develop Nessa into an idol. To put it bluntly, she was to be a pretty face. As fate would have it, today this decision came in handy. So, what do you think, Dr. Stephen? She's gorgeous, isn't she? Want me to introduce you to her? Rose grinned as he spoke. In Rose's mind, the reason Stephen stayed in Alola was obviously because of Lusamine, right? After all, every man goes through that phase. And Rose had also heard about the confession incident Stephen caused last month. If you're not interested in her, I have others. Rose pulled out several more photos in quick succession. One was of a short-haired girl in a martial arts outfit with healthy, tanned skin, exuding a completely different vibe from Nessa. Another showed a ponytailed, expressionless young girl, no, a little girl, holding a yellow and black electric mouse. And then there was a woman with a voluptuous figure, holding several children, radiating a unique charm of maturity. This is Melanie, the gym leader of Circhester and the Galar region. She has kids too. What the heck? Will was stunned. Is this guy the chairman of the Galar League, and not some kind of pimp? The next second, as if remembering something, Will glanced at Karen, who was sitting in the corner wearing sunglasses. Even though her eyes were obscured by the sunglasses, Will could still feel the murderous aura emanating from her. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Taking advantage of the fact that Stephen was distracting everyone else, Will quickly moved closer to Karen, trying to calm her down. Chairman Goodshow knew Karen. If she showed up now, it would cause big trouble. Even Stephen was dumbfounded. Wait, why are you pointing out that Melanie has kids? Rose blinked. I thought you liked that sort of thing. After all, isn't Lusamine also a mother? Chairman, Melanie's husband isn't dead yet. Olana reminded him from the side. Huh, oh my bad, but didn't I hear he's close? The last time I visited their family, he could barely get out of bed. Rose tried to recall. Chairman Rose, can we end this conversation now? Before Karen could explode, Lusamine walked over with a dark expression. Do you all think I'm already dead or something? Poaching in front of me. It's one thing for Lusamine to already see Stephen as one of her own. She would never tolerate people from other regions trying to poach him. More importantly, Stephen is now the protective umbrella for her family of 3. Without him, Lusamine was certain that her family would have been wiped out by Giovanni's group that very night. President Lusamine, surely you can't stop Dr. Stephen from choosing a better option for himself, can you? Rose was still unwilling to give up. All right, it's about time for the press conference to begin. Let's drop this topic here. Goodshow coughed twice, cutting in. He suddenly felt that it might be a good thing for Stephen to stay in Alola. After all, Goodshow noticed that the guests present weren't just Rose, the chairman of the Galar League, but also Jita, the chairwoman of the Paldea League. These two were the biggest rebels within the Pokémon League, constantly scheming to strengthen their regions in hopes of one day replacing the Indigo League as the top authority. Goodshow thought to himself that rather than letting Stephen get poached by these two ambitious wolves, it would be better to let him stay in Alola. Big brother Stephen, please don't leave my mother, okay? As everyone entered the company to prepare for the press conference, Lily found a chance to grab Stephen's hand and plead pitifully. Since she was about to leave for school in Paldea, she knew very well that without Stephen's protection, her mother might be killed by the Rocket Team thugs. Don't worry, Lily, I won't. Stephen reassured her with a gentle pat on the head. Brother Stephen, with so many powerful figures from the league present, can we reveal Team Rocket's crimes to them? Gladian whispered. Not yet. I can't explain the reasons to you right now, but I hope you trust me. I'll protect Aunt Lusamine. In the meantime, you both go to Paldea, study hard, and grow stronger. From Gladian's perspective, this was indeed a perfect opportunity to expose Team Rocket's past atrocities to the League, especially since the League's president was present. But Steven disagreed. For one, Steven didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the League and Team Rocket. His position was to watch the tiger fight from the mountainside. Moreover, Goodshow personally knew Karen. If Team Rocket's crimes were exposed, it would trigger a series of chain reactions, and Karen might not be able to escape unscathed. And besides, Lucamine isn't exactly clean herself. Although it wasn't clear if Lucamine had already developed her twisted hobby of freezing live Pokémon for her collection, based on Giovanni's intelligence, the Etha Foundation had also accumulated wealth through illegal means. They couldn't withstand scrutiny. If Lucamine had already developed those perverse tendencies, do you think Lance and Lorelei wouldn't tear her apart? So for Steven, for Lucamine, and even for Team Rocket, staying silent was the best option for all three parties. Although Gladian was curious about why Steven made such a decision, he trusted their family's savior unconditionally. If Brother Steven had decided this, it must be for a good reason. All he needed to do was go to Paldea, study hard, and grow stronger, while Steven had far more to consider. Gladian vowed that once he enrolled in Naranja Academy, he would dedicate himself to his studies and gain the strength to protect his mother and Lily. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony and press conference concluded, the VIPs from other regions were swarmed by the media. Chairman Rose, is it true that you're trying to recruit Dr. Steven to Galar? Rose, with one hand in his pocket and exuding charm, replied, Brother Steven is an outstanding young man. Of course, I'd like to have him on board, but I respect his choices. Rose assumed that perhaps Melanie's looks were slightly inferior to Lucamine's, which might explain why Steven hadn't come to Galar. He planned to check if there were any other widowed, beautiful gym leaders under his command once he returned. Chairwoman Jita, why did you attend this opening ceremony? Jita, smiling gracefully, replied, President Lucamine plans to send her 2 children to our Naranja Academy. I'm here as a representative of the school, and we won't disappoint President Lucamine's trust. We'll ensure her 2 children grow into exceptional individuals. Of course, Jita, who wanted to strengthen Paldea, also hoped to recruit Steven. However, after observing him, she realized Paldea currently had nothing that could attract him. After all, unlike Galar, Paldea wasn't exactly known for producing beautiful women. Instead, it had its fair share of pretty boy gym leaders. But whether or not Steven would be interested in that, she wasn't sure. Chapter 95, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 95. Credits, Johnny Carbono Pacheco. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, next up was the banquet and cocktail party. This was both the opening celebration for Rainbow Company and a farewell party for Gladian and Lily. Dr. Steven, this is Olivia, the kahuna of Akala Island, Kukui said, his face practically exploding with joy as he eagerly introduced Steven to a prominent figure in Alola. Hello, Sister Olivia. I'll be counting on your care in the future, Steven said warmly, extending his hand for a handshake. Oh, not at all. That's something I should say, Olivia replied, clearly pleased with Steven's form of address, especially given her long-standing concerns about her age and lack of a suitable partner. After the introductions were mostly complete, Kukui pulled Steven aside, his expression full of gratitude. Dr. Steven, I've got some great news for you. President Goodshow has agreed to let Alola join the league. Ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha-ha, sob, sob, sob. Kukui, who had been laughing, suddenly broke into tears. A dream he had worked on for so many years had finally been realized. Burnett quickly stepped forward to hand her boyfriend a tissue, apologizing awkwardly. He's just too emotional. Don't mind him, Dr. Steven. At that moment, Goodshow also walked over with a smile. Honestly, I've always thought Alola should be part of the league. I just hadn't found the right opportunity before. But today, with everyone in such high spirits, this old man, will make the decision and finalize it. Burnett rolled her eyes hard while comforting her boyfriend, thinking to herself, if it weren't for Steven inventing the TM, would you have agreed so quickly? That's kind of you, Mr. Goodshow, Stephen said, but about Alola's current strength. He wasn't surprised that Goodshow had agreed to let Alola join the league a full 10 years earlier than originally expected. He could guess the reasons behind it. But to be fair, Alola's current strength didn't seem sufficient to form a league. To put it bluntly, could they even gather the basic lineup of 1 champion, 4 Elite Four members, and 8 gym leaders? That's not an issue, Olivia interjected. To be a champion, you don't necessarily need champion-level strength. For example, the current champion of the Kalos League, Diantha, only has Elite 4-level strength. Stephen. The overall strength of the Kalos League was indeed a touchy subject. But Stephen hadn't expected that, before Diantha's rise, the entire Kalos didn't even have a champion-level trainer. Though, to be fair, even Diantha ranked on the lower end among league champions. Nearly losing to Ash's Greninja with its bond phenomenon had left Stephen with a lasting impression of her, not as a strong champion. The basic requirements for forming a league are just a champion and 8 gym leaders. If there aren't 4 Elite Four members, it's fine. Galar doesn't even have an Elite Four. Isn't that why we have you, Dr. Stephen, along with Will and Morgan? Fake name. QQE, clearly drunk and excited, blurted out, completely oblivious to how mentioning Galar doesn't have an Elite Four had made Rose's face darken. Stephen blinked. I'm not interested in being champion, though. Will and Morgan, are they Dr. Stephen's companions? Goodshow asked curiously. Yes, that's us, President, Will said, grinning as he came over to greet him. But Morgan isn't feeling well today, so she couldn't make it. Apologies for that. Lorelei, who had been listening, showed some interest. On the way here, Professor QQE kept praising the 3 of you. I'm curious, how about a little sparring match? Hearing Lorelei's suggestion, Will perked up. He was curious himself, just how big was the gap between him and an Elite Four member. Just as Will was about to agree, he noticed Stephen staring at him. Realizing what that meant, Will immediately declined with a smile. Let's save it for another time. Right now, I just want to enjoy a feast. Will's team lineup had already been exposed by the league. A public battle would make it too easy to give away their identity. If Will were to use a newly captured Pokémon, that might be a different story. But the problem is, after the Olivine Gym incident, Will still hasn't captured a new Pokémon. Really, then Dr. Stephen. Seeing Will refuse, Lorelei instinctively shifted her attention to Stephen. If Miss Lorelei doesn't mind, how about we have a friendly match? Just then, a sudden voice interrupted. Stephen and Will were startled. That voice. Even Goodshow froze for a moment. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Turning their heads, they saw a girl walking over. She had gray twin tails and a little chubby. Will almost blurted out the name Karen. But in the next second, under her sharp glare, he forcibly swallowed the Ren part of her name. Why does she look so different now? Miss Morgan is here. Speaking of which, this is the first time we've seen her without her sunglasses. QQE blinked and said, haven't seen her in a month, and this girl has put on some weight. Look at that chubby little face, so cute. Brunette clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling. Only Stephen, who possessed the power of Viridian, keenly noticed that there was now a new piquet ball at Karen's waist. Inside it, most likely. You borrowed Gladian's Zorua, didn't you? Stephen whispered into the ear of Karen. Wearing sunglasses at night would look weird, wouldn't it? Karen whispered back. Use a new Pokémon, Stephen quietly reminded her. Don't worry, I'm not as dumb as Will. Karen then stepped up to Lorelei. I admire you, Miss Lorelei, as one of the Indigo League's Elite Four. Could you give me some pointers? Lorelei looked at the slightly chubby girl in front of her, thought for a moment, and nodded. No problem. After the two decided to have a friendly match, the guests at the banquet promptly cleared a space of about 100 square meters for Karen and Lorelei to use as a temporary battlefield. Whether it was visitors from afar, like Goodshow, Rose, and Gina, or locals such as QQE and Olivia, everyone watched with curiosity. After all, according to QQE's earlier comment, this gray twin-tailed girl might one day become one of Alola's Elite Four. Might as well see her abilities now. Let the hunt begin, Lit. Karen was the first to throw out her piquet ball. When the small kitten appeared amid the white light, both QQE and Burnett were stunned. "That should be the one I gave Miss Morgan last month, right?" QQE looked at the Litten with its glossy red fur and nodded approvingly. "She's raised it well." "Last month." Hearing those words from QQE, Lorelei immediately concluded that this was a newly obtained Pokémon. Using a new Pokémon to battle me. Is she underestimating me? Lorelei's red lips curved into a faint smile as she casually threw out her own piquet ball. The Pokémon that appeared was a blue-white Sandslash. "A blue-white Sandslash?" Will exclaimed in surprise. "It's the Alolan form of Sandslash," Stephen explained from the side. "It must be one of Lorelei's new partners, likely captured after she came to Alola. Perhaps it was because she noticed that Karen was using a new Pokémon as well." Stephen suddenly remembered that in the Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee games, Lorelei indeed had an Alolan Sandslash. However, Steel plus Ice as a type combination, 4 times weak to fighting and fire, that's a pretty terrible type of matchup. Chapter 96, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 96. Sandslash U/Slash. Under Lorelei's command, the Alolan Sandslash unsheathed its dagger-like sharp claws and charged fiercely toward Litten. Its movements were lightning-fast. As expected of a Pokémon captured by Lorelei, the Ice-type Elite Four member, this Alolan Sandslash was undoubtedly a leader among its kind in the wild. "Fake out." A faint smirk curved on Karen's lips. One had to admit, this expression looked surprisingly fitting on Friarin's face. Just as the Alolan Sandslash's razor-sharp claws were about to land on Litten's face, the little feline leaped into the air and slapped Sandslash across the face with a playful Meowth-style punch. The Sandslash was completely stunned by the hit. It wasn't very damaging, but it was extremely insulting. Stephen couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life playing the game, Fake Out was an incredibly practical move, especially effective against items like Focus Sash. In reality, while it couldn't replicate its in-game utility to the same extent, it was great for messing with someone's mental state. Having slapped the Alolan Sandslash silly, Litten stepped on its head and gracefully leaped behind it. The Sandslash's eyes burned with visible anger. "Litten Flamethrower." "Swift." Before Karen could finish her command, Lorelei interrupted with her own. The Alolan Sandslash, now with its back to Litten, swung its claws. In the wake of its movement, dozens of golden, sparkling stars materialized out of thin air. The stars curved around their trainer's body in an elegant 180-degree arc and charged straight toward Litten from behind. In the games, Swift had perfect accuracy. While that wasn't the case in reality, it still worked like Magical Leaf, functioning as a homing attack. Litten had just opened its mouth, ready to unleash flames, but the stars were already closing in. Karen was forced to change strategies, signaling for Litten to dodge. However, the stars were relentless, as if equipped with a homing system, chasing Litten wherever it went. As expected of one of the Elite Four, they have all kinds of ways to compensate for their Pokémon's natural weaknesses, Stephen remarked approvingly. Whether it was a regular Sandslash or an Alolan Sandslash, their speed wasn't impressive, and their agility couldn't compare to Litten's. But Lorelei had cleverly used Swift, a move with tracking capabilities, to offset this disadvantage. "They're catching up," Will shouted. The stars were indeed closing in on Litten. Karen raised her index finger and motioned upward. Litten leaped into the air, but the stars immediately changed direction, ascending to continue their pursuit. "Flamethrower." Midair, Litten twisted its neck, and a searing pillar of fire erupted from its fangs, shooting downward toward the incoming stars. The fire clashed with the stars for less than 2 seconds before completely consuming them. A Litten has already mastered Flamethrower. Goodshow, who was observing the battle, had a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The surrounding guests had similar expressions of astonishment. "It's not over yet," Will said with a mischievous grin. The flames from the flamethrower hit the ground, scattering embers that drifted toward the opponent. As a Pokémon with a quadruple weakness to fire, the Alolan Sandslash instinctively retreated 2 steps, trying to avoid the stray sparks. "Fire blast," Karen commanded sharply. Whoosh! The flames erupting from Litten's mouth intensified, splitting into 5 blazing streams as they hit the ground, one of which charged straight at the Alalan Sandslash. It can even use Fire Blast. The island kahunas, as well as Rose and Jita, were equally shocked. As the first stage evolution of one of the Alola starters, Litten using Flamethrower is already impressive enough, but now it can even use Fire Blast? This is just absurd, isn't it? Ice Spinner. Lorelai's face was initially full of disbelief, but seeing the pillar of fire rushing toward them, there was no time to remain surprised. She quickly issued a command. The Alalan Sandslash crossed its claws, summoning a silvery-white icy whirlwind. It then bent down, dragging its claws along the ground while spinning wildly like a top. In an instant, it whipped up a silvery tornado of ice, countering the oncoming flames. The clash of ice and fire not only created a dazzling visual spectacle, but also forced the surrounding spectators to retreat several meters further back. "Uncle Nanu, those 2 ladies are amazing." A little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, exclaimed excitedly to a middle-aged man with a haggard expression, who looked about the same age as Giovanni. This little girl was none other than the one who had approached Stephen's group during the Alola Women Award ceremony. Her name was Acerola. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that Litten could use Fire Blast. The man, whom Acerola addressed as Nanu, scratched his head. Normally, he had little interest in watching women battle, but seeing Litten unleash Flamethrower followed by Fire Blast piqued his curiosity. Suddenly, recalling Stephen's advertisement online, Nanu muttered to himself, "Is it because of that TM?" It wasn't just Nanu. Many elite trainers present were also beginning to suspect the same thing. The pillar of fire and the icy tornado continued to collide and intertwine. Ache! At that moment, a pained cry came from the center of the icy whirlwind. It was the Alalan Sandslash. A spark of flame had managed to sneak through and hit its body. Although it was only a small ember, for a Pokémon with a quadruple weakness to fire, it was excruciating. Its movements faltered for a brief moment, revealing a small opening. And of course, Karen was not about to let this opportunity slip away. "Go for it, Litten." Up in the air, Litten's body became surrounded by an intense, dark energy surge. Like a miniature missile, it shot toward the icy whirlwind, tearing through the icy winds almost instantly and slamming into the Alalan Sandslash in the center with earth-shattering force. Outrage. Although Outrage, as a Dragon-type move, was not very effective against the Steel-type Alalan Sandslash, it was still one of the most powerful Dragon-type moves. The Alalan Sandslash, nearly 3 times Litten's size, was sent flying. With a loud boom, it crashed into the wall of the banquet hall behind them, leaving a deep crater. Even Outrage. Lorelai's beautiful eyes, hidden behind her glasses, were filled with disbelief. "Stephen, that Litten." Suddenly, Will pointed at Karen's Lit. Lorelai turned to look and saw that the Litten, which had just smashed her Sandslash, was now enveloped in an intense blue and white glow. The light of evolution. That was expected. Stephen, however, was not too surprised. After all, Karen had Litten for a month now, and with all the training it had undergone during this period, it was about time for it to evolve. Meow. Although its voice was still a bit immature, it was no longer the soft, kitten-like mew from before. Litten had evolved into Torracat. Ache. At that moment, the Alalan Sandslash on the other side also stood up again. After all, for it to have been chosen by a trainer like Lorelai, it wouldn't be so easily defeated. "That's enough." But just then, Goodcho stepped forward, smiling as he intervened. "Both sides are excellent. With such outstanding young trainers, the future of our Pokémon League is bound to be bright and prosperous." Although the battle had only lasted a few brief exchanges, Goodcho had already seen the potential of the young girl named Morgan. As QQE had said, she was undoubtedly someone who could one day become an elite-level trainer. A battle this fantastic shouldn't be witnessed by just a small crowd. "Miss Morgan, you should come to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference someday. Then, you can have a proper battle with Lorelei in front of the whole world. Goodshow said with a hearty laugh. Karen brushed her hair back and replied, "Sorry, Chairman, but the Elite Four member I want to challenge is Aldous." On the surface, it sounded like a challenge, but in reality, she wanted to kill him.